Chapter 1. My Unique System. The crisp sound of slap, slap, slap jolted Su Shu from the depths of darkness. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a white ceiling above him. A glance around revealed he was in a student dormitory. I thought I had been transported back again, he murmured to himself as he surveyed the scene. His gaze fell upon a drink bottle and some tissue on the bed, along with 3 boys sporting messy hairstyles, all staring at him. Dear nephews, do you not realize how unfilial you are? The 3 boys exchanged glances, and with a collective roar, they hurled a roll of tissue at him. Instinctively, Su Shu grabbed a blanket to shield himself from the onslaught. Old Su, it's your turn to buy us breakfast today. There's no escaping it. Hurry up, or we'll reveal to the entire class your embarrassing failure with the campus beauty yesterday. As the remnants of sleep faded, Su Shu's mind immediately conjured up the details of the previous day, sending a shiver down his spine. He leaped to his feet. Fine, I'll buy breakfast. It's just a meal. I can't be bothered to argue with a bunch of lethargic couch potatoes like you. With that, he got dressed, retaliating by tossing back the empty drink bottles and tissue rolls that had been thrown at him. Then, clutching his head, he dashed out of the dormitory, everything unfolding with an effortless grace on his way from the male dormitory to the dining hall. A tall, slender student with striking features, clad in oversized shorts and a Kobe Bryant jersey bearing number 24, silently contemplated his recent experiences as he walked. He had crossed over, indeed, from 2022 to September 1st, 2013, the very day the academic year commenced, inheriting all the emotions of the original owner of this body. In his previous timeline, he had been a youth player for a professional basketball team, selected for the national youth team at the age of 16, renowned for his high basketball IQ and regarded as a rising star among guards. However, a severe injury during a match had forced him to relinquish his basketball dreams. At T18, he was admitted to Beijing Sport University, and upon graduation, he took on the role of basketball coach at a high school, thus continuing his passion for the sport. In 2022, after a heartbreak, he had drunk himself into oblivion, only to awaken in this unfamiliar realm. Lost in thought, Su Shu felt a sharp slap on his shoulder and heard a menacing voice say, "Su, have you skipped class again? Are you lamenting over the time you've lost?" Snapped back to the present, Su Shu turned to face the person who had struck him, instinctively shrinking back before firmly asserting, "Counselor, I have not skipped class. I merely arrived late. You're absolutely right. Wasting youth is a shameful act. I'm not like Li Fei, Lin Hai, or Huang Zhong." Without waiting for the counselor to respond, he bolted away. Watching Su Shu flee, the counselor wore an expression of exasperation, which quickly morphed into anger as he turned and headed back towards the dormitory. From a distance, Su Shu patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness for my cleverness, otherwise I would have faced a 5-kilometer punishment to Li Fei. You'll remember your threats, he chuckled to himself. Su Shu was a rather carefree individual, and after more than a month, he had fully adapted to the emotions of this new body. Su Shu, a resident of Shanghai, stands tall at 193 centimeters. From a young age, he towered over his peers, prompting his parents to enroll him in a basketball class. Throughout his primary and secondary education, he emerged as the star player of the school basketball team, excelling in the center position. Ultimately, he succeeded in gaining admission to the Shanghai Sports Academy. After purchasing breakfast and a few bottles of water, Su Shu opted not to return to his dormitory. Calculating the time, he realized classes had concluded, and he made his way directly to the sports ground, where he imagined his unfortunate friends were enduring punishment. Indeed, as Su Shu ambled into the sports field wearing flip-flops, he spotted Li Fei and his companions jogging around the soccer field. Taking a seat at the edge of the track, he began to relish his breakfast while eagerly observing the punished trio. As they ran past him, he playfully remarked, delicious. Are you all running so slowly because you haven't eaten?" The betrayed trio, Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong, shot daggers at Su Shu with their eyes, yet felt powerless against him, hastening their pace with frustrated shouts. When the sweat-drenched trio finally approached, panting and exhausted, they were poised to confront Su Shu. However, he shamelessly offered them 3 bottles of chilled mineral water while saying, "Hey guys, it's not that I didn't inform you, it's just that I forgot my phone." He fished around in his pocket, revealing only a few coins, which prompted them to relent. The group sat together, regaining their energy while enjoying their breakfast. Suddenly, Li Fei inquired, "Old Su, aren't you supposed to be working as a sideline staff member for the Lakers China game in a few days? Could you possibly help us secure a signature from the superstar?" Li Fei's question reminded Su Shu of the upcoming event on October 18th, where the Lakers would face the Warriors at the Mercedes-Benz Arena in China. The thought of witnessing the living legend Kobe Bryant and the preeminent star Stephen Curry in action filled Su Shu with fervor. In his previous life, Su Shu's two favorite basketball players were Kobe and Curry, and he had never had the opportunity to watch either of them play live. Now, an opportunity presented itself, and it was free of charge. How could he not be exhilarated? Hey, old Su, could you refrain from displaying such excitement? Are you trying to flaunt it in front of us? Su Shu snapped back to reality upon seeing the trio's envious glares and promptly assured them, no problem. If I get the chance, they'll definitely secure those signatures for you. Su Shu boldly made this promise, knowing full well that a guarantee does not necessarily equate to fulfillment. After finishing their breakfast, Li Fei and the others returned to their dormitory. Once there, they headed off to shower, while Su Shu donned his basketball uniform and made his way to the court for practice. On the way, he opened his system attribute panel, gazing at it with a sigh. Why is it that others have intelligent systems, while mine is just a cold, hard set of numbers with nothing more? Basketball Super Training System. Host, Su Shu. Age, 19. Height, 193 cm. Weight, 75 kilograms. Note, alas, I've been criticized. Let me clarify. Many readers claim that with this height and weight, it's absurd to suggest one could make it to the NBA. However, that is not the case. It appears that you have paid insufficient attention to players' height and weight. For instance, when Stephen Curry entered the NBA, he weighed merely 76 kilograms, gradually gaining weight thereafter. Steve Blake stood at 190 centimeters and weighed 78 kilograms. More recently, Bones Highland from the Nuggets also weighed only 77 kilograms. Numerous players in the NBA weigh under 80 kilograms, so please spare us the commentary. Wingspan, 207 centimeters. Vertical jump standing, 68.7 centimeters. Vertical jump running, 82.5 centimeters. Physical attributes, speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 66, jumping ability, 80. Stamina, 75, injury resistance, 66. Offensive skills, mid-range shooting, 59, three-point shooting, 51, inside scoring, 44. Technical skills, dribbling, 62, passing, 53. Rebounding, 47. Items, a rookie package, 30 unrestricted attribute points. Growth points, 31,510,000. Methods to acquire growth points, 1. Training, 2. Match data. The points acquired vary according to the level of competition. Chapter 2. Determination. Su Shu gazed at his fundamental attributes, feeling quite satisfied with his static talent. It was indeed a pity that such potential had not led him down the path of professional basketball. After all, a guard's physique is ill-suited for playing inside. As for his other basketball skills, they could only be described as utterly abysmal. Although a month of practice had improved his attributes considerably, they remained far from satisfactory. If one were to traverse into another realm with a system and yet fail to achieve success, he would undoubtedly be the quintessential underachiever in a web novel. System, why are there no skills? I could really use the fadeaway of the master or the three-point prowess of Ku Tiantian. Every day, Su Shu would call upon the system, expecting the same lack of response. He tried various titles and questions, yet still received no reaction. Alas, it seems to be merely a training system. Su Shu arrived at the court, practicing alone with the basketball. After half an hour, he sat beneath the hoop, catching his breath and, as usual, berating the system. Regrettably, acquiring growth points through training was excruciatingly slow. For example, making 100 mid-range shots only yielded 5 growth points, and that was under specific distance requirement. Shots made from under the basket did not count. Conversely, sinking 100 three-pointers granted him only 10 points. With his current mid-range shooting attribute, he needed to attempt approximately 200 shots to make 100 successful, resulting in a painfully sluggish accumulation of growth points. The time required to make 100 three-pointers was even longer, rendering the effort disproportionately unproductive. Unless one had access to a professional training team, achieving growth points efficiently was nearly impossible. Many may argue that this process is not slow, but one must consider that he was shooting and retrieving the ball himself. A single three-pointer that hits the rim could require him to run across 3 courts to retrieve the ball. When Su Shu first began practicing, his attribute points were even lower than they are now. However, with continuous practice, his shooting percentage improved, and his shooting attribute steadily rose. Su Shu believed this was due to an increasingly harmonious blend of his current physique and a shooting feel for his past life. The sensation of shooting from his previous existence was returning. In other words, through diligent practice, the innate potential of the body is gradually unlocked, leading to a corresponding enhancement of attributes. He senses the echoes of a past life and the latent capabilities of his current physique, believing that further improvement is within reach. This realization is why he refrained from utilizing the 30 attribute points bestowed by the novice gift package immediately. Throughout the day, Su Shu immersed himself in basketball practice, engaging in dribbling, mid-range shots, three-pointers, and layups, following the training regimen he had once experienced in his youth team. However, he primarily focused on mid-range shots, as practicing dribbling alone on the court seemed rather foolish, while shooting threes involved the hassle of retrieving the ball, and layups lacked excitement. After more than a month of training, he discovered that the original owner's physical attributes were on par with his previous self, if not superior, particularly in speed and explosiveness, likely a result of the original owner's sprint training during high school physical education classes. Although the technical foundation was lacking, this deficiency could be attributed to playing in the paint during middle school, followed by a lack of growth in height and muscle development upon entering high school, which ultimately led to stagnation. By the end of each exhausting day, Su Shu felt fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, for he witnessed the gradual rise of his attribute values. That night, he dreamt of relentless training, with his attribute points continuously soaring. Upon incorporating the point from the novice gift package, he envisioned himself joining a domestic basketball league, swiftly accruing growth points, becoming invincible, and ultimately reaching the beyond epitome of success, complete with luxury cars, opulent residences, and beautiful companions. As Su Shu awoke with a smile. Yet upon facing reality, he realized his current skills were insufficient for entry into professional leagues. The vivid recollections of his dream intensified his longing to play in a professional league, a dream from his past that he was determined to fulfill in this lifetime. Aside from unavoidable classes, Su Shu devoted every moment to the basketball court, often spending even more time there. This led his roommates to believe he had yet to recover from the emotional turmoil of his recent heartbreak, frequently offering him consolation and even serving him meals, which resulted in Su Shu occasionally displaying a melancholic demeanor in their presence. Time flew by, and a week had passed. One evening, as he lay in bed, he closed his eyes and opened his attribute panel. Physical attributes: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 66, jump, 80, stamina, 75, injury resistance, 66. Offensive skills: mid-range shooting, 61, three-point shooting, 54. Paint offense, 44. Technical skills: dribbling, 65, passing, 53, rebounding, 47. Items: 1 novice gift package, 30 unrestricted attribute points. Growth points: 44510000. The synergy between his prior shooting touch and his current physique was becoming increasingly harmonious, resulting in a rise of 2 points in mid-range shooting, 3 points in three-point shooting, and 3 points in dribbling. Su Shu's rapid improvement could be attributed to his prior experience as a national youth team player, where his shooting precision and ball handling skills were commendable. Now, as he gradually integrated with his body, his progress was, of course, swift. One might ponder the current state of domestic basketball players' shooting abilities and question how proficient a national youth player could be. However, such assumptions are misguided, for the former national men's basketball team was renowned for its shooting accuracy. Lu Zhanshan, Li Feidao, and Zhu Eight stand as distinguished representatives, while other sharpshooters are not to be underestimated. Unlike the present day, where even free throws seem to elude comprehension. As his attribute points escalate, the pace of advancement slows considerably. He understands that with each increase in attribute points, he inches closer to the zenith of his inherent talent. He cast his gaze upon the 30 attribute points acquired from a novice gift package with a determined resolve. He decided to allocate them. However, he found himself at a crossroads regarding which attribute to enhance. Given his height, it was evident that a position as a guard awaited him at point guard or shooting guard. Dribbling, shooting, and strength were indispensable. Yet, distributing these 30 points evenly across these attributes would yield little benefit, rendering him incapable of competing at the professional level. Although his age was still relatively youthful for domestic leagues, allowing for gradual improvement before trials for professional teams, his aspirations soared higher than mere domestic tournaments. With such an advantageous tool at his disposal, his sights were firmly set on the NBA, where the younger one enters, the greater the opportunity. A singular skill can pave the way for success indeed. He resolved to concentrate on enhancing one specific attribute, ensuring his survival in the professional realm. This would consequently provide him with the chance to earn more attribute points. Following last season's remarkable feat where Curry sank 272 three-pointers, shattering the NBA record and propelled the Warriors past the Nuggets in the playoffs, his three-point shooting posed significant challenges to the Spurs in the second round, underscoring the critical importance of the three-point shot within the team. Moreover, the era of small ball loomed imminent. A guard lacking in three-point shooting would find it increasingly difficult to establish a foothold in the league, as even traditional guards like Rondo faced mounting challenges. With this in mind, Su Shu reached a decision to allocate all points to three-point shooting, as mid-range shots could continue to improve and strength could be developed through training.Su Shu directly funneled all 30 attribute points into three-point shooting, elevating his three-point attribute value to 84. Yet, upon surveying his other attributes, he could only manage a wry smile, recognizing the severe imbalance. He resolved to train for a period following the NBA China Games, then seek trials with the local team, the Big Sharks, to explore the possibility of joining. Otherwise, merely training at school in hopes of acquiring substantial growth points would be an exercise in futility. Daily classes and sharing the court with classmates rendered his training efficiency painfully inadequate. Chapter 3. Assessing Your Worth. The following day, while practicing at the court, Su Shu found solace in his three-point shooting accuracy, sinking approximately 80 to 85 out of 100 attempts, bolstering his confidence in joining a professional team. Some may argue that such a shooting percentage is merely average, easily achieved by professional guards, questioning what advantages he possesses. Did they not see Kai's astounding 96 out of 100? However, such assertions are misguided. Kai's shooting percentages reflect an exceptional day, with even his trainer noting that his typical accuracy hovers around 88. Thus, while Su Shu's shooting percentage may not classify him as an elite shooter in the NBA, he is undoubtedly regarded as a competent marksman. It starkly contradicts the notion propagated online that any guard in the NBA could effortlessly attain a shooting accuracy exceeding 80 during practice. Despite the seemingly high percentage, achieving such accuracy on the court amidst rapid movement and intense competition is exceedingly rare, with few players managing to maintain a 40 shooting percentage in actual games. Nevertheless, Su Shu remains undeterred, especially considering the current playing environment, that he believes that such a shooting percentage should afford him opportunities within domestic leagues. Provided that he hones his other skills over time and regains his previous level of proficiency, coupled with the fact that he is merely 19 years old, Su Shu is confident that he will secure a position in a domestic team. On the 18th at noon, Su Shu arrived at the Mercedes-Benz Arena, eager to polish the court before the Lakers' practice commenced. Standing in the center of the court, gazing at the immense screen above and the multitude of seats surrounding him, visions of himself basking in the adulation of the crowd began to materialize in his mind. Su Shu felt a twinge of excitement as he glanced around, noticing the sparse presence of staff. Tossing a few basketballs seemed harmless, especially with ample time still remaining. He picked up a ball from the sidelines and effortlessly launched it from beyond the three-point line. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive three-pointers found their mark, and Su Shu reveled in the satisfaction of his performance. The other staff, captivated by his impressive shooting, refrained from interrupting him. After all, they were all young at heart. And with 2 hours to spare before the Lakers' training session, a few more shots posed no issue. Instead, they gathered around, eagerly watching his display. As Su Shu indulged in his enjoyment, 4 figures entered through the players' tunnel. Anyone familiar with the Lakers would recognize one of them as Kobe Bryant, accompanied by Farmar, a trainer, and what appeared to be a translator. Upon hearing the rhythmic thud of the basketball against the floor, Farmar chuckled and remarked, "Who is training? I thought it was just the 2 of us here early." Kobe smiled and replied, "We'll find out soon enough." As the quartet emerged from the tunnel, they beheld several staff members intently observing a young man shooting hoops. Once again, the ball sailed through the air, netting another three-pointer. Swish. His shooting form was impeccable. "His technique is quite sound," Farmar noted with a grin. Kobe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the young man's remarkable accuracy. His physique, tall and lanky, suggested potential as a basketball player. However, as the young man continued to shoot, the astonishment in Kobe and Farmar's eyes deepened. The precision of his shots was impressive, prompting Kobe to feel a competitive urge to challenge him. Today, Su Shu's shooting prowess was exceptional, perhaps inspired by the ambience of the court. He effortlessly sank 18 out of 20 shots, but with a resounding thud, the basketball ricocheted off the rim, careening towards the entrance of the court. Everyone turned their gaze to see Kobe and Farmar standing there, eliciting a wave of astonished gasps as the crowd surged forward, eagerly producing pins that had long been at the ready for Kobe's autograph. Su Shu was no exception at that moment. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. He was a fan, and this was Kobe Bryant, a deity in the hearts of basketball enthusiasts of their generation. Kobe smiled as he signed autographs, and when it was Su Shu's turn, he noticed the excitement radiating from him, which piqued his curiosity. "Hey, boy, Are you a professional player? Your shooting is quite accurate, Kobe remarked in English. Without waiting for a translation, Su Shu, who had no difficulty communicating in English, replied, Kobe, I am not a professional player. I just entered university, but I am determined to pursue a career in professional basketball. Good luck. Are you interested in a shooting contest? Kobe inquired. But didn't you injure your foot? How can we compete? Su Shu asked, puzzled. We can shoot, as long as you beat me. I will gift you one of my signed jerseys. The mention of a signed jersey sent Su Shu's excitement soaring. Kobe had ruptured his Achilles tendon in April and was currently undergoing rehabilitation, which precluded him from engaging in strenuous activities. However, shooting practice was still permissible. He had arrived early and even brought along Farmar to accompany him in training. When the staff on site observed that Kobe would be competing in a shooting contest with Su Shu, envy washed over them. Why not compete with me? That kid is so fortunate. Though they felt a tinge of reluctance, the thrill of witnessing Kobe train in person compelled them to gather excitedly outside the court. Kobe warmed up and gestured to Su Shu to commence. The shooting contest was straightforward, 5 shots from 5 different spots beyond the three-point line, with each player taking turns to shoot 1 ball at a time, rather than consecutively shooting 25 balls. Su Shu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within his heart. What more could he possibly regret than to compete alongside Kobe? Su Shu nodded slightly and made his way to the right corner at the bottom of the court, initiating the practice as Kobe approached him. The trainer accompanying Kobe passed the ball to Su Shu, who began to prepare for the shot as the basketball soared towards him. With a swift movement, he adjusted his stance, positioning his toes towards the hoop, the ball of his front foot firmly planted while his rear heel lifted slightly. Bending his knees to gather strength, he received the ball, leaped, and executed a fluid motion to release it. His shooting technique more refined and rapid than during their previous casual play. Both Kobe and the trainer were taken aback by the professionalism and elegance of Su Shu's shooting form. However, as he watched the ball soar away, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He had exerted too much force. Thud! The shot missed its mark, and Su Shu shook his hand, his expression one of frustration. Kobe, with a slight smile, received the ball pass by his trainer and took his own shot. Swish! The ball went through the net, prompting a wave of cheers from those around. Su Shu made an adjustment, yet the second shot still failed to find the net, falling short. It seems his mindset remains unsteady. Kobe scored again, bringing the score to 2 o'clock with the third shot. At last, Su Shu found his rhythm, with a swift motion. He made the shot. Clenching his fist, he motivated himself. In the right corner, the score stood at 5-3, with Su Shu trailing by 2 points. Su Shu is increasingly finding his rhythm, having successfully scored 5 times from the right side at a 45-degree angle, which happens to be his most accurate shooting position. Kobe. I'm quickly closing the gap, so do take note. Su Shu turned to Kobe beside him and remarked that at this point, Kobe had missed a shot, bringing the score to 9-8. Kobe gazed at the exuberant young man, whose face radiated confidence and who seemed unacquainted with fear, and smiled gently, giving Su Shu a thumbs up. At the arc, the score stood at 5-4. From the left 45-degree angle, it was 4-5, and in the left corner, it was 3-5, culminating in a total score of 21-22. Su Shu emerged victorious. Hooray! I have won. Ha ha ha. I actually defeated Kobe. Su Shu leapt and bounced around the court like a fool. A Kobe fan murmured, what's there to be excited about? Haven't you seen that Kobe is still injured? Kobe, observing Su Shu's exuberance, wore a smile, and his gaze towards Su Shu sparkled with brightness. Kobe, will you really sign my jersey? Kobe has always been kind to his fans. When they lose, he does not wear a scowl. With a smile and a nod, he replied, your shooting is quite impressive. Keep up the good work. Basketball is not just about three-pointers. I hope to see you on the professional stage in the future. Thank you, Kobe. I will work hard. I will make it to the NBA, Su Shu declared with unwavering confidence. Pharma, the trainer, and the translator regarded Su Shu as if he were a fool. Unaware of the immense challenges a person of Asian descent faces in entering the NBA, particularly one as obscure as him. Pharma chuckled, intrigued, and said to Su Shu, hey, kid, you aspire to join the NBA? How about we have a one-on-one and see what you're made of? Chapter 4. You can't even make me sweat. Upon hearing Pharma's words, Su Shu felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated, his blood racing. To challenge an active NBA player was a dream he had harbored for a lifetime. His earlier encounter with Kobe had merely involved shooting practice and hardly constituted a true one-on-one match. Su Shu, a fan of Kobe, was somewhat familiar with Pharma. who had been a key player during Kobe's toughest years, a guard known for poor defense but commendable offensive skills and court vision. All right, I don't know the rules here. So let us play to 21. The first to reach 21 wins, with 3-pointers counting as 3 points. Kobe did not prevent Pharma from challenging Su Shu. He too was eager to discover what this young man could offer beyond just 3-point shooting. All the spectators stepped back to the sidelines, curious to witness the showdown between an amateur and an NBA star, an almost surreal scenario. You go first, otherwise you might not even touch the ball. Pharma's words dripped with provocation and banter, a common trait among NBA players. At the top of the arc, Su Shu radiated excitement as he bounced the basketball to Pharma, who reciprocated the pass. Without hesitation, Su Shu leapt into a jump shot. Pharma made a symbolic attempt to block, yet he did not exert his full effort. Standing at a modest height of 188 centimeters, which rendered him 5 centimeters shorter than Su Shu, thus failing to pose a significant challenge. With Pharma's remarkable vertical leap, a full-fledged jump could have considerably hindered Su Shu's shot. As the basketball soared through the air, Su Shu had already descended, his hands still poised in the shooting motion. Pharma, along with Kobe and the entire audience, fixated on the ball. The delightful sound of a swish echoed, heralding a score of 3 o'clock. Su Shu leapt in jubilation, his right fist clenched, vigorously celebrating while provocatively signaling a 3-point gesture. Observing the audacious Su Shu, Pharma set aside his initial disdain, determined to assert his dominance and illustrate the vast chasm between their skills. Returning to the arc, after passing the ball to Su Shu, Pharma took a small step forward, closing the distance between them to preempt any further 3-point attempts. Su Shu did not hasten to attempt a 3-pointer this time. He understood that given the current distance, he could easily be thwarted by Pharma, rendering his shooting percentage uncertain. He executed a 3-point threat, yet such a maneuver appeared rather juvenile in Pharma's eyes. Despite his defensive shortcomings in the NBA, he tailored his approach to the opponent. Su Shu's 3-point threat bore no fruit, and he narrowly avoided a steal by Pharma. Su Shu, maintaining a composed demeanor, executed a deft maneuver, performing 2 between-the-legs dribbles before elegantly stepping back to launch a 3-pointer. Following 2013, the step-back 3-pointer was seldom utilized in the NBA due to its considerable technical difficulty. It wasn't until 3 years later, when the bearded maestro popularized this technique, that it became a requisite skill for guards in the league. At that time, a guard who could not execute a step-back 3-pointer was deemed inadequate. Pharma was caught off guard by Su Shu's unexpected display of this skill. Although he rushed to defend, he was a moment too late, allowing Su Shu to release the shot. The score now stands at 6-0. Su Shu once again gestured a 0K sign towards Pharma, a display that only heightened his ire. On the sidelines, Kobe observed Su Shu's retreating step with newfound interest, although his technique remained somewhat rudimentary. His willingness to attempt the move and his ability to withstand interference were commendable, indicating a robust psychological fortitude. "What do you think of this young man, Vidi?" Kobe inquired of his companion, the trainer Gary Vidi. "He possesses a commendable height and wingspan, albeit somewhat slender, and his technical execution leaves much to be desired. However, his mental resilience is impressive, if he indeed is merely a college student, as he claims. You must understand that Chinese universities do not quite match our NCAA in terms of training. With proper guidance, he could potentially evolve into a professional player in the Chinese league." Nodding in agreement with Gary's assessment, Kobe's attention returned to the 2 players on the court. From the outset of the third play, Pharma was earnest in his defense, denying Su Shu any comfortable shooting opportunity. Consequently, Su Shu was compelled to dribble incessantly in search of an opening, yet found it impossible to shake off his opponent. Gradually retreating 2 steps, he contemplated Pharma's weaknesses, resolved to exploit them, and as he approached Pharma while dribbling, he pushed off the ground with a swift motion, surging to the right with remarkable speed. Indeed, Pharma's shortcomings lay in his lack of quickness and explosive power. This particular breakthrough showcased Su Shu's rapid acceleration, honed through short-distance sprints. Although his coordination with the ball still required refinement, preventing him from fully bypassing Pharma. Nevertheless, he had already gained a significant advantage, surpassing half a body length. At this moment, Su Shu's performance captivated both Kobe and Gary on the sidelines, showcasing admirable speed and explosiveness. Pharma was equally taken aback by Su Shu's displayed velocity. Yet his extensive experience reminded him that he had faced numerous players swifter than Su Shu. Quickly adjusting his position, Pharma closed in on Su Shu, employing his body and strength to impede Su Shu's momentum. If the opponent possessed a decent amount of strength, they could withstand Famar's pressure from the onset and directly proceed to lay up. However, Su Shu's strength fell slightly short of Famar's, causing his speed to diminish abruptly. Nevertheless, with no turning back, Su Shu made a desperate attempt at a three-step layup, hoping to leverage his height advantage. Yet he overlooked the fact that Famar's most distinguished physical attribute was his remarkable vertical leap, with a running jump that exceeded 1 meter. As Su Shu leaped for a layup in the third step, he realized the moment he released the ball that it was doomed. He had already spotted a large hand descending upon the basketball. With a resounding slap, the ball was sent careening out of bounds by Famar. "Kid, do you think you can attempt to lay up in front of me? You haven't even finished your milk yet." Su Shu remained silent as he retrieved the ball and passed it to Famar, initiating a change of possession. Su Shu granted Famar a step, yet his hand remained in front, disrupting him. Famar, unfazed, executed a series of feints, destabilizing Su Shu's balance. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he surged forward. As Su Shu closed the distance in pursuit, Famar abruptly halted, effortlessly releasing a mid-range shot that swished through the net. The score stood at 6-2. Su Shu, filled with frustration, clapped his hands. He retrieved the ball and passed it to Famar at the top of the arc. This time, Famar attempted a sudden stop. But Su Shu was prepared, barely managing to stay in the game. However, Famar executed a swift move, effortlessly shaking off Su Shu and scoring with a layup. 6-4. "Kid, I want to grant you another opportunity to touch the ball. You can't even make me sweat," he taunted. After a few exchanges, Famar had already gauged Su Shu's capabilities and began to provoke him. "Humph, just wait for the moment I turn the tables. Bring it on." The score shifted to 6-6, then 6-9, and 6-11. As the one-on-one continued, Famar realized that Su Shu's defense was becoming increasingly troublesome. He no longer fell for simple fakes as he had at the outset. The score reached 6-13, 6-16, and 6-19, with another three-pointer. Famar could no longer enjoy the ease he had initially felt. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and his expression shifted from relaxed to tense. On the sidelines, Kobe and Gary exchanged glances, marveling at the young man's rapid learning curve. Although Famar continued to score, he could now sense the pressure of Su Shu's defense. Kobe turned to Gary and inquired, "What are your thoughts now?" "He is worth observing. Given proper development," Gary replied. Kobe nodded in agreement. In the final play, Famar relied on his superior strength to charge past Su Shu, scoring another layup and concluding the one-on-one match with a score of 6-21. Aside from an initial sneak attack, Su Shu had not been afforded another opportunity to attack. Su Shu rubbed his chest, overwhelmed by a sharp pain. The collision with Famar had nearly caused him to regurgitate his breakfast. With a weight difference of 7 kilograms between them, they were clearly in different categories, especially considering that Su Shu stood 5 centimeters taller than Famar. While Famar's physicality can be considered rather average among NBA guards, this interaction illuminated the disparity between Su Shu's physique and that of a professional athlete. Nevertheless, he recognized that this gap could be bridged. Su Shu, though still filled with a sense of dissatisfaction, offered a thumbs up to Famar, eliciting a chuckle from him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Famar remarked, "Kid, you're not bad, but you still haven't touched the ball." "Che, Famar, just you wait. A year from now, I will surely outplay you," Su Shu retorted confidently. "Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting, but let us see if you can even make it to the NBA first." Chapter 5. Kobe's invitation. The audience erupted into applause for the two, while Kobe and Gary, seated courtside, waved at Su Shu and Liang, prompting them to approach. The arena's management had arrived during the one-on-one challenge between Su Shu and Famar. Sensing Kobe's intent to converse with Su Shu, they ushered everyone else to resume their duties, reminding Su Shu to ensure that preparations were in order before departing. Su Shu made himself comfortable, plopping down beside Kobe without any hesitation. Alas, yet another defeat. The gap is rather significant. It seems I must exert myself more diligently. Kobe, do you truly gaze upon the enchanting Los Angeles skyline at 4 in the morning, every day? Su Shu's words elicited laughter from the others. Famar remarked, "Youngster, it is futile for you to gaze at the night scene of the Shanghai market at 3 a.m. each day. You would still be crushed by me." With a huff, he added, "You only take advantage of my youth. How about a wager? A year from now, we shall resume our duel to 21 points. The loser must run naked." "Pfft, betting against a mere child like you? Others would merely say I am abusing my advantage," Famar replied, slightly flustered. "Afraid, are we? Just admit it. You surely fear that a year from now, you will not triumph over me," Su Shu pressed on. Ridiculous. I'll accept the bet. In a moment. I shall provide you with my contact information, Thalmer retorted with a smirk. Su Shu was elated. After all, he had finally met an NBA player. Upon returning to his dormitory, he dialed up Farmar in front of his 3 companions, eager to flaunt his connection. Hey, could you sign a few autographs for me? My 3 roommates are huge fans, true diehard supporters, Su Shu implored, his voice tinged with a touch of desperation as he addressed Kobe. This shift in demeanor irked Farmar, who felt a surge of indignation. Was he not a star in his own right? What do you mean? Am I not a celebrity? He thought, his frustration palpable. Not a problem at all. What is your name? Kobe responded graciously. Boss, my name is Su Shu. You can call me Su, he replied eagerly. Su, didn't you just mention that you're not a professional player, merely a college student? Kobe inquired. Indeed. I am 19 years old and have just been accepted into university. I have always loved playing basketball, though I have never undergone formal training, Su Shu admitted. Su Shu's words astonished Famer, who stood nearby. A 19-year-old college student, untrained, could even make him break a sweat. Kobe and Gary exchanged glances and nodded. Kobe addressed Su Shu, saying, Su, there is a tryout tomorrow, and I hope you can attend. Boss, you want me to come to the tryout? Su Shu responded, his face a picture of disbelief. Indeed. After Su Shu exchanged contact information with the translators, he engaged in light banter with Kobe and a few others, primarily teasing with Farmar. As spectators began to enter and watch the Lakers practice, Su Shu promptly returned to his post. Soon, the entire Lakers team had arrived. While he did not recognize many of the players, he held a particular fondness for the likes of Nash, the Child of the Wind, and Gasol. Kobe did not partake in the training but sat on the sidelines alongside General Manager Mitch Kupchak and head trainer Gary. Kupchak. I have just discovered a promising talent we should consider for a tryout. I believe he possesses significant developmental potential, he stated. Kupchak, intrigued, inquired. Which player reached out to you? During the NBA offseason, it was common for players to contact Kobe, either to recruit others or express their desire to join the team. No one called me. Look over there at that Chinese boy, Kobe replied, gesturing towards Su Shu. Kupchak looked over, puzzled. Isn't he just a sideline staff member? He is not a notable young player from the Chinese national team, and even if he were, he likely wouldn't meet our standards. Kobe recounted the earlier incident to Gary, leaving Kupchak momentarily stunned. This unknown Chinese boy had outshot Kobe. Despite Kobe's three-point shooting appearing less precise, it was a result of significant defensive pressure, often shooting over defenders. After all, how could one attain the record of 12 three-pointers in a single game otherwise? Kupchak, Su's skills are worth refining. His shooting accuracy from beyond the arc is commendable, and he possesses a remarkable capacity for learning. His speed and explosiveness surpass those of Jordan and Farmar. You might inquire with Gary. His potential exceeds that of Sunday. Kupchak turned to Gary, who nodded in affirmation. Regardless of the veracity of Kobe's claims, the respect was undoubtedly due. Very well, let us arrange for his tryout tomorrow. In the afternoon, during the Warriors' practice, Su Shu finally laid eyes on Curry, Thompson, and Green, and even managed to secure a few autographs. By 7 p.m., the highly anticipated rematch between the Lakers and the Warriors commenced. The sidelines were filled with celebrities from various fields, including Yu Ming, though Kobe only arrived at the arena in time for the fourth quarter. Su Shu also witnessed the youthful tempest of the Warriors, who would soon dominate the league 2 years hence. The exuberance of Klay Thompson, Barnes, and Draymond Green was palpable, and even Andre Iguodala showed no signs of aging. Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a disheartening defeat, falling to the Warriors with a score of 89-115. The Warriors' small ball strategy was beginning to take shape, with Thompson showcasing his prowess by sinking 5 of 6 three-point attempts. This moment marked the inception of the Lakers' decline. Even with Nash and Gasol on the court, the team lacked its spirit. Both veterans had aged, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Warriors' youthful vigor, offering little resistance. As the final whistle blew, players and spectators exchanged gratitude. After satisfying the requests of some fans for photographs and autographs, Kobe approached Su Shu at the sidelines. Su, I will be here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I hope you come prepared, he said. No problem, boss. I will be there on time, Su replied. Kobe gave his shoulder a reassuring pat and exchanged a few more words before departing. Their conversation was captured by numerous reporters, who perceived Su merely as an ordinary staff member, viewing Kobe's words as a courteous acknowledgement of the crew's efforts. Once all tasks were completed, Su Shu carefully cradled a jersey packed in a backpack as he exited the arena. Instead of heading home, he made his way directly to school, eager to flaunt the signed jersey before Li Fei and the others. "Hey, you rascals better kneel and sing conquer if you want this jersey," he teased. Su Shu had already envisioned that scene, grinning in a rather lewd manner. Chapter 6. Trial training. And excited Su Shu returned to school, only to be halted at both the entrance and the dormitory. After much persuasion and presenting his work ID, he was reluctantly granted passage. As he approached the dormitory door, he could already hear Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong discussing the intricacies of the Chinese competition that evening. Su Shu, filled with self-satisfaction, kicked open the dormitory door. Amidst the astonished expressions of his companions, he swaggered inside. As the three regained their composure and were about to hurl objects at this audacious rascal who had startled them, Su Shu quickly shouted, "Halt! Dare to throw something at me, and you shall regret it." Instantly, Li Fei and his companions ceased their actions in unison, hurriedly climbing down from their beds. Some fetched water, others pulled out chairs, while one even began to massage Su Shu's shoulders, making him feel utterly at ease. "So, Su, how does it feel? Comfortable, isn't it?" Su Shu held a cup of water and took a sip, remarking, "Not bad. I must commend your discernment. Sing me a song of conquest." "Sing it yourself. You guys, go beat him," Li Fei shouted. Subsequently, the dormitory resounded with the sounds of a playful ruckus, which persisted until the one-sided skirmish finally ceased. Su Shu grumbled, "You are truly a band of ruffians." Meanwhile, Li Fei and the others were rummaging through Su Shu's backpack, ignoring his complaints. "Oh my goodness, the boss's signed jersey, Curry's autograph, huh?" exclaimed Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong, their excitement echoing throughout the dormitory upon discovering Kobe's signed jersey. Su Shu looked down upon them, saying, "How lacking in dignity, you get so thrilled over a mere jersey. If you were to compete against Kobe, you would probably be so elated you'd faint." Su Shu looked down upon Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong. Yet he had already forgotten his own behavior when he encountered Kobe the previous day. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Su Shu hailed a taxi to the arena. Upon his arrival at 9:15, he approached the staff for clarification and learned that the venue was reserved for the Lakers that morning. However, since the Lakers had already communicated their arrangements, Su Shu was granted smooth access to the arena. As Su Shu felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, he commenced his training regimen. When he was drenched in sweat, Kobe Bryant, Mitch Kupchak, and the then head coach of the Lakers, Mike D'Antoni, along with Gary and several staff members holding equipment, entered the room. D'Antoni had been summoned by Kupchak and Kobe, and upon hearing that they were to evaluate a Chinese player devoid of any professional league experience, he found it rather amusing. Was the standard of the NBA truly that low now? Nevertheless, out of respect for the team's general manager and its star player, he begrudgingly attended. His perspective was not rooted in prejudice against individuals of Asian descent. After all, he had been instrumental in the rise of Jeremy Lin, but rather in disbelief that a Chinese player lacking any competitive experience could possess significant talent. "Su, good morning. Do you still have the stamina for more?" Kobe teased with a smile. Su Shu flexed his arm, showcasing his well-defined biceps, and said to Kobe, "Look at how strong I am." The crowd erupted with laughter. Kupchak observed that Su Shu was unlike any Chinese individual he had encountered. He lacked the usual shyness and instead exhibited a bold, extroverted personality complemented by commendable proficiency in English. Before long, the staff prepared the equipment for the trial, and under the guidance of Gary Vitti, they completed a series of physical assessments. When Gary Vitti presented the results, Kupchak, Kobe, and D'Antoni were engaged in conversation, discussing matters pertaining to the upcoming season. Upon reviewing the test results, surprise illuminated their faces. Age, 19. Position, point guard, shooting guard. Body fat percentage, 8.70. Height, without shoes, 193. 2 cm. Height, with shoes, 196. 9 cm. Weight, 75 kilograms. Wingspan, 207 cm. 3-point movement in the paint, 10.76. Sprint over 34 yards, 22.86 meters. 3.18 seconds. Vertical jump, standing 68. 7 cm. Vertical jump, running 82. 5 cm. Max bench press, 83. 91 kilograms. 2 reps. Such physical attributes are deemed exceptional. The wingspan is remarkable, and despite being somewhat lean and having a slightly elevated body fat percentage, his dynamic abilities are impressive, particularly his speed, a delightful surprise. Su's physical assessment results were commendable, and Kupchak was astonished that such talent had been uncovered. Initially skeptical about the trial, having agreed to it mainly due to Kobe's influence. He no longer felt it was a waste of time upon seeing the results laid out before him. Kobe also displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, I never anticipated Su's physical condition to be so outstanding. It's surprising he has not pursued a professional path in China. However, when it came to dribbling and shooting, Kupchak and Kobe wore expressions of conflict. His dribbling skills were subpar for a guard, and his mid-range shooting left much to be desired, yet he excelled in three-point shooting, nearing elite status in the league. It was peculiar to see such a pronounced disparity. It was rare to encounter someone who could be so proficient in three-point shooting compared to mid-range. Only D'Antoni's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. His rapid speed marked him as an adept in fast breaks, and his accuracy from beyond the arc aligned perfectly with his 7 seconds or less philosophy. Once all assessments concluded, Kobe and the others allowed Su Shu to take his leave before engaging in further discussion. Kupchak remarked, Su possesses impressive physical attributes, but his skills are severely lacking, and he appears somewhat frail. I find it challenging to envision him establishing himself in the NBA. Kobe nodded, then shook his head. He is indeed slender, and his skills need refinement, yet he is untrained. His physique can be developed, and his skills can be honed. Importantly, he exhibits a strong capacity for learning, a quality that cannot be cultivated. D'Antoni nodded and remarked, his technical attributes align perfectly with my tactical philosophy. We can assign him to the development league. I believe we will be pleasantly surprised in less than a season. Moreover, let us not forget that he is of Chinese descent. Kupchak recalled the grandeur of the China Games, understanding that the presence of even one Chinese player within the team would undoubtedly enhance the Lakers' commercial value. Previously, there had been no suitable Chinese players. But the situation has changed. Su Shu possesses considerable potential and is worthy of cultivation, especially considering the minimal cost of a rookie salary. Gentlemen, it appears we have overlooked a crucial detail. We cannot sign him directly, as he is yet to turn 22 and has not participated in the draft. Kupchak's words brought a sudden realization to all, leaving their faces etched with regret. With a face full of turmoil, Su Shu returned to school, his heart a whirlwind of hope and anxiety. He pondered whether he might be signed by the Lakers, only to be plagued by the thought of what if they chose not to. Upon reaching the school gates, he finally set aside his inner turmoil. A signing would be a delightful surprise, while not being signed would merely indicate that his current abilities fell short of expectations. After all, this trial was an unexpected blessing. Why dwell on it so? If it doesn't work out this time, there's always next year or the year after. By then, he would still only be 21, just as Curry was when he entered the NBA. After soothing himself, Su Shu felt an immediate lightness in his heart. Chapter 7. The Contract. Just as Su Shu entered the restroom in the dormitory, he received a call from Kupchak. Su, we see great potential in you. The Lakers wish to sign you. However, regrettably, we are unable to proceed with the signing at this moment. The first part of the message filled him with euphoria. Yet the latter half left him engulfed in confusion. Thank you, Mr. Kupchak. May I inquire why, if you recognize my potential, you are unable to sign me? After hanging up, Su Shu remained in a stupor on the toilet, the phrase "I am going to the NBA" echoing repeatedly in his mind. Tears began to flow unbidden from his eyes, as memories of all the sacrifices he made for his dreams flooded his thoughts. Realizing that the fruition of those dreams was now within reach, he lost track of time until he was jolted back to reality by a knock on the door. Hey, old Su, have you fallen in there? It's been ages. Hurry up. I can't hold it any longer. Li Fei's booming voice called from outside. It was only then that Su Shu realized he was still squatting in the restroom and had no desire to linger any longer. He swiftly pulled up his trousers and stood up, but stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance as his legs had gone numb. Old Su, hurry up. If you don't come out soon, I'll kick the door down. Almost done. The lazy tend to have more bodily needs. And please, call me Su Shu. He replied while rubbing his legs. Outside, Li Fei was growing impatient. Pa, you think I'll address you by that name? How presumptuous. Clearly, your parents had ulterior motives when naming you. I doubt you've ever had a teacher who properly addressed you. Hearing Li Fei's complaints, Su Shu couldn't help but chuckle as he opened the door and stepped out. Li Dazier, let me warn you, be a bit more courteous. I'm destined to be a future basketball superstar in the NBA. It's still not too late to curry favor with me. If I'm in a good mood, I might just give you a few autographs. Upon hearing Su Shu's words, Li Fei scoffed, touching his forehead in confusion. You don't seem feverish. And it's still morning. Are you already dreaming in broad daylight? Su Shu swiftly swatted his hand away, tilting his head upwards with an air of defiance as he declared, believe it or not, but don't expect to seek my help in the future. With that, he hurriedly changed his clothes and rushed out the door, simultaneously dialing his parents to inform them of an urgent matter that required his immediate attention. As he had a meeting with Kupchak later that afternoon, initially filled with despondency after Kupchak had explained the situation to him, a sudden memory surged forth in his mind. Replacing his gloom with elation, "Mr. Kupchak, I believe you need not harbor such concerns. I meet the signing criteria as I am an undrafted player this year." Taken aback by Su Shu's statement, Kupchak sought clarification, and upon understanding the situation, he could only chuckle at the capriciousness of fate. It turned out Su Shu indeed was an undrafted player this year. He had entered the draft as a result of a wager with a classmate, registering under the guise of a player from the Great White Shark youth team, with the endorsement of a friend of his father. It remained a mystery how the NBA staff verified such claims. Nevertheless, his name appeared on the draft list, earning him a lavish meal. However, the domestic media had utterly overlooked this detail. NBA, Pa, were it not for your status as the protagonist, how could they have ever let you through? Su's father is a civil servant, serving as a section chief in the Cultural and Sports Bureau, and it can be said that his career has reached its zenith. Su's mother is a teacher. When they received a phone call from their son, urging them to return home immediately due to an urgent matter, they did not inquire further but took leave from their respective duties. After all, Su Shu had always been remarkably independent, seldom causing them any concern. The gravity of his message left no room for delay. Upon returning home, Su Shu found his parents already awaiting him, their faces reflecting confusion and worry. Upon seeing the two of them, Su Shu was reminded of his parents from his previous life. He wondered how they were faring and if they had managed to recover from the anguish of losing him. At this thought, his eyes reddened and tears nearly escaped. Suffather and some other were initially filled with concern, and upon observing Su Shu's expression, they could no longer remain seated. Some other quickly rose to her feet and approached him, gently inquiring, "Su Shu, what troubles you? Please share with us." Witnessing his mother, who was anxious yet apprehensive about imposing her worries upon him, striving to soften her tone, Su Shu felt a profound warmth within. Without any hesitation, he affectionately called out, "Mom, truly, there is nothing wrong. Rather, there is delightful news I wish to share with you, seeking your counsel." Ignoring his mother's continued probing, he proceeded to declare, "Mom and Dad, the Lakers wish to sign a contract with me and have requested to discuss the matter this afternoon." Su's mother remained composed, but Su's father, an avid basketball enthusiast, suddenly stood up in disbelief and inquired, "Su Shu, which Lakers team are you referring to? The NBA Lakers? They conducted a tryout for me yesterday, and they believe I possess talent and wish to sign me to play." Su Shu recounted the events of the past few days, omitting any mention of the system. It was not that he wished to withhold this information from them. Rather, he was unable to do so, for otherwise, they might deem him mentally unstable. In a state of hurried astonishment, Father Su emerged, his excitement palpable as he paced through the living room, exclaiming, "My son is going to play in the NBA." Eventually, under the calming influence of Mother Su, he regained his composure. The couple gazed at Su Shu and declared, "Son, we support you. This afternoon, we will accompany you." The meeting later that day was exceedingly pleasant, and the contract was swiftly signed, a base salary of 490,000 for 1 year. Although it was merely a minimum salary contract, Su Shu felt immense satisfaction. Even after the deduction of half in taxes, he would still receive nearly 2 million yuan, a sum that far exceeded their family's savings. This was the most formidable step on his path to success. Once he crossed it, he was confident that, with the system he possessed, he would not falter. Father Su and Su Shu went to the school together to complete the formalities for a leave of absence, without mentioning their aspirations to play in the NBA. In Father Su's words, it is imperative to remain low-key until one has achieved notable results. They also bid farewell to their 3 roommates in the dormitory, with Li Fei and the others insisting on toasting Su Shu, though they had only shared a room for a little over a month. The camaraderie among the 4 blossomed swiftly into brotherhood. Despite Su Shu's relatively short time since his arrival, he could deeply feel the bond of brotherhood. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Fei, slightly tipsy, exclaimed, "Old Su, why the sudden decision to head to America? We haven't even had the chance to chase after the campus beauties together yet. But I suppose America is teeming with stunning women in light attire. So you won't be at a loss." Su Shu was left speechless. "Were you unaware of my previous rejections? Are you here to bid me farewell or to strike me down once more?" Before Su Shu could respond, Lin Hai continued to lend his support. "Indeed, Old Su. We have thoroughly gathered information about that campus beauty. We know her likes and dislikes. This time, with a targeted approach, you undoubtedly stand a chance. Su Shu, overwhelmed with emotion, found solace in Huang Zhong, the honest man, who gently patted his shoulder, offering a semblance of comfort to his beleaguered spirit. However, before Su Shu could express his gratitude, Huang Zhong remarked, I believe old Su doesn't stand a chance. This cutting remark from Huang Zhong sent Su Shu into a tailspin. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, You three rascals work together splendidly. Let me be frank. It's only now that I find her unappealing. In a couple of days, I shall be heading to the NBA. Yes, the NBA. Do I really need to worry about attracting beautiful women? Li Fei, Lin Hai. And Huang Zhong stared at him in disbelief for 2 seconds before simultaneously dismissing him with a scoff. Su Shu fell into silence, no longer wishing to pretend. Yet this only led to disbelief. The following day, he found himself alone aboard a flight to Los Angeles, unaware that at that very moment, the Los Angeles Lakers official website announced the signing of the Chinese guard, Su Shu. This news did not create a stir in America, but it can be said to have detonated a media bomb in China, causing a significant uproar. Basketball fans in the country were left bewildered, as were the news outlets, all sharing a common question. Who is Su Shu? Chapter 8. Who is Su Shu? The media erupted. At the Shanghai Sports Academy, Li Fei and his companions were equally astonished by the news, staring blankly for a while, until Huang Zhong, in a daze, remarked, Do you think this Su Shu could be old Su? Lin Hai shook his head, responding, That's impossible. Although the name is rather peculiar. There must be others with the same name. Besides, we have seen old Su play over the past month. While he is indeed skilled, he is far from reaching the level required to play in the NBA. There are countless players in the country, yet none have made it to the NBA. Li Fei pondered for a moment and said, It's not entirely impossible. Remember, last night he mentioned going to play in the NBA. Do you think such coincidences exist? The three fell silent for a long while before Li Fei suggested, Why speculate so much? We can just call him and find out. He then took out his phone to make the call, only to be met with a message indicating that the phone was turned off. Ultimately, he sent Su Shu a voice message on WeChat, but after a long wait, there was still no response. Those at the school who were familiar with Su Shu could hardly connect him to the news. After all, the NBA seemed like an unattainable pinnacle for domestic players. Platforms like live broadcast and Hupu, popular among domestic fans, were abuzz with excitement. The nation had long awaited players to enter the NBA. This Su Shu was shrouded in mystery, with no information available. Indeed, if this individual, not a professional player, could enter the NBA, one might wonder how the members of the national team felt. As for whether they felt embarrassed, I cannot say, but I do know that the club, the Blue Shoes, must be feeling the sting, especially after losing to a provincial team in the Asian Championships. How could they not feel ashamed? This reflects poorly on their efforts, prompting doubts about their ability to nurture players or accusations of undermining them. Wait, did anyone notice how it felt like they were at a disadvantage when pronouncing Su Shu's name? Indeed, it is quite a peculiar name, regardless of how the discussions unfold. Two conclusions can be drawn. First, this Su Shu is unlikely to establish himself in the NBA, as no Asian guard has yet succeeded in doing so. Second, the individual who named him was rather unkind. It is not that non-fans do not support the Chinese men's basketball team, but the recent Asian Championship, held 2 months ago, has stripped away both dignity and pride, rendering it a disgrace. The Blue Shoes and various clubs have remained silent, yet those involved are undeniably disheartened, as calamities seem to descend upon them without warning. The domestic media is equally in disarray, whether it's the sports broadcasting division or online platforms. Countless leaders have issued a singular command to their subordinates: procure every piece of information on Su Shu as swiftly as possible. However, those tasked with this search have scoured the rosters of all clubs, including youth teams, only to find no trace of this individual, leaving everyone bewildered. How could there be no information on such a person? The more tenacious individuals even delved into the college league, yet still found no sign of him. Who exactly is this Su Shu? This question looms large in the minds of sports media professionals. A resident reporter in the United States received orders from headquarters to hastily acquire Su Shu's information from the Lakers. These reporters flocked to the Lakers, seeking interviews, but were met with the response that the player had yet to report for duty, making interviews impossible. However, they did glean some information. Su Shu was discovered by Kobe during the recent China Games and had successfully passed the team's tryouts. This revelation was akin to having no news at all. Yet for these reporters, any tidbit was better than nothing. And they could only request an opportunity to interview Su Shu once he reported for duty. As this information reached domestic shores, it sparked widespread debate within the basketball establishment. Yet, all this commotion had little to do with Su Shu himself. Last night, after a late night of revelry, he returned home only to find scant time for sleep before hastily preparing for his flight to America. After boarding the plane, he indulged in a delightful slumber, awakening just in time for the announcement of their impending descent. Having traveled abroad with the national youth team in a previous life, and possessing a certain independence and audacity, he felt no sense of disorientation or hesitation in this new environment. Upon exiting the terminal, he spotted the staff member holding a sign for him. After a brief exchange, he was promptly escorted to the hotel, where he was informed that he could call if he needed anything, as this individual would serve as his guide during this period. Su Shu, displaying no hesitation, made calls to Kobe, Farmar, Kupchak, and D'Antoni. Afterward, he returned a call to Li Fei and his companions, where he could hear their exuberant cheers. Over the course of 2 days, with the assistance of a guide, he secured a house not far from the training facility. Although the rent was somewhat steep, the notable advantage was the presence of a rudimentary half-court basketball area behind the house, which facilitated his training. In recent days, the online buzz surrounding Su Shu had not waned, as his photograph adorned the Lakers' official website. Following a few days of fervor, many details about him had been unearthed online. The fact that a freshman from a sports academy, not even a member of the school's basketball team, had signed with the Lakers seemed almost ludicrous. The coach of the academy's basketball team faced severe reprimand from the administration, as it became a source of ridicule that someone capable of entering the NBA could not even make the school team. Upon moving into his new residence, Su Shu lay on his bed in the evening and opened the system panel. Host: Su Shu, age 19, height 193 cm, weight 75 kg, speed 87, explosiveness 83, strength 66, jumping 80, dribbling 65, passing 53, mid-range shooting 61, three-point shooting 83, layup 44, rebounding 47, stamina 75, injury resistance 66, equipment none, growth points 658100000. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the panel, he suddenly noticed that his three-point shooting attribute had inexplicably dropped from 84 to 83. This revelation caused Su Shu to frown in confusion. How could an attribute that had been enhanced decline? Perhaps it was due to a lack of training, leading to a deterioration in his shooting touch. After all, the attribute values encompassed innate talent and training. A decline was quite ordinary. Anyone who had played basketball knew that without consistent practice, regaining one's shooting touch was nearly impossible. He resolved to see if training the next day would restore it. On October 25th, Su Shu made his way to the training center, the day of his registration. Arriving 2 hours early at the entrance, he was, however, halted. "Hey kid, who are you? A reporter? Today is not open to the media," a middle-aged black security guard stated, blocking his entry. "Buddy, I'm not a reporter. I'm a player here to register today," Su Shu replied. The guard scrutinized him with a puzzled expression. While Su Shu's height certainly resembled that of a player, his slender arms and legs made it difficult to perceive him as one. "I don't recall the Lakers having an Asian player like you," the guard remarked. Su Shu was rendered speechless. Was this truly a member of the club staff? Just days ago, a contract had been signed. Could this individual genuinely be an employee of the Lakers? It was astonishing that he displayed such indifference towards the team's affairs. Su Shu seized the opportunity to cast doubt on the security guard's true identity. The guard found himself at a loss for words, as the young man's assertions sounded rather plausible. Just as he contemplated a rebuttal, a striking Ferrari supercar pulled up at the entrance, prompting the burly guard to disregard Su Shu momentarily as he hurried to open the door. As Su Shu pondered over the identity of the individual, a sleek sports car glided to a halt beside him. The window descended, revealing none other than Kobe, adorned with sunglasses. Su Shu exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, you've arrived quite early, haven't you? What brings you here? Are you unable to enter?" Upon seeing Su Shu, Kobe's face broke into a smile. He was quite pleased with this audacious individual, who not only possessed considerable talent but also displayed an indomitable spirit by proclaiming he would outperform Farmar in a year's time. Kobe recognized this tenacity in himself. He was someone who could accept defeat, but only with the resolve to reclaim victory in the next encounter. If one wished to see him concede, they might as well be searching for an impossible door. Su Shu scratched his head, graciously considering the security guard's dignity. Haha. I was just in the midst of a conversation when you arrived. The security guard, upon hearing Su Shu's words, felt a sense of gratitude, yet he remained unperturbed. Chuckling heartily, Kobe, you know, I must admit I am not familiar with this young lad. Young man, keep striving. Once you make a name for yourself, well, no one will remain unaware of your presence. Suddenly, Su Shu experienced a shift in perception towards the imposing security guard, proactively bumping fists with him and jesting. Call me Su. Remember this day, the beginning of a legend. Haha. Chapter 9. Please call me uncle. As Su Shu followed Kobe into the locker room, he was taken aback by the sheer size and opulence of the NBA player's sanctuary. Kobe gestured towards a locker, saying, "This is your locker. All your belongings have been prepared and placed inside." Su Shu opened the locker, revealing his number 98 jersey and training attire. Without any sentimentality, he donned his training gear and accompanied Kobe to the gym. The trainers were already present in the facility. Unfortunately, Kobe was currently undergoing rehabilitation, and his trainer, Gary, the team's head trainer, was closely monitoring his progress. Upon seeing Su Shu's arrival, Gary showed no surprise, as most rookies tended to exhibit a commendable work ethic. After outlining Kobe's training regimen, he handed Su Shu a folder and said, "Su, considering your individual circumstances, it is not advisable for you to participate in games at this moment. The coaching staff has devised a tailored training program for you, which will be evaluated based on your performance to determine your potential opportunity to play." Su Shu had long been mentally prepared. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His physique remained too slender. Although he possessed remarkable speed, his ability to integrate with the ball was lacking, preventing him from fully capitalizing on his speed advantage. Furthermore, his basketball skills exhibited significant deficiencies. Aside from his three-point shooting, he had little else to showcase. One could assert that, apart from his physical attributes and three-point shooting, his current basketball skills did not measure up to the highest standards of the previous generation. Were it not for his commendable physical gifts and the pivotal role of three-point shooting within D'Antoni's system, securing a contract with the Lakers would have been exceedingly challenging. In light of Su Shu's individual circumstances, the coaching staff devised a training regimen predominantly focused on foundational skills, dribbling, shooting, strength, balance, and so forth. During a dribbling drill mandated by the trainer, Su Shu soon realized that it was far from a simple task. Dribbling training was not akin to casual play. He needed to lower his center of gravity and bend at the waist while exerting forceful control over the ball. It became evident to him that he was still considerably lacking, as neither his speed nor fluidity met the trainer's minimum standards. As Su Shu found himself thoroughly exhausted, the Lakers players began to arrive one after another. Once all the players were present, the coaching staff introduced Su Shu to the team. Regardless of whether their applause was feigned or genuine, everyone bestowed upon Su Shu a warm welcome. "Hey, Su, when we have a moment, let's continue our one-on-one. I want to see if you've made any progress," Famer said, stepping forward to embrace Su Shu. Su Shu remained speechless. "Famer, do you derive a sense of accomplishment from being able to easily overpower me?" He chuckled lightly. "Well, perhaps a little," came the nonchalant reply. "I can't be bothered with you. As I've mentioned, I'll crush you in a year," he asserted with indignation. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Su Shu. You may call me Uncle Su," he introduced himself, inwardly amused at the thought that none of them would comprehend Chinese. Once the training commenced, the Lakers players engaged in fundamental drills before progressing to tactical exercises. "Uncle, come over here. You need to train individually." The assistant coach's words sent a chill down Su Shu's spine. "Oh dear, I got a bit too carried away earlier. How could I forget about the coach? If they discover the phonetic similarity in Chinese, will they blacklist me? Coach, you may simply call me Su. You are my elder and should be addressed as such." Su Shu carefully replied to the assistant coach. Over the following days, this phrase repeatedly surfaced in conversations between Su Shu and the coaches, as well as the trainers. While training alone, Su Shu observed that NBA players, regardless of their position, possessed solid foundational skills. Take ball handling, for instance. Even the centers showcased commendable dribbling techniques, effortlessly executing intricate moves. Comparing his own dribbling, he realized that unless he regained the proficiency of his previous life, he would be outmatched. Such was the disparity. Moreover, the strategies employed by D'Antoni revolved around the run-and-gun approach, essentially revolving around merely 4 tactical concepts, Su Shu thought with a smirk. After 2 hours of team practice concluded, Su Shu had already exerted himself for 3 hours. His training attire was thoroughly drenched, and he sat on the floor, panting and allowing his body to relax, seeking to lower his heart rate. This was the original owner's innate talent. While his stamina was not exceptional, his recovery was rapid, enabling him to swiftly bring his elevated heart rate back to its normal levels after intense exertion. Famer approached him and said, "Su, how about a 3-point shooting contest? The loser treats the winner." The gleam in his eyes betrayed his confidence, knowing that Su Shu had exhausted his energy during training. Su Shu cast a glance at him, protesting, "Famer, please call me uncle. A match is fine, but merely dining together lacks excitement. How about this? If you lose, you shall take me to a nightclub." Famer disdainfully shot him a look and retorted, "All right, uncle it is. You speak as though victory is assured for you. Furthermore, you're merely a little brat. You want to be able to enter a nightclub to drink." Upon hearing Famer's words, Su Shu felt a surge of delight at being referred to as uncle, which elevated his status within the Lakers. However, he was left dumbfounded by the latter part of Famer's statement. Nevertheless, he resolutely replied, "Then you shall own me. When I reach the appropriate age, you will treat me." Famer, at a loss for words, pondered whether Su Shu had indeed cornered him. "Fine, I accept your challenge. Let the games begin. Prepare to treat me to a meal." Their conversation captured the interest of several onlookers, including Nash and Nick Young, who watched with amusement from the sidelines, munching on snacks. The format consisted of 5 points, with each point requiring 5 successful shots, akin to the competition between Su Shu and Kobe. Initially, Famer held a lead, but as the shots progressed, the repercussions of his recent training manifested in diminished stamina, resulting in a sharp decline in his shooting accuracy. In contrast, Su Shu maintained a steady shooting percentage. Upon completing the 5 points, Su Shu triumphed over Famer with a score of 21-20, winning by a single shot. Su Shu smiled radiantly like a blossoming flower, and cheerfully remarked, "Famer, remember, you owe me a night out at the bar." Nash and Nick Young, who had originally been mere spectators, were taken aback. During practice, they had perceived this Chinese player as lacking in skill, seemingly only having secured a contract through his nationality, especially given the noticeable increase in Chinese journalists over the past few days. However, the recent shooting competition had significantly altered their perception of Su Shu. His 3-point shooting was commendable. D'Antoni had also observed the contest between Su Shu and Famer. After a rigorous day of training, Su Shu engaged in additional practice, totaling 7 arduous hours. Upon returning home, he found himself utterly exhausted, his muscles aching from the grueling strength training. Lying in bed, Su Shu accessed the system panel. Physical attributes: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 66, jumping, 80, stamina, 75, injury resistance, 66, offensive skills, mid-range, 61, 3-point, 84, inside scoring, 44, technical skills, dribbling, 65, passing, 53, rebounding, 47, growth points, 6, 981,000. He noticed that his 3-point attribute, which had diminished slightly yesterday, had returned to 84, confirming his earlier hypothesis. Suddenly, Su Shu contemplated a query. If the attribute data diminishes, does it imply that as one ages, the condition of the body will inevitably decline, and subsequently, will the attribute points also follow suit? He believed the likelihood was considerable. At present, he had no means to validate his conjecture. It appeared that he could only strive diligently to train and earn growth points, preparing for the future as he aspired to become a leader. Chapter 10. The Inaugural Battle. How it became the Ambience Group. In the ensuing days, Su Shu was consistently the first to arrive at the training facility and the last to leave, exhausting himself to the point of near collapse. Yet, intermittently, he experienced enhancements in his attributes while basking in the esteemed recognition akin to that of NBA superstars. Enduring both pain and pleasure, he never contemplated the repercussions of his endeavors being discovered by the Lakers. Even if he were aware, he would still pursue it, for the temptation was too great, and the sense of accomplishment was immense. He finally unraveled the truth regarding his long-held admiration for Kobe's reputed practice of rising at 4 a.m. to train. Indeed, Kobe was industrious, and his training intensity could be deemed considerable among NBA players, yet it was far from the legendary tales that suggested he commenced at the break of dawn. Currently, Kobe was in a recovery training phase, but he still maintained a rigorous regimen, dedicating 6 hours each day to training, which was notably extensive in the NBA. In recent days, Su Shu held a press conference arranged by the team, primarily to welcome his inclusion and to address the overwhelming enthusiasm of the Chinese media. During the event, Su Shu offered only a few remarks, casually navigating through the questions, while the media were already well acquainted with his background. Their current interest lay in his situation with the Lakers, with some even inquiring about his chances of playing time in the upcoming season. Su Shu was at a loss for words. It was beyond his control. He chose not to respond and deftly shifted the conversation. On October 29, 2013, the season opener for the Los Angeles Lakers commenced at the Staples Center, where they faced off against the Los Angeles Clippers. The Lakers, having endured the off-season departures of prominent players such as Dwight Howard, found themselves devoid of star signings and with their leaders sidelined by injury. The prospects for the Lakers' performance in the new season appeared grim to most observers. The official roster of the Lakers was confirmed. Point guards, Steve Nash, Jordan Farmar. Steve Blake shooting guards, Kobe Bryant, Su Shu, Jody Meek small forwards, Wesley Johnson, Xavier Henry, Nick Young power forwards, Pau Gasol, Jordan Hill, Sean Williams centers, Robert Saker. Chris come on. Ryan Kelly in this match. Su Shu, Kelly, and Kobe were not activated, yet all were present at the venue, marking Su Shu's inaugural appearance before the Lakers fans. The game was broadcasted by 5 Princess, and when the cameras focused on Su Shu, introducing him as a newly signed player for the Lakers. The majority of viewers in the country were filled with anticipation, especially given that Chinese players had not graced the NBA court since Yi Jianlian. However, upon learning that Su Shu was listed as inactive and unable to play, a wave of skepticism emerged across various sports forums online. Critics lamented, questioning how an obscure player, who had not even participated in professional matches domestically, could possess the capability to compete in the NBA. Many speculated that the Lakers were merely capitalizing on the Chinese market. I shared a similar sentiment. It seemed implausible for a talented player to emerge out of nowhere. Detractors online were numerous, primarily due to the rarity of an Asian guard aspiring to compete in the NBA. Wasn't he Sun Yu a case in point? Yet, the distinction was there, after all. Sun Yu stood tall. Su Shu also experienced the electrifying atmosphere of an NBA game for the first time, particularly when Kobe appeared. It was nothing short of deafening, akin to a tidal wave sweeping over the crowd. Su Shu felt an exhilarating surge throughout every cell in his body, an overwhelming desire to step onto the stage and unleash his fervor. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Su, do not be anxious. You will grow accustomed to this in time. Just follow my lead. Without even glancing, Su Shu recognized the speaker as Saker. In recent days, aside from his interactions with Farmar and Kobe, he had grown quite familiar with Nick Young and Saker. Nick Young, with his past persona as a meme, always brought a sense of humor to their encounters, and his extroverted nature made him easy to engage with. Saker, like Su Shu, possessed a lively spirit. Being a rookie from the previous year, he found camaraderie with Su Shu, who was also a newcomer this year. Saker even shared insights on how to foster good relationships with the veteran players. As the least authoritative rookie on the team, he was notably more industrious than Kelly, often taking the initiative to assist the older players by carrying their bags or purchasing treats. Thus, although Su Shu had only been with the team for a short while, he was not particularly popular, yet at least no one harbored any disdain for him. When he heard Saker suggest that he follow him for a moment, he suddenly recalled his nickname, Towel Guy, as the leader of the Lakers cheer squad. Could it be that he was to be incorporated into that ensemble? The thought of himself waving a towel sent a shiver down his spine, and he could already envision the laughter that would ensue back home. Su Shu had already resolved not to behave as foolishly as Sakurai. As the game commenced, the Lakers fielded a starting lineup featuring a dual point guard formation. Point guards, Nash and Blake. Small forward, Nick Young. Power forward, Williams. Center, Gasol. The Clippers lineup consisted of point guard, Chris Paul. Shooting guard, J.J. Redick. Small forward, Jared Dudley. Power forward, Blake Griffin. Center, DeAndre Jordan. From the composition of the teams, it was evident that the Clippers had a significant advantage over the Lakers. The player who would later be hailed as the god of point guards, Paul, effortlessly outclassed the 39-year-old Nash, while the sharpshooter Redick surpassed Blake in skill. Moreover, the formidable Griffin and the defensive prowess of Jordan further amplified the disparity. Indeed, as the game unfolded, the Clippers' starting lineup seized control, excelling both inside and out, relentlessly suppressing the Lakers, particularly with Griffin and Jordan dominating the paint, leaving Gasol and Williams at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Lakers' bench proved to be vastly superior to that of the Clippers. Henry, Farmar, Meeks, Hill, and come on delivered commendable performances, trailing by only 4 points at the end of the third quarter, 79-75. Such a dazzling display invigorated the fans in attendance. After all, this was the Clippers, a championship-caliber team. The fact that this Kobe-less squad could barely withstand the Clippers was a source of joy for the supporters. Among the Lakers bench, two individuals stood out. Whenever the Lakers scored or executed a remarkable play, one could see these two fervently waving white towels, brimming with excitement, even drawing the attention of the broadcast cameras multiple times. These two were Su Shu and Sakurai. Initially, Su Shu hesitated to stand and wave his towel like Sakurai, opting instead for enthusiastic bouncing. However, as the game progressed, Su Shu found himself embracing the role of a fan, unconsciously cheering for each dazzling basket by his team, with waving the towel becoming the most exhilarating expression of his support. It was only when he realized the extent of his immersion that he thought, "Oh no, how did I become part of the atmosphere crew? Well, perhaps this isn't so bad after all." Su Shu was delighted. Yet he also became a topic of conversation among domestic fans. Have you all noticed that Su Shu seems to have been possessed by Sakurai? It is quite embarrassing for him. He feels utterly ashamed. You individuals are simply envious. Su Shu remained unfazed by the fervent discussions among domestic fans. As the third quarter concluded, he leaned towards Famer and remarked, "Famer, let us outshine Paul. After the game, I shall treat you to Chinese cuisine. What do you say?" Famer regarded him as though he were a fool, replying, "Uncle, do you think I am as foolish as you?" Su Shu suppressed a laugh and remarked, "Lacking ambition, TSK." Chapter 11. Two consecutive defeats soon. The fourth quarter commenced, with the Lakers fielding an entirely substitute lineup. From the outset, this alternative roster exhibited a remarkable performance, effortlessly sinking three-pointers as if by magic. Within 3 minutes, the Lakers surged ahead with a 10-4 mini-run. Observing the Lakers' burgeoning momentum, the Clippers hastily summoned Paul and Griffin to stabilize the situation. However, D'Antoni remained resolute, opting not to reinstate his starting players, allowing the substitutes to continue their bold endeavor. Even with the introduction of Paul and Griffin, the Lakers' offense remained unabated. Under Farmar's orchestration, the Lakers unleashed a barrage of three-pointers, executing their strategy with resounding success. The distribution of three-point scoring was impressively balanced, with every player contributing, leaving the Clippers' defense beleaguered. Ultimately, the Lakers concluded the fourth quarter with a staggering 41-24 scoring run, finishing the game with a score of 103-116, thereby securing victory on their home court. In this match, 7 Lakers players scored in double figures, achieving a commendable 14 out of 29 from beyond the arc. Their offensive strategy bore fruit, providing the fans in attendance with a veritable feast of scoring. As the game concluded, the Lakers had little time for celebration. They merely turned on the speakers in the locker room and danced exuberantly to the music. To Su Shu's astonishment, some were even dancing in the nude, prompting his internal musings of disbelief. How dare they flaunt themselves so brazenly, TSK? Once everything was tidied up, the Lakers prepared for an overnight journey to Oakland, where they would face the Golden State Warriors the following day in a back-to-back matchup. Su Shu, in a lamentable state, took a taxi home. He chose not to accompany the team for the away game, as his primary objective now is to enhance his skills as swiftly as possible. Su Shu remained undeterred. He understood that this season would undoubtedly present him with opportunities to take the court. He recalled the Los Angeles Lakers facing a plethora of injuries, though the specifics eluded him. However, 2 memorable moments lingered in his mind. Firstly, Saker remained on the court despite accumulating 6 fouls, not due to any underhanded tactics, but rather because the Lakers had no one left to substitute him, a rather unfortunate predicament. Secondly, after Come On fouled out, the bench was utterly deserted. With not a soul in sight, he simply reclined on the bench. Therefore, Su Shu was not anxious about the lack of opportunities. He was determined to seize them when they arose, necessitating a swift enhancement of his skills. That evening, Su Shu once again examined the system panel. Physical attributes: speed, 87. Explosiveness, 83. Strength, 66. Jumping ability, 80. Stamina, 75. Injury resistance, 66. Offensive skills: mid-range shooting, 62. Three-point shooting, 84. Inside scoring, 50. Technical skills: dribbling, 67. Passing, 57. Rebounding, 53. Through diligent training and scientific methods during this period, his attribute values had indeed seen an increase. Dribbling 2, mid-range shooting 2, inside scoring 6, rebounding 6, passing 4. However, despite his extensive practice of three-point shooting, there had been no increase in that attribute whatsoever. Given his innate talent, he endeavored to avoid a sudden spike in attribute points. Otherwise, future enhancements would rely solely on attribute points, making it exceedingly challenging to achieve improvements through personal training alone. Su Shu felt that the current technology was nearing the level of the previous generation. However, he believed that the innate talent of the original owner's body surpassed that of his past life. With training, it was likely that he could excel beyond his previous self. After witnessing the allure of the NBA courts, he began to train with increased fervor the following day. The hours spent in the training facility escalated beyond the previous 7. And aside from meals and sleep, nearly every moment was devoted to practice, amounting to at least 10 hours each day. The coaching staff was taken aback, concerned that his body might not withstand such intensity, but upon observing his swift recovery, they allowed him to continue his rigorous training. Meanwhile, the Lakers in Oakland were facing dire straits. D'Antoni scrutinized the report from the team doctor regarding Nash, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. "Are you saying Nash is experiencing back discomfort and is unfit to play?" he inquired of the physician. "Indeed," the doctor replied. "As you know, he is already 39. He has yet to recover from last night's exertion, and it would be unwise for him to participate in tonight's game, as it poses a significant risk of injury." D'Antoni rubbed his temples, responding wearily, "All right, understood. Please continue to monitor the situation." That evening, the Lakers faced the Warriors on the road. Despite the absence of both Kobe and Nash, the Lakers had 7 players scoring in double digits, yet the entire offensive and defensive structure collapsed. Under Thompson's relentless assault, the team surrendered in the third quarter, ultimately losing by 31 points with a score of 94-125. On November 1st, back on their home court, the Lakers contended with the Spurs, who were missing Duncan. Fans anticipated a dominant performance against San Antonio, but reality proved disappointing. The Spurs, despite lacking Duncan, thrived with Parker and Ginobili both exceeding 20 points. After being subdued in the first quarter, they flipped the narrative in the latter 3 quarters, triumphing 91-85. Gasol's commendable 20 points could not secure victory for the Lakers, as Nash's performance faltered, hitting only 1 of 8 attempts for a total of 5 points and 5 assists. The Lakers now faced 2 consecutive losses, with the players' performances fluctuating erratically, one game strong, the next week, leading to an overwhelming sense of longing for the injured Kobe among the public. Media speculation arose regarding whether the Lakers would be able to reach the playoffs this season. Su Shu's diligence captured the admiration of Kobe, who was undergoing rehabilitation training. The training was monotonous, yet Su Shu found immense pleasure in it, as he could visibly witness his progress. He learned exceptionally quickly, possibly due to the fusion of the 2 souls after his transmigration, which enhanced his learning capacity, a realization he derived from his readings. In addition to fundamental skill training, Su Shu engaged in one-on-one matches with Kobe. This time, it was a genuine contest, although Kobe could not exert his full strength. He still managed to dominate Su Shu mercilessly. After yet another daily ritual, following Kobe's overwhelming victory, Su Shu sprawled on the ground in a rather undignified manner. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kobe looked down at Su Shu and remarked, "Your physical resilience is still lacking, with a mere shift of my weight. You lose your defensive position." "Boss, I can't help it. I've been eating a lot already," Su Shu replied. Kobe frowned and said, "Come on. Let's do another set of strength training. You can't gain weight overnight, but you can enhance your core strength. Just look at Curry. He is as slender as you, yet possesses significantly greater strength." "No way, boss. Have mercy on me. I'm still just a kid." Su Shu let out a cry of despair, unwilling to rise from the ground. Yet, under Kobe's unwavering gaze, he reluctantly joined in the strength training exercises. Typically, Kobe could be quite approachable, but on the training court, he was utterly serious. He was unconcerned with one's innate talent, but rather, he feared a lack of effort. The reason for Saker's endearment to Kobe lay in his ability to navigate the dynamics of the team, coupled with his relentless work ethic. As Su Shu remarked, his diligence was nearly comparable to that of his own. What Su Shu did not realize was that the corner of Kobe's mouth had unconsciously curved into a smile. Chapter 12. The wings of the stirring butterfly. Throughout the month of November, in Kobe's absence, Nash's performance was sporadic, nonetheless. The Lakers achieved a record of 9 wins and 8 losses, securing the 9th position in the Western Conference and maintaining their playoff aspirations. The media and fans did not hold Mike D'Antoni in excessive contempt. Given the current roster, they believed he had effectively fulfilled his responsibilities. Moreover, with Kobe's return officially confirmed for December 8th, there was a renewed sense of hope that the Lakers could sustain their playoff chances. Even though Kobe was making his comeback from an Achilles tendon rupture, fans placed their unwavering trust in him. After all, he was Kobe. Throughout this month, Su Shu remained immersed in the training facility, having not entered the active roster. He faced light-hearted jabs from both American and Chinese media, who teased that his inclusion in the Lakers was merely due to his nationality. Su Shu did not respond to such remarks. His current skills have reached the pinnacle of his physical endowment. In the words of Kobe, "Uncle, if it weren't for your impeccable three-point shooting, your level would merely be that of the NCAA." The past month for Su Shu has been fraught with hardship. Not due to the grueling weight training aimed at gaining mass, nor from the relentless torment inflicted by Kobe, nor even from the incessant tales spun by that rascal Farmar about the scantily clad beauties in nightclubs. Rather, his suffering stemmed from the daily struggle of consuming meals. The nutritional regimen provided by the team was nearly inedible: boiled chicken breast, eggs, and the like. He now finds himself yearning for the rich flavors and aromas of traditional Chinese cuisine. However, effort begets reward. In the span of a month, he has gained 4 kilograms of muscle, bringing his weight to 79 kilograms, making him appear hardly smaller than Farmar. His three-point shooting percentage has significantly eclipsed that of his mid-range game, leading him to devote additional practice to three-point shooting after completing the training regimen set by the coaching staff, with a particular focus on long-range attempts. Consequently, his development has surpassed his expectations. Nonetheless, he realizes that his attributes have reached their peak, having attained the limits of his innate talent. Physical attributes: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 68, jumping, 80, stamina, 76, injury resistance, 67, offensive skills, mid-range, 62, three-point, 84, inside scoring, 50, technical skills, dribbling, 68, passing, 60, rebounding, 53. Amidst the suffering, there have been moments of joy, not from romantic conquests, but from receiving his salary. He was paid twice, totaling over $40,000. Although it should have been just once, he had opted for an advance, and after deductions, around $20,000 remained. He promptly sent $20,000 home, as his family, while comfortably off, still faced mortgage payments and financial constraints. His father had provided nearly half of his savings to support him in America, and now that he has been compensated, he feels compelled to repay their kindness. On December 1st, the Lakers faced off against the third-ranked team in the West, the Trail Blazers, whose record stood at 13 wins and 3 losses, and the Lakers suffered a predictable defeat, 114-98. Losses are not inherently alarming. However, what is distressing is that shortly after the game commenced, Nash exited due to injury and did not return, while Farmar, who had barely been on the court for a minute, also twisted his ankle and was unable to continue. This left Su Shu, the deputy leader of the Atmosphere team, in shock. In his recollection, Nash seemed to have sustained his season-ending injury within the first month, yet now, in December, he fell in the same game alongside Farmar. The damn butterfly has finally flapped its wings, and everything has changed. Post-game, Nash underwent examination and was declared out for the season. This devastating news struck the Lakers fan base like a bolt from the blue. Even at the age of 39, Nash remained the captain of this beleaguered ship. Barkley boldly proclaimed that the Lakers would not reach the playoffs, a sentiment that provoked a fierce rebuttal from Kobe, who stated in a media interview, "Oh, Barkley says we can't make the playoffs? I have no opinion on that. The Lakers will reach the playoffs, for I am still here." Kobe's declaration elicited cheers from Lakers fans, who rallied in support online. The Lakers' next game is scheduled for 5 days later, on December 6th, when they will face the Kings on their home turf, allowing the team ample time for recuperation. D'Antoni granted everyone a 2-day respite. Yet he arrived at the training facility early the following morning. While the players could enjoy their break, he could not. Nash's season-ending injury significantly impacted his tactical arrangements, and today he aimed to collaborate with the coaching staff to devise a solution. As he entered the office area, he heard the unmistakable sound of a basketball bouncing on the court. Wasn't today supposed to be a day off for them? Curiosity piqued. D'Antoni strolled toward the court and peered through the open door, catching sight of the shirtless Su Shu practicing three-point shots. Judging by his physique, he appeared considerably more robust than during his time in Shanghai. With a rhythm of swish, 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 D'Antoni observed that Su Shu's three-point shooting remained as accurate as ever. Just as he contemplated leaving, he was taken aback to see Su Shu shooting from 1 or 2 steps beyond the three-point line, with a remarkably high success rate, which brightened his eyes. Upon returning to his office, he called Gary to come by. Shortly thereafter, Gary arrived at D'Antoni's office. "Vidi, how is Su's training progressing? Is he meeting the requirements for gameplay?" Su had undergone rigorous training over the past month, achieving significant progress. However, at this stage, he could only be classified as a player with a singular skill set, primarily as a shooter. Throughout the month, Su Shu had been engaged in individual training sessions. While a trainer provided regular updates, D'Antoni still felt insufficiently informed about the extent of Su Shu's advancements. Su Shu practiced tirelessly until he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the floor to rest. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, inverted. As he discerned the identity of the visitor, he hastily scrambled to his feet. "Coach, what brings you here? Aren't you on vacation?" "Ah, Su, did you not come as well?" Su Shu scratched his head and said, "Hee. I am not as fatigued as you. I am brimming with energy and do not require a break." "Oh, is that so? Perhaps you will not possess such vitality in the future," came the reply as a folder was handed to Su Shu. "You have engaged in relatively few tactical drills with the team. Take this and review it to prepare yourself." With that, the speaker turned and departed. Confused, Su Shu opened the folder to find it filled with tactics, and in an instant, he felt a surge of excitement as he comprehended D'Antoni's intentions. "Oh yeah, I have finally awaited this." Chapter 13. An alternative possibility. After 2 days of respite, the Lakers returned to the training facility, their spirits considerably elevated. However, the number of individuals able to participate in the training was dismally low. With Su Shu included, there were exactly 10 players, barely sufficient for a practice match. Why was it deemed barely sufficient? Given Su Shu's height, playing as a point guard is quite suitable, while as a shooting guard, he seems somewhat diminutive. However, due to his technical shortcomings, Coach D'Antoni prefers to position him as a shooting guard, allowing him to take three-point shots at certain moments. Consequently, the team currently has only Blake as the sole legitimate point guard, alongside 2 shooting guards, Mixes and Henry. Among them, Mixes has showcased remarkable performance since the season commenced, averaging 15.1 points per game, making him the second highest scorer on the team after Gasol. Before Kobe's return, he secured a stable position as the starting shooting guard. D'Antoni designated Henry as the backup point guard and positioned Su Shu at the shooting guard slot. Although Henry stands 5 centimeters taller than Su Shu at 198 centimeters, his ball handling skills surpassed those of Su Shu. In the training match, the primary lineup consisted of Blake, Mixes, Johnson, Gasol, and Saker, while the substitutes included Henry, Su Shu, Nick Young, Williams, and Hill. As the training match commenced, Hill from the substitute team seized the possession. Upon receiving the ball, Henry noticed the others sprinting towards the court. D'Antoni's team, known for its fast-paced offensive strategy, accelerates the tempo of both offense and defense. If opportunities are lacking, they resort to pick and rolls or search for the point guard to shoot, striving to attack the basket within 7 seconds. The essence of this fast-paced strategy revolves around the point guard. Under D'Antoni's guidance, few point guards fail to deliver commendable statistics. Last year, Jeremy Lin, on the brink of being cut, transformed into a sensation under D'Antoni, but after departing from his tutelage, his performance deteriorated, leading to his eventual disappearance from the NBA. Henry swiftly advanced to the front court, with Su Shu and Nick Young flanking him like arrows, penetrating the left and right sides, while Hill and Williams surged towards the paint. However, the starting team was well prepared, denying the substitute point guard any opportunities. After calling for a pick and roll, Henry broke to the left, with Williams blocking Blake behind him, compelling Mixes to assist in defense. Rather than forcing a breakthrough, Henry opted to pass the ball to Su Shu, positioned near the 45-degree angle, whose three-point shooting accuracy was well known among the players. Gasol rushed fiercely towards him, attempting to intimidate Su Shu with his aggressive demeanor, a tactic often effective against a rookie. At this moment, Su Shu faced 2 choices. One was to shoot over Gasol. Though it was uncertain if he would be blocked, the interference could adversely affect his shooting percentage. The alternative was to pass, either via a bounce pass or an alley-oop. The bounce pass was the safer option. An alley-oop, however, required precise control over the angle, force, height of the pass, and an estimation of his teammates' jumping ability, making it inherently more prone to errors. Su Shu, devoid of any desire for personal glory, simply pushed the ball upward toward the hoop. However, As soon as the ball left his hands, a pang of concern struck him. It felt as though he had exerted too much force, causing its trajectory to veer off course. Hill, who had already positioned himself beneath the basket, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the approaching ball. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air, envisioning the most stylish and commanding dunk he could perform. Yet, gradually, Hill's expression soured. The ball's arc was misaligned, and he realized that catching it would be a daunting task. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. Stretching out his hand in an attempt to reach the ball, he managed only to graze it with his fingertips, lacking the control to secure it, and ultimately, the ball sailed out of bounds. As he retreated on defense, Hill gave Su Shu a thumbs up and remarked, "Uncle, that was a decent pass, albeit a tad too strong. Next time, just dial it back a bit." It was amusing to receive such a title despite his blunder, but he retorted, "Hey Hill, I thought you'd be able to catch that. After all, you share the name Jordan." Hill's face darkened, a torrent of expletives racing through his mind. His name was Jordan Hill, distinctly different, and he pondered the absurdity of assuming that every individual named Jordan possessed the same aerial prowess as Michael Jordan. Were it not for Su Shu's diligent nature and amiable character, along with his familiarity with everyone, Hill might have lost his temper. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the young man's life difficult after practice, insisting that he carry his bags, which would conveniently contain a couple of bricks. Su Shu remained unaware of the burden his incessant chatter imposed upon him. Had he been privy to Hill's thoughts, a torrent of commendations would undoubtedly have flowed forth. For our Su possesses both adaptability and resilience. Standing at the sidelines with assistant coach Johnny Davis, D'Antoni nodded and then shook his head, remarking, "Su's court vision is commendable, yet his passing still leaves much to be desired." Johnny Davis replied, "Indeed, he has been diligently working on his passing skills and has improved significantly since his arrival. This lad could potentially be developed as a point guard." The speaker's words were casual, but the listener took them to heart. D'Antoni envisioned a scenario where Su Shu swiftly advanced into the front court, then elevated for a three-pointer, calling for a pick and roll before delivering a discreet bounce pass to the cutting Gasol. Davis, put in some effort and devise a passing training regimen for Su, he instructed. Davis paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. "Sure, leave it to me." As the game continued, the starting lineup held the upper hand. Under Blake's orchestration, Mix and Gasol proved to be formidable, and Mix, whom Su was tasked to guard, posed a significant challenge. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing an imposing 95 kilograms. Mix frequently overpowered Su, exploiting his physical advantage to score with brute force, even though Su had often defended against Kobe. D'Antoni furrowed his brow at the sight, shaking his head. Despite his unwavering philosophy of prioritizing offense, he did not overlook the importance of defense. Su's defensive skills remained lacking, which could prove detrimental against shooting guards. Su Shu excelled in the match, sinking 2 three-pointers and executing numerous exquisite passes, which prompted Coach D'Antoni to nod in approval and reconsider his future strategies involving Su. D'Antoni called a timeout and subsequently summoned Kobe to the court, substituting him for Mix. Mix was then moved to the bench to replace Henry. In just a few days, Kobe was set to return, and his current physical condition permitted him to participate in 5-on-5 practice sessions, allowing him to acclimate perfectly. "Su, you will take on the primary ball-handling duties," he instructed. Su Shu, undeterred by the moment, advanced into the front court, without an opportunity for a fast break. He hesitated to make a daring drive, knowing his ball-handling skills were merely adequate for ball protection, although Blake lacked both speed and strength compared to him. Penetrating the defense was still a formidable challenge. He called for a screen from Williams, and as Saker struggled to keep pace with him, Su Shu surged into the paint. Just as Gasol was closing in for a defensive stop, he made a pass. It was not directed to Hill, who had been left open by Gasol, for his peripheral vision had already detected Johnson's impending defense. With a slight tremor of his hand, he instead delivered the ball to the unmarked Nick Young. This pass was sufficiently precise, granting Young ample time to adjust. With a swift motion, he launched a three-pointer, which found its mark, eliciting his signature sunny smile. On the sidelines, D'Antoni nodded in approval. Throughout the scrimmage, Su Shu's performance as a point guard elicited mixed feelings in D'Antoni. His vision was commendable, his three-point shooting accurate, and his speed impressive. However, these attributes were accompanied by mediocre ball handling, average passing accuracy, a lackluster finishing ability around the rim, and, most critically, a dearth of experience. 2 days later, Su Shu and the Lakers traveled to Sacramento to face the Kings. On December 6th, as the Lakers prepared to battle the Kings, Su Shu was finally released from the inactive list. In the locker room, he lovingly touched the fabric of his number 98 jersey before donning it. Buoyed by the training of the past few days, he felt confident that he would earn playing time that day. Chapter 14. Did the script get mixed up? As Su Shu joined his teammates for warm-ups, he caught sight of the Kings players on the opposite court, with one standing out distinctly, his cousin, DeMarcus Cousins. His physical prowess was indeed exceptional as he showcased his skills, leaving Su Shu momentarily speechless, thinking, "What are you, a grade schooler?" Since the 2005 to 2006 season, the Kings had not reached the playoffs, and Su Shu recalled that upon his arrival, they had already endured a dismal 16 consecutive years without postseason contention, a notorious reputation as a bottom feeder in the league. The once revered Princeton offense had swept through the league, and had it not been for the league's double standards, they might have claimed a championship. The legendary roster featuring Weber, Bibby, Divac, and Stojakovic was a force to be reckoned with, while the current Kings core revolved around Cousins, the 5th overall pick from the 2010 draft. In just 3 years within the league, Cousins had already established averages of 22 points and 11 rebounds per game. He was not a traditional center. Although physically imposing, he was not limited to low-post isolation plays, but instead thrived on face-up offense. His speed may not have been remarkable, yet he possessed a comprehensive skill set, complemented by his robust physique, allowing him to dominate in the post while also exhibiting impressive playmaking ability, rendering him a formidable weapon in the league, with the potential to become the premier center in the future. However, the Kings had struggled this season, boasting a dismal record of 4 wins and 12 losses, placing them second to last in the Western Conference. This predicament was not difficult to comprehend. The current Kings lacked a winning culture. While it was clear that Cousins possessed significant talent, designating him as the core leader was a grave misjudgment. His volatile temperament led to conflicts with coaches and management, unafraid of repercussions, resulting in numerous technical fouls. He had taken up the mantle once held by the fiery Wallace, attracting various labels from the media. In a previous life, Su Shu had admired Cousins, believing that his forthrightness and authenticity were not signs of low emotional intelligence, but rather a genuine approach to life, especially during his tenure with the Kings, where Cousins truly shone as a lethal force. The Kings were in negotiations to trade Rudy Gay, and Su Shu was certain the deal would materialize. Gay was a player who could contribute significantly on both ends of the court, yet he lacked the essence of a leader. Thus, it was no surprise that the Kings had remained absent from the playoffs. In this matchup, the Kings roster included several players familiar to Chinese fans, including Cousins and the diminutive yet formidable Isaiah Thomas, alongside this year's 7th overall pick, Ben McLemore, who had made a name for himself during his time with the Rockets. This game was being broadcast in China, with veteran commentators Yang Jian and Zhang Weiping providing insight. The Lakers were currently plagued by injuries, and Su Shu, having been signed by the Lakers this year, found himself on the bench. Which team holds the greater chance of victory? Zhang inquired. How to articulate this? The Lakers currently find themselves in a challenging predicament, yet the Kings are not particularly formidable, suggesting that the Lakers possess a slight advantage. As for the young player, Su, I have yet to witness his performance, thus rendering me unable to make predictions. However, being signed by the Lakers undoubtedly signifies his unique qualities. Mr. Zhang Weiping remains skeptical about Su Shu's chances for playtime, even opting to refer to him simply as Little Su, while Yang Jian casts a resentful glance at Mr. Zhang. Meanwhile, at the Su household in Shanghai, Su's parents have taken time off to watch the game, as their son called yesterday to inform them he would likely take the court today, a matter of utmost importance to them. Come on, old Su, the match is about to begin. Why the rush? It hasn't even started yet. Humph. I wonder who was more anxious just a moment ago. The online forums are abuzz with chatter. Ah, Little Su has finally been activated, unlike Sun Yu, who didn't TC action for an entire month. I mentioned before that the Lakers are keen on the Chinese market, treating Little Su as a mascot. Have some decency. At least he is currently raking in substantial earnings. Just a timid inquiry. Are you referring to Little Su? Is that Su Shu? The fool upstairs. Diagnosis complete. Unbelievable. There are still those willing to lower themselves. A certain novice, seated before his computer, seethes with indignation at the relentless mockery directed his way, exclaiming, "Curse Su Shu! I mean, Little Su. Yes, Little Su." Meanwhile, seated on the bench, Su Shu suddenly sneezes, rubbing his nose and murmuring to himself, "Why do I feel a chill? Is there a beautiful lady thinking of me? What Su Shu remained oblivious to was that domestic netizens not only harbored doubts about him, but had also united in a collective front, referring to him as Little Su. The starting lineup for the Lakers included point guard Blake, shooting guard Meeks, small forward Johnson, power forward Gasol, and center Saker. The Kings' starting lineup comprised point guard Vasquez, shooting guard Macklemore, small forward Derek Williams, power forward Jason Thompson, and center Cousins. Due to injury, Gay was unable to participate in this match. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the game, Saker surprisingly won the jump against Jason Thompson. Blake passed the ball to Gasol in the paint, whose defender, Thompson, was slender and unable to keep pace with Gasol's defensive movements. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol executed a swift turn and maneuvered past Thompson, who committed a foul during Gasol's layup attempt, resulting in 2 free throws. Gasol converted both shots, putting the Lakers ahead at 2-0. Turning back, Derek Williams, the second overall pick from 11 years ago, acquired from the Huskies just 2 weeks prior, aggressively attacked Johnson and drew a shooting foul, successfully making both free throws to level the score at 2-2. In the next 5 minutes, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded as both the Lakers and Kings coincidentally focused their offensive strategies on the interior, resulting in fouls, whistles, and free throws, with each team attempting only a solitary three-pointer. Even more strangely, during this period, Cousins was minimally involved in the offense, taking only 1 shot, which allowed the Lakers to lead by 7 points at 14-7, prompting the Kings to call a timeout. The Kings' offense revolved around Cousins, who, whether attacking from the perimeter, engaging in low-post isolation, or facilitating plays, exhibited a style reminiscent of the future player known as Yao. However, his basketball IQ and passing skills were slightly inferior, and currently, he struggled to unlock those aspects of his game, making it challenging to avoid falling behind. During this stretch, Gasol shone brightly, scoring 6 points from a single attempt, reminiscent of his past glory, demonstrating resilience that could be likened to a future master in the sport. Su Shu was utterly astounded. Could it be that the script had been misplaced? Is this truly D'Antoni as the head coach, leading a Lakers team besieged by injuries? Is this the caliber of play exhibited by those who dare to challenge the league's foremost center? Su Shu had once envisioned himself as a hero, dreaming of becoming the celestial savior during the team's struggles, overpowering Cousins and shining as the brightest presence on the court. However, it appeared that such aspirations had been dashed. Just moments ago, D'Antoni had been frowning intently at the game, showing no signs of joy despite the lead. The style of offense on display was not what he desired. He preferred a strategy centered around the paint, which was not the Lakers' strong suit at present. Cousins could not possibly maintain his current form throughout the entire match. And once he regained his momentum, the Lakers' interior defense would be utterly incapable of containing him. Chapter 15. Should we even pretend? When the players returned to the bench, D'Antoni took the tactical board and illustrated a series of strategies, saying, "Gentlemen, you performed admirably just now, exhibiting great tenacity. However, I now require you to accelerate. The speed of Cousins and Jason Thompson is an advantage we must exploit, and then, like this and that," he concluded, "Yang, you will replace Saker." Casting a glance at Su Shu and Henry, he added, "Henry, you will substitute for Mixes." When D'Antoni turned his gaze towards Su Shu, he anticipated being called upon to enter the game, yet he felt no dismay, his eyes still gleaming with determination. D'Antoni nodded in satisfaction. Su's spirit remained commendable. Upon resuming the game, the Kings introduced Isaiah Thomas, who immediately took charge of the offense, showcasing all his skills and relentlessly attacking the Lakers' basket, with Thomas also contributing to the score. In contrast, after Nick Young's entry into the game, the Lakers experienced a slight uptick in both offensive and defensive pace. Within a mere 3 minutes, Blake and Nick Young had attempted 3 three-pointers, though none found their mark. Over 8 minutes into the first quarter, the Lakers had managed only a single three-pointer from Mixes. The score rapidly tightened. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Thomas sped past Blake for a layup, narrowing the gap to 22-21, with the Lakers clinging to a slim lead. "Now that's good basketball," remarked Zhang Weiping from the broadcast studio, echoing his famous adage. "Su, you're in, replace Blake, and focus on defending Thomas. If you find an open three-point opportunity, take it decisively." In that moment, Su Shu felt that D'Antoni's words were the most melodious he had ever heard. "Yes, coach." As Su Shu removed his training attire and stepped onto the court, the spectators and Kings players were momentarily bewildered, questioning, "Who is this Asian kid?" This season has been rather uneventful. Upon witnessing Su Shu's substitution for Blake, Little Thomas smirked, his eyes brimming with disdain. Although Thomas was selected 60th overall by the Kings in the 2011 draft, he harbored no doubts about his capabilities. Believing himself superior to any player in this draft class, even Bennett, that fool, who managed to be the first overall pick. After 2 years of relentless struggle, this season marked his breakout, averaging an impressive 23 points and 6.3 assists per game, making him the most remarkable player statistically from the 2011 class. The Lakers made a substitution, and lo and behold, Su Shu, the young player from our country who signed with the Lakers this season, has taken the court. In the broadcasting booth, Yang Jian expressed his excitement. Since the Emperor Yi returned to play domestically, it has been a year since a Chinese player graced the NBA courts. And now, a guard is stepping onto the floor. As a longtime NBA commentator, how could he contain his enthusiasm? Little Su is on the court. He should play boldly, as the Lakers lack depth. Zhang Weiping's face also broke into a wide grin, his wrinkles deepening with joy. Old Su, Little Shu is on the court. What are you yelling about? I see it too. The online community erupted in response. Is it true that Su Shu can actually play? He must be lucky. Haven't you seen that the Lakers are without a point guard? Why not try your luck on the road and play in the NBA? Rather than just sitting there sulking? Regardless, I wish Su Shu all the best. TCH, as long as he doesn't embarrass himself. Let us hope he doesn't get blown out. As Su Shu stepped onto the court, he was exhilarated. His dream had finally come true, and his blood raced with anticipation. He'll pass the ball to Su Shu, and as he grasped it, he composed himself, fully aware of his responsibilities. Noticing little Thomas standing casually at the three-point line. Exuding an air of nonchalance, it was evident that he did not regard Su Shu highly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Shu's eyes as he took 2 steps forward. When he was about a meter away from the three-point line, little Thomas finally lowered his center of gravity slightly to prevent Su Shu's breakthrough. However, suddenly, Su Shu rose directly before him, leaving little Thomas momentarily stunned. Was he really attempting a shot from such a distance? Was this rookie overly anxious? He could hardly be bothered to jump up and contest the shot. Little Thomas's defensive approach was not problematic in this era, as defenders typically positioned themselves right on the three-point line when guarding against outside shots. Unexpectedly, Su Shu attempted a three-pointer from a distance of 1 meter beyond the arc, leaving everyone present and those watching the broadcast momentarily stunned. After taking the shot, Su Shu found himself in a state of inner conflict, torn between the temptation to show off and the urge to emulate the legendary arenas. Who would have celebrated such a moment? This flamboyant gesture, popularized by the young prodigy Curry, was originally executed by Arenas during his iconic game-winning shot against the Jazz in 2007. Ultimately, Su Shu refrained from such ostentation, recognizing his status as a novice. Wary of drawing unwanted attention. Could it be that Su Shu was overly anxious, attempting a shot from such a distance? It seems he feared missing out on an opportunity to shoot and being substituted, prompting him to indulge himself first. Standing on the sidelines, D'Antoni wore a grim expression. Although he had witnessed Su Shu practice from this range, this was a game. He took a couple of steps forward, spreading his hands in a gesture of discontent. In the broadcast booth, Zhang Weiping exclaimed, "Oh dear, young Su is too hasty. This approach is unreasonable. It should." Just as everyone doubted Su Shu's ability to score, the basketball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. The score read 25-21. D'Antoni, hands raised in disbelief, found the words he intended to voice stifled by the unexpected splash of success, leading him to cough at the sidelines. What a shot. That is how it's done, little Su. Excellent work. Just after criticizing the shot's rationale, Zhang unexpectedly uttered words that left Yang Jian in astonishment. Su Shu's goal elicited an uncontrollable grin from old Su, who repeatedly exclaimed, "No doubt, he is my offspring, born of my blood." However, Su's mother was not amused by old Su's remark. "What do you mean, born of you? He is my child." The audacity of it all was quite astonishing. Could he truly score like that? It seemed that Su Shu possessed some remarkable skill. After regaining his composure, D'Antoni gazed in disbelief at Su Shu, who walked past him, and helplessly called out, "Su, steady now, steady." "Understood, coach," Su Shu replied obediently, though whether he would truly heed the advice remained uncertain. Little Thomas wore a grim expression. Feeling utterly humiliated by being outplayed by a Chinese lad in front of so many witnesses, he vowed to make Su Shu pay for this indignity. Chapter 16. The villain falls victim to his own words. Fueled by fury, little Thomas brought the ball to the front court. with Su Shu meeting him at the three-point line. Lowering his center of gravity, little Thomas sneered, "Asian kid, you have successfully provoked me. Prepare for me to annihilate you. I am Su Shu, hailing from China. Come on, little Thomas, show me how you intend to dismantle me. If you have the guts, shoot a three-pointer. I won't defend against you," Su Shu retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Little Thomas was at a loss for words. Why must he be referred to as little? It only served to infuriate him further. Nevertheless, he refused to be baited. His three-point shooting was commendable, though he knew it was not the most effective means to counter Su Shu. As he assessed the situation, he devised a plan to dominate the young Chinese player. He signaled for a one-on-one play, prompting his teammates on the Kings to shift to the weak side, thereby creating space for little Thomas. He executed a feint before using his speed to drive past Su Shu. In the realm of the NBA, breakthroughs are not as dazzling as those seen on street courts. They rely on the simplest and most effective techniques. This held true, except for Kyrie Irving, the Cavaliers' core player who had only been in the league for 2 years. Yet even Irving's moves were not as flashy as those of street ballers. Su Shu had long been prepared. Yet the speed of little Thomas was simply too swift for him to intercept. He leaned in with his body, attempting to decelerate little Thomas's momentum. However, upon collision, the immense force caused a sharp pain in Su Shu's chest, propelling him backward and failing to mitigate the speed. In truth, little Thomas was also a formidable player among defenders. Standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 85 kilograms, he possessed a physicality that was impressive. In contrast, Su Shu, at 193 centimeters, weighed only 79 kilograms. Aside from his height, little Thomas's physical attributes were exceptional. His speed was remarkable, and his strength was unparalleled. During the rookie physical tests, he achieved 13 repetitions of the bench press at 84 kilograms, a feat few rookies could match, and his vertical leap reached an astounding 102 centimeters. Nevertheless, Su Shu did not relent. He trailed closely behind little Thomas, maintaining pressure on him. Although his speed is somewhat inferior to that of the diminutive Thomas, his long legs allow him to cover the ground with strides that surpass Thomas's 2 steps in a single bound. Observing the fierce confrontations between the Cavaliers and the Warriors over the past few years, one could see the elementary schooler, Ku Tiantian, pushing Kevin Love to the brink of despair, with the consensus being that Love was notoriously slow. However, this merely pertains to lateral movement. In terms of sprinting speed, both players are on par, as evidenced by their identical times of 3:28 seconds in the 34-meter dash during the rookie physical assessments. Thomas's extraordinary quickness rendered Hill, who was attempting to close in for defense, ineffective, prompting him to slow his pace. As Thomas surged forward, he took 2 giant strides before forcefully propelling himself off the ground. With the ball firmly in his hands, he prepared for a slam dunk. Envisioning the euphoric cheers of the home crowd, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, just as the basketball was about to descend into the hoop, the smile on Thomas's face abruptly morphed into one of shock as a yellow hand swiped in from the side. A resounding smack echoed through the arena as Su Shu expertly swatted the ball out of bounds, his body colliding with Thomas, causing the latter to lose his balance and tumble to the floor. Meanwhile, Su Shu landed firmly on his feet, choosing not to acknowledge Thomas but rather letting out a triumphant roar, flexing his biceps to display his strength. The Lakers players on the court rushed over in excitement to congratulate Su Shu. On the bench, the entire team leapt to their feet, with Saker exuberantly sprinting to the baseline, dancing with unrestrained glee, seizing the spotlight for himself. Positioned at the Kings' offensive half, Su Shu observed Saker's antics with bemusement, thinking to himself how this fool could steal his moment of glory, considering how hard he had worked for this opportunity. A hush fell over the crowd, which was soon replaced by a chorus of boos, as the spectators realized the referee had not called a foul against Su Shu. They believed the Asian player's block resulted from his collision with Thomas. The boos were directed at Su Shu as well, perceived as a provocation with his display of muscular prowess. What a magnificent play. A clean block without any foul. This is how it's done. Young Su's defense is exceptional, exclaimed Zhang Weiping passionately. Indeed, it was an impressive play. The block occurred before any physical contact, so the referee's non-call was justified. This moment showcased Su Shu's physical gifts, his height, long reach, and impressive vertical leap. Yang Jian added. The online discussions were even more animated. Brothers, I feel like I've been proven wrong. Who told me that Su Shu's skills were lacking? Is this what you call inadequate? Within a minute, he scored a three-pointer and made a block. P.S. Truly remarkable. I wonder if there's any player domestically who can match this level? Forget it. That three-pointer was from such a distance that local players struggle even with free throws. I declare, I am now a fan of Comrade Su Shu. The referee did not overturn the decision, but instead awarded the Kings a baseline throw-in. This time, Thomas refrained from recklessly challenging Su. Having realized in the previous play that Su's speed was not significantly inferior to his own, and his wingspan provided considerable defensive coverage, compensating for Thomas's relative lack of strength. He signaled for Chuck Hayes to set a screen, and as Su collided with this formidable substitute for the former giant Yao Ming, Thomas seized the opportunity to maneuver around Hayes, executing a mid-range jump shot that found its mark. 25-23 Su Shu shook his head, acknowledging that his ability to conceal himself was still rather inadequate. It was not merely a matter of strength, rather, his grasp of timing and spatial awareness was lacking, both of which stemmed from experience. As the Lakers launched their offensive, this time, Thomas did not grant Su Shu any space to attempt a three-pointer, marking him tightly beyond half-court. Su Shu refrained from engaging in a struggle with him, observing Thomas closing in. He swiftly passed the ball to Henry and then dashed towards the baseline. Thomas, wary of leaving him unguarded, followed closely, chiding, "Kid, you're a coward. Too afraid to face my defense. You won't score even 10 points today, kid." Just as Thomas continued his verbal jabs, Su Shu abruptly halted, prompting Thomas to do the same. However, before Thomas could regain his balance, Su Shu accelerated, swiftly darting along the baseline. Distracted, Thomas fell a step behind Su Shu. Upon receiving the ball from Su Shu, Henry attempted a quick jump shot, which missed. Hill, overpowering Patrick Patterson, secured the offensive rebound. Yet, with no opportunity for a second attack, he was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, until he spotted Su Shu gliding in from the baseline. With a deft bounce pass, he delivered the ball to Su Shu. Without hesitation, Su Shu launched a three-point shot, although Thomas leaped to obstruct. He was a moment too late, and, compounded by the significant height difference between them, his interference proved ineffective. The score read 28-23 as the ball nestled into the net. Su Shu turned to the diminutive Thomas and remarked, "In China, we have a saying, villains perish due to their verbosity." Chapter 17. A heated exchange. Thomas, only partially grasping the remark, realized that Su Shu was criticizing his excessive chatter. His countenance darkened as he felt humiliated by a newcomer. What a remarkable shot. Su's three-pointer is extraordinarily precise. It's clear why the Lakers signed him. D'Antoni desperately needs such a player, Zhang Weiping commented, raising his voice in excitement. Indeed, D'Antoni has always favored players who excel at three-point shooting. Additionally, prior to making the shot, Su's positioning was crucial. He had left Thomas far behind. Coupled with their height disparity, Su faced no pressure at all while shooting, Yang Jin added. Su Shu is an exceptionally intuitive player. And just observe his body movements on the court. There's no sign of awkwardness whatsoever. He can even engage in banter with Thomas, which is a rarity for Chinese players in the NBA. However, Americans tend to appreciate this kind of interaction, Zhang Weiping noted further. The Su family, with Su's father and mother, are beaming with joy. Online, the majority of comments are effusive praises, though a small number of detractors exist. It's unavoidable. Even Kobe had his critics, let alone Su Shu. As the match progresses, the Kings have grown wary of Su Shu's three-point shooting, intensifying their defense against him. Little Thomas no longer grants him such ample space. Su Shu did not force a move. He currently played as the point guard, creating numerous opportunities on the offensive end through screen and roll plays. On defense, however, Isaiah Thomas no longer exhibited the same composure when facing Blake. Su Shu's height and wingspan posed considerable pressure on him. Although Su Shu could not completely shut him down, he significantly diminished Thomas's efficiency. The Sacramento Kings struggled to find their rhythm, and the advantage gradually tilted in favor of the Lakers, who flourished across the court. As the first half drew to a close, the Kings launched their final offensive play, trailing the Lakers by 12 points at 56-44. If the Lakers could maintain a double-digit lead into the second half, it would greatly bolster their players' morale. Isaiah Thomas dribbled at the top of the arc, while DeMarcus Cousins moved in to set a screen. Su Shu found himself effectively blocked by Cousins' imposing frame. Pau Gasol switched to defend Thomas, denying him any opportunity for a mid-range shot. Not one to seek personal glory, Thomas swiftly passed the ball to Cousins. With a simple change of direction, Cousins drove forward, never intending to outmaneuver Su Shu with finesse. Instead, he charged at him, using his shoulder to collide heavily with Su Shu's chest. Su Shu felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, nearly losing his breath as he was shoved aside. Fortunately, Cousins did not come straight at him. Otherwise, Su Shu's ability to remain upright would have been in serious jeopardy. After clearing Su Shu, Cousins proceeded with a three-step layup, indifferent to Gasol's attempt to help defend. Realizing he could not stop Cousins as he took off, Gasol refrained from jumping to contest the shot. However, in a sudden twist, Gasol spotted Su Shu leaping from the side to attempt a block on Cousins' shot. At that moment, Cousins also noticed Su Shu's impending block. Yet he did not halt his motion, accelerating toward the basket. The sounds of the play coincided in a cacophony, the resounding slam of the basketball through the hoop, the sharp crack of Su Shu's hand connecting with Cousins's, and the referee's whistle signaling a foul. Su Shu was forcefully propelled by Cousins' immense strength, crashing to the ground and sliding out of bounds. Upon landing, Cousins unleashed a furious roar, venting his emotions as the arena erupted in deafening cheers and shouts. Glancing at Su Shu on the floor, he waved dismissively, taunting, "Rookie, you are pitifully weak. Have you not eaten? You possess no strength whatsoever." Already infuriated by being knocked down, Su Shu could no longer contain his anger upon hearing Cousins' words. He had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others, provided they did not provoke him. He believed in the philosophy of settling scores and understood that one must never show weakness on the basketball court, lest their momentum be lost. Su Shutung abruptly stood up, his face contorted with rage as he approached Cousins, taunting, "You big oaf. Your mouth reeks like a latrine." Cousins, known for his fiery temper, could hardly endure the defiance of a novice. He stepped forward to engage in a heated exchange with Su. Fans, who relish on-court confrontations, were electrified by the verbal sparring between Su and Cousins, igniting a fervor throughout the arena. Referees and players from both teams swiftly intervened, separating the two and issuing each a technical foul. Even the Lakers bench players were taken aback, marveling at the rookie's audacity. Gasol, as the elder statesman on the court, could not allow his young teammate to be bullied. He positioned himself between them, defending Su. However, with the referee stepping in, both received a technical foul, quickly bringing the situation under control. Cousins sank the subsequent free throw, and as the final second ticked away, the Lakers inbound the ball, concluding the first half with a score of 56-47, leading by 9 points. During the first half, Su played for 10 minutes, making 2 of 3 attempts from beyond the arc, totaling 4 field goals with 2 successful shots, amassing 6 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 turnovers, and 1 block. A commendable performance, though the turnovers were somewhat glaring. On the Lakers' side, Gasol led with 10 points, while Blake dished out 6 assists. And every player who took the court managed to score. For the Kings, Cousins topped the scoreboard with 12 points alongside Thomas, who also netted 12 but with less efficiency, hitting 4 of 10 shots, including 2 of 6 while being defended by Su. D'Antoni was quite pleased with Su's performance in the first half. He contributed offensively with 3 points and showed promise in orchestrating plays, while defensively, he effectively limited Thomas's impact. Upon returning to the locker room, Su, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, sat on a bench, applying ice to the bruised area where Cousins had collided with him, wincing in pain. His bravery was commendable. Daring to confront Cousins head-on, Gasol patted him on the chest with a mischievous grin. "Ouch." Su Shu gazed at Gasol with a melancholic expression. "Gasol, do you not pride yourself on being a poet? Yet here you are, adding insult to injury. Was I not assisting you? You fool, in that situation. What use would your physique serve? You merely granted him another opportunity at the free throw line. Nevertheless, your enthusiasm is commendable. Do keep it up." In response, Gasol offered him a smile. After exchanging a few words with Saker and Hill, he fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. Having played for 10 minutes in the first half, particularly expending 7 minutes in the second quarter, he felt his energy depleting significantly, realizing that sustaining 30 minutes of play would be quite challenging. During the halftime break, D'Antoni seized the moment to strategize. Su Shu discerned a concerning issue. The tactical arrangements for the second half primarily emphasized offense, with only a scant amount of time devoted to defensive strategies. Most importantly, Gasol, who had been the highest scorer in the first half and the mental pillar prior to Kobe's return, seemed to play a rather insignificant role in the offensive plan. Su Shu had previously perceived Gasol's tactical standing as rather low. However, in the past, with Nash orchestrating plays, there remained a modicum of ball control. Yet during this halftime, he finally comprehended why some would assert that D'Antoni's arrival had ruined Gasol. "Why am I overthinking this?" I am merely a substitute among substitutes, he chastised himself inwardly. Chapter 18 now. I find myself pondering to whom I might borrow money to pay the fine. The conflict between Su Shu and cousins has ignited a storm of controversy domestically. Some have criticized Su Shu for his lack of composure, claiming he has brought shame upon his fellow countrymen. Such remarks, characterized by a misguided sense of neutrality, have drawn swift backlash, leaving the critics in silence. Why should Su Shu refrain from engaging in verbal exchanges? Is it truly disgraceful to stand one's ground? This constitutes a despicable personal attack. I admire Su Shu's spirited nature. Why should he endure the bullying of others? Ultimately, the majority stand in solidarity with him. Su's mother expressed her concerns, saying, I hope Xiaoshu is safe. That person is quite imposing. Although Su's father harbored concerns, he reassured him, saying, there will be no issues. Basketball players are well versed in self-protection. Did you not see him engaging in a heated argument? He added, it's surprising to see this side of Xiaoshu. Given the chance, he wouldn't dare, especially with me around. The second half commenced swiftly, with Su Shu seated on the bench as the game intensified. Cousins dominated the court, while the Lakers maintained a firm grip on their substantial lead through a well-rounded offensive strategy. When the Kings sent out Isaiah Thomas, D'Antoni responded by bringing Su Shu into the game, pairing him with Mix in the backcourt. During the Lakers' offensive play, Su Shu controlled the ball at the arc, with Gasol stepping up to set a screen. Facing Cousins, Su Shu executed a simple crossover dribble before stepping back to launch a three-pointer. Cousins lunged forward but was ultimately too late. Wow, how effortless that was. Is this really your defensive capability, big guy? After Su Shu completed his spray, he swiftly turned to defend. Cousins, infuriated, vented his rage upon Gasol. The sound of their muscular collision was so intense that it made Su Shu wince, as he could vividly see Gasol's contorted face during the impact. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Would Gasol be able to withstand the brute force of this maniac? After several exchanges, Su Shu found himself in front of Cousins, executing a flawless shot that sank another three-pointer, prompting him to engage in his signature banter. Big man, you were so close to blocking my shot, but alas, are you suffering from a lack of vitality? Can't jump high enough? Cousins, already displeased from the previous encounter, was further provoked by Su Shu's taunts, causing his mindset to unravel. He chased after Su Shu, exchanging heated words, leading to a head-to-head confrontation, which ultimately required separation. The referee observed in disbelief the stark contrast of the two, a notorious hothead of the league and a rookie debutante, perplexed by the intensity of their animosity. In the end, both players were issued a technical foul and ejected from the game. Su Shu was left speechless, questioning how a second technical foul could be called in such a manner. Wasn't it said that the second would be dealt with more cautiously? He hadn't done anything at all. The crowd directed a chorus of boos towards Su Shu, who remained silent, bringing his palms together and placing them against his left cheek in a gesture suggesting sleep, which only amplified the cacophony of disapproval from the fans. Why did Su Shu dare to take such an action, unafraid of repercussions? It is, of course, due to the considerable lead the Lakers held at that moment. 78-62, a commanding 16-point advantage, compounded by the absence of the Kings' primary and secondary scorers. Under such circumstances, the notion of losing the game seemed utterly implausible. Ultimately, the Kings, lacking DeMarcus Cousins, succumbed at home with a score of 107-95. Su Shu's statistics concluded at 16 minutes of play, with 4 out of 6 shooting, accumulating 12 points and 5 assists, marking his inaugural appearance in the NBA. The Lakers boasted 6 players in double digits, with Gasol leading the team at 18 points, while the Kings' Isaiah Thomas scored a game-high 26 points, and Cousins, who was ejected alongside Su Shu, contributed 16 points. It is amusing to note Su Shu's remarkable presence. He garnered as many technical fouls in a single game as the seasoned player Ku Tiantian has throughout his extensive career in the NBA. Furthermore, Su Shu was ejected, a fate Ku Tiantian has yet to encounter. On this day, Su Shu undoubtedly stole the spotlight. One might wonder if it was intentional. If Su Shu were to overhear such a suggestion, he would undoubtedly scoff, retorting that the notion is preposterous and questioning whether he would jeopardize his financial interests. At this point, Su Shu had finished his shower and was awaiting his teammates in the locker room. Nick Young was the first to return, and upon spotting Su Shu, he mischievously inquired, "Uncle, do you have enough money to pay the fine?" The smile on Su Shu's face faltered instantly, as he suddenly remembered the fine he had forgotten amidst the excitement. His funds were already quite limited, and payday had yet to arrive. "How much is the fine?" he asked, feeling anxious. "Oh, it's not much. Just 6,000, came the reply. "What? That much?" Su Shu exclaimed, jumping up in disbelief. Nearly on the verge of tears. $6,000 was more than the combined monthly earnings of his parents, a true extravagance. As the group chuckled and made their way back to the locker room, greeting Su Shu, he was preoccupied with thoughts of whom he might borrow money from to cover the fine, his spirits somewhat dampened. His teammates, mistaking his demeanor for disappointment over the ejection, were unaware of the true source of his distress. Coach D'Antoni requested that Su Shu and Gasol attend the post-game press conference. The venue was bustling with reporters. And as they took their seats, one journalist posed a question to D'Antoni. "Hello, what is your evaluation of Su's performance in this game?" "I am very satisfied. He fulfilled my expectations, and his debut was nothing short of perfect." "What do you make of the on-court altercations?" "There were no altercations. The players were simply competing earnestly, and their emotions are entirely understandable." "Gasol, how would you assess Su?" "Uncle is the most diligent during our training sessions. Always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Our security even complained about him for making them work overtime." The journalists erupted in laughter at Gasol's remarks, though one Chinese reporter stifled a smile upon hearing Gasol's address of Su Shu. A reporter then turned to Su Shu. "Just now, Cousins mentioned that you were quite vocal with trash talk during the game, which is why he became upset." Upon hearing the remark, it was evident that the individual was a local sports journalist. Undeterred, Su Shu boldly responded, "Can you believe that the most notorious trash talker in the league is claiming that a rookie has been incessantly hurling insults at him, causing him to lose his composure?" Laughter erupted in the press conference, as it was clear that the majority chose to believe Su Shu's words. As the conference continued, another journalist inquired, "What are your thoughts on the two recent altercations?" Su Shu pondered and remarked, "At this moment, my thoughts are consumed with whom I might beseech for a loan to pay the fine, for I am in a state of financial distress." Su Shu's response evoked laughter from everyone present. This young man was now contemplating how to borrow money to pay a fine. Can you be any more amusing? The reporters of the present day realized that inquiring about Su Shu yielded far more material than questioning D'Anthony and Gasol, as he received recognition for his performance in front of the multitude of media for the first time. The once amiable atmosphere of the press conference was disrupted by a question from a Chinese reporter, causing beads of sweat to form on Su Shu's forehead, leading him to exit in a fluster. Chapter 19. Brothers, I can do anything. A Chinese reporter, observing the camaraderie between Gasol and Su Shu, suddenly inquired, "Gasol, how do you usually address young Su?" Upon hearing the question, Su Shu's expression became visibly strained as she desperately attempted to signal to the reporter, who feigned ignorance. The reporter, silently scoffing, thought to himself, "Letting you take advantage of us. Are you referring to Uncle?" "We simply call him Uncle. What's the issue?" Gasol inquired, perplexed. Do you realize that Su Shu and Uncle are homophones?" Su Shu, seated at the edge, discreetly shifted to the side and then stood up to flee. Su Shu's actions made it clear to everyone present that something was amiss. The crowd turned their gaze towards Gasol, who was met with laughter, his smile freezing in place. That scoundrel had taken advantage of him for far too long. He would ensure retribution later. On the other hand, D'Antoni wore an expression of sheer delight, comprehending why Su Shu preferred to be called Little Su rather than by his name. He realized that Su Shu was not one to be easily subdued. The press conference concluded amidst Gasol's awkward demeanor and the journalist's cheerful atmosphere, yielding a wealth of material. The reporters had taken an undeniable liking to the rookie, already concocting catchy headlines. When Gasol stormed into the locker room, brimming with fury, he found no trace of Su Shu. "Where is that rascal? Why can't I find him?" he inquired, his voice laced with irritation. The others sensed Gasol's wrath, curiosity piqued. It was rare for him to lose his temper, as he typically possessed a gentle disposition. How had Su Shu managed to provoke him? Hadn't they just shared laughter at the press conference? Nick Young, puzzled, chimed in. "He just left with his backpack." "What's the matter?" Gasol cursed vehemently, recalling the words uttered by the Chinese journalist during the conference. The locker room fell into a profound silence, as everyone exchanged glances. Utterly speechless, they had all been outwitted by that little rascal, Su Shu. Soon, a consensus was reached among the group, plotting ways to exact revenge on him. Meanwhile, seated in the last row of the bus, Su Shu nestled in his seat, feeling an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. A chill ran down his spine. He had exposed himself far too soon. It was all the fault of that reporter from some sports media outlet. He must be added to the blacklist. Su Shu muttered to himself in frustration. It was clear he could not evade the consequences. As his teammates boarded the bus, their glances toward him were anything but friendly. each one poised for an imminent confrontation. Su Shu swallowed hard and spoke in a parched voice. "Brothers, let's discuss this calmly. I am capable of anything, whatever you need. I will ensure it is done impeccably." "Truly anything?" Gasol inquired. "As long as it is within my means," he replied. "Oh, then forget it. Brothers, let's proceed." D'Antoni watched as Su Shu faced the wrath of the others, a smile illuminating his face. After securing victory against the Kings, the Lakers' record improved to 10 wins and 8 losses, although they had yet to break into the top 8 with Kobe's imminent return. The prospect of reaching the playoffs seemed promising. Moreover, this match unveiled Su Shu as a strategic asset, despite certain shortcomings. It was evident that he displayed no signs of intimidation on the court and effectively utilized his three-point shooting prowess, thereby expanding future tactical options. After Su Shu made several unequal concessions, the group finally relented. However, upon arriving at the hotel, Su Shu's attire was tattered except for areas of modesty. As he exited the vehicle, he hastily covered his face and dashed into the hotel, yet was still captured by reporters in a state of disarray. After a phone call with his parents, Su Shu lay on his bed, finally having the opportunity to access his system panel. Physical attributes: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 68, jumping, 80, stamina, 76, injury resistance, 67, offensive skills, mid-range, 62, three-point, 84, inside scoring, 50, technical skills, ball handling, 68, passing, 60, rebounding, 53. While his attribute points remained unchanged, his growth points had surged by over 100, igniting Su Shu's hopes for advancement. On that day, there were no unexpected outcomes in the NBA games, nor did any star players have a breakout performance, with the highest score of 34 points being achieved by Deng in a match against the Warriors. The following day, news regarding the Lakers and Kings surfaced prominently across various sports news outlets and newspapers. In 2013, the majority of individuals in China consumed news through major news apps, while at that time, 60 of Americans accessed news via television and 20 through newspapers, which piqued Su Shu's curiosity as a newcomer in the United States. Although the Lakers' current season record was not remarkable, being the Lakers and with Kobe's return on the horizon assured them ample attention. In a heated exchange, the Lakers rookie clashed with the league's enforcer, resulting in both being ejected. Cousins remarked, "This rookie is quite bothersome. I can hardly tolerate him." The Chinese rookie made a notable debut, efficiently scoring 12 points and providing 5 assists before being ejected alongside Cousins. The sight of the rookie Su, disheveled and tattered from the team bus, raised questions about potential discord within the Lakers, hinting at possible bullying of the new recruit. Various eye-catching headlines have emerged. Yet the Lakers players remain indifferent to such news, accustomed as they are to living in the spotlight. The reports regarding Su Shu's alleged bullying have sparked considerable debate, as it is indeed a scandalous affair. Upon his arrival from the airport, Coach D'Antoni was approached by a reporter who inquired, "Coach, what do you have to say about the bullying incident involving Chinese player Su Shu?" D'Antoni, taken aback by the question, revealed that the team had just returned from their trip and had not seen any news. "What bullying? That is absurd. Su is well liked within the team and shares a good rapport with Kobe." However, a journalist mentioned witnessing Su disembarking from the bus in tattered clothing, suggesting he had been bullied. It was then that D'Antoni realized the source of the misunderstanding, his frustration evident. There is absolutely no such occurrence. The players get along splendidly. They were just fooling around on the bus yesterday. Just as he spoke, Su emerged, each hand laden with several large bags, contradicting D'Antoni's earlier statement about the absence of any bullying and their amicable relationship. D'Antoni felt a throbbing in his temples. Chapter 20. All my fans. The reporters promptly abandoned D'Antoni to seek an interview with Su. "Su, there are reports alleging that you've been bullied within the team. Is there any truth to this? Could you elaborate? Bullying? What nonsense." Su was equally bewildered, and it was only after the reporters explained the situation that he began to grasp the unfolding events. Su Shu, rendered speechless, remarked, "What bullying are you referring to? My teammates are all quite supportive and often assist me in integrating into the team. Last night was merely a wager. I lost. And what you witnessed was simply a prank. Are you truly speaking the truth? Has someone exerted pressure upon you?" Su Shu cast a sidelong glance at the journalist and remarked, "Madam, your imagination is rather vivid. Perhaps you have indulged in too many soap operas." Laughter erupted in the room. The incident quickly faded from attention. During the afternoon training session, It was anticipated that Kobe would enter the starting lineup, marking his return. However, what took everyone by surprise was that Kobe did not assume the shooting guard position but instead took on the role of point guard. A decision born out of necessity for D'Antoni. His entire strategy hinged on the point guard's initiation, as that position wielded a significant amount of ball control. Last season, with Nash in the lineup, Kobe was willing to relinquish some ball dominance for the sake of championship aspirations. Yet with Nash sidelined, it was implausible for Blake to command a substantial share of ball control, thus leading to the decision for Kobe to step into the point guard role. Su Shu was quite astonished. He understood that Kobe was not as unwilling to pass the ball as many had claimed. Indeed, Kobe was capable of passing and did so quite skillfully. However, Su Shu always believed that at his core, Kobe was a relentless assassin, a definitive force. During training, Su Shu attentively observed Kobe's regimen, and it became evident that his foot speed had noticeably declined compared to the previous season. Such a setback was inevitable following a severe injury like an Achilles tear, which invariably diminishes explosive power and athletic ability. Moreover, his adaptability in the point guard position did not seem particularly strong, lacking synergy with his teammates. Su Shu could discern the fervent desire emanating from Kobe's eyes for the game following the preceding match. One could assert that he is a man born for basketball. This encounter marked Kobe's first game after an 8-month hiatus due to an Achilles tendon rupture. TNT showcased its premier commentary duo, featuring Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, and Charles Barkley. Tickets for the event were exceedingly scarce, with reports indicating that prices soared to levels comparable to those of the NBA Finals, underscoring Kobe's immense appeal. The NBA even launched an official promotional video titled "The Legend Continues" in honor of Kobe's return, a gesture that elicited envy from other players. On the evening of December 8th, the Staples Center was filled to capacity. "Boss, I just spotted David Beckham," one friend exclaimed. "I saw Swift," another chimed in. "I saw Jessica Alba," yet another fan declared. "Can we keep it a bit more low-key?" Su Shu felt somewhat disheartened. Kobe glanced at him and, patting his shoulder, remarked, "You'll get used to it. I also saw Kendall Jenner. She is stunning. Stay away from her," he warned. Su Shu was defeated. During his warm-up, he noticed a plethora of renowned celebrities at the sidelines, including the likes of Mayweather, Leonardo DiCaprio, and numerous other Hollywood stars whose names eluded him. However, his primary focus remained on the stunning beauties present, as well as his admiration for Beckham, which led to their earlier conversation. Meanwhile, Famer patted Su Shu on the shoulder and said, "Su, do grow up quickly. I'll take you to the nightclub to meet some lovely ladies." Su Shu rolled his eyes dismissively. "Humph, you're not even as tall as I am. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Besides, do I really need your help to charm the ladies? Am I not more handsome than you? Have you forgotten that when we arrived earlier, I received more phone numbers than you did?" Famer's expression shifted from dark to pale as he gazed at Su Shu in speechless disbelief, thinking that if he weren't still injured, he would undoubtedly have given him a good thrashing. Laughter filled the locker room as Kobe watched Su Shu playfully fooling around. The atmosphere was vibrant, a stark contrast to the previous year, which felt like night and day. Last season, the discord stemming from the conflict with the Beast had unsettled the locker room, contributing to their poor performance. This turmoil had pushed old Kobe to the brink, culminating in a torn Achilles tendon in his desperate pursuit of a playoff spot. "All right, gentlemen, it's our turn to take the stage." As the introduction of the visiting players concluded, it was time for the home team to take the stage. The renowned commentator Lawrence Taint, with his distinctive baritone, announced, "Please welcome our rookie from China, Su." The arena erupted with cheers and laughter for this debutant, who had already made a mark by scoring 12 points and dishing out 5 assists in his first game. Fans appreciated his fearless banter with Cousins, which helped him gain recognition. As the players took to the court one by one, the atmosphere reached a crescendo when Kobe Bryant made his entrance, igniting a deafening roar of applause. The starting lineup for the Lakers was as follows: point guard Kobe, shooting guard Blake, small forward Johnson, power forward Gasol, and center Saker. The Raptors' starting lineup included point guard Kyle Lowry, shooting guard DeMar DeRozan, small forward Landry Fields, power forward Amir Johnson, and center Jonas Valanciunas. Prior to this match, the Raptors' record stood at 6 wins and 12 losses, casting doubt on their playoff aspirations. Yet, Su understood that with the trade of Rudy Gay, the team's former leader, to the Kings, Lowry and DeRozan, the famed backcourt duo, began to flourish, ultimately concluding the season with a commendable 48 wins and 34 losses, securing the 3rd seed in the East. However, for 2 consecutive years, the Raptors fell to the Nets and Wizards in the first round of the playoffs without a fight. As Lowry and DeRozan matured, from the 2016 to 2018 seasons, they consistently led the team to finish among the top 3 in the Eastern Conference, even claiming the top seed in 2018. The team managed to advance past the first round of the playoffs, yet whenever they faced LeBron James, they suffered devastating defeats, leading to the duo being mockingly dubbed the Garbage Brothers. Kobe was the center of attention, and many anticipated a triumphant return. However, contrary to expectations, he did not become the focal point of the game, nor did the Garbage Brothers. Instead, an unexpected player seized the limelight. In Chapter 21, the rookie proved intriguing. Raptors starting power forward Amir Johnson, within a mere 5 minutes, overwhelmed Gasol by scoring 7 points through a combination of shooting and rebounding, propelling the Raptors to a commanding 15-4 lead and forcing a Lakers timeout. Kobe struggled at the point guard position, failing to execute the explosive play that Coach D'Antoni envisioned, instead committing several turnovers. Blake, who had excelled in the starting role following Nash's injury, could not replicate his previous performance either. After emphasizing offensive strategy, D'Antoni substituted mixes for Blake but chose not to bench Kobe. For a superstar of Kobe's caliber, being replaced after just 5 minutes would be the utmost insult. Upon resuming play, the Lakers' offense showed no signs of improvement, while Amir Johnson continued to dominate the paint. For Gasol, facing Johnson was a torment, and from the sidelines, Su sighed, lamenting that the former Gasol was no longer present. With 3 minutes remaining, D'Antoni finally replaced Kobe with Blake, but by then, the score had escalated to 25-12. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, the all-bench Lakers mounted a small surge, concluding the quarter with a score of 30-21. Throughout the first quarter, Su did not have the opportunity to play, while Kobe managed to score 2 points in 8 minutes, alongside 2 turnovers and 1 assist. In contrast, Amir Johnson of the Raptors had an impressive first quarter, scoring 14 points on 6 of 7 shooting. Why did D'Antoni position Kobe at the point guard slot? Does he not realize that Kobe should be the one to seal the game? In the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley passionately criticized D'Antoni. His longtime rival, the Shaquille O'Neal, surprisingly did not counter him this time. I concur with Barkley's perspective. D'Antoni has made significant errors in utilizing Kobe. I understand Kobe well. Although he is capable of passing, playing as a point guard is not his most comfortable role. Kobe sat on the bench, his head covered with a towel, his expression stern and exuding an air of detachment. Su knew that Kobe was very angry, but the object of his ire was himself, as his performance had been utterly dismal. Su, you will go on in the second quarter. I need you to elevate the tempo, D'Antoni instructed. Understood, coach. Su replied with a nod. Oh, D'Antoni has brought the Chinese rookie Su onto the court. He had performed admirably in the previous game against the Kings, and the Lakers' offensive and defensive rhythm in the first quarter was rather sluggish, with insufficient attacking options. D'Antoni's adjustment is indeed warranted, remarked Kenny Smith. As soon as Kenny finished speaking, Barkley interjected, Brother, what are you thinking? You believe a Chinese rookie can turn the tide of the game? Barkley, have you not had enough of your own stubbornness? O'Neal, as Barkley's adversary, whether genuinely or for the sake of entertainment, stepped in at that moment. Upon hearing the remark about stubbornness, Kenny burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the broadcast booth was delightful, particularly with the banter between O'Neal and Barkley serving as a major highlight, likely contributing to their trio's status as TNT's premier commentators. As Su Shu took to the court, he was met with resounding applause from the audience, a testament to his previous match's heroics. The prominent stars seated on the sidelines, however, were unfamiliar with Su Shu, engrossed as they were in their own hectic schedules, only attending high-stakes games or when time permitted. Nevertheless, they too extended their applause to them. Among them, Jenna observed Su Shu, who had just entered the game, receiving such an enthusiastic reception from the fans. He was quite handsome, indeed, ranking among the elite in the realm of basketball athletes. As he awaited his teammates' inbound pass, he found himself guarded by the Raptors star point guard, Lowry. This season, the Raptors faced significant roster deficiencies, with Lowry being the sole authentic point guard, leaving them without a reliable backup for rotation. Often, during Lowry's rest periods, DeRozan would step in to assume his role. After a mere 2 minutes of rest in the first quarter, Lowry returned to the game at the start of the second, allowing DeRozan a moment to recuperate. Rookie, I heard you managed to eject Cousins in the last game. Today, you'd best behave. I'm not the reckless type he is, Lowry remarked, initiating conversation with Su Shu. His interest in Su Shu stemmed not from a genuine appraisal of his abilities, but rather from curiosity regarding the circumstances surrounding his and cousin's ejections. Though he appeared straightforward, he was, in fact, a notorious lover of banter on the court, not because he was particularly skilled at it, but simply due to his fondness for engaging in such exchanges. Su Shu, exhibiting no tolerance for him, feigned a casual glance around before finally lowering her gaze to Lori and remarked, "I beg your pardon, were you speaking to me? I nearly failed to notice your presence." Lori, taken aback, thought to himself, "I stand at 185 centimeters. Am I truly so diminutive? How could you possibly overlook me? This scoundrel is no good." Thus, in their inaugural encounter, Su Shu emerged victorious. Upon receiving the ball, Su Shu opted not to attempt a breakthrough against Lowry's formidable defense, fully aware of the latter's prowess among guards. Instead, he chose to pass the ball to Mix, having meticulously studied the Raptors roster prior to the match. In place of the absent DeRozan, the substitute was Julian Stone, a shooting guard of modest capabilities. Mix executed a quick stop and made a mid-range jumper, marking the Lakers' first basket of the second quarter, bringing the score to 30-23. After advancing the ball to the front court, Lowry eschewed any flashy maneuvers and decisively accelerated to penetrate Su Shu's defense, showing no hesitation whatsoever, given the evident disparity in their physiques. It was clear to any observer how to leverage one's advantages effectively. Su Shu, feeling helpless, recognized that Lowry's skill was far beyond that of Thomas. After a decisive drive, he used his body to establish position, denying Thomas the chance to leap. With a deft flick, he sent the ball soaring through the net for 2 points, bringing the score to 32-23. "Rookie, you simply cannot guard me," Lowry taunted as he celebrated his success with a stream of trash talk. Su Shu remained silent. The chubby little fellow was indeed quite loquacious, completely ignoring him. Hill was already poised to execute a baseline throw-in, quickly advancing with the ball. Mix, Nick Young, and Hill dashed forward with fervor. Without waiting for the Raptors' defensive formation to settle, Su Shu passed the ball to the open Nick Young, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Yet another assist. Su Shu felt a thrill of satisfaction within. To be frank, the success of that shot was hardly his doing. The real credit belonged to Nick Young's accurate shooting. It must be said, Anthony's strategy serves as a veritable catalyst for point guards. To put it plainly, if a point guard cannot see a significant increase in their statistics within Anthony's tactical framework, it can only be concluded that the point guard is rather mediocre. Nick Young, unleash your prowess upon them. Let them know whose territory this is," Su Shu exclaimed, though his gaze remained fixed on Lowry. Lowry, speechless, felt as though he had swallowed a fly. After all, it was not he who had made the shot, so what was there to boast about? Their banter was overheard by many in attendance, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at Su Shu. The commentators on site also chuckled with delight. "Haha. Our Chinese Su remains as passionate as ever. It seems he has seamlessly adapted to the NBA atmosphere." Under Su Shu's orchestration, the Lakers' offensive pace was markedly quicker than during Kobe's tenure. Nick Young and Mix were on fire today, shooting as soon as they received the ball, producing a rapid 8-4 mini-run within 3 minutes. The score stood at 36-31. The Lakers' tempo had surged, avoiding a half-court battle with the Raptors. Mix and Young exhibited resolute shooting. Yet I believe Su Shu played a pivotal role in this dynamic. "This rookie possesses quite the potential," noted Kenny Smith. Chapter 22. Targeted. Seeing the Lakers gaining momentum, the Raptors promptly substituted DeRozan into the game, hoping his offensive prowess would stabilize the situation. DeRozan's entry indeed bolstered the Raptors' attack. He first executed a signature mid-range jumper for 2 points, then pierced through the interior, drawing a foul from Johnson, converting both free throws for another 2 points. The score now stood at 40-31 as the Raptors widened their lead. As Su Shu dribbled the ball into the front court, he had not taken a single shot in the past few minutes, focusing instead on facilitating his teammates. Lowry paid him little heed. He gestured for Jordan Hill to come over for a screen, which Hill executed effectively. Utilizing the pick, Su Shu broke through from the left side. The primary defender on Hill was Steve Novak, who did not step up but remained a step inside the three-point line, mindful that he was merely a rookie. Noticing Novak's failure to defend, Su Shu seized the moment, launching a shot from beyond the arc and swished it through the net. 3 points scored, bringing the score to 40-34. It was evident that Su Shu capitalized on this opportunity, proving that his previous game, where he made 4 three-pointers, was no mere fluke. O'Neal remarked, "Indeed, I sense that Su Shu exhibits remarkable composure on the court, unlike an ordinary rookie." However, Barkley remained unperturbed, dismissing the significance of a single three-pointer in the long course of the game. Turning back to the action, DeRozan successfully isolated against Mix, as Mix struggled to contain him. Being outmatched in height, strength, and skill, the Lakers, unable to find a fast break opportunity, continued with their pick-and-roll strategy. This time, Novak finally defended well, denying Su Shu the chance to shoot from three-point range. However, as Jordan Hill rolled to the basket, Su Shu refrained from seeking personal glory, opting instead for a bounce pass that set Hill up for a successful attack on the rim. Lowry was at a loss. This young Chinese player avoided direct confrontation, either releasing the ball quickly or seeking screens, leaving Lowry with no recourse but to reclaim control on the offensive end. Su Shu harbored unspoken grievances. Was this little black chubby fellow incapable of playing without physical contact? Why did he persistently collide with himself? Didn't it hurt him? Once again, he watched as Lowry successfully penetrated the paint for a layup, internally lamenting the situation. However, on the whole, the Lakers displayed a more fiery touch, having already sunk 4 three-pointers in the first half of the quarter, courtesy of Uncle, Nick Young, Sean Williams, and Mix, each contributing one. As the second quarter approached its midpoint, the score stood at 45-41, with the Lakers having clawed back 5 points within the half. Whether among the trio of lively commentators in the TNT studio or within the confines of the Five Princesses broadcast room, all analysts acknowledged the fighting spirit exhibited by the Lakers bench players. After the timeout, the Lakers altered their lineup, introducing Kobe, Blake, and Gasol to partner with Mix and Nick Young, transitioning to a 1 big for small configuration. D'Antoni seemed intent on engaging in an offensive duel with the Raptors. Indeed, given the Lakers roster, their defensive prowess was rather mediocre, making an offensive strategy more appealing. Kobe intensified the offensive thrust, concluding the second quarter with 2 successful field goals out of 3 attempts and converting one of 2 free throws, amassing 5 points. While Gasol and Blake also made their contributions. Yet, the Lakers failed to narrow the score, instead allowing the gap to widen. One could only speculate whether Gasol had stolen Amir Johnson-esque spirit, for encountering Gasol was akin to facing a relentless barrage, with Gasol exhibiting little resistance, resembling a maiden in distress. Within the span of merely half a quarter, Amir Johnson flourished like a formidable overlord, scoring 10 points. As halftime concluded, the score read 60-53. The intermission swiftly passed, and the third quarter commenced with the starting 5 once again taking the court. The Lakers reverted to their initial state, struggling offensively and defensively. For a full 4 minutes, only Gasol managed to secure a single point, while the other starters were left scoreless, allowing the Raptors to unleash a 10-1 run. At 70-54, D'Antoni called a timeout, replacing all players except Kobe with bench warmers. And Su Shu was summoned to the court to play as a third guard. This time, Su Shu genuinely transformed into a shooting guard. He had little to critique, for merely stepping onto the court was a triumph in itself. During an offensive possession, Kobe commanded the ball, and rather than waiting idly, Su Shu engaged in an intriguing off-ball movement. As he slipped past Jordan Hill, he evaded Lowry's attention, executing a reverse run around Hill and creating an open shot opportunity. In that moment, Kobe advanced to the foul line, noticing Su Shu's open position, and passed the ball. Just as Su Shu received the pass, Valanciunas, who had been defending Hill, recognized Su Shu's newfound space and leaped 2 steps forward. Su Shu did not seek personal glory. As Valanciunas took his second step, he effortlessly lobbed the ball to Jordan Hill beneath the basket. Lowry could only watch helplessly as the ball soared past him, making a token leap that was utterly insufficient to intercept it. The moment he heard the resounding thud behind him, Lowry instinctively knew that Jordan Hill had successfully executed an alley-oop dunk. In a burst of exhilaration, Jordan Hill let out a triumphant roar to convey his emotions. Su Shu pondered the peculiar tendency in the NBA for players to shout after a successful dunk. What sentiment could such vocal expressions truly convey? Certainly, Su Shu could not let this opportunity slip away. He called out to Lowry, "Lowry, you're almost there. Just grow a little taller, and you could thwart that alley-oop." Lowry, infuriated, was about to retort, but Su Shu had already dashed away, nearly causing him to choke on his own ire. "Valanciunas, there's no need to rush out. He's merely a rookie, incapable of inflicting any real damage," shouted Raptors head coach Casey from the sidelines. He could not fathom that a novice could pose such a threat. Yet he understood that a successful alley-oop could significantly elevate the Lakers' morale, which would become increasingly difficult to suppress. However, after one possession, Kobe backed down DeRozan, with Lowry providing a double team, leaving Su Shu unguarded. Kobe located Su Shu, and this time, the Raptors players were not so hasty, granting Su Shu the time to take his shot. Swish. In this match, Su Shu's second three-pointer brought the score within 10 points, leaving Casey speechless. Nevertheless, he still refrained from instructing Lowry to closely guard Su Shu, as he did not perceive him as a threat capable of sealing the game. However, Kobe was a different matter altogether. His legendary 81-point performance had been achieved against the Raptors, prompting them to double-team him to prevent him from finding his rhythm. Yet, after another possession, Su Shu sank yet another three-pointer, and Casey could no longer remain indifferent. If this continued, the deficit would vanish entirely, prompting the Raptors to call a timeout. Lowry, you need to clamp down on that rookie. Losing to Kobe is one thing, but succumbing to a novice would be utterly humiliating. Increase the physicality, Casey instructed Lowry. Don't worry, coach. I'll show him that the NBA is no easy playground. Lowry replied confidently. On the sidelines, Jenna observed Su Shu, who had already made 3 three-pointers, and her intuition told her that this man had potential worth watching closely. Su Shu remained oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized. Chapter 23. The nightscape at 4 a.m. D'Antoni observed that the synergy between Su Shu and Kobe appeared to be remarkably harmonious. Moreover, Kobe was inclined to pass the ball to Su Shu at the earliest opportunity whenever Su Shu found himself unmarked, resulting in a more effective collaboration than Kobe's partnership with Blake. However, Blake's offensive organization was beyond Su Shu's capabilities, which left D'Antoni feeling quite vexed. Upon returning from the timeout, the Raptors intensified their defense against Su Shu, employing a more physical approach that restricted his shooting space. Each time he attempted a shot, defenders would rush to impede him. Additionally, on the defensive end, Lowry made it a point to target Su Shu, causing a swift depletion of his stamina and resulting in 2 personal fouls. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 85-77, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points. During this quarter, after successfully sinking his first 2 three-point attempts, Su Shu found himself exhausted by the Raptors' relentless offensive and defensive pressure, missing both of his subsequent three-point attempts. Sitting on the bench, he focused on regulating his breathing, as his energy had waned significantly over the course of the half. Although he had not contributed to the scoring in that stretch, he did manage to deliver 2 assists, amassing a total of 9 points and 4 assists in 14 minutes of playtime. As the final quarter commenced, the Raptors elevated the intensity on both sides of the game, leaving the Lakers struggling to adapt and quickly falling behind by over 10 points. D'Antoni promptly substituted Su Shu and Kobe back into the game, hoping to reverse the tide. But the Raptors were already in a fervent rhythm. Amir Johnson, who had scored 32 points in the first 3 quarters, faded into the background, while DeRozan, Lowry, and Terrence Ross combined for 26 points in the final quarter, thwarting the Lakers' efforts to close the gap. Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a resounding defeat at home, losing by 16 points, with a final score of 115-99. Over the course of the game, Kobe shot 2 for 9, tallying 9 points, 4 assists, 8 rebounds, and 8 turnovers, while the other 4 starters collectively scored only 14 points. In contrast, the Lakers bench showcased a strong performance, with 5 players scoring in double figures. Su Shu made 4 of 9 three-point attempts, along with a layup, finishing with 14 points and 4 assists, second only to Mix's 19 points. On the Raptors side, Amir Johnson led with 32 points, DeRozan contributed 26 points along with 5 assists and 5 rebounds, and Lowry added 23 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds. While the Garbage brothers also posted impressive stats of over 20 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds each. Although the Lakers faced defeat in Kobe's comeback game, the atmosphere among the fans was far from disheartened. Instead, they showered the protagonist, Kobe, with the most fervent applause. His return to the court was deemed the most significant event, overshadowing the performance itself in the eyes of the fans. However, Kobe held a different perspective. This obsessive competitor believed that once on the court, his sole purpose was to strive for victory. At the post-game press conference, when a reporter inquired about his self-assessment, Kobe candidly replied, "I can only give myself an F. My performance stank like manure." The match, which captivated fans worldwide, has concluded, yet the post-match debates persist unabated. While supporters are elated regarding Kobe's return, the media remains indefatigable. The discussion surrounding Kobe's performance and his comeback has swiftly transformed into a battleground for major television networks the following day. Proponents argue that Kobe merely requires time to readjust after his prolonged absence and will undoubtedly reclaim his former glory, as no injury can diminish his prowess. After all, he is Kobe Bryant. Conversely, skeptics contend that he may never reach his peak again, unable to even regain all-star caliber. As an Achilles tendon rupture is a devastating injury that even a 35-year-old Kobe cannot overcome. Kobe's return drew the attention of the entire NBA, overshadowing the highly anticipated clash between the second-seeded Thunder and the top-seeded Pacers. It is noteworthy that the Thunder boasts the Big Three, while the Pacers have excelled under the leadership of Paul George, consistently keeping the defending champion Heat, featuring the likes of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, firmly in second place in the East throughout the season. Incredibly, this significant matchup was eclipsed by the narrative of Kobe's return, even as George and Durant both scored over 30 points. This reality underscored the enduring stature of a true icon. The taste of defeat was particularly bitter for Su Shu, especially with Lowry's insufferable demeanor in his presence, amplifying his frustration. Upon returning home, he took a shower and lay in bed, only to find a boost of over 300 growth points on his system panel, slightly alleviating his discontent. Just as Su Shu began to drift into a serene slumber, his phone rang, and with reluctance, he checked to discover it was a call from Kobe. "Boss, it's only 4 a.m., he remarked. "Cut the chatter. Come to the training facility and enjoy the Los Angeles night view at this hour." Hearing Kobe's words nearly made Su Shu faint. Upon arriving at the training center, he found Kobe already drenched in sweat. As Su Shu warmed up, he remarked, "Boss, this is rather unfair. You are endangering lives for profit. Why does a young person need so much sleep? Have you forgotten how the last quarter went yesterday? That little fellow Lowry had you in quite a predicament." "Very well. You are impressive. I cannot argue with you," Su Shu conceded as he joined the training session. When the two of them sat exhausted on the training ground, dawn was just breaking. "Boss, you have only just recovered from your injury. Is such a strenuous workout truly advisable? I know my limits. I need to lose weight, as my current mass hinders my mobility." "Well, what more can I say? If the boss is putting in such effort, what reason do I have not to strive just as hard?" The remarkable performances of Su Shu in consecutive matches have brought joy to domestic fans, akin to celebrating the new year, with even some of his detractors diminishing in number. Major sports media outlets have begun to adjust their personnel, preparing to travel to Los Angeles specifically to follow and report on Su Shu. In his first match, he achieved 12 points and 5 assists, followed by 14 points and 4 assists in the second, making him the best performer among all Chinese players in the NBA during their initial games. Amidst the accolades, however, there are still voices of dissent. While Su Shu's early displays have been commendable, his accomplishments are undoubtedly overshadowed by those of Yao Ming, as their physical attributes dictate their heights, with individuals of Asian descent facing inherent disadvantages compared to their African and European counterparts. In the center position, height affords a degree of standing in the NBA, yet in the guard position, Su Shu's speed, strength, and ability to withstand physical confrontations, as well as his resilience against injuries, cannot be compared to that of his Western counterparts. Currently, Su Shu's success can be attributed to the lack of attention from opposing teams. As time progresses, should he continue to perform at this level, he will inevitably become the subject of scrutiny, and at that point, his performance may decline significantly. Achieving a position as a rotation player in the NBA would be the pinnacle of Su Shu's accomplishments. On December 10th, the NBA officially announced the best rookies in the Eastern and Western conferences for the past week. In the East, Philadelphia 76ers guard Markelle Fultz, averaging 17, 5 points, 6, 3 assists, and 7 rebounds, led his team to 3 losses, earning him the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Week. In the West, Utah Jazz guard Trey Burke, with an average of 11, 8 points and 5, 2 assists, helped the Jazz secure 4 losses, being named Western Conference Rookie of the Week. The current Jazz team is no longer the formidable squad of the Deron Williams era, with a record of 5 wins and 15 losses, placing them at the bottom of the Western standings. The announcement of the weekly rookie honors did not stir much controversy in the East, as only Victor Oladipo posed a challenge to Fultz, although Oladipo's recent performance was somewhat lackluster. However, the West ignited considerable debate, particularly among Lakers fans, with one supporter directly tweeting, "Why is Trey Burke chosen?" The Jazz are struggling to secure a win, while Su from China played 2 games last week, achieving a record of 1 win and 1 loss, averaging 13 points and 4, 5 assists, with a shooting percentage of 50, far superior to Burke's sub-40. The tweet quickly garnered a multitude of responses from fans, with many agreeing that, based on both statistics and results, Su is indeed stronger than Burke. Yet, some pointed out that Su's appearances have been limited to just 2 games. Nevertheless, he has secured a victory, which is better than a record of 4 losses. I have a feeling that Su could challenge Fultz. Dude, you've had too much to drink. As a result, Su Shu has gained a slight degree of recognition, with more individuals becoming aware of a Chinese player in the league who appears to be performing quite well. This draft can be deemed the least followed in the past decade, with only Macaw and Oladipo standing out among a sea of obscurity. The first overall pick, Bennett, infamous for his elbowing incident against the Chinese national team during a subsequent warm-up match, is arguably the weakest first pick in history, without exception. If one were to inquire about the significance of averaging 3 points and 4 rebounds in the NBA, the immediate response would likely categorize such a player as subpar, on the verge of being cut. However, it may come as a surprise that this year's all-rookie second team includes a player averaging a mere 3 points and 1 rebounds. Adams from the Thunder, notably one who has faced significant criticism. Even the future sensation Giannis, at this stage, merely averages 5 to 6 points. Also making the all-rookie second team, alongside another player with statistics of 8 points and 5 rebounds. In summary, none of the members of the second team reached an average of 9 points, reflecting the current level of this rookie class, which has sparked discussions about Su Shu. After all, he has delivered commendable performances in consecutive games, and if this continues, he may emerge as a contender against Macaw. The Lakers' next opponent is the Suns, who feature a rookie center, Alex Len, selected 5th overall this year. Typically, such a high draft pick would be expected to receive focused development, yet throughout the season, he has averaged only 8 minutes per game, often appearing only during garbage time, with a meager average of 2-2, barely approaching the statistics of a second-team rookie center. Following a decline after the illustrious Nash era, the Suns have not made the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. This season, however, Goran Dragic, often dubbed the Little Nash, has been performing at an impressive average of over 20 points and 6 assists, while the newly acquired Eric Bledsoe has contributed with 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, despite significant flaws in the team's roster. The excellent performances of the dual point guards have led the Suns to a record of 11 wins and 9 losses, placing them 9th in the Western Conference, just 1 victory behind the 8th-seeded Mavericks. The Lakers, with a record of 10 wins and 10 losses, find themselves trailing the Suns, making the outcome of this game potentially pivotal in the race for playoff positions. On December 10th, the Lakers faced off against the Suns at home, with D'Antoni making adjustments to the starting lineup: point guard, Blake shooting guard, Kobe small forward, Meeks power forward, Williams center. Gasol. The Suns starting lineup consisted of point guard, Goran Dragic point guard, Eric Bledsoe small forward, J. Tucker power forward, Channing Frye center, Miles Plumlee. From the outset of the match, the tempo fell into the hands of the Suns, as Dragic and the substitute Morris executed pinpoint strikes, ending the first quarter with a 26-20 lead over the Lakers. Dragic scored 10 points in the first quarter, while Morris added 7. The Lakers, despite rotating 10 players and having 9 contributing scorers, could not seize the lead. Su Shu played for 3 minutes in the first quarter, committing 2 fouls, one against Dragic and another against Bledsoe. His struggles were evident as he was outmaneuvered by the opposing backcourt's rhythm and physicality. This pattern persisted throughout the match. Although Kobe experienced a brief resurgence, it could not sustain itself. The final score of 114-106 suggests a narrow margin. Yet the Lakers were consistently left striving to close the gap, ultimately unable to overturn the scoreline. Kobe's performance showed signs of improvement, shooting 6 for 11 and making all 8 free throws for a total of 20 points, while Gasol contributed 19 points. Su Shu played for 15 minutes, scored 11 points, provided 4 assists, and committed 5 fouls, including 2 3-pointers. On the Suns' side, Dragic led all scorers with 31 points, Bledsoe added 18 points and 9 assists, and the Morris twins combined for 37 points. The Lakers' backcourt faced a thorough defeat, leaving Su Shu dissatisfied as he recognized the disparity, particularly when matched against Dragic. He was not simply overpowered physically. Rather, he was outwitted by Dragic's rhythm and finesse, leading to 3 fouls and 2 trips to the free throw line. At 4 a.m. the following morning, Kobe was awakened by a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" "Boss, it's time to get up and relieve yourself," came Su Shu's voice. Kobe, with a frown, realized that the young man was undoubtedly seeking revenge. Speak plainly. Boss, I was outwitted by Dragic several times yesterday, and I've come to understand that my defensive skills are still lacking. Why not rise to enjoy the night view, and we can practice together? The irritation that had initially clouded Kobe's mind dissipated upon hearing Su Shu's reasoning. All right, see you at the training facility, he replied before hanging up and preparing to rise, only to be embraced by a pair of arms. Darling, it's still dark outside, stay with me a little longer. It was Vanessa Bryant, Kobe's wife. After marrying Kobe, she adopted his surname, Bryant, in accordance with Western customs. Men in China often proclaim the importance of gender equality, aspiring to Western ideals. Yet few seem to align with this principle in practice. Darling, I must go train. Su is waiting for me. Oh, the Chinese Su? Next time I see him, I must warn him not to tempt my husband. Training so early. He, a man without a wife, should at least understand. Vanessa's voice brimmed with reproach. She was acquainted with Su Shu, having met him during Kobe's comeback game. All right, dear, you sleep a little longer. After a conversation about getting up, although Vanessa expressed her grievances, she still rose to assist Kobe with tidying up. Chapter 25. This starting position feels like a fortuitous discovery with Kobe's return. The Lakers faced consecutive defeats, not against formidable opponents, leading various sports media to analyze whether Kobe's prowess had diminished, concluding that he could no longer reclaim his peak form. The combination of a Kobe who cannot return to his zenith and a Gasol, whose once mighty skills have waned, renders it impossible for this Lakers team to advance to the playoffs. The limitations of this team are evident in their salaries. Kobe at $30 million, Gasol at $19 million, Nash at $38 million, Blake at $4 million, Jordan Hill at $56 million, and come on at $18 million. With the remaining salaries ranging from several hundred thousand to just over $1 million. In most cases, a player's salary reflects their capabilities. Media outlets have already suggested that the Lakers abandon this season, opting for a lackluster performance to secure a higher draft pick. The year 2014 is heralded by numerous media as an exceptional draft year, featuring the nation's top high school player, Jabari Parker, hailed as the next Andrew Wiggins, deemed the next LeBron, and Joel Embiid, likened to Hakeem Olajuwon. Adding to the intricacies, no one from the Lakers management, from the owner to the general manager, has publicly expressed a stance. Amid this external climate, the Lakers faced another setback. Starting point guard Blake suffered a ligament injury in his hand, expected to sideline him for 4 weeks. With Farmar still recovering and Blake now injured, the only genuine point guard left is the rookie, Su Shu. D'Antoni rubbed his throbbing head, pondering the absurdity of the situation. It seemed that injuries were determined to plague the Lakers. After some contemplation, he decided to convene the coaching staff. Kid, you're quite fortunate. With both Blake and I injured, your chances of starting are significantly increased. In just your 4th game, you'll be a starter. And you're a rookie who didn't even enter the draft. Quite absurd. Really, I find myself feeling a tinge of jealousy, he remarked. Meanwhile, Farmar, engaged in rehabilitation training, approached the exhausted Su Shu, who had just finished a one-on-one with Kobe, and began to chatter incessantly in his ear. Su Shu was rendered speechless. How profound must the resentment be to reduce a grand man to a state reminiscent of a woman? You are unaware, but I am a genius. And the realm of genius is one that mere mortals like you cannot possibly comprehend. Su Shu's arrogant and provoking words left those resting nearby speechless. After exchanging glances, they picked up the ball, casting sinister looks at Su Shu. Initially basking in his own triumph and eager to further boast with Farmar, Su Shu sensed an impending threat. He glanced around cautiously, then gingerly rose to his feet, forcing a dry laugh and remarking, what splendid weather we have today. As Su Shu sprinted, he deftly dodged the basketballs hurled from behind. Occasionally struck, he would emit exaggerated cries of dismay. Su Shu is the youngest member of the Lakers, with only this year's rookie Kelly being 3 years his senior, while the rest of the team is predominantly at least 7 years older than him. Consequently, when Su Shu jokes around, his teammates are more than willing to indulge him. The following day, the Lakers flew to Oklahoma to challenge the Thunder. During yesterday's training session, Coach D'Antoni did not specify a starting point guard, instead opting to continuously adjust the lineup. Last year, with Harden's departure from the Rockets, the Thunder's formidable quartet disbanded, leaving only the Thunder 3, which, while still impressive with a record of 60 wins and 22 losses, ranked first in the Western Conference. Their performance was only marginally inferior to that of the Heat's trio, but unfortunately, they were eliminated in the second round of the playoffs by the Grizzlies' formidable duo. This season, Reggie Jackson has rapidly developed, averaging 14.5 points per game, proving to be a valuable asset off the bench. Moreover, the team's star, Kevin Durant, has been in exceptional form, averaging 31 points per game, alongside the dynamic Russell Westbrook and the imposing Serge Ibaka. The Thunder's roster appears to dominate the Western Conference on paper. However, unexpectedly, the veteran Gordon, with his cunning tactics, has led the team to an impressive 19 wins and 3 losses, overwhelming the entire league. During the pregame warm-up, Su Shu finally caught sight of the Thunder's trio. Durant truly is tall and lean, while the muscular Westbrook is undeniably imposing, causing Su Shu to swallow hard. As for Ibaka, Su Shu discreetly assessed him, unable to discern any weaknesses. In the locker room, D'Antoni announced the starting lineup: Su Shu, Kobe, Wesley Johnson, Hill, and Gasol. Upon hearing his name called as a starter, Su Shu felt a surge of excitement. It seemed almost serendipitous. The substitutes looked at him with expressions of envy and jealousy, pondering why it was always the point guards who suffered injuries. As per the requirements of our training, we need to maintain speed on the offensive end, focus on off-ball movement, and ensure that Westbrook does not charge at us. Su, this is where you come in. Allow shots but deny drives. Wesley, do your best to challenge Durant physically to wear him down. D'Antoni reiterated the key points for both offense and defense while sketching strategies on the tactical board. In the Thunder's locker room, the atmosphere was remarkably relaxed, devoid of the tension typically associated with a major clash, almost blatantly disregarding the Lakers. However, they had ample reason for their confidence. Over the past 2 years, the Thunder had faced the Lakers 13 times in both the regular season and playoffs, achieving a commendable record of 10 wins to 3 losses. With the current state of the Lakers, Durant was determined to dominate Kobe today, declaring that from this point forward, only LeBron would remain his rival in the league. Last year, an injury hindered his performance, but this year, they would dethrone LeBron and establish the Thunder at the pinnacle of the NBA. Westbrook exuded an air of arrogance, his confidence radiating to such an extent that even Durant, the team's esteemed leader, appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. Beside him, Durant, if clad in a construction worker's attire, would undoubtedly resemble a laborer darkened by the sun on a building site, his demeanor impeccably fitting the role. Let us not forget about the Spurs, who currently hold the top position, Westbrook remarked. Durant, while seemingly cautious in his words, nonetheless conveyed a palpable sense of dismissal towards the venerable Spurs. They are aging. Their tank is running low. The regular season may be manageable, but come playoff time, their horsepower will falter, he stated. Serge Ibaka, overhearing their conversation, chimed in. I concur with Westbrook. This year we are formidable, and we need not fear these veterans. Their spirited exchange filled the locker room with laughter. Chapter 26. From being underrated to dunking over 18 cards. Dear viewers, greetings. Welcome to a broadcast by a certain sports network, where we bring you the NBA matchup of the Thunder facing the Lakers. Commentary today is provided by co-fan and Teacher Young. Teacher Young, the Lakers starting lineup has been announced. And congratulations to Su Shu for securing a starting position. What do you anticipate from him in his matchup against Westbrook? Teacher Young pondered before responding. It is quite unexpected for Su Shu, having played only a handful of games in the NBA, to attain a starting role. This is largely due to the injuries plaguing the Lakers' backcourt. However, his inclusion in the starting lineup, coupled with his recent performances, signifies that he has firmly established himself within the team, which is a positive development for Chinese basketball. In his duel with Westbrook, Su Shu may lack the physical advantage, so he should avoid direct confrontations and instead play smartly, leveraging his strengths. As long as he does not shy away from the challenge, it will be a success for him. Yang's comments left the live audience somewhat disgruntled. What does Teacher Young mean by that? They questioned. A university student from the Chinese department offered an explanation. He means, well, you understand, right? Amidst the banner, someone retorted, get lost. The underlying sentiment was clear. There was skepticism regarding Su Shu's ability to perform against one of the league's premier all-star guards, known for his explosive style. I too harbored concerns. Su Shu's physical capabilities do not compare to Westbrook's. While I appreciate Su Shu, my admiration for Westbrook prevails. Currently, Su Shu cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Westbrook. Nonetheless, I am pleased for Su Shu for managing to carve out a place in the NBA and wish him well. I find myself curious about the perspectives of the domestic basketball associations regarding this current crop of clubs. What could one possibly be thinking? Surely, they are contemplating how to gain a share of the spoils. Perhaps they are investigating whether little Su has participated in league matches during high school or junior high, as he might be able to contribute in some capacity. Among both online fans and commentators, there is a prevailing sentiment of skepticism regarding Su Shu's ability to perform well against Westbrook. In a certain dormitory at Shanghai University of Sport, at least 10 individuals have gathered. In the center of the room stands a table, upon which rests a laptop broadcasting the live game between the Lakers and the Thunder. Among the crowd, Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong are adorned in the Lakers' number 98 jerseys, which are densely covered in signatures, all in English. Li Fei, animatedly gesturing, exclaims, "Look at this jersey we are wearing. Do you recognize these signatures? They are all from the players of the Lakers. Courtesy of our brother who sent them to us." The others express their envy. "Li Fei, could you possibly get me one too?" "Don't worry. I'll cover breakfast for the month." "Breakfast is nothing. I can secure the WeChat contact of our classmate Li Fei for you." "What do you say?" The Thunder's starting lineup includes the Thunder 3 along with small forward Andre Roberson and center Kendrick Perkins. As the game commences, Gasol wins the jump ball against the formidable Perkins. Su Shu, having secured the ball, chooses not to control it himself, but rather passes it to Kobe before sprinting towards the front court. The actions of Su Shu were anticipated by the Thunder players long before. As Kobe crossed half court, Andre Roberson approached him with determination. Roberson, a rookie this year, was selected by the Timberwolves at the 26th pick in the first round and subsequently traded to the Thunder. Fortuitously for Roberson, his offensive capabilities were virtually non-existent. However, he possessed commendable defensive skills. With the Thunder's offense relying heavily on the dynamic duo of Durant and Westbrook, Roberson's offensive contributions were rendered unnecessary, allowing him to become the quintessential support for their defensive efforts. It could be asserted that in the ensuing years, particularly after the departure of Kevin Durant in 2016, he and Steven Adams became the backbone of the Thunder's defensive framework, facilitating Westbrook's remarkable achievement of averaging a triple-double. Positioned on the weak side, Su Shu lingered beyond the three-point arc, patiently awaiting his opportunity. He discerned that Westbrook, the defender assigned to him, appeared rather distracted, as if his gaze was perpetually fixated on the ball. Su Shu immediately recalled the future when Mr. Westbrook would be placed on display, subjected to harsh scrutiny. With even his past defensive sequences meticulously edited into a comprehensive compilation of his defensive plays, his tendency to lose focus and lack enthusiasm in supplementary defense were old flaws of his. Westbrook, once renowned in the NBA for his defensive prowess, had gradually shifted his role to that of a primary developmental asset for the team, resulting in a noticeable decline in his defensive zeal. As Hill maneuvered to set a screen for Kobe, Su Shu seized the moment when Westbrook was momentarily distracted and stealthily slipped beyond the three-point line. Kobe, utilizing the screen, had just evaded Roberson when he noticed that Su Shu had stealthily infiltrated the three-point area. Curiously, Westbrook, still fixated on his own actions, remained oblivious to Su Shu's movement. Without hesitation, Kobe executed a bounce pass, guiding Su Shu towards the vicinity of the key. At that moment, Westbrook belatedly realized he had lost track of his assignment but chose not to return, relinquishing this defensive opportunity. While he had momentarily abandoned Gasol, he quickly repositioned himself from the opposite side of the key. By then, Su Shu had already received the ball, took a step forward, and the sound of his sneakers squeaking against the floor reverberated. Fueled by determination, Su Shu propelled himself upwards, driven by a singular thought. He was going to dunk. Ibaka, albeit slightly late, attempted to intercept Su Shu but found it nearly impossible to thwart him. Nevertheless, he leapt into action, swatting towards Su Shu, resolved to demonstrate to this newcomer that he was not to be trifled with. With a resounding clap, Ibaka's hand struck Su Shu's left shoulder, perilously close to his face. The impact caused Su Shu to lose his balance momentarily. However, gritting his teeth, he twisted his waist and forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop. Thus, Su Shu completed his inaugural dunk in the NBA, and it was a resounding, emphatic one against an opponent. A tremendous force collided with Su Shu as Ibaka made contact in midair. The resounding echo of Su Shu's dunk reverberated through the arena, accompanied by the sharp whistle of the referee. After the basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop, Su Shu, unable to grasp the rim, was abruptly struck by the number 18 player and propelled backward. Upon landing, he skidded several meters away, colliding into the spectators seated along the baseline. Su Shu lay on the floor, experiencing a profound ache throughout his body, hesitant to rise. His anger gradually simmered, realizing this was a deliberate act. The players of the Lakers rushed over, their excitement palpable, particularly after witnessing the severity of the incident involving 18K. They all felt a sting. Moreover, 18K's attempt at a defensive play was clearly misguided, aimed at a person rather than the ball. The Lakers would never tolerate such bullying against their own, especially with Kobe still on the team, not in the era of Nick Young's infamous 1vs5. Kobe was the first to approach, forcefully shoving 18K aside, pointing an accusatory finger at him, declaring, "I warn you, keep your distance from my teammates. Do not tarnish the court with your vile actions." Chapter 27. You are in the first year both teams had gathered, especially the Lakers, who were fervently debating with the Thunder players. The team physician hurried over to examine Su Shu. As he began to regain his composure, he assured the doctor that he felt fine and gradually stood up. Wow. That dunk by little Su was electrifying. Who says Chinese players can't soar? In a streaming chat room, Ku Fan was so exhilarated that he struggled to find words. Haha. It has been years since we've seen our guards execute such a powerful dunk, though it was perilously risky. Yang Yi was equally thrilled. The online buzz intensified. Little Su is incredible. From now on, I shall refer to him as Big Su. 18K's notorious reputation persisted. Was there no one capable of reining him in? Haha. Dunking over 18K. Our nation's guards can indeed deliver such explosive performances. Are the domestic clubs blind? They were already predicting today's best play. Unbeknownst to many, collateral damage ensued. The referees had separated the teams, particularly Kobe from 18K, while Durant, the actual party involved, continued to voice his grievances. This was not intentional. How can there be a game without physical contact? If you wish to avoid confrontation, then do not play. Is this what you consider normal competition? Are you watching with only one eye? Gasol retorted without mercy. Kobe walked over to Su Shu and asked, "Are you all right?" Su Shu maintained a serene expression, stating, "It's nothing." However, his tranquility perplexed Kobe, who had some understanding of Su Shu's character. He was certainly not one to exhibit the same demeanor as Yao. Meanwhile, the 18K player dismissed the matter entirely, laughing merrily, as it posed no challenge for him, especially considering it involved a rookie. Earlier this year, he nearly rendered Griffin impotent, prompting even Kobe to publicly declare that had he been in the situation, he would have undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to the 18K player. Upon witnessing the smile of 18K, Su Shu could no longer contain the fire within him and rushed out impulsively. Kobe, having kept a vigilant eye on Su Shu, realized the impending trouble as he dashed forward and urgently called out, "Gasol, stop Su." Hearing the shout, Gasol turned to see Su Shu approaching with an expression of calmness. As 18K and Durant stood opposite him, he swiftly embraced Su Shu, saying, "Su, remain calm, stay composed." Su Shu remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on the player wearing number 18, exerting considerable effort to break free from Gasol's grasp. In that moment, his strength was formidable. Fortunately, Kobe caught up, joining Gasol in obstructing Su Shu's path. The opposing number 18 was taken aback. This rookie possessed quite the temper. Yet, witnessing Su Shu's calm demeanor juxtaposed with his actions stirred only a slight reaction from him. However, it was merely a fleeting acknowledgement. As he had encountered countless conflicts on the court before and had yet to regard Su Shu as a significant threat, the referee finally managed to regain control of the situation and proceeded to review the footage for a decision. Both teams returned to their benches, and Su Shu was also pulled back. "Su, remain composed. If you get ejected, we will be left without a point guard," D'Antoni advised, attempting to temper Su Shu's fervor. "Understood, coach. I will maintain my composure," Su Shu replied with a smile, though internally he mused that it wouldn't be so easily resolved. If he could play the role of a novice, he could also embrace the role of a veteran. In a streaming studio, Yang Yi and Ku Fan were taken aback. They had always associated NBA brawls with foreign players. Even Yao Ming rarely displayed such fervor. Yet, here was Su Shu, having played only a handful of games, daring to confront an opponent. This fundamentally reshaped their perceptions and those of countless netizens. Yang Yi remarked dryly, "We can't entirely blame Su. That move by number 18 was excessively perilous and could easily lead to injury. He has just stepped into the starting lineup, and an injury would severely jeopardize his standing within the team." Ultimately, after reviewing the footage, the referee deemed number 18 guilty of a flagrant foul, awarding the Lakers 2 free throws and 1 possession. As both teams returned to the court, the referee issued a verbal warning to both sides, particularly to Su Shu. Su Shu stood at the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, bringing the score to 3-0 in favor of the Lakers. Kobe passed the ball to Gasol, who skillfully backed down his opponent at the 18-foot mark. After a couple of feints, he executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, increasing the lead to 5-0. The Thunder initiated their offense, with Westbrook controlling the ball. Su Shu positioned himself merely a step inside the three-point line, showing no intention of defending. Throughout Westbrook's career, he has never achieved a three-point shooting percentage above 35, typically hovering around 30, which emboldens Su Shu to grant him such space. In a moment of frustration, Westbrook, feeling underestimated by the rookie, received the ball at the three-point line and rose for a jump shot. Su Shu, noticing Westbrook's attempt, made a token effort to contest the shot before effectively positioning himself to keep Westbrook beyond the arc. The ball struck the rim and bounced off, with Kobe seizing the rebound. As Kobe collected the ball, Su Shu had already instinctively begun his advance towards the front court. By the time Westbrook realized what was happening, Su Shu had gained a 2-meter lead. With a powerful push off the ground, his explosive speed was evident. At that moment, Kobe spotted Su Shu and passed the ball, which arrived just as Su Shu slightly reduced his pace, leaving him 2 meters away from the three-point line when the basketball landed in his hands. Su Shu dribbled the basketball with a forceful bounce before executing a sudden stop. Westbrook, who was hot on his heels, was taken aback when Su Shu did not drive towards the basket but instead halted beyond the three-point line. He too attempted to come to a stop. Yet at such a rapid pace, he overshot by a couple of meters before finally bringing himself to a halt. With a swift braking maneuver that left Westbrook trailing behind, Su Shu glanced back at him and, with a smile, effortlessly released the ball. Swish. 8-0. As the basketball gracefully descended into the net, Su Shu turned to Westbrook and declared, "Westbrook, that is how a three-pointer is executed. You simply cannot match it." Westbrook furrowed his brow, seething at being belittled by this rookie from China. Meanwhile, Thunder's head coach Brooks called for a timeout. "Gentlemen, let us rally our spirits. We are vying for the O'Brien Trophy, yet we are currently being outplayed by this Lakers team. I need you to remember not to underestimate anyone." On the Lakers bench, the atmosphere was vibrant, particularly for Farmar, who playfully delivered a hearty slap to Su Shu's chest. "You've really done it," smacking Westbrook right in the face. Su Shu clutched his chest, exclaiming, "You must have struck me intentionally, with such force." "Humph, injuring me is futile. You won't be able to take the court either. Go to hell." As Famar feigned another attempt to hit him, Su Shu swiftly darted to the side of his esteemed leader, Kobe. "Well done, Su. Continue to play like that," praised D'Antoni, affirming Su Shu's performance. Chapter 28. The superstar whistle. As the game resumed, Durant seized the ball, embodying the role of the team's leader and its foremost scorer. Positioned at the left arc, he received the ball, while Johnson, his defender, approached with trepidation. Just as Johnson intended to close the gap, Durant executed a dramatic crossover, effortlessly evading Johnson. Before Gasol could provide help, Durant halted abruptly at mid-range and executed a jump shot, scoring with precision. The score stood at 8-2. Su Shu had only seen Durant play in video recordings before, and had not formed a profound impression. After all, he was merely taller and more accurate, wasn't he? However, now on the court, he truly felt Durant's terrifying prowess. No one was as tall as he was, nor as swift, and his shooting precision was astonishingly remarkable. Furthermore, his dribbling skills had significantly improved. Unlike when he first entered the league, the previous flaw of having a high dribble center had been rectified. With a swift hesitation dribble, he effortlessly left Johnson in his wake. Too simple. During the Lakers' offense, he'll set a screen, and Kobe exploited Perkins' sluggishness to drive inside. Upon reaching the free throw line, he utilized his physique to shield Robertson behind him. Yet, Ibaka came over to provide help, and Durant obstructed Kobe's passing lane. Kobe remained composed, carefully analyzing his passing options. Westbrook's defensive tendencies revealed to him that the only viable passing route lay in his direction, prompting him to rush over in an attempt to trap Kobe. Su Shu also observed the environment surrounding Kobe and promptly sprinted towards a gap that Westbrook had yet to close. Kobe's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he executed a bounce pass, sending the ball soaring. Although Westbrook attempted to intercept, he fell short. The basketball landed in Su Shu's hands. He caught it, leaped, and released it. Instead of contesting the shot, Westbrook positioned himself for a rebound, while only the more distant Robertson lunged forward. Just when Su Shu believed he was unimpeded, he suddenly spotted a large hand looming in front of him. Goodness, that was swift. This thought raced through Su Shu's mind as he subtly adjusted his shot's arc and released the ball. The moment he let it fly, he sensed the force was excessive. Thud. Indeed, the basketball struck the rim and soared high, only to be collected by 18 card. Su Shu had no time for regret, for 18 card had already passed the ball to Westbrook, who was now launching a fast break. Westbrook barreled forward like a raging bull, exuding raw power. Meanwhile, Kobe, being the closest Laker, hurried to chase him down. Yet, age and recent injuries hindered Kobe's explosiveness, and he was quickly left behind. Among the Lakers' defenders, aside from Kobe, Su Shu was the fastest to retreat. He exerted every ounce of strength to pursue. An intriguing scene unfolded on the court. Westbrook surged ahead with the ball, while Su Shu and Kobe trailed behind. Kobe fell further behind, but Su Shu swiftly overtook him, closing in on Westbrook. Su Shu was inherently swift, and with Westbrook dribbling the ball, he was able to close the gap rapidly. As Westbrook stepped beyond the three-point line, he gathered the ball, took 2 strides, and launched into the air. In that fleeting moment, Westbrook was oblivious to the fact that Su Shu was trailing closely behind, preparing to leap as well. It was not a lack of experience on Westbrook's part. Rather, he was convinced that Kobe could not catch up to him, and those who were even further away stood no chance. His confidence in himself was unwavering. Yet, just as Westbrook exerted his strength to execute a dunk, he was startled to see a figure swiftly approaching, accompanied by a hand reaching out. Slap. With a resounding slap, Su Shu struck the basketball from Westbrook's hands, sending it soaring into the air. Westbrook, momentarily stunned, continued his momentum to execute a dunk, only to find himself grasping at emptiness. As Su Shu landed, poised to revel in his triumphant block against Westbrook, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Beep. Su Shu glanced over and noticed that the linesman had surprisingly signaled a foul for a hand violation, indicating 2 free throws. Su Shu was utterly bewildered. The whistle sounded far too late, and he was convinced he had not committed a foul. The player and the ball were one. And this play was undeniably a remarkable save. Su Shu, rendered speechless, cradled his head in his hands, and then spread his arms wide, conveying a silent inquiry to the referee through his body language. He understood that this was the phenomenon of superstar bias favoring Russell Westbrook, an unspoken rule within the league. Superstars invariably enjoy an advantage in officiating decisions over ordinary players, especially when pitted against rookies. However, this principle is not absolute. In a few years, it would not apply to elementary school students. After all, if such preferential treatment were granted to them, what would be the point of the game? Meanwhile, Kobe, catching up, patted Su Shu on the back, acknowledging his commendable performance, before swiftly approaching the head referee to exert pressure on the officiating. Su Shu, filled with discontent, approached the center court, hands on his hips, observing Westbrook's free throw. It was undoubtedly a commendable attempt, yet there was little he could do, for it was Westbrook he was contesting against. The NBA, after all, is a commercial league where superstars serve as the face of the franchise and enjoy certain privileges. Yang Yi, in the live broadcast, expressed his regret over Su Shu's effort. Indeed, it is noteworthy that Su's play showcased his physical prowess to the fullest. His speed rivaled that of Westbrook, perhaps even exceeding it. Furthermore, his wingspan was quite impressive, a rarity among domestic players possessing such innate physical gifts. Ku Tiantian remarked enviously, suggesting that our nation still harbors numerous talented individuals, yet many remain undiscovered. Westbrook made both free throws, bringing the score to 8-4. Thus far, this match has not unfolded as the pre-game favorite suggested. Rather, it has been a spectacle filled with thrilling moments that have gradually ignited the enthusiasm of the fans, whose cheers and chants have grown increasingly vibrant. As the game progressed, Kobe's offensive zeal appeared somewhat subdued, often opting for mid-range shots instead of aggressively driving to the basket as he once did. Instead, he utilized his ability to draw defenders, facilitating passes to open teammates, and thereby maintaining a commendable offensive efficiency for the Lakers. However, the Lakers struggled to contain the Thunder's offense. Su Shu's block seemed to incite Westbrook, who seized a significant amount of ball control. Yet, with no fast break opportunities, Su Shu closely shadowed him, willing to commit early fouls to prevent any acceleration. In half-court scenarios, Su Shu prioritized defending against drives over jump shots. The rookie's disregard for him effectively provoked Westbrook's competitive spirit, leading him to frequently launch shots. Although he occasionally found success, his shooting percentage remained low. Westbrook's dominance of the ball limited the team's primary scorer to just 3 shot attempts, all of which were converted. With 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Su Shu picked up his second foul and was substituted out, having scored 7 points on 2 of 5 shooting. While recuperating on the bench, Su Shu diligently observed Westbrook's defensive maneuvers, reflecting on some of Westbrook's defensive traits, albeit those from the later stages of his career, as he was less familiar with the earlier version of Westbrook. Furthermore, his recent rigorous training left little time for watching game footage, making this opportunity to study Westbrook all the more valuable, and indeed, he discovered insights that confirmed his knowledge. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 24-28, with the Lakers trailing by just 4 points. In the first quarter, Westbrook shot 2 of 6 from the field and made 3 of 4 from the free throw line, totaling 7 points, while Durant went 3 for 3, contributing 8 points. Chapter 29. Westbrook's defensive weaknesses. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. Coach D'Antoni opted not to send Su Shu back onto the court, instead allowing Hunter to take the reins as point guard. Westbrook did not enter the game at the start of the second quarter. Instead, Reggie Jackson took the floor. Once the game resumed, Hunter, filling in as the point guard, delivered an impressive performance, leveraging his height and strength to overpower Jackson, driving to the basket and drawing fouls, which culminated in a 6-0 run. The Thunder quickly substituted Westbrook into the game, and Su Shu was also brought back in. As D'Antoni noted the effectiveness of Su Shu's matchup against Westbrook in the first quarter, it remains unclear what was discussed between Brooks and Westbrook, but upon entering the game, Westbrook abandoned his previous fixation on shooting. Faced with Su Shu's defense, he executed no elaborate moves. Instead, he accelerated, using his body to clear a path and drove to the rim, delivering a thunderous dunk despite Hill's defensive efforts. On the sidelines, D'Antoni furrowed his brow in concern. Su Shu remained unaffected, skillfully advancing the ball to the left arc at the front court, signaling Hill to set a screen. As Hill established his position, Su Shu executed a swift change of direction, exploiting the screen to surge forward from the left. Upon noticing the screen, Westbrook took a decisive step forward. However, as he maneuvered around the screen, he found himself 2 steps away from Su Shu, having lost his defensive positioning. Nevertheless, with his remarkable speed, he could still exert some defensive pressure on Su Shu. Curiously, instead of trailing Su Shu, Westbrook opted to head directly towards the basket. Su Shu did not perceive any pressure from Westbrook trailing behind him, not in the slightest, which corroborated his earlier thoughts on the sidelines. At this moment, the backup center Adams found himself at a loss, attempting to defend both Su Shu and Hill, who was cutting towards the basket. He was utterly bewildered, watching Su Shu score effortlessly under no defensive pressure. The Thunder's head coach, Brooks, remained speechless, opting for silence. Meanwhile, D'Antoni, who had previously furrowed his brow, relaxed slightly. Westbrook's defensive skills in pick-and-roll situations were notably lacking. Even if others were blocked, they could not replicate the same defensive path as Westbrook. It was indeed a conundrum. No one could fathom Westbrook's thoughts at that moment, perhaps only to be understood years later. After Westbrook scored again, the Lakers initiated their offense, with Su Shu handling the ball and Jordan Hill approaching to set a screen. Just as Hill established his position and before Su Shu made his move, an astonishing scene unfolded. Perhaps Westbrook had learned from the previous pick-and-roll experience. This time, he was determined not to follow Su Shu's path as before. Without waiting for Su Shu to break through, he took a step back and circled around Hill, attempting to intercept Su Shu in advance. Even Su Shu was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the unguarded defense, while Adams, 2 meters away and ready to switch, stared blankly at Westbrook. Su Shu did not attempt a three-pointer. Instead, he drove straight into the lane. This time, Adams chose to defend against Su Shu, yet Su Shu refrained from attacking himself. Instead, he executed a bounce pass, assisting Jordan Hill in a spectacular dunk. Brooks furrowed his brow deeper with concern. Henry switched to guard Su, and everyone focused on providing support, ensuring that the Thunder could not easily score near the basket. As the Lakers retreated on defense, D'Antoni made adjustments, and Westbrook refrained from reckless plays. Given Su Shu's current physical strength, it was challenging for him to withstand Westbrook's drive. Employing Henry, who had advantages in both height and strength, to contain Westbrook while stationed near the basket prevented him from attacking the rim with ease. After the Lakers altered their defense, the Thunder's offensive threat significantly diminished, resulting in a drop in scoring efficiency. In their subsequent 3 possessions, they managed to score only once. Meanwhile, Su Shu exploited Westbrook's defensive vulnerabilities, frequently creating opportunities. After he sank another three-pointer, just over 4 minutes into the second quarter, the Lakers had surged ahead, leading 38-37. The Thunder called for a timeout. Upon returning from the break, Durant and Kobe re-entered the court, and Su Shu transitioned back to shooting guard. With the ball now in Kobe's hands. Once on the court, Durant took control of the ball and initiated the offensive attack. Despite several defensive personnel changes by the Lakers, they could not halt Durant's scoring. In the remaining time of the second quarter, Durant made all 4 of his attempts, tallying 12 points. On the Lakers side, Kobe also switched to a playmaking mode, assisting teammates in scoring, though their efficiency paled in comparison to that of the Thunder. At halftime, the score stood at 55-52, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. In a certain sports live broadcast room, Teacher Yang summarized the performances of both teams in the first half. The Lakers' performance was beyond my expectations. On the surface, they matched the Thunder evenly, he stated. As for the Thunder, let's not dwell on them. Let's talk about the Lakers. The key to the Lakers being able to keep pace with the Thunder in the first half, I believe, is Little Su. Yang stated bluntly. Oh, Teacher Yang. Kobe delivered 7 assists in the first half. Kafa chimed in, perfectly playing the role of the supportive commentator. Kobe is indeed remarkable, providing 7 assists. But Little Su scored 14 points with 2 assists in the first half. Have you noticed that whenever he is on the court, he consistently finds the Thunder's defensive weaknesses? Out of Kobe's 7 assists, 3 were directed to Little Su, showcasing his basketball IQ throughout this half. Yang began to elaborate, seemingly forgetting that he had initially doubted Su Shu's potential impact before the game. Meanwhile, the fans celebrated like it was a festival, showering praises upon Su Shu. Teacher Yang, does your face hurt? Let me check who doubted Su before the game. I was one of them. I just slapped myself, and now my face feels hot. Little Su shot 5 out of 9 for 14 points, while Westbrook made 5 out of 12 attempts for the same score. Who truly deserves to be an all-star? As the second half commenced, the score remained tightly contested, with neither team able to establish a commanding lead. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Kobe was substituted for a brief respite, allowing Su Shu to return to the point guard position. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Westbrook once again tasked with defending Su Shu, following the familiar strategy of utilizing Gasol's screen. Su Shu drove towards the basket, while 18 Card positioned himself for defense. As 18 Card observed Su Shu's advance, he recalled the audacity Su Shu displayed at the start of the game, revealing a fierce demeanor. Initially intent on drawing an offensive foul from Su Shu, he subtly shifted his body, showcasing his iron elbow. Already on his second step, Su Shu perceived 18 Card's underhanded tactic, a chill coursing through him. He had yet to exact his revenge in the first 3 quarters. And now this sneaky elbow was reappearing. Upon taking off for his jump on the third step, Su Shu forcefully altered his trajectory, positioning himself directly in front of 18 Card. The once self-satisfied 18 Card, witnessing Su Shu's sudden change in direction, saw the expanding elbow approaching him. By the time he attempted to evade the impending collision, it was too late. His vision darkened, followed by a sharp pain in his nose. And then Su Shu collided with him. 18 Card was knocked down, and Su Shu lost his balance, falling to the ground. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Lying on the floor, Ibaka bore a pained expression as blood streamed from his nose. Upon rising, Su Shu cast an impassive glance at 18 Card, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. The prostrate 18 Card, upon noticing Su Shu, instantly recognized the deliberate provocation. To his utter disbelief, he found himself bested by a novice. Chapter 30. Cornered. The sole thought echoing in 18 Card's mind was the humiliation of being outmaneuvered by a rookie. As a moderately renowned NBA player, being outplayed by an inexperienced individual, particularly one of Chinese descent, felt like a profound affront. In truth, many Americans, regardless of race, often harbor a sense of superiority over those of Asian descent, a misguided belief fostered by their own insecurities. This moment, therefore, was particularly humiliating for 18 Card. In a fit of rage, he rose unassisted, disregarding his teammates' attempts to restrain him. The Thunder players, well aware of 18 Card's temperament, recognized that his rising meant he was about to explode. Durant and Adams swiftly intervened, grasping 18 Card to prevent him from breaking free. Frustrated, he shouted at Su Shu, "Rookie, you have provoked me," while simultaneously gesturing with an internationally recognized sign. Meanwhile, other players were engaged in negotiations with Kobe, who stood protectively behind Su Shu. Su Shu smiled, a smile so sweet and disarming. He was fearless, unperturbed even in the absence of his comrades. Su Shu extended his thumb, giving a thumbs up to the 18th player, and then, much to the astonishment of the Thunder players, he toppled over. "What are you even worth? Do you not recognize your own shortcomings when you provoke others?" I scoff at you. Su Shu's actions provoked dissatisfaction among the Thunder players, with Roberson attempting to navigate through the crowd to confront Su Shu. Kobe felt weary as an old man. He constantly found himself mediating between his young protege and others, which weighed heavily on his heart. D'Antoni also found himself in a quandary. This young man usually possessed a pleasant demeanor, yet transformed into a prickly hedgehog the moment he stepped onto the court. Yang Yi and Ku Fan were left speechless, unsure how to comment on the situation. Should they support Su Shu or critique him for his lack of composure and retaliatory actions? Neither option seemed viable, leaving them to meander through their commentary. The most delighted were undoubtedly the fans, whether watching from the United States or at home. They overwhelmingly rallied behind Su Shu, abandoning their idol, Mr. 18. Haha, considering Su Shu's recent games, how many technical fouls has he accrued? Now that is what it means to be a real man. I adore him. I absolutely love Su. I want a wretch. Are you certain you love him? You're a man. Indeed. A man professing love for our Su reveals his overflowing male hormones. The conversation rapidly veered off course. Ultimately, the situation was quelled under the referee's authority. Su Shu committed a serious foul. As the match progressed, the intensity of the players' actions escalated, particularly against Su Shu. Although the fouls were significant, no further conflicts occurred. The game concluded in a rather unfriendly atmosphere, with the Lakers succumbing to a 102-113 defeat on the road. Kobe Bryant shot 2 of 6, scoring merely 4 points. But he contributed 13 assists alongside 6 turnovers. Pau Gasol scored 19 points, while Su Shu, with 8 of 17 from the field and 4 of 9 from beyond the arc, tallied 23 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. Kevin Durant was majestic, hitting 13 of 18 shots for 39 points and 7 rebounds, while Russell Westbrook came close to a triple-double with 19 points, 8 assists, and 9 rebounds from 7 of 18 shooting. Upon returning to the locker room, the team did not wallow in despondency over the loss. They were mentally prepared, knowing that the Thunder ranked second in the league. After countless games each year, feeling disheartened after every defeat would lead to despair. Just as the team took a moment to rest, a commotion erupted outside the door, leaving Su Shu bewildered, while Kobe furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He recognized the voices of players like 18 Card and Roberson. Goodness, they're blocking the locker room door. Nick Young exclaimed, ever the fearless one, rushing to swing the door open, followed by several veteran players. Upon opening the door, they were confronted by a few members of the Thunder, led by 18 Card, who were being restrained by security. Hey, come out. I'll make you regret it. 18 Card taunted upon seeing the locker room door ajar. Nick Young, feeling indignant at being blocked, was about to retort when a hand restrained him. Turning to see Kobe, he conceded his position. 18 Card, resolve your issues on the court. What is the point of blocking the locker room door now? Kobe's expression was grim. In the face of Kobe, 18 Card dared not be overly brash. Kobe, this kid tried to play me. I've never suffered such a loss. If he apologizes, I'll let it go. At that moment, Su Shu, finally grasping the situation, stepped out. Have you lost your mind? Soon, the coaching staffs from both sides arrived, quickly intervening to separate the two parties. Su Shu was left speechless, having encountered such an incident of being blocked from the locker room so swiftly, and all because of him. Alas, one cannot help but lament the burdens of being exceedingly exceptional. After a minor upheaval, the Lakers hurriedly set off for Charlotte, where they are scheduled to face the Bobcats in a back-to-back challenge. Including today's match against the Thunder, the Lakers are tasked with playing 2 back-to-back games within 5 days, totaling 4 matches, all on the road. Thus, there is simply no opportunity to complete a game, rest, and then embark on their journey anew. On the plane, Su Shu checked his growth points and discovered that despite the loss in the game, his growth points had remarkably increased by over 300. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. With matches to play, growth points accumulate swiftly. It appears that the growth points are significantly influenced by the strength of the opposing team and the caliber of the players matched against him. Westbrook, being an all-star and currently one of the top point guards in the league, contributed to a substantial gain in growth points. Su Shu had been contemplating where to allocate his attribute points following his upgrade, when he awoke from the bed in his hotel room. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After rising and dressing, he made his way to the hotel gym to engage in weightlifting. He was still in the process of gradually building muscle, making his daily workouts indispensable, albeit with varying intensity. Upon returning to his room, he found his roommate, Farmer, already awake, engrossed in watching television and fiddling with his phone. Noticing Su Shu's arrival, Famaj promptly exclaimed, "Su, you made it into the top 5 plays. You dunked on 18th card, and now he's just a backdrop. This will surely infuriate him." Upon hearing that he had made it into the top 5 plays, Su Shu felt a surge of joy and immediately checked his phone, only to discover that his dunk over 18 card had indeed become the top play on yesterday's ESPN segment. Su Shu browsed various sports media outlets, all of which reported on the Lakers' challenge against the Thunder. Among the multitude of coverage, the most attention was devoted to Durant, who scored an impressive 39 points, making him the highest scorer in the NBA for that day. Both Kobe and Westbrook received their share of accolades as well as critiques, with mentions of their performances in yesterday's game. Despite the loss, it was noteworthy that Su outscored Westbrook, a remarkable feat given their direct matchup. Local sports media in Los Angeles displayed even greater enthusiasm, heralding Su as a remarkable newcomer from China. China's Su, they proclaimed, the biggest surprise among this year's rookies. And the next Curry. In summary, the day saw Su Shu basking in a level of exposure in Los Angeles that was unparalleled. Chapter 31. Gloom. Su Shu encountered a conflict with the 18 card during the competition, yet it did not impose any negative repercussions upon him. Su Shu's popularity among fans in Los Angeles has surged, not only due to his striking looks which can be deemed handsome even among basketball players, but also because of his remarkable performance on the court. As a rookie free agent, he averages an impressive 13.8 points per game, and, most importantly, he embodies the essence of a tough competitor, showing no fear against anyone, including the likes of Nash. Such a player is undoubtedly a favorite among the team's supporters, particularly his female admirers, whose numbers are rising rapidly. Even Farmar finds himself envious, often lamenting to Su Shu about the unfairness of fate. On this very day, Su Shu outshone Westbrook, capturing the attention of many. Numerous Lakers players received calls, primarily from their agents or acquaintances in the industry, all eager to introduce them to Su Shu or request his phone number. Su Shu received several calls, yet he currently has little understanding of agents and is disinclined to seek one, especially considering that even the legendary Nowitzki manages without an agent, thriving nonetheless. On December 14th, the Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Bobcats with a score of 90-84, confronted by the still-developing Kemba Walker, who isn't the type of powerful guard that troubles Su Shu the most. He still found himself outmaneuvered by Walker's skill. Were it not for Walker's shorter stature, Su Shu might have fared worse. He managed to shoot 4 out of 8, including 2 3-pointers, accumulating 12 points and 6 assists, thereby salvaging a modicum of respect. Kobe exhibited stellar performance, hitting 8 of 15 shots, culminating in a near triple-double with 21 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Kemba Walker's impressive showing of 21 points and 7 assists, as the 9th pick in the 2011 draft and currently in his 3rd year, has made him arguably the best draft pick the franchise has seen in years, averaging 18 points and 6 assists this season thus far. On December 16th, the Lakers fell to the Hawks with a score of 102-109. In this match, against the speedy Hawks primary point guard Jeff Teague, Su Shu performed markedly better, as Teague's speed could not entirely outpace him, and their physical strength was comparable, with Teague's skills not surpassing those of Walker. Su Shu scored 16 points and provided 3 assists, while Teague recorded 17 points and 8 assists, indicating that Su Shu did not suffer a significant defeat. However, Kobe had a subpar performance, making only 4 of 14 shots, with no free throws, tallying just 8 points and 6 assists. Were it not for Nick Young's 23 points and Gasol's 15, the Lakers would have faced a thorough thrashing. The Hawks executed excellent team basketball, a testament to new head coach Budenholzer's philosophy, with 7 players scoring in double figures, yet the highest scorer was Al Horford with 19 points, illuminating why the Hawks would struggle in the playoffs in subsequent years despite regular season success. On December 17th, the Lakers secured a victory over the Grizzlies, 96-90. In this second consecutive game, the Grizzlies star point guard Mike Conley was absent. Although the Lakers' stamina had not fully recovered, the outstanding performances of Kobe and Gasol, each scoring 21 points, brought victory back to Los Angeles. However, Su Shu's physical condition showed a marked decline, a reflection of his inexperience and lack of understanding regarding stamina management. The Grizzlies' defense was already formidable. Su Shu managed only 3 out of 9 shooting, accumulating 8 points and 3 assists. After 3 games, Su Shu averaged 12 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds over 4 away games. The Lakers achieved a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, bringing their overall record to 11 wins and 13 losses, placing them 10th in the Western Conference. With the 8th-place Mavericks holding a 4-game lead, the Lakers drift further from playoff contention. But this does not worry their fans as much as Kobe's limping exit from the game. This concern weighs heavily on all of Kobe's admirers. Could the indomitable Kobe, who made a miraculous return from an Achilles rupture in just 8 months, be on the verge of another downfall? In the visiting locker room of the Grizzlies, the atmosphere was exceedingly somber. The team physician was conducting an initial examination of Kobe, and an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Even the usually exuberant Su Shu refrained from speaking. Su Shu has come to realize the significance of Kobe to this team. He is its very soul. Without Kobe, this team would undoubtedly be nothing more than a disarray of individuals. Su Shu vividly recalls that it was after this particular match that Kobe's season was irrevocably cut short. Subsequently, the Lakers players became increasingly self-centered, each vying to enhance their individual statistics. Over the remaining 58 games, the Lakers could only muster a dismal record of 16 wins and 42 losses, yielding a woeful winning percentage of merely 27. It is worth noting that prior to Kobe's injury, the team's performance had reached an impressive 50, fueled by the collective hope that his return would lead them into the playoffs. The allure of playoff performance is far greater than that of the regular season, drawing the attention of all franchises. After a brief examination, the team physician turned to D'Antoni and advised, "I recommend we arrange for Kobe to undergo further tests at the hospital immediately." The gravity of his tone indicated an unsettling prognosis, and the already tense atmosphere in the room transformed into one laden with foreboding clouds. D'Antoni sighed and replied, "Very well, let us proceed without delay." Upon returning to the hotel, Su Shu found himself in a somber mood. Kobe had always been a source of support for him within the team, and it was largely due to Kobe's influence that he had managed to integrate so seamlessly. Indeed, Kobe was not only Su Shu's idol, but also a cherished older brother figure. Even the milestone of surpassing 3,000 points failed to uplift his spirits. Although he was aware of the reality, he had harbored hopes that perhaps his own performance could spark a change. "Do you think the boss is in serious trouble?" Famer lamented dejectedly. He had the potential to secure a more lucrative contract in Europe this season, but had returned to the Lakers without hesitation, driven by a profound emotional connection to the team and a deep respect for Kobe. Su Shu smiled faintly and remarked, "I don't believe that will be the case. Even if there are matters at hand, I perceive them as favorable. I have always thought that our leader's return was somewhat hasty. He ought to rest for a few more months for the sake of his health." Upon hearing Su Shu's words, Famer momentarily paused, contemplated, and nodded in agreement, saying, "You may be right. Allowing our leader a few more months of recovery would indeed be beneficial." I then inquired, "Famer, when does the team doctor say you can return? If our leader is unable to play, I will be left as the sole point guard." "Su, you were quite shameless. That was utterly pretentious," Famer scoffed. Su Shu fell silent. What he spoke was indeed true. He possessed an understanding of his physical capabilities, asserting that he could manage a game lasting over 30 minutes on occasion, yet enduring such lengthy matches consistently was beyond his current physical limits. As the competition progressed, opposing teams began to intensify their defensive focus on him, resulting in a significant reduction in his open shot opportunities and consequently diminishing his efficiency. After 3 games, his shooting percentage had plummeted to 46, with his three-point accuracy descending to a mere 39, marking a notable decline from his initial performance. Chapter 32. Unexpected joy. The following day, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles, where they would enjoy 2 days of respite. Upon their arrival, they were besieged by reporters, primarily inquiring about Kobe's injury status. "We are unaware of the specifics at this moment, yet I firmly believe that Kobe will be fine," Su Shu responded to the press. "I did not intentionally elbow him. Rather, he committed a foul on purpose. Anyone who watched the game can attest to this." As for the locker room being surrounded, I cannot comment extensively, as there was no altercation. I can only suggest that the tough guy image presented by 18 Card prior to this is somewhat misleading. Regarding the incident with 18 Card in the locker room, Su Shu had little to say, but he did take the opportunity to assert that 18 Card was simply a jerk. Meanwhile, 18 Card, far away in Oklahoma, sneezed, pondering the situation. "What's happening? Am I coming down with a cold? Damn it, it's all that rookie's fault. My face still hurts, and I couldn't sleep a wink last night." Simultaneously, the injury report for Kobe was released, revealing a left knee tibial fracture. This report left the Lakers management in a state of shock, extinguishing any hope that the team could reach the playoffs this season. Furthermore, Kobe's injury would inevitably impact the club's future strategies concerning the team. In an office within the Lakers headquarters, current owner Jim Buss and general manager Mitch Kupchak were engaged in discussion. "Boss, it appears Kobe won't be able to play this season. We must start preparing," Kupchak stated. "It is indeed time for a change. What proposals do you have?" "First, we need to clear salary space to prepare for reinforcements in the summer. Second, we should focus on developing young players." Upon hearing these two strategic directions, Jim Buss immediately grasped their implications. Clearing salary space for summer reinforcements was a superficially appealing notion, yet it essentially amounted to avoiding luxury tax. The most prominent players available in the summer of 2014 would likely be LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony, both of whom held player options. However, given the Lakers' current predicament, with Kobe tied to a substantial 2-year contract, attracting James or Anthony was utterly implausible, rendering the notion of preparing for reinforcements little more than a pretext. The second point, centered around nurturing young talent, was even more straightforward. It simply meant embracing a strategy of mediocrity. Cultivating young players would inherently result in poor performance. Yet it was far more palatable than directly informing the fans of the intention to tank. After pondering for a moment, Jim Buss remarked, "Let us proceed with these two strategies, but I hope we can avoid provoking too much backlash from the fans. What are your thoughts? Trade Blake to allow Su more playing time. His current performance is commendable, and after a season of growth, he should be able to make a more significant contribution in the point guard position next season." Jimmy Buss nodded, expressing his strong agreement with Kupchak's words, when suddenly he recalled that Su only signed a 1-year contract. With Su's contract being of such brevity, it would be prudent to negotiate an extension with him in advance. "Understood, my thought is." The two continued to discuss actionable strategies. That evening, Kobe's injury report was released, becoming the focal point of discussion across all sports programs. Alongside speculations regarding the Lakers' trajectory for the season, the Lakers were undoubtedly heading towards a decline, vying for a higher draft pick. The latter half of the season held little intrigue for the Lakers. The league's television broadcasters convened overnight to adjust the national broadcast schedule, significantly reducing the Lakers' appearances by nearly half. It could be said that the current Lakers were in a precarious situation, and with the players having lost their ambition for team success, their focus shifted solely to personal statistics. On the court, there was no leader, no core, merely a disjointed assembly. During the following day's training, Su distinctly sensed a shift from the norm. Situations that previously warranted an additional pass now resulted in him taking shots himself, with an increase in one-on-one plays as players vied for ball control. D'Antoni observed all of this, yet there was little he could do. Establishing a core within the team was virtually impossible at this juncture. He could only reiterate the importance of teamwork, but under circumstances of nearly equal opportunity, players opted for individual plays. Only Su remained unconcerned. Given that the Lakers currently lacked a viable point guard, thus affording him ample playing time, ball control was no issue for him. After all, he was the point guard. Until Farmar's return, he had no authentic backup. For Su, there was another piece of good news. The league announced the best rookies from the previous week in both the Eastern and Western conferences. Last week, Su had participated in 4 games, averaging an impressive 14.7 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, which contributed to the Lakers' 2-2 record, earning him the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Week. This marked his first minor accolade since joining the league, and he was genuinely pleased. During the subsequent practice, Su noticed an increase in his ball handling attribute by 1 point, as well as a 1-point boost in strength, which in turn enhanced his effectiveness in attacking the basket. This brought him great joy, as he had presumed that his physical potential had reached its peak. Little did he know he was now surpassing his limits. Su Shu's breakthrough seems to stem from the pressure exerted by his competition. The beauty of the game lies in its capacity for personal growth, allowing one to acquire enhancement points, an unexpected delight indeed. This exhilaration has invigorated Su Shu, compelling him to train with unparalleled fervor, rendering him almost as if under the influence of a stimulant. Consequently, even the seasoned Famer, who has recently resumed training, finds himself in disarray during their matchups. "Su, have you taken something? Why are you so spirited? Or perhaps it has been too long since you last encountered a woman, leading to an overflow of energy?" As the team's training session concluded, Su Shu was poised to extend his practice when he received a call from Kobe. "Su, come over for dinner at my place tonight." Without giving it much thought, Su Shu continued his training, reassured by the abundance of time. Within the opulence of Kobe's mansion, he reclined on the sofa, facing a casually positioned middle-aged Caucasian man. "Pelinka, Su is coming over for dinner tonight. You may converse with him," Kobe remarked. This middle-aged man was none other than Rob Pelinka, Kobe's agent, a prominent figure among the top 10 agents in the league at this juncture, and a longtime confidant of Kobe. What is the nature of their relationship? Several indicators reveal its depth. After retiring, Kobe recommended Pelinka for the position of general manager of the Lakers. He serves as the godfather to Kobe's second daughter, Gianna, and following Kobe's untimely passing, his wife appointed Pelinka as one of the guardians for their surviving children. "Well, Kobe, what are your thoughts on Su's potential?" Kobe pondered for a moment before responding. Su possesses remarkable physical gifts, and most critically, his rate of development is astonishing. His basketball IQ is exceptionally high, and his dedication to training is commendable. If he maintains this trajectory, within a few years, he will undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in the league, and at the very least, he will secure a spot in the All-Star game. Listening to Kobe's assessment of Su, Pelinka felt a surge of astonishment. Knowing Kobe's relentless standards, he would not bestow such praise lightly. Chapter 33. Signing with an agent after finishing his shooting practice and taking a shower. Su Shu purchased a small gift and drove straight to Kobe's villa. Su Shu purchased a used Cadillac SUV, investing nearly half a month's salary. Having visited Kobe's home before, he was quite familiar with the surroundings. Upon entering the villa, he presented gifts to Kobe's daughters and spent some time playing with them before proceeding to the living room to find Kobe. "Su, next time you visit, there's no need to bring gifts," Kobe lamented. "Natalia and the others are almost won over by you, asking me daily when you will come again." Su Shu, without any pretense, nodded to Pelinka and then found a place to collapse comfortably. "Boss, it wasn't a bribe, I assure you. We young people simply share common interests." Pelinka was aware of the amicable relationship between Kobe and Su Shu, yet he was taken aback by the depth of their camaraderie in private. "Su, I am Pelinka. I believe we have met before. I heard you were coming for dinner today, so I took the liberty of joining you. I hope you don't mind?" Su Shu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "You should inquire with the boss. He is the master, and I am merely here to enjoy a meal." Upon encountering Pelinka, Su Shu immediately discerned the purpose of his visit. "Su, I have heard that you currently lack an agent, and I wish to take on that role," Pelinka stated directly. "With my current fame and accomplishments, it seems I do not require an agent," Su Shu replied with a shrug, leaving the matter ambiguous. Pelinka, upon hearing Su Shu's response, smiled subtly and remarked, "Su, I have observed your gameplay, and your potential is immense. Moreover, Kobe holds you in high regard. Provided you continue to progress, your future achievements will surely be remarkable. However, on your path to success, I believe you should devote yourself entirely to basketball, unencumbered by off-court distractions. As your success grows, numerous external matters will vie for your attention, such as club negotiations, commercial endorsements, and business engagements. Therefore, it is imperative that you assemble a professional team to manage these affairs." Throughout this discussion, Kobe remained silent, offering no input, but simply listened attentively. When Vanessa and the housekeeper announced that dinner was ready, Su Shu and Pelinka had nearly concluded their conversation. In his previous life, Su Shu was devoid of an agent, thus oblivious to the fact that an agent's role extends beyond mere commercial management for athletes. They also oversee mundane daily affairs, such as arranging vacations during the off-season and scheduling itineraries, not to mention navigating scandals like nightclub escapades. Following Mr. Pelinka's enlightening discussion, he finally grasped the advantages of having an agent. "Mr. Pelinka, I shall contemplate this and provide you with a response by tomorrow." "Very well. I hope we can find an opportunity to collaborate." Dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere. That evening, Su Shu called home to seek his parents' opinions, only to receive the response that he was now an adult and should make his own decisions. The following day, Su Shu officially signed an economic contract with Rob Pelinka, inciting a furious gnashing of teeth from Kupchak, initially intending to discuss a contract extension with Su Shu in a couple of days. Kupchak believed the absence of an agent would facilitate the process. However, with Pelinka now representing Su Shu, the situation had become considerably more complicated. The Lakers faced off against the Timberwolves, with only Love and Rubio piquing Su Shu's interest among the Timberwolves roster. Since the departure of the franchise's legendary player, Garnett, the Timberwolves had languished at the bottom of the league for 6 seasons. In 2 of those seasons, they recorded fewer than 20 victories, and in 3 others, they managed just over 20 wins. Last season marked their best performance in 6 years, finishing with a record of 31 wins and 51 losses. This season, under the guidance of another Kevin, specifically Kevin Love, their current record stands at 13 wins and 13 losses, placing them ahead of the Lakers. This is also the first time Su Shu has witnessed Kevin Love, one of LeBron James's reliable allies during the 3-0 era, on the court. He appears less dashing than during his tenure with the Cavaliers. Despite having shed some weight this season, Love still carries a bit of extra padding. It is only after a potential return to the Cavaliers next year, having lost over 20 pounds, that he will reclaim his handsome appearance. Su Shu also caught sight of his adversary for today, the once-celebrated prodigy Ricky Rubio, who had outshone Stephen Curry during the draft. Among his peers, he certainly possesses a certain charm, albeit slightly inferior to his own. During the warm-up, he discreetly observed that Rubio's shooting was not as precise as Kevin Love's. Ever since Rick Adelman took the helm of the Timberwolves, Love has gradually ascended to become one of the premier interior players in the league, with statistics improving year after year. This season, Love is averaging an impressive 26 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, marking the pinnacle of his professional career. Moreover, this Timberwolves team boasts Kevin Martin with an average of 19 points, Nikola Pekovic at 17 points and 8 rebounds, and Rubio contributing 5 points and 9 assists. Logically, such a roster should not languish at the bottom of the league standings. Objectively speaking, the Timberwolves have demonstrated potential in recent years. Their inability to achieve favorable results can largely be attributed to injuries and inconsistency in their performances, often surrendering leads despite commanding advantages. Additionally, a significant factor remains their lackluster defense, with Love, Martin, and Brewer all exhibiting deficiencies in this area. This has led to Love being criticized for lacking leadership qualities and faltering in crucial moments, which has contributed to the perception of him as merely a stat stuffer. In the Lakers' locker room, players are engaged in their preparations, tying their shoes and attending to various tasks, yet the atmosphere feels rather subdued and unexcited. Su Shu harbored a profound aversion to this atmosphere, yet he found himself powerless. He lacked the qualification to step forward, not merely due to his experience, but also because his abilities had yet to reach the requisite level. At that moment, Gasol strode into the center of the locker room, clapping his hands and proclaiming loudly, "Gentlemen, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The media claims we are destined to be the worst team in the league, and I refuse to accept that. Who among you is willing to join me in proving them wrong?" Every player possessed their own sense of pride. While this might have been subdued upon entering the NBA, they had once been champions in college and high school. Gasol's words gradually ignited their spirits, and they gathered around him, with Gasol emerging as the nucleus of this beleaguered team. Starting lineup for the Lakers: point guard, Su Shu; shooting guard, Jody Meeks; small forward, Wesley Johnson; power forward, Jordan Hill; center, Pau Gasol. Starting lineup for the Timberwolves: point guard, Ricky Rubio; shooting guard, Kevin Martin; small forward, Corey Brewer; power forward, Kevin Love; center, Nikola Pekovic. As the game commenced, Gasol leaped for the jump ball and secured possession. As Su Shu advanced into the front court, Gasol energetically maneuvered to set a screen, his flowing locks reminiscent of a child of the wind. Chapter 34. I allow you to shoot a three-pointer. Will you permit me the same? Gasol's proactive demeanor took Su Shu by surprise, yet it did not deter him from executing his move. Utilizing Gasol's screen, Su Shu broke through from the right, but Rubio's defensive prowess and tenacity were far superior to the current Westbrook. Rubio swiftly navigated past Gasol, trailing closely behind Su Shu to maintain defensive pressure. Nikola Pekovic, tasked with guarding Gasol, was momentarily delayed in Su Shu's path. Rather than advancing to the basket, Gasol halted near the free throw line. Just as Su Shu neared Pekovic, poised to be caught in a double team, he delivered a bounce pass to Gasol, who was stationed at the free throw line. Gasol displayed remarkable decisiveness, sinking a mid-range shot. The Lakers' offensive play was refreshingly straightforward, largely owing to the quality of Gasol's screen and his swift execution thereafter. In the Timberwolves' offensive play, Rubio dribbled to the front court and was astonished to find Su Shu, who had been defending him, standing nearly a meter within the three-point line. "Rubio, if you're bold enough to shoot a three, I want to guard you," Su Shu declared from beyond the arc. Rubio, at a loss for words, felt a strong urge to retaliate against the insolent player. However, he restrained his emotions and adhered to the tactical system. The Timberwolves' offensive strategy was Princeton, which emphasized interior playmaking. With Love's current weight and skill set, he effortlessly overpowered Jordan Hill near the paint, securing a favorable position. Rubio deftly lobbed the ball to Love, who, with his back to Hill, received it and, after a couple of dribbles, entered the key unchallenged, executing a smooth hook shot after a simple pivot. Although Love's career shooting percentage has never exceeded 50 in a season, that does not imply his offensive skills are rudimentary. On the contrary, Love's offensive techniques are exceedingly diverse and refined. Against a player like Jordan Hill, his proficiency with the little hook shot remains quite high. During his tenure with the Timberwolves, Love primarily focused on interior play, drawing defensive attention. Even though this season he averaged 6 3-point attempts per game, over 60% of his scoring still came from within the paint. Unlike the following season when he joined the Cavaliers and shed nearly 30 pounds over the summer to accommodate James, leading to an increased reliance on outside shooting, which ultimately surpassed 50 and even reached 60. Su Shu realized that he had failed to provoke Rubio, yet he felt no remorse. As the Lakers launched their offense, Su Shu took control of the ball, but this time, Rubio altered his defensive strategy, opting for full-court press. There was little choice. He had developed a slight aversion to this rookie. Rubio's relentless full-court defense made ball handling exceedingly challenging for Su Shu. Fortunately, the Lakers were aware of his current weaknesses. Despite his expansive passing vision, his ball handling skills were still lacking. Thus, after making the inbounds pass, Gasol did not immediately sprint to the frontcourt, but instead positioned himself as a solid pillar in front of Su Shu, with Gasol serving as a human barricade. Su Shu finally managed to advance the ball past half-court. Beyond the three-point line, Su Shu, facing the incessantly pestering Rubio, remarked, "Rubio, I just let you shoot a three-pointer. Why don't you allow me a turn?" Rubio's expression darkened. It was shameless. And even players nearby who overheard were equally taken aback. Rubio intensified his physical contest against Su Shu, causing him considerable discomfort. Though this may sound prolonged, in reality, it transpired in mere seconds, and with no favorable opportunity arising, Su Shu passed the ball to the awaiting Mixes. After releasing the ball, Su Shu maneuvered to the right side, allowing Mixes greater space to take on Kevin Martin. Kevin Martin, a name well known among Chinese fans, primarily due to his tenure with the Rockets, is recognized for his quick release and unorthodox shooting form, earning him the moniker the Crooked Gun. This slender scorer was an exceptional foul-drawing player, averaging 24 points during his peak, including 9 free throws per game. His offensive prowess was undeniable, though his defensive skills were rather average. Mixes concluded the offensive play with a deceptive stop-and-pop jump shot. Turning back, Love attracted a double team under the basket and subsequently passed the ball to Brewer, who cut along the baseline for a dunk. One of the Princeton offense's significant strategies is the backdoor cut, which, combined with screens and dribbling, remains integral to their play style. This necessity for a big man proficient in passing is what makes the Princeton offense effective. Years later, the Warriors' various cutting tactics would indeed reflect the influence of Princeton. With gritted teeth, Rubio pursued the young Chinese player clad in jersey number 98. As a point guard, he felt his role was being overshadowed by this incessantly roaming player. In all his years of playing basketball, he had never witnessed a point guard run around in such a manner. You're not a shooting guard. Stop exhausting yourself like Klay Thompson. If you're not tired, I certainly am. If Su Shu could hear Rubio's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort vehemently. Do you think I enjoy running around? It's precisely because you're defending too tightly. As Su Shu made another sudden cut towards the basket, he finally managed to create a bit of separation from Rubio. Gasol, keen-eyed from the high post, swiftly delivered the ball to the basket. After receiving the pass, Su Shu found himself unchallenged beneath the basket and effortlessly scored with a layup. This play simultaneously revealed Love's defensive weakness. His mobility and athleticism were insufficient. As the game commenced, the influence of Gasol was evident in every Lakers offensive maneuver, reminiscent of his peak performance from several years ago. Following a series of probing exchanges, both teams instinctively fortified their interior defense, constricting space for their players near the basket. Chapter 35. The disparity between total victory and utter defeat. However, the effectiveness of the two teams' defenses was markedly different. The Lakers' compact defense hindered Love's ability to perform one-on-one plays in the paint, and his teammates' cuts were not as efficient as they had been initially. Subsequently, they intensified their outside shooting efforts. Unfortunately, the Timberwolves lacked a reliable sharpshooter. It is noteworthy that only Love and Kevin Martin on the Timberwolves boasted a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 35. With such a shooting roster, how could they possibly exploit the Lakers' defense from beyond the arc? In contrast, as the Timberwolves tightened their defensive strategy. They aimed to sever the passing lanes between Gasol and the perimeter players. Yet, on this occasion, Gasol appeared invigorated, displaying an entirely different level of performance. He adeptly facilitated the ball's movement, balancing personal scoring with effective playmaking. By the end of the first quarter, the score had widened to 26-35. The substantial lead could be attributed to the Timberwolves' relatively poor defense and the Lakers' high shooting percentage from the perimeter. Compared to the Grizzlies, 6 players on the Lakers surpassed a three-point shooting percentage of 35, including Su Shu, Mix, and Farmar, who all achieved remarkable rates of 40. Notably, Gasol played the entirety of the first quarter, an uncommon feat for him, with 8 points and 4 assists. Gasol shone while Su showed his prowess with 7 points and 2 assists on 3 of 4 shooting. Under the orchestration of Gasol and Su, the Lakers' offense flourished in all directions, with Su, Mix, Nick Young, and Leo Johnson all contributing three-pointers. D'Antoni expressed his satisfaction with the performance of the entire team in the first quarter, achieving the desired competitive effect. At the onset of the second quarter, Gasol and Su took a breather, replaced by Henry and the recently recovered Chris Common. The absence of a traditional point guard created significant challenges in organizing the offense. Points came sporadically through Henry, Mix, and Nick Young's individual efforts. Common, who substituted for Gasol, struggled against Pekovic, lacking both footwork and physical condition, and repeatedly succumbed to Pekovic's strong inside plays. Ricky Rubio's replacement was none other than Beria, who famously held LeBron to a mere 8 points in the finals. Under his leadership, the Timberwolves unleashed a barrage of scoring from both inside and outside, swiftly erasing the deficit in just 4 minutes. In response, D'Antoni hastily reinserted Gasol and Su into the game, urging them to replicate the offensive rhythm established in the first quarter. Su Shu nodded and re-entered the court alongside Gasol. Their return significantly enhanced the Lakers' offensive efficiency, providing 2 pivotal playmaking points complemented by reliable shooters, making it rather effortless to counter the Timberwolves' defense. Before long, they subdued the Timberwolves' momentum and regained control of the game. Although the Timberwolves boasted a formidable presence in the paint, they relied solely on Kevin Martin from the perimeter, rendering them incapable of matching the Lakers' sharpshooters. This disparity encapsulated the essence of the entire match. Throughout the game, the Lakers maintained a commanding grip on the situation, reflected in the final score of 91-108. In the course of the game, Kevin Love of the Timberwolves tallied 25 points and 13 rebounds, while Pekovic contributed 22 points and 13 rebounds. The only other notable scorer was Kevin Martin, who managed 17 points, with no other player exceeding 10. In contrast, Gasol delivered an impressive performance with 21 points, 18 rebounds, and 8 assists, while Su Shu also achieved 21 points along with 7 assists and 3 rebounds. Nick Young, Meeks, and Henry each surpassed the 10-point mark. The fans present at the game were elated. Initially, they feared that without Kobe, the team's morale had plunged, casting a shadow over their prospects. However, from the opening whistle, the spirited demeanor and competitive fervor exhibited by the Lakers players invigorated all attendees. Both the progression and outcome of the match left the fans thoroughly satisfied. Particularly gratifying was Su Shu's performance. Having predominantly played outside the point guard position in previous games with minimal ball control, many had perceived him primarily as a diligent defender with a reliable three-point shot and a modicum of passing vision. Yet this match unveiled a different facet of Su Shu, showcasing not only his sharpshooting, but also the playmaking ability that the current Lakers roster desperately needed. What began as a season marked by obscurity for this young Chinese player, earning a modest salary of just over $400,000, has transformed into a delightful surprise for fans following his early performances. However, it was today's display of potential that truly thrilled the Lakers supporters. Even head coach D'Antoni expressed his satisfaction with Su Shu's progress. After the match, on the way to the locker room, Su Shu paused to sign autographs for numerous fans, a first since joining the Lakers. Following a brief celebration in the home locker room, the team promptly departed for Oakland, where they would face the Warriors in a back-to-back challenge the following day. Su Shu once again encountered the Splash Brothers. The last time was at the China Games in Shanghai, where he was merely a sideline staff member. Now, he stands as an NBA player capable of competing alongside them. This season marks the final chapter before the Warriors' ascendance, with Steve Kerr yet to assume the coaching reins, resulting in a fundamentally different style of play compared to the Warriors we know today. At this juncture, Curry is not predominantly engaged in off-ball movement as he would later become. Instead, the offense is primarily orchestrated through his ball handling. Many individuals became acquainted with the Golden State Warriors, or rather, began to pay attention to them, during their championship-winning year, by which time Kerr was already experimenting with off-ball plays for Curry. Consequently, many assert that Curry does not fit the mold of a traditional point guard, as his assist and passing capabilities are often deemed inferior to those of other star point guards. However, a deeper understanding reveals that Curry's aptitude in orchestrating offensive plays and his passing skills are indeed on par with those of his all-star counterparts. So far this season, Curry averages 24 points, 8.5 assists, and 4 rebounds per game. His 8.5 assists place him 5th in the league, while the familiar figures of James Harden and Kyrie Irving hover around an average of merely 6 assists each. In this particular match, Gasol is sidelined due to a respiratory infection, leaving the Lakers without a pivotal presence in the paint, relying solely on their perimeter players. The Warriors, featuring defensive stalwarts such as Iguodala, Barnes, and Thompson on the wing, have effectively stifled the Lakers' outside game, rendering them incapable of creating significant offensive waves. Su Shu achieved 4 out of 10 shots, accumulating 11 points and 6 assists, while Jordan Hill scored 14 points. Nick Young, with 18 attempts, managed to score 20 points. And come on, shooting 17 times, garnered 11 points and 17 rebounds. Curry contributed 18 points and 10 assists, with Thompson adding 17 points and David Lee 19 points. The game concluded with a decisive score of 83-102, marking a swift and emphatic defeat for the Lakers. The stark contrast between these two games heightened Su Shu's awareness of the NBA's brutal nature, fortifying his mental resilience. Chapter 36. Discrepancies in contract negotiations. After concluding their match against the Warriors, the Lakers composed themselves and continued their away journey, set to challenge the Suns in Phoenix. Los Angeles, Kupchak's office. Within the office, only 2 individuals occupied the space, Kupchak and Pelinka, seated across from one another, the atmosphere palpably tense. No, Kupchak. Pelinka countered assertively, Su's value, considering both his contributions on the court and his potential commercial worth, far exceeds this amount. To my knowledge, numerous Chinese enterprises have already initiated discussions for collaboration with you. Pelinka unabashedly refuted the contract offer Kupchak had proposed for Su Shu. What a joke. You think you can secure Su for 5 years at 20 million? You must be underestimating me. He was not a novice unable to discern Su's latent potential. Kupchak maintained a smile, yet internally, he was cursing Pelinka's lineage. Pelinka, you are aware that Blake's contributions to the team currently surpass Su's, and he is earning a salary of 4 million. The contract we have proposed for Su is identical to Blake's, which clearly reflects our sincerity. Pelinka smiled slightly. Don't try that line on me. I'm not new to the industry. While Su's performance is indeed comparable to Blake's at this stage, you must recognize that Su is still very young, continually improving. As for Blake, this is his peak level. Comparing them is utterly ridiculous. Pelinka did not hesitate to confront Mitch Kupchak, leaving little room for leniency, as they were well acquainted. Kupchak gritted his teeth, displaying a look of indecision before finally stating, 5 years at 25 million. That's the highest offer we can extend. Pelinka, undeterred by Kupchak's expression, resolutely presented a figure that left Kupchak astounded. 5 years at 50 million. Are you out of your mind? Su cannot possibly be worth that much. Even Curry from Golden State is around this price. Pelinka remained speechless. Is that elementary school contract a standard deal? One cannot be so shameless as to use that contract for comparison. Which guard in the entire league receives a max contract? Kupchak, we have been old friends for quite some time. If you express it in such a manner, it loses its significance. It seems we both need to exercise some composure. Pelinka's intention is to temporarily suspend the contract negotiations, as there exists a substantial disparity in the valuation between both parties. After a moment of contemplation, Kupchak nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it is wise to postpone matters for now and to revisit the discussion at a later date. He is already prepared for a protracted engagement. At the Los Angeles International Airport's exit, a man and a woman emerged, both Chinese nationals. The woman stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing striking beauty, yet it was her alluring figure, with pronounced curves reminiscent of Western femininity, that captivated the eye. The man, in his 30s, wore glasses and bore an unremarkable appearance. They were journalists dispatched by a prominent sports media outlet. The woman's name was Song Yin, while the man was known as Wu Ming. Their primary objective in Los Angeles was to conduct an exclusive interview with Su Shu, with Song Yin serving not only as the interviewer but also as the correspondent providing ongoing coverage of Su Shu for her outlet. Upon exiting the airport, they proceeded directly to their pre-booked hotel, and after depositing their belongings, they made their way to the Lakers' headquarters to communicate with the management regarding the interview with their uncle. At the home court of the Phoenix Suns, the Lakers were set to challenge the Suns. The two teams had previously clashed on December 10th when the Suns faced the Lakers on their home turf. At that time, the Suns held a record of 11 wins and 9 losses, placing them 9th in the Western Conference, while the Lakers stood at 10 wins and 10 losses, occupying the 10th position. However, merely a fortnight later, the Suns had improved to 16 wins and 10 losses, securing the 7th spot in the West, while the Lakers had fallen to 13 wins and 14 losses, now resting in 11th place. In this brief span, the fortunes of the two teams had diverged dramatically, with one experiencing a downward spiral and the other advancing into playoff contention. In this match, Gasol made his return. As the game commenced, both teams eschewed any preliminary testing, given their recent encounter had provided ample insight into one another's strategies. The Sunstar guards, Dragic and Bledsoe, relentlessly targeted Su Shu, regardless of whom he defended. That player invariably opted to engage in a one-on-one against him. This relentless pressure proved challenging for Su Shu, who found himself burdened with 2 fouls and had to retreat to the bench less than halfway through the first quarter. After Su Shu's departure from the game, the Lakers' offense encountered significant challenges, and the fluidity of ball movement diminished considerably. Even after a brief respite, Gasol failed to recapture the form he displayed against the Timberwolves. Coach D'Antoni resorted to deploying Mix and Henley as makeshift point guards, yet their efforts yielded little success. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 10 points. As the second quarter commenced, D'Antoni was compelled to reintroduce Su Shu, who had already accrued 2 fouls. Su, he instructed, upon your return to the court, exercise caution in managing your fouls. It is imperative that you remain in play, seize any opportunity to score, and do so with determination. Su Shu comprehended the essence of D'Antoni's words, which essentially urged him to minimize fouls during defense. However, reducing fouls necessitated a decrease in defensive intensity, implying that he could afford to be somewhat lenient in his defensive efforts. This was a predicament for D'Antoni. Although he did not impose stringent demands on defensive performance, he would not allow his players to diminish their defensive vigor. Yet, what could he do? After all, he currently had only one point guard at his disposal. Upon re-entering the court, Su Shu diligently adhered to D'Antoni's tactical directives, channeling more energy into offense, exploiting Dragic's defensive vulnerabilities through screens and off-ball movement. He seized opportunities to shoot decisively, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers that narrowed the score gap. The match swiftly morphed into a fierce offensive duel, with both the Lakers and the Suns possessing the genetic propensity for fast-paced play. The tempo of the game was exhilaratingly rapid, and the fluidity was commendable, leading to a swift depletion of Su Shu's stamina amidst the frenetic motion. By halftime, Su Shu was drenched in sweat, his clothes practically wringing wet, as he sat in the locker room, gasping for air. This half, or rather this quarter, marked the fastest-paced segment he had experienced in his numerous NBA games. Ultimately, the clash concluded with both teams engaged in an offensive skirmish, resulting in the Lakers' unfortunate defeat with a score of 108-116. This match marked the first occasion where Su Shu had so many offensive opportunities. He shot 9 out of 18 from the field, including 4 out of 8 from beyond the arc, amassing 24 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 5 fouls, 4 turnovers, and 1 steal. It could be said that he filled out the statistical sheet completely, making this game the most exhilarating offensive performance of his life. Chapter 37, Su. You are a masochist with 2 consecutive losses. Su Shu despised the feeling of defeat, yet given his current abilities, he could hardly be the pivotal figure in determining the outcome of a game. Observing the growth points barely surpassing 400, this was the sole source of solace for him. Indeed, considering the current state of the team, it was unrealistic to aspire for greater achievements. Under the circumstances, he might as well focus on accumulating more statistics to enhance his growth points and expedite his upgrade, he mused to himself. The thought of upgrading finally brought a smile to his face. He calculated that, at the current rate of acquiring growth points, he should be able to level up before the season concluded. By then, his personal abilities would undergo a transformation, potentially enabling him to assist the team in securing more victories. Having come to this realization, Su Shu finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, upon returning to his home in Los Angeles, Palinka paid him a visit directly. "Palinka, what brings you here?" Su Shu tossed a bottle of mineral water to Palinka and casually inquired. While Su Shu was retrieving the water from the refrigerator, Palinka discreetly glanced inside. Realizing that apart from the mineral water, there were no other beverages or alcoholic drinks present. Nodding to himself, he acknowledged Su Shu's remarkable self-discipline. A player who cannot govern themselves, regardless of their innate talent, will encounter limitations in their achievements. Palinka once again elevated his assessment of Su Shu and increasingly valued the potential accomplishments he might attain in the future. "Su, I have come to discuss two matters with you today." Su Shu reclined on the sofa, adjusting into a more comfortable position, exuding an air of casualness. "What is the matter? Isn't a phone call sufficient?" he remarked. No. These two matters require my personal communication with you. The first issue at hand is that the Lakers wish to extend your contract early, and I have already declined their offer on your behalf." Upon hearing that the Lakers sought an early extension, Su Shu's curiosity was piqued regarding their proposed terms. "Oh, what figure did they present?" 5 years for $25 million. Upon learning of the Lakers' offer, Su Shu curled his lips, non-committal. His confidence in achieving success was unwavering. After all, he possessed a system. Palinka, observing Su Shu's indifferent expression upon hearing the Lakers' proposal, realized his decision to decline was indeed the correct one. "What is your suggestion?" "I believe the Lakers' offer lacks sincerity. So I proposed a 5-year contract worth $50 million. A 5-year contract? That is too lengthy. When you negotiate with the Lakers, I suggest pursuing a 2-1 contract instead. You are well aware that the new broadcasting deal will take effect in 2016, and salaries are bound to skyrocket. If I sign a 5-year contract now, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage?" Hearing Su Shu's words, Palinka nearly spat out the water he was drinking. "My friend, how confident are you to only wish to sign a 2-1 contract and not a 5-year deal? In the NBA, players typically prefer long-term contracts as their first choice, even if the compensation for a shorter deal is slightly lower. One must understand that in competitive sports, no one can predict their future trajectory. Possessing skill is not a guarantee of success. An injury could occur at any moment, leading to a significant decline in performance. When the time comes to secure a long-term contract, it may become an impossible feat. The NBA is rife with precedents. For instance, Isaiah Thomas, during his tenure with the Celtics, showcased MVP-level talent, yet when the Celtics offered him a 4-year, $70 million contract, he deemed it insufficient, demanding that Ainge deliver cash by the truckload for him to sign. Since then, Thomas's annual salary has never exceeded $6 million, and his total career earnings have amounted to less than $30 million. Given the chance to redo his decisions, he would undoubtedly weep and eagerly sign that contract. Similarly, there are countless examples, such as Hood from the Jazz and Noel from the Mavericks. "Su, are you certain you wish to pursue only a 2-1 contract with the Lakers? Have you considered the possibility of a 5-year deal? After 5 years, you'll still be young enough to secure another lucrative contract," Palinka gently advised, as it was his duty as an agent. "No need. Let us proceed with the discussion with the Lakers as is. What is the second matter?" "There exists a request for an exclusive interview from a prominent sports media outlet in your country, which I have discovered to be the largest online sports platform in your nation. I believe it is imperative that you accept this interview, as it would significantly accelerate the dissemination of your reputation within your homeland." Upon hearing Palinka's words, Su Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Palinka's perspective. This interview, for various reasons, simply cannot be declined. In truth, Su Shu has not been particularly enthusiastic about media interviews ever since he established his footing with the Lakers. Numerous domestic media outlets have sought to conduct exclusive interviews with him, all of which he has largely declined. After discussing the content, format, and schedule of the interview with Palinka, he graciously declined Su Shu's invitation to dinner. Before parting, he jestingly remarked, "Su, you are a masochist." He is not a player who can easily acclimate to the nutritious meals prepared by the team's nutritionist, which are so unappetizing that even a dog would lose its appetite. His comment about Su Shu being a masochist stems from the fact that NBA players do not consume such nutritious meals for every meal. They also indulge in other culinary delights. However, Su Shu is currently in a phase where he is focused on enhancing his physical fitness, reducing body fat, and increasing strength, which is why he is so stringent with himself. If a player does not impose strict standards upon themselves, akin to domestic players who indulge in hot pot, beer, and various street foods, Even possessing the physical prowess of someone like LeBron James could lead to gradual deterioration. He increasingly realizes that without a solid physique, his journey in the NBA will become increasingly arduous. Passively waiting for upgrades and using attribute points to enhance physical qualities is an excessively protracted approach. Moreover, attribute points are finite. They ought to be invested in certain technical skills, as those cannot be improved merely through arduous practice. Conversely, physical attributes can still be enhanced through rigorous training and scientifically tailored nutrition, provided one is willing to endure hardship. While he may not transform into a muscular behemoth like Giannis, he can maximize his inherent physical potential and subsequently use attribute points for further enhancement. Su Shu has always maintained a clear mind. He has not allowed the presence of the system, his advantageous tool, to foster arrogance or hubris. Although he often presents a playful demeanor, he possesses a lucid understanding of his career trajectory, knowing precisely what tasks to undertake at each stage. Chapter 38. Song Yin. The enigmatic man. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Su Shu rose punctually. Before he could don his shirt, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at such an early hour? Su Shu felt a touch of confusion, yet she proceeded to open the door. Who on earth is this rogue? Unable to provide a proper response, as Su Shu opened the door, he inquired, "Who are you?" Upon the door's revelation, he found himself confronted by a tall, stunning woman with an alluring figure, who gazed at him in astonishment. "Hello, I am Song Yin. Your agent has informed you, I presume? I am here today to conduct a special interview with you," she replied, regaining her composure while assessing the young man before her. He possessed a commanding stature, broad shoulders, and long limbs, all complemented by a handsome visage. Though his upper body lacked excessive bulk, the definition of his muscles was striking. Song Yin couldn't help but think how delightful his physique must feel when she observed his muscular form. However, when her gaze shifted to his lower half, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Su Shu's abode had only been graced by the presence of his teammates, so when the doorbell rang, he initially assumed it was some miscreant. Clad only in his boxer shorts, he emerged from his room. Athletes are often brimming with vitality, especially someone like Su Shu, a young man devoid of a girlfriend. The morning hours are particularly invigorating for him. As you might imagine, this was the very reason for Song Yan's blush. Noticing the embarrassment on Song Yan's face in the direction of her gaze, Su Shu glanced down and felt a wave of mortification wash over him. "My apologies. Please take a seat. I shall change into something more appropriate," he said, quickly retreating into his room. As Su Shu hastily exited, Song Yin couldn't help but smile. A thought flitting through her mind. "Well, that is quite impressive. Goodness, Song Yin, what are you thinking?" Just as she was lost in her musings, she heard Wu Ming's voice behind her, expressing his disbelief at being overlooked by the two amorous individuals. "Xiao Song, Xiao Song." Song Yan's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Wu Ming's call. Turning back awkwardly, she replied, "Brother Wu, could you please turn on the camera? We might as well capture some footage." With that, she stepped inside. Su Shu quickly changed into his training attire and stepped outside. "I apologize, esteemed reporters. I mistakenly thought you were my teammates. It's quite all right. Mr. Su, greetings. I am Song Yin, a reporter from Some Wave Sports, and this is Wu Ming. Mr. Palinka requested that we come at this time. He mentioned that if we delayed any longer, you would need to head to practice. Would you mind if we turn on the camera now?" Su Shu nodded and said, "It's all right. After all, there are no secrets here. Reporter Song. You can call me Xiao Su." "Very well, Xiao Su. You need not refer to me as Reporter Song either. I should be a few years your senior. Let's be informal, and you may call me Sister Song." The two quickly became acquainted and established a rapport regarding the content and filming arrangements for today's exclusive interview. Essentially, this interview resembles a documentary aimed at capturing and portraying the daily life of Su Shu, allowing the domestic audience to gain a deeper understanding of his living conditions. Throughout the filming process, Song Yin would adopt the perspective of an observer, interspersed with moments of simple interaction. Not limited to Su Shu's home, they had also received permission to film at the training facility, having coordinated with the Lakers. As they made their way to the training center, Song Yin, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, "Xiao Su, did you purchase this car yourself?" "Indeed, it cost me half a month's salary," Su Shu replied. "But I recall you mentioning just half a month ago that you needed to borrow money to pay a fine." Upon hearing Song Yan's comment, Su Shu chuckled bashfully. "Sister Song, let us not dwell on that. It's rather embarrassing, and besides, this car is second-hand, so it wasn't too expensive." At Su Shu's words, both Song Yin and Wu Ming in the back seat shared a laugh. "Xiao Su, do you typically train at this hour?" Yes, my skills are still somewhat lacking, so I must dedicate extra time to training. Hearing Su Shu downplay his abilities and emphasize the necessity of diligent practice, Song Yin dismissed it as mere modesty. During their casual conversation, the car arrived at the entrance of the training center. Before Su Shu could sound the horn, the gates slowly opened. A tall guard emerged from the booth, the very same man who had stopped Su Shu during his initial visit to the training facility. "Good morning, Mike," Su Shu greeted, extending his fist in a friendly gesture. "Good morning, Su. Ever since you arrived, I've grown accustomed to coming in early. I've lost 10 pounds. And you must take responsibility for that," Mike complained, though he still bumped fists with Su Shu. During this period, Su Shu and Mike have grown quite familiar with each other, as they encounter one another every morning. As a player, Su Shu holds no disdain for Mike, always greeting him with politeness and courtesy. Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Yin, upon overhearing their conversation, has come to believe that Su Shu indeed arrives for training at such an early hour every day. "Mike, these are 2 journalists from our country who are here for an exclusive interview with me. Has the club informed you about this?" Su Shu took the initiative to explain the purpose of Song Yin and Wu Ming's visit. "The club has already communicated this, and they are permitted to enter." Su Shu led them to the training facility before heading to the locker room to change into his gear. Once Su Shu truly immersed himself in training, he disregarded the 2 individuals accompanying him and diligently adhered to the training regimen meticulously crafted by his coach. As the training session for the Lakers approached, the players gradually entered the gymnasium. Upon noticing the gear worn by Song Yin and Wu Ming, they immediately recognized their identities. Almost everyone gravitated towards Song Yin to engage in conversation, not merely due to her status as a journalist, but also because of her striking beauty. Upon observing the behavior of these rascally men, Su Shu could not help but curl his lip in disdain. How pathetic, a band of lecherous individuals. During the training session, Nick Young and Farmar exchanged furtive glances with Su Shu, inquiring about his relationship with that female reporter. However, their inquiries were swiftly dismissed by his withering gaze and indifference. Both Song Yin and Wu Ming were astonished to discover that Su Shu maintained excellent rapport with every member of the Lakers. Song Yin perceived Su Shu as an enigmatic figure, passionate and tenacious on the court, yet approachable and affable off it. Within such a brief period, it was impossible to glean more about him, igniting a sudden and fervent curiosity within Song Yin. As the day unfolded, she found herself both enlightened and utterly astonished. What Su Shu consumed, she also ordered a portion for herself, which was truly unappetizing. Moreover, he observed that Su Shu's training regimen was exceptionally rigorous. After the Lakers' regular practice concluded, she continued to hone her shooting skills, and upon finishing, she proceeded to the gym for weight training, not concluding her day until 7 in the evening. Song Yin had witnessed training sessions at domestic clubs, yet in comparison to Su Shu's intensity, those appeared trivial. He finally comprehended why Su Shu could establish herself so swiftly within the Lakers. It was not solely a matter of talent, but also her attitude and diligence. Contrasting starkly with the lethargic demeanor and insufficient training of domestic players, which was indeed disheartening. Chapter 39, Confronting the 3 Giants After a Day of Filming. Song Yin and Wu Ming returned to their hotel to organize the materials gathered. The more they organized, the more they felt it was insufficient. She realized that a single day was hardly enough to delve deeply into Su Shu's circumstances, let alone discern the distinctions between game days and non-game days. Although she would remain in Los Angeles for an extended period to follow and report on Su Shu, it still felt inadequate. After contemplation, Song Yin dialed her supervisor's number, hoping the company would request the Lakers to allow her to become a traveling reporter. She articulated her reasons to her supervisor and ultimately persuaded them to grant her this opportunity. Their interviews posed no disruption to Su Shu, who remained oblivious to the fact that a beautiful reporter would frequently accompany her in the future. Tonight, the Lakers would host the defending champions, the Miami Heat. The Lakers had recently been underwhelming, while the reigning champions had yet to replicate their dominant performance from the previous season. Thus far, the Heat's record stood at 21 wins and 6 losses, placing them second in the Eastern Conference, with a win percentage ranking 5th across the league. On the court, LeBron James consistently maintained his peak performance. However, the 31-year-old Flash, Dwayne Wade, was experiencing his worst performance since his rookie season, averaging only 19 points per game, the lowest since his rookie year average of 16 points. Another key player, Chris Bosh, was averaging 16 points, marking his poorest performance since his debut season. This decline in their dominance had firmly placed them in the second position in the Eastern Conference, consistently overshadowed by the Pacers. Wade's downturn in form could be attributed, in part, to James's overwhelming influence, which adversely affected his statistics. Additionally, injuries played a significant role after having undergone meniscus removal in college. It was unfathomable for him to ascend to superstardom in the NBA. However, this early surgery had led to persistent injury woes, which were the primary reason for his decline. Bosch's regression, however, differed from Wade's circumstances. During his tenure with the Raptors, Chris Bosh relished the privileges afforded to him as a core player, resulting in impressive statistics. However, amidst the trio of stars in Miami, his role was relegated to that of the third option, which correspondingly diminished his share of the ball. This is an inherent drawback of the superstar conglomerate. Perhaps the decline in his usage over the years contributed to a downturn in his performance. Why do I assert this? After LeBron's decision, Bosch's involvement in ball handling increased, and his statistics subsequently flourished. Remarkably, in the season preceding his retirement, he boasted the highest scoring efficiency in the league, surpassing even Kevin Durant. Can you believe that? Thus, it is evident that during the era of the Heat's Big Three, Bosh was the one who made the most sacrifices. Many jestingly referred to him as Bosh the One Board or equated his prowess to that of the CBA level, which merely serves to excuse their idol. The decline in performance of both players, coupled with their inability to compete against teams like the Thunder, Spurs, and Pacers, ultimately led to the loss of championships, which became a significant factor in LeBron James's departure from Miami. Su Shu returned in 2022, thus he possesses a profound understanding of all subsequent events. Unlike most individuals of this era, he does not harbor an idolization of LeBron James. While he neither idolizes nor despises him, he acknowledges that, despite the extensive criticism directed at the Heat's Big Three over the past 2 years, they remain pivotal figures in the league. This evening, the Staples Center radiates brilliance, with an array of Hollywood stars and supermodels gracing the venue. Among the most prominent attendees are Taylor Swift and Rihanna, who undoubtedly steal the spotlight. The cameras frequently capture these celebrities, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. However, the thunderous applause that resonates when Kobe Bryant, leaning on a cane, makes his entrance is truly moving. Seated in the front row, Jenna engages in quiet conversation with her friend while searching for a particular figure. As the two teams warm up, players are engaged in light exercises on their respective halves of the court. Jenna's gaze remains fixed on a player who is playfully interacting with his teammates, causing her conversation to become somewhat distracted. Her friend notices her preoccupation and follows her gaze to the Lakers' half. "Darling, who are you looking at? None of the Lakers stand out right now." Jenna, hearing her friend's words, responds with a slight smile. "Don't you find that number 98 rather handsome?" Her friend, momentarily taken aback by her comment, turns her attention to the Lakers side in search of the player wearing number 98. Upon spotting Su Shu, she is surprised to discover he is of Asian descent. "Oh right. I heard he is Chinese, named Su. That must be him." While I'm not a diehard Lakers fan, living in Los Angeles means I occasionally come across Su Shu in sports news. After all, he has been performing admirably lately, especially as a rookie, which has garnered him considerable attention. Well, he does have striking features and is quite handsome. But darling, you can't possibly be interested in him? Her friend teased. Although she jested, she did not genuinely believe Jenna would take an interest in Su Shu, given Jenna's remarkable attributes, her beauty, figure, and the fame of her family, coupled with her own rising prominence, which attracts numerous admirers, especially NBA stars. She knew of several high-profile celebrities vying for her affection. Yet, what astonished her was Jenna's subtle nod of affirmation. "I find him quite intriguing, but it's merely a phase of observation for now." "Darling, seriously? You really like him?" "You must not have seen him play. He is a tough, passionate player on the court. I perceive him as quite manly." Jenna's words astonished her. It was no longer merely a fleeting affection, but a genuine desire to delve deeper into the essence of this man. In the Los Angeles Lakers locker room, Mike D'Antoni was meticulously outlining the game strategy. The defensive plan aimed to thwart their fast breaks and penetrations, emphasizing the need to double-team LeBron James while ensuring timely rotations from the others. In offense, attention was drawn to their oppressive defense, with forwards required to set screens for the guards. When opportunities arose, they were to shoot decisively, particularly our perimeter players, who must seize any open three-point chances without hesitation. True to D'Antoni's style, the defensive tactics were briefly mentioned, while he elaborated extensively on the offensive strategies. Once the briefing concluded, D'Antoni addressed the team. "Gentlemen, tonight we face the reigning champions, the Miami Heat. The outsiders believe we stand no chance of victory. Yet I assert, the Heat are not to be feared. As long as I can sink that damn ball, we have the potential to topple them and demonstrate to the world that the Lakers are far from finished. After his rallying speech, Pau Gasol stepped forward. All right, team, it's time for us to shine. Let us go out there and conquer the Heat. Conquer the Heat. Conquer the Heat. The players of the Lakers took to the court amidst the roaring cheers of the audience, with the match about to commence. Chapter 40. The defensive intensity of the Heat's Big Three. The Lakers fielded a starting lineup of Su Shu, Mix, Wesley Johnson, Sean Williams, and Pau Gasol. In this match, Jordan Farmar, having been absent for nearly a month, was finally making his return and was placed on the bench by D'Antoni. The Miami Heat presented a formidable lineup of Mario Chalmers, Shane Battier, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Chris Bosh. Their bench boasted formidable players such as Ray Allen, Rashard Lewis, and Udonis Haslem. From both the team's records and their rosters, the Lakers appeared to have little chance of victory. Each member of the Heat's Big Three earned more in salary than the combined total of the Lakers' starting lineup, and even surpassed the total salaries of both the starters and bench players of the Lakers. As they took the court, Wade remarked to Chalmers, "Keep an eye on that rookie guard from the Lakers. You must be vigilant of his three-point shooting." Chalmers responded, glancing at Su Shu, "Don't worry, Wade. I've reviewed the tapes. His only weapon is the three-pointer." During the jump ball, Bosh outmaneuvered Gasol to secure possession for the Heat. Once Chalmers advanced the ball past half-court, he passed it to James, who was merely a facilitator in that moment. In their first offensive play, the Heat delivered a swift message to the Lakers. James executed a powerful drive, passing to Bosh near the free-throw line just before Gasol could assist, resulting in Bosh's successful jump shot, marking the first points of the game. 2-0. Su Shu experienced for the first time the essence of breaking through myriad techniques with sheer force, as he truly propelled Johnson into the 3-second zone. Su Shu pondered whether, during James's fast break, if he were to assist defensively, his slight frame might result in a fractured rib upon collision with the formidable player. This thought sent a chill down his spine. "Johnson, Gasol, may fortune favor you." As the Lakers advanced, the ball in Su Shu's possession, he felt no pressuring defense from the Heat, effortlessly crossing the half-court line. However, upon crossing, Chalmers was unleashed, and owing to Chalmers' prior reputation, Su Shu found his focus somewhat lacking. While observing his teammates' movements, Chalmers nearly executed a steal, startling him into a cold sweat and compelling him to shed his nonchalance, sharpening his concentration. Though Chalmers remained in the shadows of the three superstars, his defensive prowess, swift agility, and precise three-point shooting rendered him an invaluable asset. His abilities certainly eclipsed his notoriety. After all, scoring 20 points in the finals is not an achievement everyone can claim. Had it not been for a subsequent severe injury, he undoubtedly would have secured a lucrative contract. After Gasol established a favorable position, he deftly received a lob pass, executing a turnaround jumper to secure 2 points for the Lakers. 2-2. Following the basket, Su Shu did not retreat immediately. Instead, he advanced to disrupt the Heat's quick inbound pass, thwarting their opportunity for a fast break. The Heat, taken aback by Su Shu's interference, hesitated to pass the ball, thereby relinquishing their chance to counterattack. Forced into a half-court offense, the Heat's strategy was deceptively simple. James was the centerpiece of the offense, capable of driving, distributing, or opting for isolation plays, with Wade as the secondary option, cutting to receive or penetrating to facilitate. The offensive tactics during the era of the Heat's Big Three were fundamentally straightforward, comprising merely two approaches: fast breaks following defensive stops, exemplified by the renowned James-Wade connection, and half-court plays featuring James and Wade's penetrative passing. In contrast to the Spurs' team-oriented basketball or the Warriors' intricate cutting systems, the Heat's strategies, while uncomplicated, were rendered effective by the extraordinary individual talents of the trio, leading them to 2 championships. The Lakers' offense mirrored this simplicity, leveraging outside shooting advantages, finding open shots during fast breaks, and relying on pick-and-roll strategies in half-court situations. To put it bluntly, their success depended on shooting touch. When it was on point, they thrived, but when it faltered, opportunities vanished. Gasol set a screen, and Su Shu, utilizing it, decisively launched a three-pointer before Bosh could react. Oh dear, that shot felt rushed. Somewhat ill-advised. He should have awaited Gasol's roll. Yet what a shot it was. Su Shu executed it beautifully, precisely as it should be done. One must always shoot with conviction. At 12:16 in the broadcasting room of the Fifth Princess, the venerable Zhang Heli was providing commentary. Upon witnessing Su Shu's decisive three-point shot following a screen, he initially remarked that the play was illogical. However, once the ball swished through the net, his tune changed to one of admiration, proclaiming that this was precisely how it should be executed and deeming the shot splendid. His commentary partner, Yang Jian, could only shake his head in disbelief. Despite having witnessed numerous iconic moments from the elder Zhang, he still felt a flush of embarrassment. Fans tuning in expressed their frustration, finding the commentary exhausting, as Zhang Heli seemed to critique every play regardless of its merit. Seated on the bench, Song Yin experienced her uncle's game live for the first time and noted that Su Shu on the court was a stark contrast to his usual self. No longer the playful figure she knew, his eyes sparkled with intensity, resembling a blazing fire, which lent him an extraordinary allure. Chalmers glared at Su Shu, who had just sunk a three-pointer before swiftly retreating on defense, feeling exasperated. It wasn't that he couldn't guard Su Shu, rather, the latter consistently exploited screens, and his teammates lacked the requisite zeal in their defensive efforts. Defense, after all, is a team endeavor, and Chalmers found himself repeatedly watching Su Shu score effortlessly before him. In the first quarter, Su Shu played with great enthusiasm, achieving 3 baskets out of 5 attempts, including 2 successful three-pointers, amassing a total of 8 points and 2 assists. Nick Young also contributed by nailing 2 three-pointers, while Johnson and Mix each made 1, thanks to their advantage in long-range shooting. The Lakers surprisingly concluded the first quarter leading by 9 points, with a score of 25-34. Su Shu did not perceive the oppressive defensive pressure from the Miami Heat. Instead, he sensed a lack of focus from the team, both offensively and defensively, presenting a rather lackadaisical demeanor. Is this what one calls the intimidating defense of the Big Three? Unbeknownst to Su Shu, in the final year of the Heat's Big Three era, as Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh aged and injuries took their toll, the team struggled to find their rhythm, often trailing their opponents in the first half. Only in the latter half did they ramp up their defensive intensity and defensive prowess, ultimately clinching the game. "Dear, that Chinese player you admire is performing quite well," remarked Jenna's friend during the first quarter break. Jenna smiled silently, thinking, of course, would I take notice of anyone less exceptional? In the second quarter, the Lakers continued with a mix of starters and substitutes. Farmar returned to the court after a 4-minute stint in the first quarter, while the Heat opened the second quarter with Wade leading the bench players. After the game commenced, Jordan Hill shone for the Lakers, exploiting the Heat's frail interior defense to score repeatedly, extending the lead to over 10 points. Under Wade's orchestration, Norris Cole and Rashard Lewis received open three-point opportunities but failed to capitalize. The Heat's perimeter shooters were ice-cold, with only Battier managing to sink a three-pointer while the others went 7 attempts without a single make. Observing this dismal performance, Wade adjusted the offensive strategy, relying on his formidable individual skills to score 3 consecutive baskets, stabilizing the situation. This exemplifies the advantage of a multi-superstar team, even during transitional phases. A singular superstar can hold the fort. What defines a superstar? A big player? A superstar is one who can score through sheer individual talent, which is why multi-superstar teams fear not the drought of points during transitional phases. Soon, the first half concluded with the Lakers still leading the Heat. The two teams played with civility, characterized by minimal physical contact and a mutual sense of goodwill. Numerous spectacular shots delighted the audience, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Su Shu played for 14 minutes in the first half, a decrease from his previous games. Yet, he remained unfazed, recognizing that he had indeed been fatigued in earlier matches. With Farmar as a backup, he could conserve energy during most of his time on the court, which was beneficial given his current inability to maintain a high level of performance for 36 minutes. In the Lakers' locker room, the atmosphere was buoyant. Players mingled in small groups, sharing lighthearted banter, especially as they held the lead against the defending champions. "Have you noticed?" Jenna remarked. "It seems like Su has caught her eye." Famer spoke in an enigmatic manner. Su Shu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of whom Famar was referring to. "Who?" he inquired. "Kendall Jenner, the one from the Kardashian family. She is seated in the front row, isn't she? I noticed he has been gazing at you quite intently." Upon hearing the name Kardashian, Su Shu instantly recognized which Jenner was being discussed. There was no escaping it. The women of that family were all too familiar to fans of the NBA, often jestingly referred to as the best defenders of NBA players. Kendall Jenner was particularly prominent among them, considering that her NBA player boyfriends could collectively form a formidable starting lineup, replete with fierce competition. Devin Booker, Ben Simmons, Blake Griffin, and D'Angelo Russell had all been all-stars at one point. It was indeed a remarkable woman that Famar claimed had been fixating on him, and it piqued his curiosity immensely. Just as he was about to speak, a pivotal question struck him. How on earth did Famar know she had been staring at him? Was it possible that Famar had been the one gazing at Jinner all along? With this thought in mind, he grinned and asked, Famar, how do you know Jinner has been looking at me? Have you been watching her? What intentions do you harbor toward her? Huh, you really have no idea, do you? Kid, how many people in the league don't have designs on her? Besides, what is wrong with stealing a few glances at a beautiful woman? Famar retorted, his tone brimming with confidence, leaving Su Shu utterly speechless. This man was married, yet he boldly spoke such words in public. This realization finally illuminated for him why Nick Young had been recorded by Russell in a compromising situation. It seemed this group of rascals truly did not regard such matters with any seriousness. Instead, it became a form of ostentatious capital. The second half commenced swiftly, and as Su Shu maintained possession and advanced to the front court, Chalmers pressed forward. However, this time, the intensity of Chalmers' defense was markedly different from that of the first half, making it quite challenging for Su Shu. Utilizing Gasol's screen, he managed to break through. But at that moment, Bosch did not remain within the three-point line as he had in the first half. Instead, he engaged in a switch with Chalmers. Bosch's lateral quickness and footwork were exceptional, making him a standout among interior players in his ability to defend smaller opponents. As Su Shu hesitated between passing and driving, Chalmers had already maneuvered past Gasol's help defense to double-team him alongside Bosch, forcing him to halt his dribble. This double team was not merely a reflection of Su Shu's prowess, but rather a manifestation of oppressive defense aimed at the ball handler, compelling them towards turnovers or poor passes. Such a defensive strategy could easily lead to a steal if the ball handler lacked dribbling skills or was slightly slow to react. Currently, Su Shu epitomized both conditions. He felt surrounded by hands, with Bosch's height obstructing his line of sight. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Chalmers executed a quick and precise steal, directly snatching the basketball from Su Shu's hands. Bosch, quick on his feet, seized the ball and without hesitation, passed it to Wade, who had already begun a fast break. At that moment, the Lakers' backcourt was devoid of players, but Su Shu was not slow to react. As the most retreated player on the Lakers, he immediately sprinted forward to intercept Wade. However, before he could reach Wade, Wade had already thrown the ball toward the front court. On the other side, LeBron James surged forward like a heavy truck accelerating to 120 kilometers per hour. He received the basketball between the logo and the three-point line, and without dribbling, he took off with both hands on the ball. Rising high, James leaped, his head nearly level with the rim, and executed a powerful, axe-like dunk. This iconic connection between James and Wade during the Heat's Big Three era was a classic moment. James' emphatic dunk diminished the cheers of the home crowd significantly. As Su Shu chased back, he stood in stunned disbelief, wondering if basketball could truly be played in such a manner. There are two reasons that left him utterly astounded. The first is LeBron's overwhelmingly powerful dunk. The second lies in the few steps LeBron took prior to the dunk, which nearly overturned his understanding of basketball. It is not that he was unaware of LeBron's tendencies. Rather, experiencing the event live is an entirely different mindset compared to watching a recording. Much like the average spectator who, while watching a game on television, might scoff at the fans in the broadcast who are fervently cheering with flushed faces, he may find himself behaving in an even more foolish manner than those he once derided when present at the arena. Chapter 42. How Gasol on the Little Blue Pill. There was little time left for Su Shu to ponder as the Lakers reorganized their offense. How should they proceed? Su Shu contemplated for a moment and then realized what actions to take. After all, he hailed from a future era. What were the shortcomings of the Big Three during the Heat's reign? He is fully aware that the most significant weakness of the Miami Heat during the era of the Big Three lay in their interior defense. In this year's Eastern Conference Finals, when the Heat faced the Pacers, Roy Hibbert, a towering center measuring 2.18 meters and weighing 122 kilograms, appeared as if a deity had descended upon the court. He averaged 21, 9 points and 10 for rebounds per game, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 55.7, utterly dominating Chris Bosh. Hibbert's impact extended beyond merely offensive prowess. His defensive capabilities effectively thwarted the aggressive incursions of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Given his stature and mass, James found little advantage when penetrating the paint, often having to navigate around Hibbert's formidable defense. At that time, James and Wade's perimeter shooting was rather mediocre, which hindered the Heat's offensive strategies both inside and outside. Hibbert's stellar performance propelled the Pacers, an otherwise modest roster, to a thrilling Game 7 against the star-studded Heat, where they ultimately fell short. However, following that season, Hibbert's brilliance faded, often attributed to injuries and the rise of small ball strategies that rendered him less effective. Yet, many remain unaware that after the grueling 7-game series between the Heat and the Pacers, Hibbert's ability to elevate his arms in the paint created a defensive anomaly, effectively blocking shots or significantly disrupting offensive players, which drew ire from a faction of players led by James. Esteemed media outlets such as ESPN engaged in discussions surrounding this phenomenon. Presently, such discourses still arise in the realm of sports journalism. Moreover, it is known that under their pressure, in March 2014, the NBA revised its vertical cylinder rule, imposing limitations on the rotational movement and attacking range of interior players post-jump, a modification now referred to as Hibbert's vertical rule. This is not an indictment of James, but it remains undeniable that the league has altered numerous regulations to better accommodate his strengths since his entry into the NBA. At this juncture, Mike D'Antoni urged his players to maintain momentum, insisting that the ball should not come to a halt. As the ball crossed half-court, Sush made a tactical gesture to signal his teammates to execute an inside play. Observing Sush's signal, Pau Gasol positioned himself assertively in the post. As Gasol secured his spot, Sush withstood the physical pressure exerted by Chalmers and passed the ball to Gasol. Gasol, backing down against Bosh, maneuvered skillfully after a couple of physical confrontations, ultimately executing a beautiful feint to score 2 points. Gasol and Bosh may appear to be of the same ilk, yet their fundamental differences are apparent to seasoned fans. Gasol stands at 213 centimeters and weighs 113 kilograms, while Bosh measures 211 centimeters and weighs 107 kilograms, giving Gasol an advantage in the post. Bosh, as a true power forward, struggles at the center position, whereas Gasol embodies a blend of power forward and center, having played his prime at the center spot. While Bosh excels in speed, agility, offense, and defensive switches, Gasol surpasses him in post-play and playmaking. Thus, in this instance, Gasol's physicality prevailed over Bosh. Under James' leadership, the Heat unleashed relentless assaults, particularly through James' tank-like drives, leading to frequent misses from the Lakers' interior. Despite Gasol's influence in the paint and his facilitating ability, the Lakers' perimeter shooting suffered considerably under the Heat's oppressive defense. A comparison reveals that the Heat's incursions into the paint, whether through direct scoring or drawing fouls, yielded far greater efficiency than the Lakers' declining shooting percentages from beyond the arc. As the third quarter approached its midpoint, the deficit evaporated, resulting in a tie at 78-78. D'Antoni made adjustments to the lineup, substituting Sean Williams for the taller and sturdier Jordan Hill. This decision fortified the Lakers' interior presence, as the duo of Gasol and Hill effectively diminished the efficiency of James and his compatriots' attacks. D'Antoni's initial choice of Williams as a starter aimed to leverage his mobility for defensive help, but this strategy evidently faltered. Although Hill may lack Williams' agility, he possesses superior shot blocking and rebounding capabilities. This highlights a significant shortcoming in D'Antoni's coaching, his in-game adaptability. Throughout his coaching tenure, his inability to respond effectively during games has hindered his ascent to elite coaching status. Many may recall a game during his time with the Rockets where the team missed 27 consecutive three-point attempts, yet he failed to make necessary adjustments to the offensive strategy. Following the Lakers' lineup adjustments, the contest became fiercely contested, with Gasol displaying remarkable tenacity on both ends of the court. Even as the Lakers' perimeter shooting percentage dwindled, the Heat struggled to find their rhythm. Despite the individual brilliance of James, Wade, and Bosh, they could not establish a significant lead. In the final 3 minutes of the game, Nick Young's three-point attempt clanged off the rim, leading to a fierce battle for the rebound between Hill and Gasol, with Gasol ultimately tipping the ball into the basket. The Lakers surged on a 6-0 run. The Heat called for a timeout to disrupt the Lakers' momentum, trailing 104-100. With ample time remaining in the game, excitedly, Su Shu addressed Gasol. "Gasol, have you taken some of that little blue pill today? You're on fire." Gasol, with a look of exasperation, delivered a solid punch to Su Shu's chest in celebration, sending him cursing back to the bench. Chapter 43, The Decisive Moment, Su Shu vs. The Three Giants. Upon returning to the bench, Su Shu covered his head with a towel, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling vigorously. Exhaustion enveloped him, his body weary, his spirit even more so. He finally understood the reverence surrounding the Heat's oppressive defense. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, striving to recuperate his stamina during the brief pause. His playing time today had not been excessive, totaling merely 28 minutes thus far. Yet, those 28 minutes felt more taxing than previous games, where he played 33 or 35 minutes. Since the onset of the second half, the Heat escalated their defensive intensity, with physical confrontations becoming increasingly frequent. Although Chalmers was shorter and only slightly heavier than him, the innate physical disparities between their races were not so easily compensated for. The mental strain was even more pronounced, as the primary ball handler, Su Shu had to safeguard the ball while simultaneously monitoring his teammates' movements and facilitating their plays. A daunting cognitive task. D'Antoni observed Su Shu's labored breathing, torn between concern and the reality of the moment. He recognized that Su Shu was reaching his limits. Yet this was the critical juncture of the game. Su Shu's passing vision and synergy with Gasol and the interior players were evidently superior to that of Farmar. "Su, are you all right?" D'Antoni inquired, leaving Su Shu momentarily speechless. Was he underestimating him? Could a man ever admit defeat? "Coach, I'm fine. I can hold on," Su Shu replied, determination stealing his voice. D'Antoni nodded in affirmation, then proceeded to outline the strategy. On the defensive front, the team's performance had been commendable, particularly within the paint. "We have 3 minutes left. Everyone, stay strong. Just keep an eye on Ray Allen on the perimeter." Offensively, efficiency must be maintained, with Gasol as the focal point, deciding whether to pass or shoot based on the flow of the game. D'Antoni had effectively granted Gasol the liberty to shoot at will for the last 3 minutes. This was understandable, as Gasol was indeed on a remarkable streak, having scored 28 points with 11 rebounds and 3 blocks from 11 of 18 shooting. In contrast, Bosch had managed only 17 points and 8 rebounds from 14 attempts, effectively being outperformed on both ends of the court. The brief pause concluded as D'Antoni's tactical directives were relayed, and the final showdown commenced. The Lakers' lineup consisted of Su Shu, Meeks, Wesley Johnson, Jordan Hill, and Pau Gasol. The Heat countered with Chalmers, Ray Allen, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and LeBron James. Ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate confrontation has begun. Let us witness whether the defending champions, the Heat, will emerge victorious or if the Lakers will topple them. In the live broadcast room of the Five Princesses, Yang Jian excitedly remarked. All eyes in the venue were fixed on the 10 individuals making their entrance, yet the gazes of Song Yin and Jenna were predominantly directed towards Su Shu. Upon their return to the court, the fans, under the guidance of the DJ, uniformly chanted, "Let's go Lakers." In this electrifying atmosphere, Su Shu felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, as if every drop of blood in his body was ignited and echoing with fervor. As James advanced the ball into the front court, the cheers transformed into a synchronized chant of defense, defense. At this critical juncture, James commandeered all the offensive play for the Heat, rendering Chalmers merely a perimeter shooter, thereby easing Su Shu's defensive task. As James arrived at the front court, the Heat spread the floor, granting him a pathway for a breakthrough. After surveying the situation, he charged forward, overpowering Wesley Johnson from the right side. Just as James was about to penetrate the paint, Jordan Hill moved in to assist, aiming to create a double team alongside Wesley Johnson. However, James remained unflustered. Before the double team could materialize, he executed a swift pivot, evading Johnson and drawing Gasol's attention. There was no alternative for Gasol if he failed to assist. James's explosive athleticism would result in a thunderous dunk with a single step. At this critical moment, should James unleash a dunk, the momentum would undoubtedly shift to the Heat. Yet, as Gasol closed in, James refrained from forcing a jump, instead deftly passing the ball to Bosh, who had been overlooked by Gasol. Bosh effortlessly banked in 2 points. With the score at 106-100, it must be said that James's playmaking ability after drawing defenders is indeed of historic caliber. This is precisely why people speak of James as embodying a self-sustaining system. On this particular play, the Lakers' defense was not at fault. Both Gasol and Jordan Hill's defensive choices were born of necessity, as the Lakers orchestrated their offense. The ball eventually found its way to Gasol in the paint after 2 passes from Mix. However, the Heat's defensive strategy had also evolved the moment Gasol received the ball. James swiftly closed in with 2 expansive strides to trap him. Gasol, not forcing a contested shot, passed the ball to Wesley Johnson, who was defended by James and possessed 3-point shooting capabilities. Just as he prepared to shoot, Wade unexpectedly arrived to contest, leaving Wesley regrettably hesitant to attempt a shot, resulting in a momentary standoff. In that instant, the Heat's defensive resilience was palpable, denying the Lakers any viable shooting opportunities. Su Shu observed that the basketball had not been passed out, as each player was entangled by the Heat's defenders, who deliberately and inadvertently obstructed Wesley Johnson's passing route. Su Shu found himself ensnared by Chalmers, who engaged in rather physical defensive maneuvers, subtly tugging at his clothing and grasping his hand, actions all too common in such competitive encounters. With only 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he gritted his teeth, exerted a gentle force to push Chalmers aside, and swiftly darted towards the left arc. Meanwhile, Johnson, having heard Su Shu's voice, caught a glimpse of a yellow figure out of the corner of his eye and, without hesitation, passed the ball in that direction. Su Shu stood at the left arc, a mere meter away from the three-point line, when he received the ball. However, before he could execute any movement, Chalmers once again positioned himself directly in front of him. At that moment, Su Shu glanced at the timer and saw only 5 seconds remained. He feigned a drive to the right, causing Chalmers to retreat a step, a calculated maneuver on his part, considering how far he was from the three-point line. Su Shu skillfully retrieved the ball and, to the astonishment of Chalmers, executed a flawless jump shot. The basketball sailed through the net with a satisfying swish, igniting the arena with fervor as the score reached 106-103. Despite the exhilarating moment, Su Shu displayed a composed demeanor, retreating to defend as they still trailed behind. This remarkable shot showcased Su Shu's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, James executed a penetrating pass to Wade, who, employing his signature elusive footwork, deftly maneuvered past Mix's defense. Leaping from the left side of the basket, he skillfully evaded Gasol's attempt at a block, gliding to the opposite side before executing a reverse layup. The entire sequence unfolded with grace and artistry, a testament to Wade's enduring competitive spirit. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Gasol stepped forward to set a screen for Su Shu, while Bosch seamlessly switched to defend. Su Shu intended to pass the ball to the open Gasol, but he soon realized that it was not Chalmers defending Gasol, but rather James, who was employing a front guard strategy. Meanwhile, Jordan Hill, whom James was guarding, was being shielded by Bosch. With no favorable passing options available, he gritted his teeth, resolutely dribbling the ball while fixating on Bosch before him. The sound of his sneakers scraping fiercely against the floor echoed through the arena. Su Shu opted to break through to the right, executing a deft dribble between his legs, drawing the ball back to his left hand. Despite failing to create space with these two maneuvers, Su Shu did not cease his actions. As he dribbled the ball to his left hand, he took a significant stride toward the left rear, leaping into the air to release the shot. Su Shu's retreating three-pointer momentarily caught Bosch off guard. Although he leaped to contest the shot, he failed to obstruct Su's line of sight. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net echoed throughout the arena, amplified by the microphones behind the backboard. A thunderous roar erupted in the Staples Center, surpassing the previous noise level. The DJ elongated Su Shu's name, and the crowd erupted into a deafening cheer. Chapter 44, The Clutch Shot. James, Wade, and Bosch looked on in disbelief at this remarkably resilient rookie, particularly Bosch, who had just been scored upon. Song Yin's face flushed with excitement. It was exhilarating to witness her compatriot score against Bosch. To her astonishment, he had sunk 2 consecutive three-pointers, leaving the outcome of the game hanging in the balance until the very end. In that moment, Su Shu appeared to be the most handsome man in the world through Song Yan's eyes. Jenna's friend gazed at Su Shu with sparkling eyes, radiating an aura of danger. "Darling, I find myself quite intrigued by this Chinese boy. Be careful, or I might steal him away," she remarked, leaving Jenna speechless. The Miami Heat did not call for a timeout. James dribbled the ball past half-court, and from beyond the three-point line, he suddenly launched a shot, hoping to seize an offensive opportunity and create one last chance in the dwindling seconds. The basketball clanked off the rim, but in a critical moment, Bosch managed to tip the rebound, which James reclaimed. Coach D'Antoni's expression darkened with frustration. James aimed for an offensive rebound, yet his three-point shot was not particularly reliable. A drive to the basket would have been more effective. Fortunately, Bosch's tip allowed us to observe how the Heat would handle their final offensive play. Would James opt to shoot or pass? As James reorganized the attack, he refrained from rushing his shot this time. With only 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he began to make his move. Pressing forward, Wesley Johnson retreated step by step. Just as James reached the three-point line, he abruptly gathered the ball and leaped for a shot, catching Johnson off guard as he anticipated a drive. The moment the ball left his hands, James's expression shifted, and he immediately sought to dash toward the paint. However, Wesley Johnson was razor-focused, effectively blocking James's path to the basket. The ball ricocheted off the rim. This time, Jordan Hill secured the rebound, with only 20 seconds left in the game. The Lakers called for a timeout to devise their final offensive strategy, trailing by 2 points. Would they aim for a three-pointer or settle for a two? The audience and viewers at home were left to speculate who would take the decisive shot. To secure 2 points, it would be prudent to pass the ball to Gasol, as this seems to be the most reliable option. However, even if Gasol scores, it would merely lead to overtime, and the Lakers would stand little chance of victory in that scenario. If the game were to be decided by a single shot, a three-pointer would be essential. Fortunately, the Lakers possess several capable three-point shooters today, with notable accuracy from Nick Young, who made 4 out of 6 attempts, and Su Shu, who converted 4 out of 8, alongside Meeks, who succeeded in 2 out of 4. It can be said that the Lakers have managed to compete with the Heat thus far largely due to their exceptional three-point shooting. Meanwhile, Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra is diligently outlining strategies on his clipboard for the players. The Lakers' final possession is likely to culminate in a three-point attempt, and he instructs Ray Allen and Battier to closely guard Nick Young and Su Shu. As Spoelstra speaks, LeBron James rises and strides purposefully towards the court, leaving all the Heat players momentarily bewildered by his actions, yet they refrain from voicing any objections. Only Spoelstra, awkwardly clutching his tactical board, takes a deep breath before continuing to sketch out the strategy. This scene is captured by the television broadcast, leaving viewers in astonishment at the unfolding events. On the Lakers side, Mike D'Antoni is also orchestrating the final offensive strategy. Young, you will replace Hill shortly. The Heat will undoubtedly anticipate a three-point shot. I hope the final possession finds its way into Gasol's hands. We need 2 points, and we shall achieve it. Su Shu felt a fleeting moment of dejection. Despite having just made 2 consecutive three-pointers, the prevailing hierarchy within the team made it clear that Gasol was the leader in their current lineup. It was only reasonable for the final shot to be entrusted to him. Unlike Nick Young, he could not seize the moment with a desperate steal, especially one that would undermine his own teammates' chance at glory. Furthermore, the Heat were undoubtedly focused on their three-point threat, which allowed him to comprehend why D'Antoni opted for a 2-point play, designating Gasol for the last shot. As both teams returned to the court, the pivotal offensive and defensive showdown that would determine the outcome of the match was imminent. Before the game, no one could have anticipated that the decision of victory would linger until the final moment. The crowd erupted, rising to their feet at that instant. No one remained seated to watch the game. The Lakers initiated their offensive play, and Meeks prepared to inbound from the sideline, while the remaining 4 Lakers positioned themselves at the free throw line. This final offensive maneuver was intriguing. They were employing the starburst tactic, as aptly exclaimed by the venerable Zhang. Indeed, the Lakers quartet lined up at the free throw line, executing a strategy aptly named starburst. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, all 4 players sprang into action, diverging in 4 distinct directions. The Lakers' offensive strategy proved effective, with Meeks successfully passing the ball to Gasol, who was defended not by Bosh, but by Battier. Gasol received the ball just 1 meter inside the three-point line. Though this position could have been deemed less than ideal, having Battier as his defender rendered it favorable. Observing Gasol with the ball, the other Lakers retreated to the weak side, creating an awkward predicament for the Heat's defense, since the remaining Lakers were all proficient three-point shooters. No one dared to abandon their assignments to assist Battier in double-teaming Gasol. Without hesitation, Gasol began to back down Battier, and after a series of collisions, he edged closer to the basket. He had already devised his subsequent move. Just as Gasol prepared for a turnaround jumper, James could no longer restrain himself and rushed over to provide assistance. Gasol, keenly aware of James's approach, felt trapped in his motion. He did not abandon his attempt but rather accelerated his action, forcing a turnaround layup. As the basketball soared higher into the air, a smile graced Gasol's face, but suddenly, a colossal hand swatted at the ball. It was James. In that moment, he leaped to an astonishing height, leaving the entire crowd in stunned silence. The ball was emphatically deflected away. Such prowess was inhuman. To arrive for assistance in such a brief span and leap so high was extraordinary. The Lakers appeared doomed. Wait, Su had retrieved the ball. As Su Shu observed the trajectory of the basketball that had been swatted away, he immediately dashed forward. Following closely behind him was Ray Allen, who attempted to defend, yet Su Shu's speed was unmatched by the now aging Allen. He reached the ball first. With merely 4 seconds remaining on the clock, everyone anticipated that Su Shu would attempt a desperate shot against Allen, a move that would undoubtedly rely on chance. However, to their astonishment, Su Shu remained remarkably composed, opting not to force a shot. Instead, he executed a deft change of direction, seamlessly transitioning into a step-back maneuver. At that moment, he was nearly 2 meters beyond the three-point line, rising into the air for a shot. As the basketball left his hands, the red light illuminated, signaling the end of the game. Although Ray Allen had lunged forward, obstructing Su Shu's line of sight, the ball nevertheless soared past Allen's fingertips. As the basketball spun through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the Staples Center. The atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as though even a breath could alter the ball's course. Kupchak's gaze fixated on the basketball, while Pelinka, watching from the television, was equally transfixed. Every spectator in the arena held their breath, eyes glued to the soaring sphere. The crisp sound of leather meeting net reverberated throughout the Staples Center. Since the moment the basketball was released, all of Su Shu's focus was on it. The instant it swished through the net, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Lakers players, whether on the court or the bench, surged towards Su Shu, playfully punching him as he beamed in sheer delight. The pain jolted him from his stupor. "Well, is this your form of revenge?" he exclaimed. "Haha kid, we did it. We toppled the defending champions." The Lakers were ecstatic, bursting with joy, particularly given the injuries to Kobe at that time, which led the world to perceive them as underdogs, relegating them to the ranks of the league's weakest teams. The final score read 108-109 in favor of the Lakers. In this match, Gasol scored 28 points with 11 rebounds and 5 assists. Su Shu contributed 23 points and 6 assists. Nick Young added 19 points, while Meeks tallied 14 points. Every Lakers player who stepped onto the court made their mark. On the opposing side, James recorded 24 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds. Wade had 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. Bosh contributed 17 points and 9 rebounds. And Ray Allen managed 10 points. The Lakers' elation stood in stark contrast to the Heat's embarrassment, not frustration, but rather an acute sense of awkwardness. A single game's outcome could not dampen their spirits significantly. However, succumbing to a Lakers team in such a manner was indeed humbling. James and his teammates could already envision the flood of headlines the following day, proclaiming that the Lakers had pulled off a shocking upset. No one wished to fade into the background. Moreover, as the reigning champions, they merely wished to render others as mere backdrops. Nevertheless, as the foremost figure in the league, one must maintain a certain decorum. Furthermore, since his inception into the league, LeBron James has been renowned for his interpersonal skills, and he would certainly not commit such an oversight. Regaining his composure, he approached Su Shu. After exchanging a high five and a courteous embrace, LeBron whispered in his ear, "Su, congratulations. You played splendidly today. You successfully bested us. However, there will not be a next time. Fortune may not favor you so favorably again." Su Shu is not foolish. He can discern the bitterness in James's words. In the vernacular of our Chinese culture, we often say that talent emerges with each generation, and the younger waves will inevitably wash away the older ones. James understood the implication behind Su Shu's remarks and broke into a silent laugh, acknowledging the audacity of his words. "Haha, Su, the future may belong to you, but for the next decade, I shall remain the king of this league." With that, he arrogantly turned to seek out Gasol. Pa, I scoff at you. What do you mean the future is ours? Do you think I would be as easily swayed as you were, caught off guard by that fool?" As Su Shu inwardly cursed, contemplating his departure, a swarm of journalists armed with cameras encircled him. Undoubtedly, the exhilaration of sinking the game-winning shot coursed through me. It is an irrefutable thrill that anyone would feel when besting the reigning champions, especially for a novice like myself. However, I must humbly assert that I am not the principal architect of our victory. That honor belongs to Gasol, who dominated both offensively and defensively. During my interview, Nick Young and Farmar stealthily approached from behind, each holding a cup of ice water, and mischievously drenched me, resulting in a cacophony of laughter that echoed in the subsequent day's televised interview. After the merriment subsided, I participated in an interview with Song Yin and recorded a segment for a certain platform before concluding my engagements. As I exited, I was met by a throng of fans eagerly awaiting autographs at the entrance of the players' tunnel. Although few bore the number 98 jersey, it did not deter me from signing for the enthusiastic supporters. Upon entering the home team's locker room unguarded, I was greeted by a deluge of water cascading down upon me. The players reveled in celebration, as this match held profound significance for them. Currently, only Kobe and Nash remain under contract for the next season on the Lakers roster. All others face the conclusion of their contracts at season's end. Though this encounter with the defending champions may not have been broadcast nationwide, its exposure was nonetheless considerable, ensuring that our performances would be scrutinized by many teams, potentially aiding our endeavors next season. The NBA is a ruthless arena. The average tenure of players within the league scarcely exceeds 5 years, making each high-profile game a pivotal opportunity for fringe players. After the celebrations, I took a shower and, alongside Gasol, accompanied D'Antoni to the post-game press conference. Once all formalities were completed, it was well past 11 o'clock, and I could finally return home to rest. The next match, although an away game against the Jazz in Salt Lake City, was not until the day after tomorrow, allowing me to enjoy a restful night after the taxing exertion of this game. Upon arriving at the parking lot, I received a call from Farmar. "Where are you?" he inquired. "What is up?" I responded. "I just arrived at the parking lot." "Wait for me," he instructed before abruptly hanging up, leaving me perplexed. Despite my confusion, I remained in the parking lot. Before long, Farmar pulled up in his car, stopping beside me and rolling down the window. "Get in," he beckoned. Su Shu wasted no time, promptly taking the passenger seat. With a roar, the car ignited and exited the parking lot. "Where are you taking me?" "You'll find out when we arrive. It's something delightful." Su Shu felt no doubt about the presence of another. The rapport between the two had flourished over the past 2 months, with Farmar exhibiting considerable care towards him. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt in front of a nightclub, where Nick Young, Mix, and Wesley Johnson were already awaiting their arrival. The entrance of the nightclub was bustling with activity, and the players of the Lakers held a certain degree of notoriety in Los Angeles. Moreover, NBA stars, as a collective, belonged to a high-income demographic. Despite their roles as supporting characters, they effortlessly attracted the attention of many alluring women eager to engage in conversation. As Su Shu alighted from the vehicle, he finally discerned the name of the nightclub, Warwick. He had heard of this establishment, renowned as one of the more prominent nightclubs in Los Angeles, frequently visited by Nick Young and his companions. As Su Shu was gazing at the name of the nightclub, Farmar had already approached, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and saying, "Come on, let's have a blast tonight." As a novice, Su Shu could only follow along. Yet a question lingered in his mind. "Farmar, did you not say that one must be over 21 to enter a nightclub and consume alcohol?" His inquiry momentarily stunned Farmar, who suddenly recalled that Su Shu had not yet reached the age of 21. An oversight, indeed. However, he was unwilling to admit his lapse in memory and, with an awkward smile, replied, "No worries, you can just slip in with us later." Although it was evening, the lights outside the nightclub were still quite bright, and Farmar's embarrassed expression filled Su Shu with an ominous premonition. As anticipated, when they reunited with Nick Young and others and attempted to enter the bar, he was stopped by the staff. "Hey, buddy, I know you. You're Su from China, and you're only 19. Our establishment does not permit entry to anyone under 21. I'm afraid." Chapter 46. The supermodel Jenna, Nick Young, and the others were taken aback. They had merely intended to bring Su Shu along for some fun and had completely forgotten about his age. Observing the serious demeanor of the security personnel and the discomfort of Su Shu, they erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, the Chinese Su, who just defeated the reigning champions, the Heat, has been denied entry to the nightclub. This will surely make headlines tomorrow." Su Shu gazed at the group of heartless rascals, a frown etched upon his forehead. "You impertinent fools, I shall remember each of you. It is evident that you acted with intention. Go amuse yourselves. I shall return home to rest, but rest assured, I will not forget this transgression." Su Shu, grumbling and muttering, made his way to the roadside. Farmar and Nick Young, at last, ceased their boisterous laughter. Farmar remarked, All right, it was an unforeseen circumstance. Allow me to escort you back." Su Shu shook his head and said, "Never mind, I'll just take a taxi home. You all go in and enjoy yourselves. By the time you bring me back, it will be too late." Farmar did not insist and allowed Nick Young and the others to enter while accompanying Su Shu to the roadside to wait for a cab. Suddenly, a Ferrari pulled up in front of them, and inside sat Jenna. "Farmar, where are you all headed?" Farmar and Jenna were acquainted, though not intimately. "Su is not yet 21 and cannot enter the bar. I was just about to take him home." Upon hearing Farmar's words, Jenna laughed unabashedly, and Su Shu glared fiercely at Farmar, feeling humiliated by these rascals. "Come on, I'll give you a ride home," Jenna offered, momentarily startling Farmar, who then winked at Su Shu. Usually quite bold, Su Shu hesitated. After all, the person in the car was no ordinary individual, her fame eclipsing his. And she was quite affluent as well. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and get in. It's perfect for Jenna to take you home," Farmar urged, nudging the dazed Su Shu. "What am I afraid of? Am I going to be intimidated by a woman?" Even if she devours me, I want to lose out. He thought, and turning around, he approached the passenger seat, opened the door, and got in with fluidity, without a moment's hesitation. The car started and swiftly vanished into the night, a scene already captured by numerous reporters. Farmar watched the departing vehicle, feeling a mix of jealousy and admiration for Su Shu. Upon entering the bar, Nick Young and the others were still discussing Su Shu's predicament. Seeing Farmar, Nick Young chuckled. Haha, that guy Su is really unlucky. He got stopped right at the nightclub entrance. I bet tomorrow's news will feature a story about him being denied entry. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Mix and Johnson joined in the laughter. However, Farmar could not share their amusement and said, there will definitely be news tomorrow, but the biggest headline will be about Su being picked up by Jenna. The laughter of the group instantly froze as they processed Farmar's words. Which Jenna? One asked cautiously. The one you're thinking of, Farmar replied. Nick Young, who had once pursued Jenna but was turned down, felt a sudden shift. The nightclub's music no longer seemed so exhilarating. In the sports car, Su Shu remarked, I know you. You are Jenna, the supermodel. Jenna smiled slightly in response. Is that all you know? Oh, I also know your age, height, and measurements, as Farmar mentioned. Su Shu added. Su Shu mischievously used Farmar as a shield, for who could blame this rascal for his own predicament? His words elicited a chuckle from Jenna. Aren't we headed to a bar for drinks? Care to join me for a sip? Where to? At our age, aren't we barred from nightclubs? Su Shu inquired, puzzled. Haha, that may be true for you, but not for me. Just follow my lead, and you shall gain entry without a doubt. Are you certain? You wouldn't betray me, would you? No, but I might just devour you. As two vibrant youths, they quickly grew comfortable in each other's company. Upon arriving at their destination, Su Shu realized he might indeed be in for a feast. Come inside. What is the matter? Are you afraid to enter? Jenna regarded him with a playful smirk. He hesitated, but after glimpsing her expression, he resolutely stepped over the threshold. The opulence of the villa left him in awe. Here was a woman a mere year his junior, yet she earned far more than he ever could. Indeed, this was Jenna's abode, and she had brought him directly to her home. Before long, she had changed into a set of pajamas and appeared in the living room, a bottle of red wine in hand. A model in every sense, her aura captivated him, and coupled with her beauty that aligned with Eastern aesthetic ideals, she radiated an enchanting allure beneath the soft glow of the lights. The two engaged in lively conversation over glasses of wine. Discussing fashion and the NBA, there was never a shortage of topics between youthful souls. As the last drops of the second bottle vanished, they found themselves unknowingly drawn to the bedroom. When they returned to their primal instincts, the air around them pulsed with the essence of humanity's most basic desires. An irresistible force that pulled them closer, urging exploration and connection. Jenna, who is by Su Shu's side, is quite content. She truly embodies the essence of an athlete. What are we, then? Is this a date? Yet, I currently have no intention of seeking a girlfriend. Does that make me shameless? Su Shu leaned against the headboard, brazenly inquiring. Jenna glanced at the man beside her with amusement, caressing the muscles of his arm, and replied with a smile, I suppose it can be considered a date. However, that does not imply it signifies much. The two engaged in a lively discussion, which illuminated the stark differences in perceptions between their two nations. In America, dating between men and women is a commonplace affair, and surveys have revealed that the likelihood of intimacy occurring during a first date has reached an astonishing 13. This figure is unfathomable to those in China, where the societal norms have only recently begun to liberalize. Americans perceive intimacy as merely a step in the process of getting to know one another. In simpler terms, it is about testing compatibility. If it is not a match, they part ways, and if it is, they continue together. As their conversation flowed, the two found themselves entwined once more. Despite Su Shu having participated in an intense NBA game that evening, his athleticism allowed for a recovery that far surpassed that of an ordinary woman. The Chinese rookie Su scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, sealing the victory against the formidable Heat trio. Will Chinese Su rise to become the next superstar? The best newcomer of the year has been unveiled. While Su Shu is still entangled with the tall figure of 1.80 m, major sports media and television networks across America were inundated with reports of the Lakers' dramatic victory over the Heat, where Su Shu's 3 consecutive three-pointers sealed the game. His stunning performance, overshadowing the Heat's trio of superstars, became the focal point of headlines. It was inevitable. The combined salaries of all players on the Lakers roster paled in comparison to that of any one of the Heat's big three. Such a stark disparity leading to an upset, especially one orchestrated by a rookie, was bound to seize the front pages. While American media maintained a semblance of restraint, domestic outlets were in a frenzy, heralding the rise of the next NBA superstar. Phrases like Chinese rookie shatters the Heat's trio, dazzling the globe filled the airwaves, with sensationalized headlines crafted to impress. Even someone as thick-skinned as Su Shu would likely blush at such exaggerated praise if he were to catch a glimpse of it. Chapter 47. The man's public enemy. The game itself was already ripe for discussion. But when an entertainment media outlet revealed that Su Shu and others had visited a nightclub the previous night, only for him to be turned away at the door before departing in a car with Jenner, the scandal erupted. The revelation of Su and Jenner's budding romance set off a wildfire across the realms of American fashion, entertainment, and sports. Su Shu has become the nemesis of many American men, not because Jenner is an icon for all American males, but due to the fervor surrounding Jenner and her remarkable ability to attract wealth, qualities that many men aspire to have in their lives. It can be said that the desire for a life of ease is universal. In this context, Su Shu, a rookie in the NBA with an annual salary exceeding $400,000, has been labeled a kept man by the public. Upon joining his team, the way others looked at him shifted dramatically. "Oh, he actually showed up on time. Not bad, not bad," remarked Farmar with a teasing tone, though the underlying bitterness was palpable to all. Nick Young, in a more mischievous manner, tossed his bag into Su Shu's arms, exclaiming, "A guy turned down by nightclubs is actually picked up by a beauty. Is there any justice left?" Soon, a throng of teammates surrounded him, leaving Su Shu speechless. Are NBA players this gossipy? Do they truly relish such trivialities? Faced with a sea of eager, inquisitive eyes ablaze with gossip, Su Shu resorted to an internationally recognized gesture, only to be playfully overwhelmed by his teammates. After a training session with the Utah Jazz, Trey Burke addressed the media. "I didn't watch yesterday's game. I only caught glimpses of it in the news. As for Su's performance, it was decent, but the Heat didn't give him enough attention. Of course, I don't believe my performance is inferior to his. He merely received extensive playing time due to the team's numerous injuries. You claim his average playing time exceeds mine? Perhaps. But his shot attempts are certainly more numerous. He averages 16.7 points, while I average 12.5. You heard me wrong. I'm referring to the past week. My average score is undoubtedly higher than his. Therefore, it is quite frustrating that he was named Player of the Week." Trey Burke's tone throughout the interview was laced with displeasure, a clear provocation, upholding the philosophy that as long as he is not embarrassed, others are the ones who should feel awkward. Burke departed the training facility with a scowl. He was determined to outshine Su Shu the following day, proving to all that he, Trey Burke, is the strongest rookie point guard in the West this year. The league announced the Rookie of the Week for the previous week, with Su Shu claiming the title for the second consecutive week, snatching it away from Burke. Burke was indignant during the game against the Magic last week. He had delivered a stellar performance with 30 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Over 4 games, he averaged 17.5 points and 5 assists, aiding his team to a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. In comparison, Su Shu also played 4 games last week, averaging 16 points and 6 assists, contributing to a similar record of 2 wins and 2 losses. When such statistics are juxtaposed, it is clear that Burke holds a slight advantage. Upon the Lakers' arrival in Salt Lake City, numerous media outlets awaited. "What is my relationship with Jenna? We are merely friends. Why did I get into her car?" The answer is quite simple. I was denied entry to the nightclub, and since I had no vehicle of my own, she happened to pass by and kindly offered me a ride home. Where did we go? What did we do? No, my friend. That is a matter of personal privacy that I cannot disclose, just as you would be unwilling to share your own private affairs with me. Will I have the energy to play basketball tomorrow? You will find out tomorrow. As for Trebek's remarks, I hardly take them to heart. If he has issues, he can address them with the league. I do not play the game to accept his challenges. My purpose is to aid the team in achieving victory. After a strenuous effort, Su Shu finally extricated himself from the journalist's relentless pursuit and returned to his hotel room. He harbored neither fondness nor animosity towards the reporters. His philosophy was simple: respect begets respect. If they approached him with hostility, he would not hesitate to retaliate. His principle was unwavering. He would not indulge them. That evening, the local news outlets in Salt Lake City fervently sensationalized the rivalry for the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Year, neglecting to acknowledge the current team leaders, Gasol and Hayward. Inside the hotel room, Farmar, in a state of boredom, read these news articles aloud to Su Shu, teasing him in the process. "The race for Rookie of the Year in the West is heating up. Ha, Su, it seems you've already claimed the throne." Su Shu observed that Famar was increasingly developing a penchant for celebrity gossip, showing an intense fascination with the latest scandals. After changing into his workout attire, he promptly made his way to the hotel gym, resolutely maintaining his daily training regimen. 2 hours later, utterly exhausted and drenched in sweat, he returned to his room, only to find Famar absent, presumably visiting another room. After taking a shower and reclining on his bed, he accessed the system panel. Host, Su Shu, age, 19, height, 193 centimeters, weight, 79 kilograms, physical attributes, speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 71, jumping, 80, stamina, 78, injury resistance, 70, offensive skills, mid-range shooting, 62, three-point shooting, 84, inside scoring, 55, technical skills, dribbling, 70, passing, 65, rebounding, 57, growth points, 4268100000 after pushing his limits. Su Shu experienced enhancements in strength, stamina, and certain basketball skills related to his physique, such as inside scoring and rebounding. However, these improvements were modest, leaving him uncertain about the possibility of further breakthroughs. He sensed that his dribbling and passing could still advance. Yet reaching the pinnacle of excellence would require more than mere practice. It necessitated a substantial accumulation of attribute points. Gazing at his attributes, Su Shu marveled that his most commendable asset remained his three-point shooting ability. Currently, his shooting distribution revealed that three-point attempts constituted half of his total shots, boasting a success rate of 39. Conversely, his mid-range shooting was dismal, with a mere 32 accuracy, while his inside shooting was the most proficient at 55. Admittedly, he was somewhat specialized. He could already envision that following the game against the Heat, his significance within the team would escalate, leading to more targeted defensive strategies against him. In the initial matches of the season, his three-point shooting percentage had soared to 45, but it had since declined to 39. Fortunately, endowed with a sharp intellect and high basketball IQ, he realized that even if his attribute points reached their maximum potential, a lack of basketball acumen would hinder his success, an example being divinity. Upon noticing his growth points, Su Shu smiled. Despite the likelihood of further statistical decline due to targeted defenses, he anticipated a potential upgrade before the All-Star game. Chapter 48, Strength. On December 27th, the Lakers faced off against the Utah Jazz on their home turf. With a record of 14 wins and 15 losses, the Lakers ranked 11th in the Western Conference, while the Jazz fared even worse with 8 wins and 23 losses, placing them 13th. Su Shu distinctly recalls that in the original timeline, at the conclusion of the season, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Utah Jazz found themselves languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, one being the penultimate and the other the very last. The current Jazz team is not yet the formidable entity it will become 2 years hence, under the guidance of Tyron Corbin. Although a plethora of talented young players have been assembled, they have yet to realize their potential. Corbin's experience remains somewhat limited, resulting in a rather chaotic style of play, leaving the team perpetually just a breath away from success. D'Antoni, in a state of exasperation, adjusted the starting lineup, as Gasol, feeling unwell prior to the game, was unable to participate, necessitating the inclusion of Chris Kaman, who had only just returned from injury, to fill Gasol's role. Kaman is a name familiar to many in China. His performances have been witnessed by numerous fans, particularly that unforgettable moment when he faced off against Yao Ming on the international stage. His flowing hair a lasting image in the minds of many, largely due to the sheer intensity of that moment. He epitomizes the player whose lack of innate talent is compensated by relentless diligence. Despite standing at a height of 213 centimeters, with an arm span of only 214 centimeters, he lacks speed and exhibits limited athletic prowess. Offensively, he shies away from attacking the basket, yet possesses a modicum of hook shot technique and mid-range shooting ability, along with commendable playmaking skills. Defensively, he embodies the archetype of a traditional center, with sluggish footwork and minimal capacity for switching or defending smaller players. Nonetheless, on the defensive end, he is the epitome of diligence, an individual who never concedes defeat. As the Warriors' small ball lineup is unveiled to the league next year, traditional centers like him may find it increasingly challenging to maintain their standing in the NBA. Su Shu, Mix, Wesley Johnson, Sean Williams, Chris Kaman, Trevor Book, Richard Jefferson, Gordon Hayward, Marvin Williams, and Derek Favors. From the perspective of the starting lineups of both teams, it is evident that the Lakers' starting lineup possesses a distinct advantage in combat readiness over the Jazz, while the Jazz's innate talent surpasses that of the Lakers. Upon their entrance, when Su Shu beheld Trevor Book with his cornrow hairstyle and headband, he was momentarily taken aback, mistaking him for Allen Iverson. In terms of height and appearance, a fleeting glance indeed suggested a resemblance to Iverson. It is understandable, as he was nicknamed Little Iverson in college. Not merely for his playing style, but also for his looks. Observing the diminutive figure of Trevor Book before him, who appeared far shorter than the listed height of 185 centimeters, likely closer to just over 180, Su Shu, standing at an actual height of 193 centimeters, felt as though he towered over him by nearly a head. Furthermore, with Trevor weighing merely 84 kilograms, only 5 kilograms more than Su Shu, such a weight advantage pales in comparison to the significant height disparity. For the first time, Su Shu sensed the advantageous gift of his physical prowess. A delightful feeling that even stirred a hint of pity when he gazed upon Trebek. Trebek, acutely aware of Su Shu's scrutinizing gaze, found himself loathing the sensation of being looked down upon by his counterpart. With a fierce glare directed at his uncle, he declared, "I am the finest point guard in the West this year." Su Shu chuckled softly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, all right. You are indeed the best, the foremost point guard in the league, no doubt. I shan't contest with you." His words rendered Trey Burke momentarily speechless, as he found the individual before him exceedingly irksome. Trey Burke's name resonates with many in the country, not due to his remarkable prowess in the NBA, but rather because of a local street ball player who proudly claims the title of King of Dongdan, boasting that not even Trey Burke can guard me. Although it is true that Burke's defensive capabilities are rather modest, equating one's personal passions with a professional career, especially when juxtaposed with the elite NBA players, and current ones at that, reveals a level of ignorance, arrogance, and folly that is truly astounding. In the Jazz team's starting lineup, there is not a single pure center. Derek Favors and Marvin Williams, standing at 208 centimeters and 206 centimeters respectively, primarily play as power forwards. Thus, during the jump ball, Kaman secured possession for the Lakers. Su Shu did not perceive any significant defensive pressure from Trey Burke. He found his passing vision remarkably expansive, a privilege perhaps afforded by his height advantage of several centimeters. With ease, he lofted the ball to Chris Kaman, who had secured a prime position in the paint. Kaman elevated for a shot. Although Favors was an athletic and formidable defender, he could not thwart Kaman's delicate layup. As the score stood at 2-0, Trey Burke advanced the ball into the front court. Rather than passing it to the team leader, Hayward, he opted for a drive, visibly irked by Su Shu. The coaching staff had already meticulously analyzed Treberk's strengths and weaknesses, devising strategies to counter his playing style. Treberk's approach bore some resemblance to that of Iverson, yet he lacked Iverson's finesse and explosive speed. His shot selection and shooting percentage were problematic. Thus far this season, Treberk's overall field goal percentage rested at a mere 38, with a dismal three-point shooting rate of only 33. For a player of his stature, lacking both height and physical advantages, such deficiencies could prove fatal, which elucidates why Treberk's rookie season marked the pinnacle of his career. As Su Shu defended against him, he deliberately allowed him a two-step advantage, clearly indicating that if he possessed the skill, he could take the shot, but there was no chance for a breakthrough. Such a distance was ample for any defender to react, especially considering Su Shu's prowess and speed. Trey Burke executed a series of impressive maneuvers, including a swift change of direction and a between-the-legs dribble, yet Su Shu remained unfazed, challenging him to take the shot. He would not fall for Burke's attempts at faking a breakthrough. As the shot clock dwindled to 10 seconds, Burke realized that without a screen, it was futile to attempt to penetrate past this infuriating young Chinese player, and reluctantly passed the ball to the ever-demanding Gordon Hayward. Hayward, with a deft change of direction, charged into the paint, and amidst the double team from Wesley Johnson and Chris Kaman, executed a thunderous dunk while also drawing a foul from Kaman. It was as straightforward as that, direct and ferocious. The Delta Center erupted in response to Hayward's electrifying dunk. Upon landing, Hayward pounded his chest and roared, proclaiming to the Los Angeles contingent that this was not a place for their recklessness. At 2-2, the play, in Su Shu's eyes, could only be described as solid, truly solid, exceptionally solid. Many may remember Hayward as the injury-plagued small forward from his Celtics days, relying mainly on mid-range and long-range shots without penetrating. However, they would be unaware of his other moniker, the White James. In his early years with the Jazz, Hayward's style mirrored the early days of LeBron James, using his robust physique to penetrate the paint and draw fouls. Among the small forwards capable of defending against LeBron, Hayward undoubtedly ranks among them, although the current Hayward had yet to reach the heights he would attain 2 years hence. He was certainly not an easy matchup for the season come on. Players like Giannis Antetokounmpo, Mason Plumlee, Paul George, and Julius Randle, all known for their leaping and dunking abilities, had at some point served as mere backdrop to Hayward's dunks. Chapter 49. A lesson in humility. Hayward converted the free throw. Sean Williams quickly inbounded the ball to Su Shu, while Mix and Wesley Johnson had already sprinted towards the front court. Su Shu received the basketball, propelled himself with a swift push, and dribbled rapidly towards the front court, while Trey Burke hurriedly moved to defend against him. Su Shu did not engage in any further entanglement with him, promptly passing the ball to Mike's position beyond the left three-point line. Despite Hayward's frantic attempts to rush back into position, he was a moment too late. Before he could adequately defend, Mike's had already released his three-point shot. Swish. The score now stood at 5-3, and the assist was secured with such ease. As Su Shu pondered, she turned to Trey Burke, smiling and shaking her head, saying, "What is a point guard?" "This is precisely what a point guard ought to do." Trey Burke, rendered speechless, retorted, "Can you be any more shameless?" "Sue, are you too cowardly to confront me?" With a scoff, she added, "There's no need for me to lift a finger. We are already in the lead." As Su Shu spoke, he shook his head, and his every movement, coupled with his words, imparted an impression of untamed chaos. Trey Burke's face darkened like a stormy sky. Had he not maintained a semblance of composure, he might have truly been tempted to confront Su Shu. As Su Shu gazed upon Trey Burke's face, a quiet amusement flickered within him. How foolish it was for him to challenge my control over the game now. Just wait until my skills in manipulation reach their peak. I shall see how he fares then. In the United States, there exists a plethora of athletes like Trey Burke, endowed with the talent for game control. Yet many are unable to ascend to the professional leagues due to a lack of physical prowess. This time, as Trey Burke crossed the halfway line, Hayward signaled for him to pass the ball. Today, Hayward was particularly invigorated, his recent dunk igniting a fire within him. Wesley Johnson, a formidable defender, remained intensely focused. His eyes locked on Hayward as if preparing for battle. Yet, he had just been easily bypassed, allowing Hayward to execute a slam dunk, a moment that left him feeling rather embarrassed. The other 4 players on the Jazz team positioned themselves at the corners, creating ample space for Hayward to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Su Shu followed Trey Burke near the right sideline, observing the unfolding scene on the court. He found it somewhat peculiar that the Jazz's style of play was manifesting at this moment. Such a strategy, he believed, would not typically emerge until the following year. Many had been mocking the Jazz for their excessive passing, only to culminate in a singular isolation play for Hayward in the final seconds after 20 seconds of ball movement. At the arc, Hayward executed a simple change of rhythm, coupled with a deft shift of direction, allowing him to surpass Wesley Johnson by half a step. Johnson closely trailed Hayward, hoping to disrupt him at the pivotal moment of his drive to the basket. Meanwhile, the Lakers' interior players, Coman and Williams, had abandoned their defensive assignments, gravitating toward the paint. In a typical scenario, Hayward would likely have opted to pass at this juncture, facilitating a clean shot for a teammate in a favorable position. This tendency explained his impressive average of over 5 assists per game as a small forward. However, on this day, Hayward was invigorated. He refrained from passing, instead executing a sudden stop followed by a step-back mid-range jumper. The net swished, showcasing Hayward's technical finesse. This was the emergence of the future's foremost white small forward. The Lakers remained unfazed. A group of players driven solely by statistics would hardly be swayed by 2 shots. As Hayward released the ball, and it found its mark, several perimeter players sprinted forward with fervor. The Jazz players were prepared as well, swiftly retreating on defense to deny the Lakers any opportunity to capitalize. As Su Shu discerned the absence of a fast break opportunity, he swiftly traversed the midfield, passing the ball to Wesley Johnson, while he himself dashed towards the baseline accompanied by Trey Burke. Initially, he intended to execute a backdoor cut along the baseline to orchestrate a play with Johnson. However, upon receiving the ball, Johnson displayed no hesitation, opting instead for a mid-range shot. The Lakers executed their movements with remarkable speed, transitioning through the midfield, delivering swift passes, and taking rapid shots, yet the ball failed to find its mark. With a resounding thud, the rebound was seized by Derek Favors. He refrained from immediately passing to Trey Burke for a fast break, instead surveying the court for any Lakers players before relaying the ball to Gordon Hayward, by which time the Lakers had already retreated to defend. Nevertheless, the Jazz were unconcerned, as fast breaks were not their forte. As Hayward crossed half-court, Johnson had already closed in on him. Hayward chose not to force the play, but instead passed the ball to Burke. Upon receiving it, Burke initiated a pick and roll, revealing Kaman's defensive vulnerabilities in stark clarity. Su Shu was effectively blocked by Derek Favors, rendering him unable to advance promptly, while Trey Burke had already penetrated the three-point line. Confronting Kaman, the subsequent events unfolded seamlessly as Burke connected with Favors for an alley-oop, culminating in a successful offensive play. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, both teams began to substitute their players, the score standing at 29-24, with the Lakers holding a 5-point lead. The starting lineup of the Jazz could contend with the Lakers, trading blows. However, once the substitutes took the floor, the Jazz's depth was insufficient. Nick Young entered the fray, swiftly sinking 2 three-pointers that widened the gap to over 10 points, and by the end of the game, the deficit could not be recovered. The Lakers triumphed over the Utah Jazz with a final score of 114-108, securing a 6-point victory on the road. Su Shu scored 14 points with 8 assists. Nick Young contributed 19 points. Kaman achieved 15 points and 10 rebounds. Farmar added 10 points and 6 assists. Mix scored 14 points. And Jordan Hill recorded 10 points along with 9 rebounds. Meanwhile, for the Utah Jazz, Gordon Hayward led the game with an impressive 28 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds. Derek Favors contributed 15 points and 14 rebounds, while Trey Burke added 9 points and 7 assists. In this match, the Lakers played with remarkable vigor, fully showcasing the characteristics of their fast-paced offensive strategy. As Su Shu seamlessly integrated into the tactical system, and with Farmar's return, the Lakers now possess 2 adept playmakers on the court, complemented by several capable perimeter shooters, finally executing the up-tempo style that delighted Coach D'Antoni. However, their defensive performance faltered, allowing the Jazz, who averaged merely 95 points per game this season, to score an astonishing 106 points. Perhaps the most disheartened player was Trey Burke. Before the game, he was filled with ambition, eager to teach Su a lesson and demonstrate his superiority. Yet, as the game unfolded, the dynamics shifted entirely. Su's approach was evasive. He hardly engaged in direct confrontations, opting instead for swift ball movement and calling for screens, a style that felt decidedly un-American. Hayward, who had promised to assist, appeared even more intense than Burke himself. To make matters worse, Burke's statistics fell short of Su's, and he could already envision the media criticizing him post-game. Alas, with the loss, subpar performance, and impending media scrutiny, how could he possibly remain in good spirits? Chapter 50. Su, you truly are a rascal. After the game concluded, most reporters flocked to Hayward, whose outstanding performance, despite the team's loss, had captivated attention. His numerous aggressive drives evoked glimpses of LeBron James. However, the much-anticipated showdown of the Western Conference's best rookies did not manifest during the game. Su Shu and Trebark have not left a lasting impression with any classic moments. Consequently, after the match, Su Shu did not possess significant allure before the sports media. Had entertainment media been present, he might have garnered greater popularity. Just as he intended to depart, he was intercepted by Song Yan. Through the company's efforts and Su Shu's improving performance, she became the designated reporter for a certain sports outlet following the Lakers, having completed the necessary formalities. Now, Song Yan was authorized to access the players' locker room. Over the past few days, she had been preoccupied with personal matters such as housing and transportation, which caused her to miss a plethora of newsworthy material, leaving her quite dissatisfied. Originally, the company had allotted her another day to attend to her personal affairs, but Su Shu's remarkable performances had attracted extensive media coverage, even here in America, much of which was of an entertainment nature. Thus, she was compelled to conclude her personal arrangements prematurely and made her way to Salt Lake City. Little Su, greet your fans. Hello everyone, I am Su Shu. Upon hearing Su Shu's self-introduction, Song Yin internally scoffed once more. Yet it did not diminish the smile upon her face. First and foremost, congratulations to the Lakers for securing this match. Achieving back-to-back victories under such challenging conditions is commendable. Are you satisfied with your performance in this game? Content, indeed. After all, our team emerged victorious. Each of us played remarkably well. Trebark and I are merely rookies in the league, and there are countless players far superior to us. Hence, I find it futile to debate who among us deserves the title of the Western Conference's best rookie. The most memorable moment was undoubtedly Hayward's dunk. I often ponder when I might execute a play of such caliber. Su Shu succinctly addressed several questions posed by Song Yin regarding the competition. Then, she inquired about a matter unrelated to the contest. In recent days, American media has been fervently reporting on your relationship with Jenna. And I believe many domestic fans are equally intrigued by your personal life. With a sudden mischievous smile, Song Yin posed this question. Su Shu was left speechless. As a sports journalist, why are you so concerned about my personal life? Moreover, to ask such a question in such a formal setting, does that really seem appropriate? Jenna and I are friends. My sole focus at present is on enhancing my skills and establishing myself in the NBA. Everything else is beyond my current considerations. His response did not satisfy Song Yin, yet there was no opportunity to pursue the matter further in such a setting. Your experiences over the past few months have been nothing short of magical, and many fans in the country have been discussing your achievements. Do you have any words for them? Su Shu pondered for a moment and remarked, I believe everyone harbors dreams, as long as you strive for them and endure hardship. There may come a day when you achieve success. Even if you do not pursue a career in professional basketball, I am confident that the sport will remain a vibrant and colorful memory in your life. He concluded with early wishes for a happy new year to everyone. After completing an interview with Song Yin and signing autographs for some local international students, Su Shu returned to the locker room. Due to the time spent on interviews and autographs, most of his teammates had already finished showering and were engaged in conversation, using their phones, or making calls. Upon noticing Su Shu's entrance, Farmar waved his phone at him, saying, Su, let me show you some news. Jenna mentioned in a media interview that you two are merely friends. Did nothing happen that night? Farmar's words captured everyone's attention, after all. Wealth and beauty are the most compelling distractions for men. Farmar, you are truly nosy. Just as he was about to head for a shower, D'Antoni pulled him aside for a post-game press conference, leaving him with no choice but to comply. What a situation. Has anyone ever attended a press conference without having showered? I wonder if anyone might be overwhelmed by the odor of sweat. After sorting through these trivialities, Su Shu arrived at the locker room for his shower, only to find that half of his teammates had already departed. Following the post-game press conference, Song Yin intended to return to the hotel, but suddenly remembered that the documentary she had produced about Uncle Su Shu was set to be released today, and she had forgotten to tell him to watch it. Out of curiosity about the visiting team's locker room, she decided against texting or calling her uncle and headed directly to the Lakers' locker room. On her way to the guest team's locker room, she frequently encountered Lakers players, exchanging greetings and learning that Su Shu was still inside. After knocking on the locker room door, Song Yin pushed it open, unperturbed by the possibility of Lakers players still showering or dressing, given that it had been some time since the game concluded, and she had already encountered many players, which emboldened her to enter without hesitation. Upon entering, she discovered that only Farmar was present. He waved at Song Yin and said, Are you here to interview Su? He should be out soon. Just then, Su Shu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and humming a tune. To his astonishment, he found a woman in the locker room, startling him greatly. What the? He exclaimed, inadvertently tugging at the towel he held. His intention was to secure it properly. But in his panic, he only grasped one corner, causing it to unravel completely. The sequence of his actions left both Song Yin and Farmar in stunned silence. As from their perspective, it appeared as if he had deliberately exposed himself upon seeing Song Yin. Wow, Su, you really are a rogue, Farmar exclaimed, overwhelmed by the boldness of the situation, which he dared not confront himself. His astonished outburst startled Song Yin from her stupor, prompting her to awkwardly turn away. At this moment, Su Shu realized the situation, hurriedly wrapping a towel around his lower body and dashing into the bathroom with his clothes. Chapter 51. The Allure of Su Shu. Before long, Su Shu emerged, fully dressed, with an air of nonchalance. Without allowing Farmar and Song Yin a moment to speak, he launched into an audacious remark. Sister Song, as a stunning beauty, shouldn't you be more mindful of your surroundings? What were you thinking coming to the men's changing room? Fortunately, my mental fortitude is intact. Otherwise, your unexpected appearance might have startled me into causing a scene. Moreover, you've already spied on me twice. I've suffered greatly. So remember to repay me. He then cast a disdainful glance at Farmar, who was leering at him, and Song Yin, and you, with a reporter in the changing room. You didn't even think to give me a heads up? I had thought of you as a big brother. Humph. Song Yin and Farmar exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Su Shu, marveling at the remarkable thickness of his skin. Bah, who's been spying on you? And repayment? Do you think I'm a child of 3? Song Yin retorted. I merely intended to inform you that the video recorded that day has been uploaded to a certain sports platform today. Do take a look. With that, She tossed her head haughtily, her ponytail arcing gracefully through the air before she swiftly vanished from the changing room. Famar, with an air of intrigue, inquired, "Su, what were you discussing with the enchanting Song Yin just now?" I noticed her cheeks seemed to flush. Su Shu glared at Famar, inwardly cursing. "What is the point of being so fair-skinned? It's obvious that you're blushing." With no time to engage with Famar, he hurriedly gathered his belongings, knowing his teammates were certainly waiting for him on the bus. Meanwhile, the haughty Song Yin exited the locker room, brushing her slightly flushed face and feeling her heart race considerably. She spat disdainfully, "What a loss. I must never carelessly enter the locker room again. Who knows if those wretched men might be wandering around in their birthday suits." Thankfully, it was just that rascal Su Shu this time. "What do you mean, thankfully? It's been him twice now. I've suffered greatly." Yet, she couldn't deny it. His physique was indeed impressive, well-proportioned, and alluring. In the conference room of a domestic conglomerate, a business executive turned off the projector, which had just showcased some remarkable highlights of Su Shu's performances in the NBA. He distributed several documents to the attendees. "Chairman, General Manager, you have all just witnessed the video, and the materials in your hands contain detailed statistics on Su Shu. Our department's analysis indicates that signing Su Shu would enhance the company's brand image and sales more effectively than signing Legion Long or Parsons. Not to mention, he is Chinese, the only player from our nation currently in the NBA, and, importantly, he is a guard. Everyone understands the impact a guard has on the sales of basketball shoes. Therefore, I believe we should focus our public relations efforts on Su Shu." After this executive finished speaking, the conference room fell silent for half a minute until another well-dressed middle-aged man spoke up. "I must express my reservations. I believe the company should concentrate its efforts on Klay Thompson at this juncture. Given our limited resources, we should prioritize securing him. Thompson is only in his third year, yet he averages 19 points per game. More crucially, the Golden State Warriors' performance and their game attendance have garnered widespread acclaim. Securing Klay Thompson would represent a superior choice for promoting our brand internationally compared to Su Shu." While the executives of this domestic sports goods company were deliberating on the potential signing of Su Shu, his profile had already found its way to the desks of the general managers at Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. However, the degree of interest from Nike and Adidas towards Su Shu varied significantly, as these two global giants boast a plethora of sports superstars under their banners. In the realm of the NBA, the situation is even more pronounced, with legends from the 90s aligning with these two powerhouses. Their attention towards Su Shu commenced from his very first appearance, and the insights held by these two sports apparel companies extend beyond Su Shu's on-court performance. They are well aware of the research conducted by their Chinese subsidiaries regarding Su Shu's influence among Chinese youth. After all, with China being the second-largest consumer market in the world, leveraging a Chinese player to penetrate this market could substantially enhance their market share while concurrently diminishing that of their competitors. Thus, they are amenable to signing Su Shu, albeit they have yet to reach a consensus on the terms of the contract. From the moment Su Shu entered the NBA, he donned the signature shoes gifted to him by Kobe Bryant. Hence, Nike harbored great confidence in securing Su Shu. As for Under Armour, their aspirations to penetrate the sneaker market are undeniable, yet presently, they can only boast of Stephen Curry as their standout representative. With Su Shu poised to tap into an expansive market, they are certainly not inclined to let this opportunity slip away and have already initiated preliminary contact with his agent. Unbeknownst to Su Shu, he has returned to Los Angeles with his team. In their upcoming match, they will face the Philadelphia 76ers at home, marking the first encounter between the previous week's Eastern and Western Conference Rookie of the Week. While the media has sought to sensationalize this matchup of rookie titans, unlike Trey Burke, Michael Carter-Williams has refrained from making grandiose statements prior to the game, thus failing to generate significant hype. There is no need to elaborate on Su Shu's stance. He is utterly disinterested in voicing any opinions on this matter, for he is all too aware of the future trajectory of Michael Way. Furthermore, at present, Michael Way is not a primary focus for development within the Philadelphia 76ers. Rather, the team is merely seeking to embrace a period of futility in hopes of securing a more advantageous draft position in the upcoming selection event. Later that evening, within the confines of Su Shu's residence, Pelinka made his appearance once again. His spirits were remarkably high. The player he had managed to sign through a backdoor deal was now attracting eager suitors willing to offer substantial financial incentives. Such a turn of events was certainly a source of delight for him. He retrieved a stack of documents from his bag and placed them on the coffee table, sliding them towards Su Shu, who was seated opposite him. while stating, "Su, your recent performances on the court have been commendable. Take a look at these documents." They contain endorsement contracts from various prominent companies. Su Shu gazed at the stack of documents before him, astonished. He was aware that his nationality held considerable allure. Yet he had only participated in a mere 10 matches, and yet there were so many endorsement contracts awaiting him. It appeared he had underestimated the temptation that the vast market behind him presented to businesses. He picked up the stack of endorsement agreements, the topmost ones being from major sports brands, and began to scrutinize them. However, with each passing moment, his frown deepened. The figures presented in the endorsement contracts from the sports brands were starkly different from his expectations. Anta offered $8 million for 5 years. Adidas proposed $4 million for 3 years. Nike presented $5 million for 5 years. Under Armour, $7 million for 5 years. And AI, $6 million for 5 years. There were even a few with lower offers. The disparity in these contract amounts was precisely why he was frowning. These figures were far below what he had envisioned, the highest being merely $6 million per year, while he refrained from comparing himself to the likes of James and Durant, who were prodigies signing lucrative shoe deals even before their debut. He noted that local stars could secure shoe contracts worth 20 million yuan annually. Yet here he was, playing in the NBA, receiving offers that were significantly below 20 million yuan. Although it was inappropriate to compare his current situation to that of a few years hence, the gap seemed too wide to justify. With this thought, he shifted his gaze from the contracts to Pelinka's face. Was this the endorsement deal they were proposing? Did the price not seem rather low? Pelinka, who had initially worn a broad smile, found it frozen upon hearing Su Shu's words. Are you suggesting the endorsement fees are too low? Indeed, don't you think they are somewhat inadequate? Pelinka suddenly felt an absurd mix of amusement and exasperation. But he replied, Su, the fees the quoted are, to be frank, not insignificant. However, I believe through negotiation, we might elevate them a bit, considering the immense Chinese market backing you. Pelinka's words left Su Shu somewhat perplexed, prompting him to inquire, are you saying this price is not low? Yet I see many individuals effortlessly securing over 10 million. Upon hearing Su Shu's remark, Pelinka found himself at a loss for words. Those earning over 10 million, can you really compare yourself to them at this stage? You, with a salary of less than 500,000, are lamenting a 1.5 million endorsement fee as being too low? Where does your audacity stem from? Of course, he refrained from voicing such sentiments. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, those you mentioned are merely the exceptions. It's worth noting that Kobe's current sneaker endorsement deal is just 8 million per year. Pelinka continued to elaborate extensively, eventually enlightening Su Shu on the true state of the sneaker endorsement market. It turned out that the endorsement fees for NBA players were not as astronomical as the general public often perceived, with figures exceeding 10 million being quite rare. A considerable portion of individuals are unable to secure sneaker endorsement contracts, and among those who do, many merely receive fees in the range of $50,000 to $100,000. For instance, prior to their contract termination, players such as Leonard and Butler garnered endorsement fees of merely $500,000 annually from AI. Only a select few, those who exhibited extraordinary talent before entering the NBA and have already established significant reputations within the basketball community, stand a chance of obtaining substantial sneaker endorsement deals. The likes of LeBron James, with a 7-year contract worth $90 million, and Kevin Durant, with a 7-year deal of $60 million, epitomize the pinnacle of success. Take John Wall, the first overall pick in 2010, who was heralded as a generational talent both for his innate abilities and skills. His contract was merely 5 years for $25 million, a figure inflated by Reebok in an attempt to lure talent away from Nike and Adidas. What is your suggestion? Su Shu pondered and inquired. My recommendation is to approach Nike and Adidas, but we can negotiate the terms. I believe we could settle for an annual fee between $150,000 to $200,000. What about our domestic brand Anta? What are your thoughts? In recent years, Anta has signed several NBA players, including Garnett and Rondo, both of whom have made all-star appearances. However, to be candid, Anta still lags behind Nike and Adidas. For your personal endorsements, securing contracts with Nike and Adidas would be more advantageous, as it is unlikely that you would limit yourself to a single sneaker endorsement. If you were to sign with Nike or Adidas, the fees for any subsequent commercial endorsements would undoubtedly surpass those you would receive from Anta. As Su Shu listened to Pelinka's analysis, he nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his insights. After some contemplation, he uttered words that took Pelinka by surprise. I do not wish to sign any endorsement contracts at this moment, as I firmly believe that upon the conclusion of this season, my basketball skills and on-court performance will improve significantly. At that time, I am certain that my endorsement deals will be far more lucrative. It was a jest, for he was a methodical individual, with the season still underway. An upgrade seemed imminent, and his future performance would undoubtedly astonish many. To sign now would be a considerable misstep. Pelinka felt a surge of frustration. Who did he think he was? Did he believe that mere desire could translate into improvement? The unpredictability of competitive sports was daunting, and securing a deal now seemed more prudent. However, upon observing Su Shu's unwavering determination, he recalled the young man's performance both on and off the court during this period. On the court, his skills were evidently on the rise, having firmly established himself as the starting point guard for the Lakers. Yet, it was his off-court demeanor that led Pelinka to believe that Su Shu could achieve even greater heights. Each day, his training intensity was unparalleled within the team, and he consistently engaged in extra practice. Moreover, his discipline was truly admirable. His routine revolved around games, training, and returning home, devoid of the vibrant nightlife that characterized many other NBA players. Although there were recent rumors of him being denied entry to a nightclub and associating with a member of the Kardashian family, these incidents did not disrupt his training regimen. Pelinka offered a wry smile and nodded. Very well, let us temporarily refrain from signing any endorsement deals. When reporters inquire, you can attribute the matter to me. We shall not sign, but we also must not allow our relationship to become strained. I will keep them in suspense, neither agreeing nor declining, and once the season concludes, we shall reconvene for a thorough discussion. Su Shu concurred with Pelinka's plan, as he had never intended to invest excessive energy into extraneous matters. After Pelinka departed, he retrieved his computer and logged onto a certain sports platform, eager to see how the documentary filmed by Song Yin turned out. Was it aesthetically pleasing? What were the domestic fans saying about him in the comments section? The documentary was brief, merely half an hour long, yet it adeptly captured the lesser-known aspects of his training and competitive life, leaving Su Shu quite satisfied. He then ventured into the comments section to peruse the reactions. To his surprise, Xiaosu's physique was indeed quite developed. Wasn't he supposed to be lean? Perhaps those upstairs were unaware. While he might be considered fit by general standards, he certainly appeared slimmer when compared to other athletes. Goodness, I could never match that level of physical exertion in a week. That's because you've become lazy. Finally, one can understand why domestic players struggle to make it to the NBA. The training regimens are simply incomparable. By the way, does anyone else think Xiaosu is quite handsome? Even I, as a man, find him more captivating than those entertainment stars. I wholeheartedly agree. He possesses far more charm than my idol, Han Han. I'm smitten and shall become his fan from now on. Su Shu smiled as he shut down his computer, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as the video views surpassed 1 million. With a grin, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. It remained uncertain whether Pelinka had intentionally leaked the information or if some resourceful journalists had uncovered it. But the following day, news of major sports brands bidding for Su Shu's talents dominated the front pages, creating an impression of fierce competition among these companies. Upon encountering these headlines, he shuddered, sensing an overwhelming wave of malice. Chapter 53. Two big fools. The next day, while Su Shu was still immersed in training, his teammates began to trickle into the training facility, startling him. Their peculiar gazes lingered on him, imbued with an unsettling envy that felt almost palpable. Su Shu cautiously inquired, "Famet, what is going on? You all seem rather peculiar." Famerer cast a wistful glance at him, a look that sent a shiver down Su Shu's spine. What was the matter? Was he harboring ill intentions towards me? With this thought in mind, Su Shu instinctively took a step back. Famerer, oblivious to Su Shu's subtle movement, remarked, "You, having played only a handful of games, have now become the darling of sporting goods merchants, all vying to have you as their spokesperson. Alas, your endorsement fee surpasses our salaries." Upon hearing Famerer's words, Su Shu finally comprehended the odd gazes directed at him. It was all due to this. However, it was understandable. The contracts offered by various sporting goods companies reached as high as $1.6 million per year. Within the current Los Angeles Lakers roster, only Kobe, Gasol, Nash, Blake, Jordan Hill, and Chris Kaman earned more than $1.6 million annually. The rest of the players were all below that threshold. For instance, Nick Young, averaging 17.5 points this season, earned $1.11 million, while Mix, with an average of 15.8 points, made $1.55 million. Thus, It was only natural for some to feel a pang of imbalance, even jealousy. Fortunately, Su Shu was well-liked within the team, and no one harbored animosity towards him. After all, they had no vested interest. Even if Su Shu did not sign with these sporting goods companies, it would not concern them. That evening, as the Lakers faced off against the Philadelphia 76ers at home, Su Shu noticed a significant number of fans in the stands donning the purple and gold jersey emblazoned with the number 98. Unlike before, when most were of Chinese descent or international students, now many genuine Lakers fans proudly wore the number 98 jersey. Following Kobe's injury, Su Shu had gradually risen to prominence, especially after his game-winning shot against the Heat, which garnered him considerable admiration. A young man, daring and tenacious, how could his own fans not be fond of him? The two most talked-about rookies in the league this season, Su Shu and McCaw, were finally set to meet. Su Shu also spotted another slender player on the NBA court. McCaw. Remarkably thin, he appeared to possess little mass. McCaw, the 11th pick of the draft, stood at 198 centimeters and weighed only 84 kilograms. In contrast, Su Shu measured 193 centimeters and weighed 79 kilograms, revealing little difference in their height-to-weight ratios. Observing McCaw before him, Su Shu recalled the scouting report that described him as a tall, slender point guard, capable of passing and rebounding, yet struggling to finish offensively. With an unstable shooting ability and a tendency for turnovers, he showed defensive potential, frequently making steals and blocks. Reflecting on the portrayal of McCaw, Su Shu couldn't help but smirk. It seemed to him that beyond their shared slender stature, McCaw possessed little resemblance to him. The others were entirely contrary. If given the chance, one must seek out a technical analysis report from another team regarding oneself to observe how they perceive his skills. Upon contemplating this, Su Shu involuntarily smiled. Beside him, Mike Away noticed Su Shu's smile and mistook it for a gesture of camaraderie, responding with a broad grin of his own, revealing his gleaming white teeth. One was lost in thought, smiling foolishly, while the other reciprocated with an equally foolish grin, creating a scene reminiscent of two simpletons. Ironically, this moment was captured by the camera, later interpreted by the media as a mutual recognition of heroes. Had Su Shu been aware that his unintentional action would be construed as such, he would have certainly scoffed, dismissing the notion of heroism. What does it mean to recognize a hero? The match had yet to commence, so where does such camaraderie arise? The Philadelphia 76ers have little to commend them. Since the departure of the legendary Allen Iverson, the team has languished as one of the league's lesser teams. They have been floundering, searching for foundational players. Yet their selections often prove inadequate. Despite having several high-draft rookies, the team consistently finds itself at the bottom of the league standings year after year. This season is no exception, although Mike Away, the rookie, has performed admirably. The league's executives do not perceive him as possessing the potential to serve as a cornerstone for the team's development. With Pau Gasol's return, the Lakers' roster significantly outshines that of the 76ers. As the game commenced, Mike Away orchestrated the 76ers' offensive rhythm. In his defensive matchup, Su Shu felt little apprehension towards a player of Mike's skill set. What truly unsettled him were those endowed with overwhelming physical prowess, capable of overpowering him, or players like Kyrie Irving, whose skills were already highly refined. Physically, he did not find himself at a disadvantage. In terms of speed, he was indeed quicker than Mike Away. Thus, as the game began, the strategy was clear: allow for outside shots while preventing drives to the basket. The breakthrough passing of McCaw was effectively curtailed. Once the engine of the 76ers faltered, the players on the court became disjointed, each pursuing their individual agendas. In contrast, the role of Su Shu for the Lakers is not that of an engine, but rather that of a lubricant. His passing vision is exceptional. He does not dominate the ball, and he possesses a degree of off-ball movement ability. Consequently, when Gasol and He are on the court together, both can serve as pivotal outlets for the Lakers. Thus, even though McCaw exerted considerable defensive pressure on Su Shu, the Lakers exhibited a significantly improved flow of ball movement compared to the 76ers. The final score was 97-105. In this game, Gasol delivered an outstanding performance with 19 points, 6 assists, and 9 rebounds, while Nick Young and Mix each contributed 15 points. Su Shu made 4 of 10 attempts, accumulating 12 points, 5 assists, and 2 turnovers. For the 76ers, Evan Turner scored 17 points, along with 5 assists and 7 rebounds, while McCaw managed 14 points, 7 assists, and 7 rebounds with 5 turnovers from 16 attempts. Sadie Osman contributed 22 points and 9 rebounds. On December 31st, The Lakers are set to face the Milwaukee Bucks at home. Currently, the Bucks find themselves at the bottom of the league, with the most notable names being O.J. Mayo, Karen Butler, and Brandon Knight. Mayo is no longer the audacious high school prodigy who dared to challenge Jordan. He has essentially fallen from grace. Similarly, Butler is not the all-star he once was. However, within this Bucks team lie two future stars who will help lead the franchise to a championship: Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chris Middleton. Su Shu beheld the Greek freak. Yet what he saw was merely a lanky, inexperienced rookie, devoid of the subsequent physical development that would characterize his later years. Many are unaware that upon his entrance into the league, Giannis played the same position as Middleton, that of a small forward. Standing at a modest height of 205 centimeters and weighing 93 kilograms. At this juncture, Giannis was not the focal point of the Bucks' developmental efforts. It was only after 2 seasons, when his height surged to 211 centimeters and weight to 109 kilograms, that he transitioned to power forward, allowing his remarkable speed, stature, and wingspan to come to the forefront, establishing him as the cornerstone of the Bucks' rebuilding strategy. Meanwhile, in his sophomore year, Middleton began to reveal his sharpshooting prowess. With a final score of 88-96, the Lakers secured yet another victory. Su Shu achieved a commendable performance, making 6 out of 12 attempts, accumulating 16 points, alongside 7 assists and 4 rebounds. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo, under the watchful eye of Wesley Johnson, managed to score 8 points and secure 9 rebounds from 3 successful shots out of 7 attempts. The Lakers have secured their 4th consecutive victory, elevating their record to 17 wins and 14 losses, positioning them at the 10th place in the Western Conference. In December, Su Shu's competition came to a close. Chapter 54, The Lakers' Executive's Dilemma. Unbeknownst to many, the Lakers have remarkably achieved a 4-game winning streak. Although the opponents during this streak had inferior records compared to the Lakers, it is nonetheless a genuine 4-game victory. Prominently displayed on various sports media platforms is the Lakers' impressive 4-game win streak, marking them as one of the only 5 teams in the league to achieve such a feat. However, when compared to the rosters of the Spurs, Thunder, Pacers, and Heat, the Lakers' lineup truly pales in comparison. A 4-game winning streak is not particularly noteworthy, so it is only natural that people do not regard it as an extraordinary accomplishment. When ESPN reporter Ron observed this statistic, he was perplexed, questioning how such a battered team could attain 4 consecutive victories. Driven by this curiosity, he delved into extensive research and arrived at a surprising conclusion, which he meticulously documented after a night of diligent effort. Upon casually noticing the Lakers' 4-game winning streak, I found myself intrigued. After all, the team's soul, Kobe Bryant, along with Steve Nash, had both been sidelined for the season due to injuries. Aside from Pau Gasol, the total salary of the 12 players able to take the court did not exceed $20 million. Moreover, following Kobe's season-ending injury, the consensus among myself and the media was that the Lakers would undoubtedly become the league's bottom dwellers this season. Yet, astonishingly, despite Kobe's absence for half a month, the Lakers' winning percentage has actually improved, leaving all media personnel astounded. In my investigation of the reasons behind the Lakers' improved performance over the past month and a half, I was surprised to find that the statistics of other players had not changed significantly. The only exception was Nick Young, whose average points per game increased by 5, alongside the emergence of the Chinese player Su Shu, with averages of 16, 6 points, 5, 7 assists, 4 rebounds, and 8 turnovers. His surface statistics are already quite impressive among rookies. Remarkably, his advanced metrics reveal a win share of 5 points per game, the highest on the entire Lakers team. Thus far this season, the Lakers have managed an average of 105 points per game while allowing 103 points. It is evident what Su Shu signifies for the Lakers. From a tactical perspective, while he predominantly occupies the position of a point guard, I prefer to refer to him as a dual-threat guard. He possesses the ability to move without the ball, boasts remarkable 3-point shooting accuracy, and exhibits excellent court vision. In both offensive and defensive scenarios, he shows no fear of physical confrontation, and most importantly, his basketball IQ is exceptionally high. Although his current defensive capabilities can be described as merely average, or even somewhat lacking, and I do not possess detailed information regarding his static physical attributes, it is evident upon observation that he has considerable potential, with the qualities necessary to evolve into an elite defensive player. I believe his archetype could be that of Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson. However, his ball handling skills are still somewhat distant from Curry's, resembling more closely those of Thompson. Thus, I am inclined to refer to him as Little Thompson. I eagerly anticipate his development. While I am uncertain of the heights he may reach, I firmly believe his floor is that of an all-star, with his ceiling remaining a mystery due to the myriad possibilities that lie ahead. This report has brought Su Shu into sharper focus within the public eye. And although teams no longer regard him as a mere rookie, they now view him as a player of significant interest. Su Shu remains unaware that the level of defense he is about to encounter will transcend anything he has faced over the past month and a half. It is not merely the team's pursuit of victory that heightens their focus on him. Numerous players will also seek to use him as a stepping stone to eliminate him, thereby enhancing their own visibility and securing greater personal gains. Jim Buss and Kupchak of the Lakers find themselves in a state of both frustration and delight, not due to an abundance of injuries or uncertainty regarding playoff qualifications, but rather because of the team's unexpected string of victories. Following Kobe's injury, they had devised a plan to intentionally underperform this season to secure a more favorable draft position. However, the team's recent performance has been impressive, with 4 consecutive wins, leaving them unable to fully relish their success. They are acutely aware of the team's circumstances. Not only is making the playoffs an arduous task, but even if they do succeed, they are unlikely to make a significant impact. Yet, they cannot overtly embrace a strategy of underperformance, as the backlash from fans of the NBA's premier franchise could be overwhelming. On a positive note, they have acquired the promising new talent, Su Shu, whose potential they understand better than any other team in the league. His rigorous training regimen, disciplined lifestyle, and commendable physical attributes are all contributing factors to his future success. After much deliberation in the office, they reached a consensus to expedite contract negotiations with Su Shu and initiate trades to create better conditions for him. As for their performance, they have decided to disregard it. Both seasoned executives know that the Lakers' record is likely to decline unless they reinforce the team. Kupchak remains confident about securing a contract extension with Su Shu. He is merely biding his time, with other teams taking notice. Su Shu's statistics are bound to suffer, not solely due to targeted defensive strategies, but also because every rookie must confront the so-called rookie wall. Unless they are exceptionally polished both physically and technically, few can easily overcome this hurdle, leading to inevitable declines in performance, which is precisely the moment the Lakers are waiting for. Oh, Sister Song, what is there to celebrate? Isn't this just standard procedure? How can you accuse me of that? I'm not thick-skinned. I'm simply confident. Sister Song, don't you think you should show some acknowledgement? How could I possibly impose on you? How about you prepare a Chinese meal for me instead? I am absolutely craving it. Am I really that kind of person? I merely wish to enjoy Chinese cuisine. You're overthinking it. Moments ago, Song Yin had called to congratulate him on being named the Western Conference Rookie of the Month for December. The accolades of weekly or monthly rookie had ceased to stir any emotional response within him. He had grown somewhat desensitized. However, engaging in playful banter with the esteemed journalist Song was still an enjoyable pursuit, brightening his spirits. Chapter 55. Kobe's Ambitions Ultimately. Song Yin agreed to prepare a Chinese meal for Su Shu, as today marked New Year's Day, in a foreign land. The onset of the holiday inevitably stirred feelings of nostalgia. Sharing a meal and conversing together was a delightful experience. Setting aside these trivial matters, Su Shu immersed himself back into training. Outside the training facility, the duty staff felt a sense of helplessness. Today was New Year's Day, and the team did not have a match until the 3rd, which would be held at home. Hence, everyone was granted a day off to enjoy the holiday. Yet, while others reveled in their time off, he found himself burdened with duty. There was little choice, as one particularly fervent individual within the team refused to take a break even on New Year's, instead opting to remain in the training facility. Given his relentless nature, it was certain he would train well into the evening. Although the overtime compensation was generous, he still found himself quietly grumbling about the situation. Kobe set down the phone and sat quietly on the couch, deep in contemplation. The words of Kupchak echoed in his mind. Kobe, I need you to persuade Su to re-sign with the team. I understand this is a club matter, and Su's decision is ultimately his own. You may not wish to interfere, but I must emphasize that you are the soul of this team, and you bear a responsibility to assist the organization. You are more aware than I of Su's progress and potential. He could undoubtedly become the finest point guard you've ever collaborated with. Imagine partnering with an exceptional point guard. You would no longer need to worry about orchestrating the team's offense. Isn't that the very feeling you have long desired? I understand your greatest ambition is to secure a 6th championship, to equal Jordan's record. Yet, you must acknowledge that you are nearing the tail end of your prime. If you do not capture that sixth championship within the next year or two, your aspirations of catching up to Jordan may fade into impossibility. Kobe was acutely aware that he was no longer at the pinnacle of his career, his performance rapidly declining. Yet his nature made it impossible for him to admit any perceived inadequacy. Su Shu can be said to have been mentored into the Lakers by him. He has witnessed Su Shu's transformation from a slender figure to one now defined by well-defined muscles. From struggling to advance past defenders to now skillfully maneuvering the ball across half-court while maintaining possession. He has evolved from a state of uncertainty on the court to one of fluidity and confidence. The title of the most diligent trainer within the Lakers has been wrested from him. He has observed every subtle change with keen interest. Deep down, he does not wish to interfere with Su Shu's choices, believing that each individual must forge their own path and select their own future. Thus, when Kupchak subtly suggested he persuade Su Shu, he declined. However, now Kupchak has reignited the smoldering ambition within him. He feels the desire to strive once more. For the Black Mamba has not yet faded into obscurity. At this moment, Vanessa entered, noticing Kobe lost in thought. She approached, took a seat beside him, and gently patted his hand, saying, "Darling, what are you thinking about? Right now, you are just a patient. Set aside basketball for a moment. Your most important task today is to enjoy the new year with us." Upon hearing Vanessa's words, Kobe made a silent resolution, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. A smile breaking upon his face. "All right, I will not dwell on these matters. Today belongs to you all." At 6 o'clock in the evening, the arena staff was struggling to open a box of pizza, which would serve as his New Year's dinner. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and looked up to see Su Shu approaching with his bag slung over his shoulder. "John, what are we having for New Year's? Pizza, perhaps? To ensure you have a wonderful New Year, I even compressed my training schedule. Aren't I good to you?" Initially, John's irritation flared at Su Shu's first words. But upon hearing the latter part, his earlier displeasure dissipated entirely. On the way home, Su Shu called his parents to check in, wishing them a happy new year. Upon returning home, Su Shu found Song Yin busily engaged in the kitchen. He inquired as to why she possessed a key to his residence, suggesting the possibility of some clandestine relationship. However, the truth was far simpler. Su Shu had merely informed her that a spare key lay beneath the flower pot by the door. This habit had been ingrained in him since his previous life, a consequence of having spent an entire evening besieged by mosquitoes at his doorstep due to a misplaced key and an empty pocket. Since that day, he had diligently hidden a spare key at home. Setting down his bag, he made his way directly to the kitchen entrance, observing Song Yin, adorned with an apron, in a state of delightful disarray as she prepared the meal. He placed a hand on his forehead, questioning whether this could truly be called cooking. Thoughts of whether he had any digestive medication at home began to cross his mind. "Sister Song, are you certain you know how to cook?" he asked, just as a loud crash echoed through the room. A sudden sound broke the silence, startling Song Yin into a gasp, causing the shovel in her hand to clatter to the ground. Upon realizing it was Su Shu, she shot a fierce glare at her uncle, while instinctively patting her chest, grumbling, "Do you not realize that scaring someone can be deadly? At your age, you should be more composed. This childishness is unbecoming." As Song Yin continued her complaints, she suddenly noticed that Su Shu was not responding to her. Instead, he seemed transfixed, his gaze fixed on a particular spot, swallowing audibly. The sound of his gulp distinctly audible to her. Following Su Shu's line of sight, she turned to see what had captured his attention. "Su, you get out of here," she commanded, as a roar echoed through the room. Su Shu, startled, darted out of the kitchen, hands over his head. Goodness, that was truly frightening. Even a beauty like her has a terrifying side. But I must admit, her figure is remarkable. She would make an excellent model for an online store. The anime graphic emblazoned on her fitted t-shirt strained against its fabric. The contours of the character's face and the flowing waves depicted were quite captivating. Su Shu reclined comfortably on the sofa, savoring grapes while reminiscing about the beautiful scenery he had just witnessed. His expression and posture unmistakably resembled that of a wealthy landlord. In the kitchen, Song Yin touched her flushed face and glanced down at her chest. That scoundrel, every encounter with him seemed to bring nothing but mischief. His eyes were so shifty, she had never encountered anyone quite like him. Humph. The memory of him scurrying away in embarrassment made her chuckle. "To provoke a refined lady like me into a fierce tigress, you were truly the first." As Song Yin finished preparing the 4 dishes and a soup and brought them out, she discovered that Su Shu had fallen asleep on the sofa. In that moment, he bore no trace of the playful demeanor he had displayed earlier. Instead, he appeared as a pure-hearted young man, a smile gracing his lips as he indulged in sweet dreams. Chapter 56. A cozy New Year's Eve, the sight of Su Shu that she beheld was utterly beyond Song Yan's imagination. She had witnessed Su Shu frolicking with his teammates on the training grounds, heard the resounding thuds of muscle colliding during matches, observed his suave demeanor when addressing reporters, and even caught a glimpse of his lecherous side upon encountering a beautiful woman, Song Yan's inner monologue, Beauty Song Yan. Yet, the innocence displayed in this moment was something she had never encountered before. Reluctant to tarnish this beautiful instant, Song Yan softened her movements, arranged the meal delicately, and then settled onto the opposite sofa, patiently awaiting Su Shu's awakening. Su Shu slept soundly, drifting into a dream where he envisioned himself as an MVP, triumphantly claiming the NBA championship ring. Time passed unnoticed until he finally opened his bleary eyes, realizing he had awoken from a most refreshing slumber. Feeling as though he had shed several pounds. "Sister Song, I apologize for dozing off. Why didn't you wake me?" Song Yan smiled gently. "The dishes have only just been prepared. See, they are still warm. Now, let us dine." As Su Shu took his seat at the dining table, the sight of the 4 dishes and a soup nearly made his mouth water. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily grabbed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, devouring it in just a few bites, nearly swallowing the bone whole. Song Yan, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." "Sister Song, I must admit, I underestimated your culinary skills. I thought, given your earlier clumsiness, you might struggle to prepare anything palatable. Careful now, or I might just refuse to let you eat. It seems no amount of food can silence your appetite." After savoring a few bites of each dish, Su Shu then indulged in a ravenous feast. It wasn't merely the culinary prowess of Song Yan that captivated him. Rather, it was the fact that he had not tasted authentic Chinese cuisine in quite some time. In truth, since his arrival in America, he had not genuinely enjoyed a proper meal, subsisting instead on the bland regimen prescribed by his nutritionist. It is akin to asking a Chinese individual to subsist on tasteless steamed buns for 2 months, only to then present them with sweet and sour ribs or twice-cooked pork. One could only imagine how eagerly they would devour the entire platter. Observing Su Shu's voracious appetite brought Song Yan immense joy, as she felt her culinary skills were being duly recognized. She retrieved a bottle of red wine, uncorked it, and poured each of them a glass. Turning to Su Shu, she expressed, "Little Su, I am grateful for your care during these past days. Otherwise, I would not have obtained so many exclusive stories." Her words were indeed heartfelt. Although her time was brief, Su Shu's assistance had afforded her numerous first-hand insights, such as the bids from major sports brands, which coincided with reports from the American media. Additionally, she was among the first to learn of certain movements within the Lakers roster. This led to a remarkable performance for her platform, with daily viewership rising by 15 percentage points, ultimately resulting in her promotion and salary increase. "All right, Sister Song, what are we to each other? Is there any need for such formalities?" Su Shu remarked nonchalantly, having already finished his wine in one gulp. "What relationship do we share? How am I to know?" The question lingered in Song Yan's mind, unanswered, yet she clinked her glass with Su Shu's, downing the wine in one go. It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid, and Su Shu, who was anything but timid, exemplified this notion. As they dined, drank, and conversed, their topics meandered from domestic affairs to international matters, from the NBA to the CBA, and even to the landscape of domestic websites. Their conversation traversed the more frivolous aspects of the NBA, eventually touching upon romantic relationships. The atmosphere grew slightly ambiguous, and the discussion became increasingly unrestrained. Song Yan inquired about his relationship with Jenna, while Su Shu playfully probed into her romantic history, steering the ambience towards an indescribable direction. However, amidst this playful exchange, Su Shu's phone rang. Both he and Song Yan glanced at the screen, revealing the name Jenna. Song Yan cast a casual glance before turning to Su Shu, her expression tinged with a hint of danger. "Didn't you say you weren't close with Jenna? Why is she calling you at this hour, then? Isn't that the very definition of not close?" "Haha, hehe, truly not familiar at all," he replied awkwardly before answering the call. "Hello, Jenna, Happy New Year. Are you inviting me to celebrate with you? Is there a New Year party at your place?" "Oh, I can't make it. I have other commitments and no time." "Nonetheless, I appreciate your invitation." Feeling as though a thorn was lodged in her back, Su Shu swiftly ended the call, lamenting the missed opportunity for a conversation yesterday. Friends ought to communicate more frequently. Observing Song Yan's ambiguous smile, Su Shu was left speechless. What exactly is this sixth sense that women possess? After consuming a bottle of red wine, A rosy hue graced Song Yan's cheeks, and she felt a slight dizziness. He escorted her to the guest room, and thereafter, nothing transpired. Throughout the night, no events unfolded between Su Shu and Song Yan, and he did not feel regret. He appreciated the existing nature of their relationship. It resembled that of friends, akin to siblings, yet tinged with a hint of ambiguity, a state he found quite comfortable. He was content that this dynamic remained intact. This New Year's Eve felt particularly warm to him. That night, Su Shu enjoyed a restful slumber, awakened promptly by his biological clock in the morning. After attending to his personal hygiene, he donned his backpack and made his way to the training facility. Meanwhile, Song Yan lay sweetly asleep in her bed, yet to awaken. Being the first to arrive at the training center, Su Shu warmed up and then immersed himself in practice. However, not long into his training, the door to the facility swung open. Hearing the sound, Su Shu felt a twinge of confusion. Who could possibly arrive at such an early hour? Turning to investigate, he was astonished to find Kobe. "Boss, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home recuperating?" Su Shu exclaimed joyfully as he rushed over. "Su, you're here early again. How has your training been going?" "Not bad. I've been following the regimen set by the trainer, and I'm making good progress." Kobe settled onto the court floor, patting the space beside him, indicating for Su Shu to join him. "Su, do you know what my dream is?" Kobe's opening line left Su Shu perplexed. What was this all about? Su Shu shook his head honestly, indicating his lack of knowledge. However, in truth, he had a vague understanding of what Kobe's dream entailed. For a basketball enthusiast, it was evident that his aspirations were intrinsically linked to the sport. Considering his character, the answer was apparent. "My dream is to surpass Michael Jordan. Yet I have come to realize that this ambition seems increasingly unattainable, with little prospect of fulfillment. Currently, the closest I am to his achievements is in terms of championship titles, as I aspire to secure my 6th championship ring before retirement." Chapter 57, The Cavaliers. Year after year, competing for the first overall pick. Indeed, for a fervent basketball fanatic, the thought of being second best is intolerable. Transcending all others is his ultimate dream. Su Shu carefully observed Kobe's expression, which was not as he had anticipated. It lacked fervor, and his eyes did not sparkle. Instead, he perceived a calm demeanor. And though the words spoken were unadorned, they resonated with profound strength. The attitude towards basketball that had once been that of an 18-year-old prodigy had transformed into that of a seasoned veteran, one who could now face reality with equanimity. Kobe, unaffected by Su Shu's presence, continued to speak. "You should have guessed my purpose for being here today. Indeed, the management has asked me to act as an intermediary, to persuade you to extend your contract with the team. Initially, I was reluctant to comply, but Kupchak rekindled a dormant desire within me. I aspire to secure a 6th championship ring, and you are an indispensable part of that journey. I understand this places you in a difficult position, as I am aware of my own circumstances, yet I wish to take a chance. The team has also indicated that they intend to prioritize your development." After absorbing Kobe's words, Su Shu fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to meet Kobe's. "Boss, I comprehend your intentions. I too cherish the atmosphere here. What I can promise you is that under equal conditions, I will undoubtedly choose to remain with the Lakers." Upon hearing this, Kobe smiled. His visit was brief, and soon Su Shu cast aside any lingering distractions, returning to his training. As he exited the training facility, Kobe retrieved his phone and made a call. "I have spoken with Su. He has assured me that under equal conditions, he will opt for the Lakers." On January 3rd, the Lakers faced the Jazz at home. The two teams had squared off just a week prior, and both were well acquainted with each other's strategies. There was little to discuss. The Lakers, buoyed by a 4-game winning streak, were in high spirits. The final score was 110-99 in favor of the Lakers, marking their 5th consecutive victory and elevating them to 9th place in the Western Conference. In this match, the Jazz's Hayward consistently delivered, contributing 22 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. Conversely, Trey Burke struggled, shooting 3 for 15 and finishing with 6 points and 8 assists, with his 15 attempts trailing only Hayward's 16. For the Lakers, Pau Gasol dominated the Jazz's interior, notching an impressive performance with 23 points, 8 assists, and 17 rebounds, coming close to a triple-double. Su Shu continued to excel, making 4 out of 9 three-point attempts, and overall shooting 8 out of 14, garnering a total of 20 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds. On January 5th, the Lakers faced off against the Denver Nuggets at home, where the Nuggets triumphed with a resounding score of 135-115. The Lakers' offensive performance was not the issue. with Gasol scoring 25 points and grabbing 10 rebounds, Mix contributing 23 points, Su Shu adding 12 points and 8 assists, and Nick Young scoring 21 points. However, the Lakers' defense faltered, collapsing under the weight of athleticism and physicality. Ty Lawson, a hefty point guard standing at merely 6 feet, nonetheless scored 20 points and provided 12 assists, effectively outplaying Su Shu. Kenneth Farid, Wilson Chandler, and Mozgov dominated the Lakers' interior, collectively scoring 54 points. Following the game against the Nuggets, the Lakers suffered consecutive defeats on a 3-game road trip, facing strong Western Conference teams, the Nuggets, Mavericks, and Rockets, which stripped the Lakers of their earlier pride after a 5-game winning streak. This 4-game losing streak weighed heavily on the players' spirits. In the last game of the road trip against the Clippers, Su Shu had hoped to face Chris Paul, dubbed by certain media outlets as the God of Guards, but was disappointed to find Paul resting, a sign of his disdain for the Lakers. He missed the opportunity to experience Paul's notorious trash talk and the underhanded tactics that Cousins so despised. While Su Shu's statistics appeared stable on the surface, a closer inspection revealed a decline in his efficiency as he struggled against the heightened defensive pressure from opponents, which was unlike anything he had previously encountered. His primary offensive weapon, the 3-point shot, was now difficult to execute, as defenders were reluctant to grant him open looks, preferring to concede mid-range shots or force him to drive inside. Consequently, he often found himself shooting threes under duress, leading to a decline in accuracy. After all, his mid-range game could not match the precision of his 3-point shooting. Moreover, Su Shu felt the weight of fatigue, both physically and mentally. Upon examination by the team physician, he was diagnosed with muscle fatigue and insufficient stamina. Although he had been an athlete in the past, his conditioning could not compare to that of other NBA players, particularly given the unique demands of the league, where the intensity of physical contact and muscle strain was unparalleled. His previous lack of specialized training contributed to his quick onset of fatigue. Fortunately, following the road trip, the team was afforded 3 days of rest, which he hoped would provide some respite. On January 14th, the Lakers were set to face the Cavaliers, led by the preeminent Kyrie Irving, who was once hailed as possessing the finest ball-handling skills in NBA history. However, under Irving's leadership, the Cavaliers had consistently contended for the top draft pick, which explained why he had yet to earn recognition for his leadership capabilities from his peers or the public. Thus far in the season, Irving's performance had dipped, with his average points falling from 22.5 to 28, his shooting percentage declining from 45 to 43, and his 3-point accuracy dropping from 39 to 35. Among the Cavaliers was a familiar face to Lakers fans, Andrew Bynum, the starting center during their championship runs. After being let go post-last season, Bynum joined the Cavaliers but had yet to make an appearance, continuing his pattern of self-discipline issues. Su Shu also noticed another former Lakers player, Luol Deng, who had been a source of frustration for fans after signing a 4-year, $72 million contract despite averaging only 12 points and 6 rebounds in the previous season. In his first year with the Lakers, Deng averaged a mere 6 points and 3 rebounds, cementing his contract as one of the worst in history. Despite the Cavaliers' roster appearing lackluster on the surface, a closer examination revealed that they were not devoid of talent. Outside of the small forward position, the team maintained competitiveness at other positions. The backcourt featured Irving, Waiters, and Delly, while the frontcourt boasted Tristan Thompson, a 4th overall pick known for his defensive prowess and rebounding ability, alongside Anderson Varejao, who excelled at drawing offensive fouls. Yet, under Irving's guidance, the team consistently found itself among the league's bottom dwellers, highlighting his inability to lead effectively. As Su Shu observed Irving, who was merely 2 years a senior yet appeared vastly more experienced, he reflected on the stark contrast between their playing styles. Despite being labeled as one of the league's most talented scorers, Irving's tendency to engage in isolation plays often stifled the team's offensive flow, leaving his teammates sidelined. Thus, it was challenging for any teammate to willingly acknowledge him as their leader, unless one's personal ability and explosive scoring power are akin to that of Kobe or Jordan, capable of altering the course of a game through individual offensive prowess. Such players can persuade their teammates even when operating solo. However, the tragedy of Kyrie Irving lies in the fact that, despite being hailed as one of the most versatile and potent offensive talents in the league, he has never claimed a scoring title throughout his entire career. Furthermore, the seasons in which he averaged over 25 points per game are few and far between. Thus, one might argue that Irving is among the most overrated offensive players in the NBA. Irving, They say your offensive repertoire is unparalleled in the league. Why not attempt a fadeaway jumper? It has come to my attention that you are 2 years my senior. Yet I perceive you as possessing a maturity that surpasses that of an individual a decade older. Irving, do your teammates urge you to pass the ball? A point guard should conduct themselves in such a manner. Irving, I am poised to execute a pick-and-roll once again. As the match commenced, Su Shu found himself persistently engaging Irving in light banter, much to Irving's annoyance. The more irritated he became, the more he yearned to outshine this incessantly chattering rookie. Subsequently, he found himself ensnared within the defensive perimeter of the Lakers. In the first quarter, Irving attempted 5 shots, managing to convert only 2, accumulating a mere 4 points. What proved even more detrimental was Su Shu's observation that Irving's defense was virtually non-existent, akin to a gift left unclaimed, particularly following screens. He consistently allowed his opponents to slip by inexplicably, either granting Su Shu open 3-point opportunities or creating advantageous 2-on-1 scenarios for the Lakers. Irving's defensive shortcomings, previously concealed by his offensive capabilities, were now glaringly evident. His spatial awareness on defense was comparable to that of Russell Westbrook, as could be discerned from their interactions during pick-and-roll situations. In retrospect, watching games from the comfort of his living room had merely been a source of entertainment for him. However, what Su Shu remained unaware of was that while Irving's defensive abilities were indeed lacking, they were not so deficient as to be easily exploited by a rookie. In the midst of defensive play, Irving displayed a lack of fear towards those who relied on physicality. Rather, it was the astute, intelligent point guards that posed a true challenge. Rubio frequently gained the upper hand in their encounters, subtly reflecting Irving's slight deficiency in basketball IQ. Su Shu is inherently a person with high basketball intelligence. Upon discovering Kyrie's defensive weaknesses, he consistently exploited these openings during each offensive play. This strategy significantly elevated the Lakers' offensive efficiency compared to the Cavaliers. With just 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, he forced Kyrie into his second foul, leading to Kyrie's frustrated exit from the game. At 22:33 in the second quarter, the Lakers held an 11-point lead over the Cavaliers. As the second quarter commenced, Luol Deng erupted, making 3 consecutive 3-point shots and amassing 12 points. The Cavaliers had Luol Deng, yet on this day, the Lakers mix also shone brightly, contributing 10 points during Deng's scoring spree. Meanwhile, Paul Gasol and Varejao, 2 formidable white centers, occasionally engaged in a competitive exchange, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. These dynamics shaped the course of the game, as all positions, except for the point guard, exhibited a remarkable balance of power. Su Shu's strategy focused on exploiting Kyrie's defensive frailties, employing pick-and-roll tactics whenever he was on the court. Initially, Mike D'Antoni urged his team from the sidelines to accelerate their offensive and defensive pace. But after Su Shu successfully executed 3 consecutive pick-and-roll plays, he fell silent. Although D'Antoni's in-game adjustments may be slow, he was not foolish enough to overlook effective strategies when they presented themselves. The final score read 108-125, marking a resounding victory for the Lakers. For the Lakers, Mix excelled with 6 3-pointers out of 10 attempts, totaling 26 points. Paul Gasol contributed 20 points and 12 rebounds, while Nick Young added 19 points and Wesley Johnson delivered 15 points along with 4 assists and 5 rebounds. Su Shu recorded 15 points and 12 assists, marking his inaugural double-digit assist game in an official match, as well as his first double-double. For the Cavaliers, Luol Deng excelled with a 3-point shooting performance of 6 out of 7, amassing 27 points, 4 assists, and 5 rebounds. Varejao contributed 18 points along with 18 rebounds and 6 assists, while Thompson added 15 points and 13 rebounds. Dion Waiters scored 17 points, and Delly contributed 11 points. Kyrie Irving, on the other hand, made 5 out of 12 shots, finishing with 13 points, 4 assists, and 1 rebound, alongside 5 fouls. To those who did not witness the game and merely glance at the statistics, it may seem as though Su Shu outperformed Kyrie Irving. However, in reality, his defensive efforts against Irving were rather mediocre, relying predominantly on the team's collective defense. Nevertheless, the dynamics of the game clearly illustrated that Su Shu's basketball intelligence significantly surpassed that of Kyrie Irving. Su Shu consistently makes the right decisions during matches, inspiring his teammates, in stark contrast to Kyrie Irving, who often relies on his ball-handling skills for individual plays. This distinction illustrates the differing leadership styles of Su Shu and Irving at this stage. The Cavaliers lost primarily due to their lack of cohesion. Although their interior defense effectively contained the Lakers' frontcourt, they still succumbed to defeat. Throughout the game, the Cavaliers recorded a mere 19 assists, while the Lakers tallied an impressive 35. This disparity in assist numbers reflects the Cavaliers' tendency to resort to isolation plays, despite having an advantage in the paint, ultimately sealing their fate in the loss. Chapter 59. A clash with Irving. Following their match against the Cavaliers, the Lakers promptly headed to the airport after showering. As they faced a back-to-back game the next day against the Phoenix Suns, this marked the beginning of a grueling 7-game road trip for the Lakers. With a total of 8 games scheduled within a mere 13 days, including 6 consecutive away games that would take them to the Eastern Conference. Among these 8 matches, 2 would be back-to-back, leaving Su Shu with a throbbing headache at the thought of it, as it meant their only respite would come aboard the airplane. This grueling schedule exemplifies the infamous rookie wall in the NBA, as the body struggles to adjust swiftly to such demands. Nevertheless, there is a glimmer of solace for the Lakers, as only the Miami Heat stands as a formidable opponent among the teams they will face. The others either match the Lakers' record or fall short. After the Lakers' encounter with the Cavaliers the following day, the game became a hot topic in sports media. The narrative of a rookie overpowering a newly minted Eastern Conference starter was sensationalized. Was Kyrie Irving's All-Star selection truly warranted? Was he overvalued? Or was Su Shu underestimated? Various sensational headlines flooded the sports news, highlighting Irving's defeat at the hands of a rookie, making it an irresistible subject for media coverage. Last year, Irving had already been selected as an All-Star reserve, and as a second-year player, achieving such recognition was remarkable, given the scarcity of those who reached this milestone. This year, he has taken a step further. The All-Star voting deadline is January 20th, with the new starting lineup to be announced on January 23rd. Although a few days remain until the voting deadline, Irving's position as an All-Star starter seems firmly established. He currently ranks second in voting among Eastern Conference backcourt candidates, trailing only Dwayne Wade, while leading Derrick Rose and DeMar DeRozan. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, his selection as a starting backcourt player appears secure, underscoring his popularity among fans. Yet, the spectacle of such a dazzling, fan-favored All-Star guard being completely outperformed by a rookie makes him an irresistible focus for media scrutiny. The fan base has become increasingly polarized. Some argue that players inevitably have off days, and a single match does not define their abilities. They maintain that Kyrie Irving remains one of the most aesthetically pleasing guards to watch. Conversely, there are fans who contend that Kyrie Irving's prowess has been exaggerated. The elegance of his play does not necessarily correlate with exceptional talent, thus his defeat at the hands of a rookie should not come as a surprise. And his selection as an All-Star starter is indeed a mark of disgrace. Upon encountering such reports, Irving, with a mindset akin to that of a seasoned practitioner, could not help but be affected. During an interview, he candidly expressed his thoughts. The outcome of a game and the quality of a player's statistics do not solely dictate their skill level. Therefore, to those who question me, I advise you to silence your criticisms. I am unequivocally the most formidable offensive player in this league. As for the rookie Su from China, he performed commendably. But that was merely due to my subpar form. Next time, I shall demonstrate to him the true meaning of despair. It was only on the following day, during a media interview, that Su Shu became aware of Irving's disparaging remarks directed at him. Adhering to the principle of neither seeking conflict nor shying away from it, Su Shu responded assertively. Regarding Kyrie Irving's words, I have a few points to articulate. As a rookie, my capabilities are evident. I concede that in certain aspects, I may not yet match Irving's prowess. However, when he claims to be the most formidable offensive player in the league, I can only characterize that as bravado. What are his average points per game this season? Has he even broken into the top 10 in the league? How does his team's record stand? Are they contending in the playoffs? What qualifications does he possess to assert himself as the most potent offensive force? He enjoyed unrestricted shooting privileges with the Cavaliers, yet he couldn't even secure a spot in the top 10 scorers. What audacity he has to proclaim himself as the league's most dynamic scorer. Even my superior has never boasted so grandiosely. Su Shu unleashed a merciless barrage of criticism against Owen, deriding him in a manner that incited the journalists, who, akin to sharks sensing blood, became exhilarated and vocal in their excitement, finding Su's audacity rather endearing. When Owen was informed of Su's remarks during an interview, his face turned pale with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. He had dedicated himself to self-improvement, yet here was a newly inducted Asian player daring to challenge him. Did he truly believe he could simply unleash a mystical force upon him? Su Shu found himself devoid of time to concern himself with the media's sensationalism surrounding the verbal exchanges between him and Irving. for he was poised to confront his long-standing nemesis, the Phoenix Suns. Since his entrance into the league, the Phoenix Suns have undeniably been his tormentors. Every encounter with them has proven to be a source of discomfort and unease, with him perpetually relegated to the role of the suppressed and beleaguered. This predicament arises from the Suns' dual guard lineup, comprising two types of players he finds particularly challenging to defend against. One player employs a robust and aggressive physicality that leaves him with little room for retaliation. The other is a masterful technician, possessing an exceptional rhythm and an astute understanding of the game, rendering Su Shu's defensive efforts rather passive. The relentless transition from a forceful player to a skilled strategist creates an unbearable dichotomy for him, leading to his repeated subjugation by these two adversaries. On January 15th, the Lakers faced off against the Suns on their home turf, ultimately succumbing to a score of 98-104. This marked the Lakers' third encounter with the Phoenix Suns this season, and regrettably, their third defeat. While the point differential may appear minimal, the Lakers only held the lead during the very first play of the game, which was their sole moment of supremacy throughout the match. The Lakers found themselves consistently overpowered by the Suns, and despite their fervent attempts at a comeback, they lacked the final push necessary to overturn the momentum. In this contest, Su Shu recorded 15 points and 8 assists, while Gasol contributed 20 points and 11 rebounds. Nick Young added 17 points, and Meek scored 16 points. For the Suns, Dragic tallied 20 points and 10 assists, Bledsoe amassed 22 points and 8 assists, and Markieff Morris delivered a commendable performance with 24 points and 7 rebounds. Once again, Su Shu found himself at the mercy of the Suns' formidable backcourt. However, this time, in orchestrating the offense, he performed far better than in the previous two matches. This improvement is precisely why the Lakers managed to stay competitive until the very end. Chapter 60. The echoes of North Shore Garden. Boston can undeniably be regarded as one of the cities with the highest population of Caucasians, which unfortunately also makes it one of the cities where racial discrimination is particularly severe. On January 17th, the team faced the Celtics on their home turf. As Su Shu stepped into the arena, he instinctively sensed that the contest would be challenging. The moment he entered the court, he and his teammates were met with a barrage of deafening boos from the crowd. Experiencing hostility from home fans while playing away in the NBA is not an uncommon occurrence. However, the jeers at the North Shore Garden, home of the Celtics, were unlike those found elsewhere, laden with a plethora of personal attacks and vile insults. Asian monkey, this is not a place for you. Here is a banana. Go back home. Upon hearing these words, Su Shu turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where an elderly Caucasian man was defiantly raising his middle finger at him, muttering curses under his breath. How could Su Shu possibly endure such temperament? Just as he was about to confront them, Nick Young swiftly embraced him, saying, "Stay calm, do not engage with them. If you approach, you will truly fall into their trap." Su Shu inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at the elderly white man, before defiantly raising his middle finger and turning away. He was acutely aware that such a gesture might lead to supplementary penalties post-match, yet he felt indifferent to the consequences. He understood why many NBA players expressed that the North Shore Garden is one of the arenas most rife with racial discrimination. The Los Angeles Lakers fielded a starting lineup of Su Shu, Mix, Wesley Johnson, Jordan Hill, and Pau Gasol. The Boston Celtics presented their starters, Rajon Rondo, Avery Bradley, Jeff Green, Jared Sullinger, and Chris Humphries. Before the season commenced, the Celtics traded away their championship heroes, Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, leaving only Rondo as they embarked on a rebuilding phase. However, Rondo was making his official return today after recovering from a torn ACL. As the players took to the court, Rondo received the loudest cheers, underscoring his esteemed status within the current squad, despite not having played a single game this season. He remained the most dazzling figure in the arena. Observing the spirited Rondo, Su Shu reflected on the common belief that, following the departure of the old trio, Rondo would be able to carry the team and deliver more impressive statistics. Yet, Su Shu knew such notions were misguided. As a traditional point guard, Rondo excelled in breaking through defenses and maintaining court vision, but he harbored a critical flaw. His shooting ability was abysmal. In an era where the league increasingly prioritizes spacing, Rondo's deficiency was magnified, often leaving him unguarded by opponents, making it arduous for him to facilitate offensive plays for his teammates. Furthermore, this season's head coach, Stevens, was an advocate of a cerebral approach, emphasizing team basketball, making it challenging for a guard lacking shooting prowess to excel under his guidance. Next year, Rondo would embark on a nomadic journey through the league, Although he might occasionally display flashes of brilliance, he would merely be a role player. And the triple-double prodigy would fade from prominence. Currently, the Celtics' record was worse than that of the Lakers, standing at 14 wins and 25 losses, placing them among the bottom teams in the Eastern Conference. The brief altercation with the fans had not escaped Rondo's notice as the leader of the Celtics. He felt compelled to issue a warning to the opponent. Prior to the jump ball, Rondo approached Su Shu directly, cautioning, "Rookie, when you come here to play, you must learn to temper your exuberance. I know you had a stellar performance against Irving yesterday, but do not presume that North Shore Garden is a place where you can run wild." Su Shu was already irate, and his anger had yet to dissipate when Rondo approached, further igniting his fury to the point of amusement. "Pfft, Rondo, are you a jester sent by the monkeys? What gives you the audacity to warn me? Who do you think you are?" After uttering these words, he sauntered toward the backcourt. And in the fleeting moment of passing Rondo, he deliberately shouldered him, continuing on his way as if nothing had occurred. Rondo was momentarily taken aback, not due to the force of the collision, but rather from the sheer audacity displayed by Su Shu. It was the first time he had encountered a rookie so brazen. Rondo, a proud individual in his own right, a multiple-time All-Star, was accustomed to the deference of newcomers. Yet here was this Chinese lad, having played only a handful of games and not even among the league's favored, daring to challenge him. He contemplated turning back to confront Su Shu, but the game whistle blew, forcing him, filled with indignation, to reluctantly return to his position and await the jump ball. As the game commenced, the Lakers seized possession. When Su Shu faced Rondo, he finally understood the essence of elite-level defense. He felt Rondo's long arms seemed omnipresent, and he was acutely aware that a moment's inattention could result in his basketball being snatched away. However, he was no longer the bewildered rookie who had just entered the NBA. He had grown adept at maintaining composure and was no longer hastily passing the ball. He lowered his center of gravity, securely cradling the ball, and quickened his dribble. With a powerful push off the ground, he surged forward to the right with remarkable speed. Indeed, he resolved to take the initiative, convinced that a player recently returned from a torn ACL could not possibly regain his previous pace. Thus, he opted to exploit his speed to overpower Rondo. He was correct. Although Rondo's defensive prowess was formidable, his recent injury had significantly diminished his athleticism. And being in his first game back, he was reluctant to exert himself fully. Su Shu's speed was already impressive, and his remarkable ability for instant acceleration was particularly noteworthy. In a flash, he surged past Rondo on the left, leaving the Celtics players astonished that a rookie could so effortlessly breach Rondo's defenses. They were caught off guard, merely watching as Su Shu effortlessly executed a layup. On the sidelines, the Celtics' young coach, Stevens, furrowed his brow at this score. During practice, Rondo's integration with the team's offensive strategies had been far from ideal, and now, allowing a rookie to traverse his defenses so easily suggested the outcome of the game was all but predetermined. "Rondo, this is a match. Don't lose your focus." That layup was far too simple. "Scoring without challenge is rather dull," remarked Uncle, breezing past Rondo. Rondo's expression darkened. Had he truly fallen to the point of being mocked by a newcomer? As the Celtics initiated their offense, Rondo took control of the ball, tirelessly directing his teammates' movements. Yet his efforts were not yielding the desired results. This season, following Stevens' assumption of the coaching role, the team's tactics had undergone significant adjustments. As a coach with a systematic approach, Stevens emphasized team-oriented basketball, incorporating a dazzling array of plays within that framework, including screens and cuts. Furthermore, a point guard should not monopolize the ball for extended periods. Unfortunately, Rondo was one who struggled to play effectively without the ball in his hands, leaving him feeling somewhat disconnected from the team's rhythm. However, prior to his injury, Rondo was capable of challenging even the league's finest point guard, Chris Paul, in a battle of skills. His court vision and overall awareness were unparalleled. Although the tactics were not materializing, Rondo astutely identified the moment Jeff Green made a backdoor cut, maneuvering Jordan Hill aside. With a brilliant bounce pass threading through the defense, the rest was straightforward. Green received the ball, took a step, leaped, and executed a dunk in one fluid motion. This play left Su Shu utterly astounded. How did Rondo discern that passing lane? How did he manage to lead Jeff Green into the catch without any extraneous movements? Truly, he was renowned for his incisive passing. In the depths of his heart, Su Shu sighed. Chapter 61. The Arrival of Mamba. This is the caliber of a championship guard. Young man, before you claim the title, do not boast before me. Rondo slightly lifted his head, retreating while addressing Su Shu. His expression was such that anyone who beheld it would feel compelled to deliver a punch. Mixed mid-range shot clanged off the rim, and Jeff Green's aggressive attempt in the paint was thwarted. In a succession of plays, neither team managed to score. The Lakers' inability to secure points stemmed from the Celtics' commendable defense. Conversely, the Celtics faltered due to the glaring weaknesses in their starting lineup, particularly their inadequate shooting range. Once the Lakers fortified their interior defense, they either floundered on the perimeter, clanking shots off the iron, or attempted to penetrate the paint, but even in their aggression, Jeff Green's stature proved somewhat lacking. As Su Shu observed the situation, he realized it was time for a change. After crossing half-court, he signaled for Gasol to set a screen. He then broke through from the left and passed the ball to Gasol. At that moment, Jordan Hill came forward to set another screen, allowing Su to step back beyond the three-point line. Gasol promptly delivered the ball back, and with a seamless motion, Su received it, leaped, and released a shot that traced a beautiful arc before descending into the net. The sound of the swish, complemented by the white splash of the blue net, created a picturesque scene. This play was a strategy meticulously crafted by D'Antoni, tailored to exploit Su's exceptional three-point accuracy. From the sidelines, D'Antoni nodded in approval, a smile illuminating his face as he witnessed the execution of his plan. Su's command of the game's tempo was becoming increasingly refined. On the opposite side, Celtics coach Stevens watched the play unfold, his eyes sparkling with inspiration as numerous tactical combinations danced in his mind. However, upon reflection, he realized that none of his players were capable of executing these strategies. Suddenly, the image of Su Shu emerged in his thoughts, seamlessly integrating into the envisioned tactics. He turned his gaze towards Su, his eyes shining with admiration. After sinking the three-pointer, Su did not immediately retreat on defense. Instead, he gestured a three-point sign while playfully swaying in front of Rondo, purely to irk him. The game continued, and the physical intensity escalated on both sides. A hallmark of the Celtics' iron-willed style. Despite the Celtics intensifying their physical play, the momentum still favored the Lakers. Unfortunately, Rondo struggled to find his rhythm, and the entire team seemed unable to gel, failing to execute even the simplest of plays. In the first quarter, Rondo played only 6 minutes before Stevens decided to substitute him, leaving Rondo visibly displeased. Although Stevens justified the decision by citing Rondo's recent return from injury and the need for gradual acclimatization, it was evident to anyone with Rondo's intelligence that he was underperforming. With a dismal stat line of 2 points and 1 assist from 3 attempts in 6 minutes, he found himself seating on the bench, slamming his fist against the seat. Unsure whether his frustration was directed at himself or at Coach Stevens. Both Stevens and the cameras captured this moment clearly, ensuring that post-game media would have plenty of material to dissect. Not only did Stevens substitute Rondo, but he also replaced starting center Humphries with this year's 13th pick, Kelly Olynyk. Upon seeing Olynyk take the court, Su felt a tightening in his gut. He couldn't help it. This player was infamous. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive when facing someone known for such a notorious reputation? Olynyk was not renowned for his skill, but rather for his excessively aggressive style of play. He often claimed his game wasn't dirty but rather tough. Yet his reputation for unsportsmanlike conduct was undeniable. Most notably, he had been responsible for season-ending injuries to stars like Love, Lopez, Turner, and Wall. One couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Have you ever witnessed an individual causing so many stars to be sidelined for the season? Moreover, this person possesses an uncanny ability to evade severe penalties whenever he resorts to underhanded tactics, as his actions are always discreet, subtle, and executed with finesse. Pay attention to Gasol and the center the Celtics have brought in. I've observed his playing videos, and he exhibits a rather cunning style. Gasol, upon hearing these words, expressed mild astonishment, but as a newcomer, he did not dwell on it too much. It's all right. I can handle it. The game continued, and the newly entered Olynyk did not make any significant moves, allowing Su Shu to gradually relax. As the first quarter concluded, the score was 27-21, with the Lakers leading by 6 points. As the second quarter commenced, Nick Young began to showcase his prowess, decisively overpowering the Celtics' backup small forward, Brandon Bass. Within merely 3 minutes, the Lakers' lead had burgeoned to 12 points, and the players were comfortably seated on the bench. However, just as the Lakers players believed the margin could further widen, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Young broke through the defense and charged into the paint to challenge Olynyk. As Young leaped from the right baseline, Olynyk also ascended to contest the shot. Yet, instead of attempting a layup, Young retracted the ball and maneuvered his body midair, intending to execute a reverse layup. just as Young had set his sights on the hoop and was about to extend his arms for the shot. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. It was Olenek, who, upon noticing Young soaring past him, instinctively twisted his waist and swung his arm. The collision was abrupt. His elbow struck Young squarely on the left side of his face. In that moment, Young felt a sharp pain in his left cheek, followed by a dizzying tumble from the air. Had it not been for his muscle memory and instinctive reflexes that allowed him to brace himself and roll upon landing, he might have sustained far graver injuries. At this juncture, Olenek innocently raised his hands, signaling that it was unintentional. Meanwhile, all the Lakers players rushed over to check on Young, with only Jordan Hill storming toward Olenek, forcefully shoving him in the chest. "You scoundrel, you're committing a crime." Olenek was forcefully propelled 3 meters away by Jordan Hill, crashing to the ground. Chaos erupted on the court as players from both teams began to shove each other. The fans in attendance were equally incensed, with a cacophony of boos and curses reverberating throughout the arena. Nick Young staggered to his feet, feeling dizzy. Yet his fury was ignited. When his vision blurred, revealing a double image of Olenek, he charged forward recklessly. Chapter 62. The referee's incompetence. Nick Young swung a punch, which Olenek deftly evaded, and when he attempted to strike again, he was restrained by Jordan Hill and his teammates. It was no laughing matter. The league was cracking down on violence on the court. While it was permissible to feign outrage and express dissatisfaction with a mere technical foul, which would cost around $2,000, any actual physical altercation would result in severe consequences, no less than $25,000. Furthermore, fines were accompanied by suspensions, a burden they could ill afford. Many fans believed that a $25,000 fine and a 1 or 2 game suspension were trivial for players. But the reality was far more complex. For those earning tens of millions annually, such penalties might be inconsequential. However, for Nick Young, who earned just over $1 million this season, a $25,000 fine combined with a potential suspension posed a significant threat. Being penalized due to one's own actions meant forfeiting wages during the suspension, amounting to a loss of at least $50,000 to $60,000. In such terms, that could equate to a substantial portion of his annual salary, especially considering many players were on minimum contracts, earning only a few $100,000. This is why we often witness teammates stepping in to defend each other after an act of violence, and when fines are imposed, team owners readily offer to cover the costs. The substitute players, such as Su Shu, were anxiously pacing on the sidelines, yet they were powerless to intervene, as league regulations prohibited substitutes from entering the court at that moment. Fortunately, the situation was swiftly brought under control. The referees instructed both teams to return to their benches, as they needed to review the footage before making any further determinations. Everyone gathered around Nick Young on the bench, observing the team physician conducting an examination. When the physician ceased his examination and shook his head at D'Antoni, it was evident that further assessment was necessary due to signs of a concussion. D'Antoni's expression darkened. Young was their primary offensive weapon off the bench and the team's second leading scorer. His absence would significantly impact the Lakers' offensive capabilities. However, there was little they could do. The risks associated with allowing a player with a potential concussion to continue were far too great. The team physician promptly escorted Young to the locker room for further evaluation. The referees quickly concluded their review of the replay and, after deliberation, assessed a flagrant foul of the first degree against Olenek, granting Young 2 free throws and an additional possession for the Lakers. When the referees announced their decision, the crowd erupted in uproar, believing it to be an excessive penalty for what they perceived as a routine foul. Shots of "referee sucks" echoed throughout the arena, a familiar refrain often heard in NBA venues, akin to the harshest criticisms directed at officials. Su Shu coldly observed the deafening cacophony of insults directed at the referee emanating from the North Bank Garden Arena. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend such behavior. Yet he too felt that the officiating was inadequate, as the penalties were rather lenient. Since Nick Young was unable to take the free throws himself, it fell to Mix to step in for him. As Mix approached the charity stripe, the crowd's vitriol shifted from the referee to the Lakers players, with a barrage of unsavory remarks that were quite distasteful. Undeterred by the mounting pressure, Mix executed 2 successful free throws. The score stood at 43-29, with the Lakers leading the Celtics by 14 points. As the game progressed, the earlier tensions influenced the players, who were now more mindful of their physical confrontations. This caution did not imply a reduction in physicality, but rather an awareness to refrain from targeting above the shoulders, for the intensity between the two teams had already been ignited, and neither side showed any inclination to back down. Su Shu observed the fierce melee on the court, unperturbed. Is this what you deem iron will? Yet, is it truly iron will? Absurd. Soon, he was summoned to the game. Upon entering, he found himself ill at ease with this style of play. It was the most intense physical confrontation he had experienced in all his NBA games, without exception. However, he quickly acclimated to the pace. After all, he had often engaged in one-on-one battles with Kobe. As someone who has traversed that era, it was inevitable to possess certain subtle moves, aided by informal mentorship. When Jared Sullinger set a screen for Rondo, he angled his body slightly, and Su Shu collided with his shoulder and elbow, the tremendous impact nearly taking his breath away. Yet, it was inconsequential, merely resulting in a standard offensive foul. The next time a screen was set, Su Shu promptly retaliated with an elbow. Such infractions frequently occurred. And soon the first half culminated in a brawl between the two teams, with the Lakers leading by 10, 52-42. As the second half commenced, the Lakers encountered stamina issues, failing to maintain defensive continuity, yet they held their ground during confrontations with the starting lineup. However, once the substitutes entered, the Lakers clearly faltered. It was unavoidable. Their primary substitute, Nick Young, the team's second leading scorer, had not returned, leaving the bench at a disadvantage. In stark contrast, the Celtics bench thrived, as Olynyk seemed to have siphoned away Nick Young's good fortune with a forceful elbow. In the second half, he unleashed a barrage, sinking 2 three-pointers that widened the Lakers' defensive formation, allowing the Celtics' offense to become multifaceted. As the Lakers' defense was stretched, Rondo seized the opportunity to showcase his penetrating passes and incisive assists. Throughout the third quarter, he delivered 4 assists, one more than in the first half, leading the Celtics to outscore the Lakers by 8 in that period. The score stood at 78-76. On the Lakers bench, all players were gasping for breath, with no one possessing the energy to engage in conversation, each silently striving to recover their stamina. Su Shu felt that his stamina was nearing its limit. However, with the brief respite during the intermission and the initial minutes of the fourth quarter led by Famel, he anticipated a significant recovery of his energy. He glanced through the throng towards the Celtics bench. That lean fellow was indeed formidable, although his athleticism had diminished since his major injury. His keen sense of positioning and anticipation posed considerable challenges. Indeed, those who reach the all-star level are no pushovers, even after sustaining serious injuries. They are not easily trifled with. Chapter 63. Alas, I've been caught. The decisive fourth quarter commenced with D'Antoni promptly sending Pau Gasol onto the court to contend with Olynyk. There was no alternative. Come on, Saker and Jordan Hill had all been thoroughly outmatched by him. Only when Pau Gasol defended against him did he seem less relentless. It appeared that they intended to exhaust Gasol completely. If this quarter unfolded as anticipated, would he not be forced to play over 40 minutes? Su Shu shivered at the thought. A man of 33 or 34 dared to take the court for over 40 minutes. Truly, he was a testament to the coach's penchant for an 8-man rotation. The score stood at 80, then 82, 84, and subsequently 86, 92, prompting the Lakers to call for a timeout. As the fourth quarter unfolded, a mere 5 minutes in, the Celtics, buoyed by the deafening cheers of their home crowd, surged with renewed vigor. Not only did they equalize the score, but they also took a 6-point lead over the Lakers. Su, it's your turn. If an opportunity for a fast break arises, seize it without hesitation. Should there be no fast break, ensure Gasol steps up to set a screen for you. The others. D'Antoni scribbled fervently on the tactical board, instructing the team. At this juncture, surrender was not an option for anyone. As Su Shu advanced the ball into the front court, Rondo swiftly approached, his long arms flailing in an attempt to disrupt. With words flowing from his lips, he declared, "Welcome to the Devil's Playground, kid. This is where the real game begins. Basketball is a man's sport. You, with your delicate demeanor, should return to drink more milk before stepping onto the court. With such softness, what woman would ever find you appealing?" Su Shu gazed at the infuriating figure of Rondo before him, his mouth perpetually opening and closing in a most obnoxious manner. He inquired, "Did you consume something foul last night? You reek." The remark nearly twisted Rondo's mouth in anger. Su Shu ceased to engage in futile banter with Rondo, as Gasol's screen was already in place. Following the pick, the matchup shifted to Olynyk defending Su Shu, who faced a far lesser burden compared to that posed by Rondo. After executing a swift stop-and-go, complemented by a retreating step, Su Shu managed to shake off Olynyk and successfully launched a three-pointer. The score stood at 89-92. In response, Rondo adeptly utilized a screen to penetrate towards the basket, delivering his signature fake before finishing. The score then became 89-94. Gasol received a pass from Su Shu and converted a mid-range jumper, bringing the tally to 91-94. Jeff Green capitalized on an aggressive play against Jordan Hill, resulting in a successful basket. The score read 91-96 as the game progressed, with both teams exhibiting patience and competing fiercely for efficiency. Su Shu skillfully maneuvered past Olynyk to successfully execute a layup. The score stood at 99-98 when Rondo made a costly passing error, allowing Gasol to seize the opportunity for a steal. In a swift counterattack, Su Shu, without a moment's hesitation, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, facing Olynyk head-on. The score then escalated to 102-98 as Olynyk made a mid-range shot. Following that, when Uncle once again sank a three-pointer in front of Olynyk, the score transformed to 105-100 with merely 2 minutes remaining in the match. Olynyk's expression darkened. It was no surprise that after being directly challenged multiple times in a single quarter, his demeanor was far from pleasant. Su Shu felt remarkably confident. With each shot he took, the hoop appeared vast, leaving no reason for him to miss. As he sprinted back down the court, he gestured a goodnight to the fans at the North Shore Garden, inciting a frenzy among the crowd. This celebratory display only intensified the cacophony of their jeers. What could one expect when his flamboyant antics were so provocative? The Lakers players jubilantly celebrated with Su Shu, indifferent to the vitriol hurled at them by the fans. Stevens observed the number 98, encircled by his teammates, and shook his head in disbelief at this sudden surge of brilliance. The Celtics called for a timeout. Stevens took a moment to strategize, keen to ensure their next shot would succeed. Failure would spell danger for them. In the Celtics bench area, Stevens swiftly sketched out tactics on the board. Rondo studied the lines with understanding, yet his expression was far from pleased. As the team leader, it was difficult for him to accept that this strategy wasn't designed for his benefit. When the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Celtics in possession. Bradley passed the ball to Rondo, and an unusual scene unfolded. Aside from Rondo dribbling, the other four Celtics remained motionless, leaving the Lakers players perplexed. Even more bewildering was the sight of Bradley, Jeff Green, and Olynyk, standing with hands on hips, seemingly unconcerned. This peculiar tableau quieted the crowd, leading some to speculate there was discord within the Celtics. Just as confusion settled in, Bradley and Jeff Green exchanged knowing glances and sprang into action. Bradley dashed to the corner to set a screen for Gerald Green, who cut decisively towards the basket, drawing both Mix and Jordan Hill with him. Meanwhile, Bradley quietly repositioned himself at the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, with Olynyk providing a screen that effectively blocked Wesley Johnson. At that moment, Bradley found himself utterly unmarked, and Rondo was right on cue. The rest was straightforward. As Bradley received the ball, he adjusted his footing, focused on the hoop, bent his knees, leaped, and released the basketball at the apex of his jump, carving a perfect arc through the air. Swish. The score was now 105-103. And the delightful sound sent the arena into a frenzy, truly a tactical genius. Following the basket, the Lakers quickly inbound the ball. Excluding Gasol, the others rushed forward. Rondo, however, chose not to fall back. Instead, he shadowed Su Shu across the court, determined to deny the Lakers any chance of a fast break. With the opportunity for a quick attack lost, the Lakers shifted to a set offense. Was Gasol stepping up for another pick and roll? Confronted once again by Olynyk, the Celtics did not alter their defensive strategy, believing that a rookie would not pose a significant threat. The Heat's demise in that fateful game stemmed from their lack of regard for him, but now both Olynyk and the Celtics were acutely aware of Su Shu, leaving him no opportunity for an open shot. Although he had succeeded in the initial 2 attempts, one cannot expect a third. In a fervor of exuberance, Su Shu was unperturbed by such considerations. From beyond the arc, he executed a triple threat stance just a meter away, and amidst the astonishment of Olynyk and the entire arena, he launched a swift three-pointer. Olynyk, initially taken aback, soon found himself consumed by indignation. Was this not an affront to his prowess? A glimmer of cold fury ignited in his gaze as he surged forward, fully aware that he could not contest the shot, yet he pressed on, extending his right foot just before Su Shu descended to the ground. Su Shu was utterly oblivious to his surroundings as he released the basketball, despite the interference from Olynyk. His sole focus was on the ball and the hoop. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right foot, a clear indication that he had inadvertently stepped on another's foot, resulting in an ankle sprain. In that moment of agony, his landing foot buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. As he fell, he caught sight of Olenik's expression, which was marked by an air of innocence. What the hell, did I just fall for that? Was the thought that flashed through Su Shu's mind upon witnessing Olenik's seemingly guileless demeanor. Chapter 64. A gentleman does not seek revenge with precision. The basketball swished through the net. The score stood at 108 to 103. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as the spectators were momentarily stunned into stillness by Su Shu's remarkable shot. However, the players of the Lakers did not share in the excitement. Their attention was drawn to Su Shu, who lay on the ground, wincing in pain as he clutched his right foot, fully aware of Olenik's earlier actions. Su Shu was consumed by a profound fury, an anger that ran deep within him. Such treacherous acts of stepping on another's foot can have varying degrees of consequence for the victim. In mild cases, one might only require a brief respite of a game or two before returning, yet in severe instances, it could spell the end of a season, thus casting a long shadow over an entire career. Numerous examples abound, with Carter serving as a quintessential illustration after being subjected to such an underhanded maneuver. He transitioned from a demigod of athleticism to a mere mortal, unable to soar as he once did, though he currently perceives his condition as not particularly grave. This is merely a subjective assessment. Should the injury prove to be serious, resulting in a season-ending predicament, it would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to his aspirations. This incident would not only impede his development within the Lakers organization but also alter the trajectory of the team's plans for him. Furthermore, it could influence his negotiation stance with the Lakers, as well as compel advertisers to exercise caution in selecting him as their spokesperson. In summary, if the injury is indeed minor, he may breathe a sigh of relief. However, if it is severe, the ramifications would be profoundly significant, a reality that only serves to amplify his indignation. When Su Shu is enraged, he does not exhibit hysteria or shout. Instead, he remains cold and composed, gazing steadily at the other party. Just as Gasol and the others called for the team physician to examine Su Shu, he resolutely stood up with the assistance of Jordan Hill. The innocent expression on Olenik's face, upon witnessing Su Shu's calm demeanor and his own ability to rise, led him to believe that the situation was not severe. He approached Su Shu, intending to offer comfort and convey his goodwill. I apologize. It was unintentional. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Olenik's demeanor appeared amicable, and his tone was laced with sincerity, prompting their teammates nearby to relax their vigilance. Before Olenik could finish his statement, Su Shu unexpectedly smiled at him and remarked, "It's all right. I understand you meant no harm, but I certainly did." With that, a fist landed squarely on Olenik's nose, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The muffled thud of flesh striking flesh reverberated through the air as Olenik was sent staggering backward, retreating several steps. Goodness! As Olenik stepped back, the crowd finally reacted, and the Celtics players attempted to confront Su Shu. The Lakers players instinctively formed a human barrier to impede the Celtics' approach. Meanwhile, Nick Young, still in the locker room undergoing checks, was stirred by the commentary emanating from the television and sprang to his feet. "Wow, Su. Take him down. Teach that son of a bitch a lesson." The earlier frown on Nick Young's face transformed into a broad grin, radiating a sense of glee. In the eye of the storm on the court, Su Shu too smiled, reveling in the moment. A gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged. Ah, but I am indeed a gentleman now. Su Shun may feel relieved, but for D'Antoni, the situation is far more distressing. He also took to the court to separate the players, and the thought of Su Shun's injury presents yet another significant blow to the already beleaguered Lakers. Su Shu did not linger, directly assisted by the team doctor. He returned to the locker room. It was not merely a matter of whether he was injured, the severity of his condition, or his ability to persist. The fact that he had taken action rendered it impossible for him to remain on the court. The head referee was exceedingly occupied, as the game was rife with physical contact, imposing considerable pressure on their judgment. However, in a single match, two significant altercations occurred, both involving physical confrontations. The first did not result in contact, while the second truly did. This time, several referees scrutinized the video replay for nearly 5 minutes, ultimately deciding to expel Su Shu and merely issuing a common foul to Olenik. When Su Shu viewed the ruling on the television in the locker room, his expression remained inscrutable. At that moment, the definition of stepping under a player was not yet well established. The criteria for fouls and the degree of penalties lacked specific regulations. Even if a foul was called, it was merely categorized as a standard infraction. Only years later, After the Bucks repeatedly employed this tactic during the playoffs and subsequently won the championship, did referees begin to impose clearer sanctions regarding stepping under players, regardless of intent. If a player's foot is beneath that of a shooter, it is at the very least classified as a level 1 flagrant foul. In the end, Mixes replaced Su Shu for the free throws. After Olynyk completed his 2 free throws, he too returned to the locker room, as his nose had been broken by Su Shu's actions. The final score was 112-108, with the Lakers achieving a narrow victory by a mere 4 points. To what extent was this victory arduous? 2 players exited the game due to injuries, and another limped off at the conclusion of the match. The primary contributor to the Lakers' triumph was undoubtedly Su Shu, who recorded an impressive 24 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. Shooting 8 of 17 from the field and 5 of 12 from beyond the arc, Gasol contributed 21 points and 13 rebounds, while Nick Young added 15 points. Mixes 16 points and Wesley Johnson 14 points. On the Celtics side, Rondo underperformed, managing only 6 points, 8 assists, and 6 rebounds on 3 of 9 shooting, failing to score on 4 attempts from three-point range. Olynyk scored 25 points and grabbed 15 rebounds, while Jeff Green contributed 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Following the game, Nick Young and Su Shu were promptly transported to a local hospital for more precise evaluations of their injuries, particularly Su Shu, to ascertain any potential damage to bones or ligaments. Soon, the results emerged. Nick Young sustained a mild concussion, while Su Shu did not suffer any bone or ligament injuries. Yet he would still be sidelined for at least 2 games. Upon receiving the results, D'Antoni was visibly distressed. With these 2 injuries, alongside Kobe, Nash, Blake, and the recently limping Come-On, the Lakers were now burdened with 6 injured players. For the next game, only 9 players would be available. And although he was not fond of extensive rotations, with merely 9 players fit to play, should 1 or 2 more sustain injuries during the match, how could they possibly compete? D'Antoni was unaware that, due to Su's presence, the exaggerated roster of injured players from the original timeline had not materialized. Otherwise, their current record might have plummeted to the very bottom. Su, try not to be so impulsive next time. How many times can your salary be docked? D'Antoni advised, as he could only bring up the matter of salary to avoid dampening Su's enthusiasm on the court. Chapter 65. Still a child, Su Shu received calls from Kobe and Pelinka, both inquiring about his injury. Kobe expressed concern for his younger brother, while Pelinka viewed Su Shu as a potential golden goose, one that should not be hindered by the treachery of a single match. After understanding the situation regarding his injury, both men felt a sense of relief. The following day, the team set off for Toronto to challenge their next opponent, the Raptors. As expected, the headlines the next day were dominated by the Lakers match against the Celtics at the North Shore Garden, which had witnessed 2 altercations, one of which escalated into violence, with rookie Su Shu delivering a punch to Olynyk. Such a match was bound to be scrutinized under a microscope, with every detail on the court dissected. Ultimately, Su Shu did not face a one-sided condemnation. Most media outlets leaned in his favor, with only local Celtics media and fans attacking him online. It was noted that while Su Shu's actions were indeed inappropriate, one must consider Olynyk's conduct in previous matches. Without delving into minor infractions, one could observe the 2 altercations, Olynyk's deliberate elbow to Nick Young, causing Young to leave the game with a concussion, and his subsequent trip of Su Shu, which stemmed from Olynyk's frustration after being dominated by Su Shu. Such actions have the potential to jeopardize a player's career. In the past, Vince Carter's career was marred by a similar trip from Bruce Bowen. The court encourages physical confrontation, yet intentional harm and unsportsmanlike conduct should not be tolerated. The league must impose stricter penalties for such cynical maneuvers. The league requires that competitive basketball be clean and healthy, yet certain individuals tarnish the integrity of the game. In the recent encounter between the Celtics and the Lakers, Olynyk effectively incapacitated 2 Lakers players in one match, elbowing Nick Young, leading to a concussion, and tripping Su Shu, resulting in a sprained ankle. The NBA garners the attention of fans worldwide, and players should showcase the most pristine version of basketball to these spectators. This is the essence of the NBA's mission. Such disgraceful gameplay, abhorrent behavior, and unsportsmanlike individuals must be addressed and penalized severely. The extensive coverage by sports media placed Olynyk in the spotlight, yet the Celtics staunchly defended him, claiming these were mere accidents. The next day, Su Shu received a call from his parents, with his mother anxiously inquiring about his condition. "Xiao Shu, is your foot all right? Why do you push yourself so hard?" Perhaps we should skip the game. Her voice quivered with emotion, as a mother's love for her son eclipses all else. In that moment, warmth enveloped Su Shu entirely. What nonsense are you talking about? How could one play basketball without the risk of injury? Xiao Shu is grown up now. This is a man's competitive game. What do you understand? The voice of the father came through the phone, but before Su Shu could utter a word, she was met with the suppression of her mother. You old fool, is my son solely your son? How young is he? He is still a child. Do you not understand the need for compassion? Su Shu was caught between laughter and tears, slightly moving her phone away. At that moment, Su's mother exhibited formidable strength. Song Yin, who had come to visit, couldn't help but chuckle. Little one, you haven't grown up yet. You are still just a child. How could a single phrase render Su Shu so awkward? He glanced at Song Yin several times, then replied with a hint of nonchalance, Sister Song, aren't you aware of whether I've grown up or not? His words turned Song Yan's face crimson, conjuring certain images in her mind. Su Shu and Nick Young did not accompany the team. Instead, they remained behind to recuperate from their injuries, planning to join the squad once they had sufficiently healed. Despite his foot injury, which prevented him from training with the ball, he was still able to engage in weightlifting. That evening, Su Shu dedicated 2 hours to his workout, and upon returning home, he took a shower and settled onto his bed, activating the system. Host: Su Shu, age 19, height 193 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms, wingspan 207 centimeters, physical attributes: speed 87, 20, explosiveness 83, 15, strength 74, vertical leap 80, 20, stamina 80, 65, injury resistance 73, offensive skills, mid-range shooting 64, three-point shooting 84, interior offense 65, technical skills, dribbling 70, passing 67, rebounding 62, growth points 7218100000. His strength increased by 3 points, stamina by 2 points, and injury resistance by 3 points. Mid-range shooting improved by 2 points. Interior offense surged by 10 points, while passing and rebounding each rose by 2 and 5 points respectively. As he surveyed the various attributes, Su Shu felt a surge of joy. His rigorous training had finally brought his weight to 80 kilograms, and with the enhancement of his physical strength, several related attributes had also witnessed considerable growth. However, technical attributes such as mid-range shooting and passing advanced at a much slower pace, indicating that these improvements were merely a consequence of his recent breakthroughs. It seemed evident that to significantly elevate his abilities, an upgrade was essential. Nevertheless, the prospect of having amassed 7,218 growth points exhilarated him. With approximately 10 more games to play, he anticipated that an upgrade would soon be within reach. The question lingered in his mind. How many attribute points would he be rewarded? 30, 50, or perhaps 20? Su Shu felt exceedingly fortunate, believing that he would surely receive a reward of 30 attribute points. Suddenly, he noticed that within the section pertaining to physical fitness, attributes such as speed, explosiveness, and jumping ability were accompanied by parentheses containing numerical values. This peculiar detail had never appeared before. Upon reflection, he realized that due to his current injury, he was unable to run or jump. Gazing at the numbers in the parentheses, enlightenment dawned upon him. These figures represented the capabilities he could muster in his injured state. With this understanding, he felt a sense of release. Indeed, he would never become a superhero. As long as he was injured, his attribute points would diminish. Unlike a superhero who could still run and jump despite their wounds. Before Su Shu began his training, he took out his phone to check the Lakers' schedule. This year's All-Star Game will take place on February 15th in New Orleans, and there are currently 13 games left before the event. If he chooses to rest for 3 games, he believes that as long as he performs adequately in the remaining 10 games, the growth points he acquires should suffice for his advancement. Should he receive a reward of 50 attribute points, he would allocate them entirely to ball handling and mid-range shooting. If the reward is 30 points, he would prioritize enhancing his ball handling. In the unlikely event of receiving just 20 points, he would dismiss the notion, as he is not one to suffer such misfortune. Su Shu had already begun to indulge in fantasies within his mind. Chapter 66, In Pursuit of Advancement. There are no more concerns. The league's disciplinary notice for Su Shu had finally arrived, 2-game suspension and a fine of 25,000. Fortunately, the league had shown some leniency, refraining from imposing a 50,000 penalty. For Su Shu, this was somewhat bearable, as he would be sidelined for 2 games anyway. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of pain. The fine and the suspension meant a loss of income that stung. On January 19th, the Lakers faced the Raptors on their home turf. In this match, Su Shu was unable to play, and Farmar was elevated to the starting lineup. Although Pau Gasol continued to shine with a commendable 22 points and 9 rebounds, and Mix contributed 18 points and 4 assists, the absence of both Su Shu and Nick Young left the Lakers lacking in bench depth, which the Raptors exploited mercilessly. DeMar DeRozan delivered a stellar performance with 23 points, 7 assists, and 6 rebounds, while Kyle Lowry added 21 points and 9 assists. The bench player Patrick Patterson, who had been averaging a mere 6.9 points this season, astonishingly scored 17 points and grabbed 7 rebounds in this game, while Greivis Vasquez also contributed with 11 points, 8 assists, and 5 rebounds. The Lakers fell short, losing 106-112, bringing their record to 21 wins and 21 losses, placing them 10th in the Western Conference. Ahead of them were the 9th-ranked Suns with a record of 24 wins and 16 losses, and the 8th-ranked Mavericks at 25 wins and 16 losses. The Lakers still held a glimmer of hope for a playoff berth. On January 20th, the Lakers faced the Bulls on their home ground. This season had been challenging for the Bulls. In the 2010-2011 season, under Derrick Rose's leadership, they had achieved the best record in the league. However, that season marked the pinnacle of Rose's career, as a mid-season ligament tear the following year sidelined him for both that season and the next. After a long-awaited recovery, he managed only 10 games this season before undergoing surgery for a right knee injury, thus ending his season prematurely. As a result, the Bulls' record stood at 19 wins and 21 losses, teetering on the edge of the Eastern Conference playoffs. At the start of this season, the Bulls' star player was Luol Deng, who averaged 19 points, 3.7 assists, and 6.9 rebounds, but he was traded to the Cavaliers last month. Currently, the Bulls are focusing on developing their third-year rookie, Jimmy Butler, the tough player who learned from the legendary Kevin Garnett. This season, Butler has improved his scoring average from 8 points last season to 13 points this season, while maintaining his defensive prowess. In this particular match, the Lakers played with vigor and determination, leading the Bulls for the first 3 quarters. However, after a series of Eastern road games and facing the fatigue of a back-to-back, they allowed the Bulls to equalize in the final quarter, leading to overtime. Ultimately, they suffered a narrow defeat, ending the game at 100-102. The absence of Su Shu and Nick Young has significantly impacted the team, particularly on the offensive front. In the regular time of this match, the Lakers managed to score only 93 points, falling short of their season average by a substantial 12 points. On January 23rd, the Lakers faced the Heat on the road, ending with a score of 102-109, with Su Shu and Nick Young remaining sidelined. Ultimately, the Heat avenged their previous defeat at home. On January 24th, while challenging the Magic away, both Su Shu and Nick Young made their return. Against a Magic team that had only secured 11 victories thus far, the Lakers triumphed effortlessly with a score of 109-95. The Magic featured this year's second overall pick, Oladipo, yet media speculation regarding a rivalry between Su Shu and Oladipo has ceased, as the disparity in their performances and roles within their respective teams has become evident. In terms of statistics and team achievements, Su Shu has decisively outperformed his counterpart. In pursuit of further development and swift advancement, Su Shu increased his shooting attempts, achieving 8 out of 18 from the field, including 4 out of 11 from beyond the arc, accumulating 20 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. The ball control he exhibited on the court elicited envy from Oladipo, who, despite being a second overall pick, found himself with less possession than an undrafted player, which was a considerable blow to his confidence. In this match, Oladipo recorded 14 points on 6 of 12 shooting, along with 4 assists and 3 rebounds. Although the efficiency was commendable, the team ultimately succumbed to defeat. As the game progressed, the players of the Lakers discerned a peculiar change in Su Shu. He seemed to mutter incessantly, reciting numbers ranging from 2 to 300 and 7 to 8,000 every day. When questioned, he merely smiled. Nevertheless, on the court, his eagerness on the offensive end had significantly intensified compared to before. Prior to his injury, he averaged only 13.8 attempts per game. However, since his return, his average has escalated to 18 attempts in recent matches, driven by an insatiable desire for improvement. Despite the increase in his shooting attempts, his teammates harbored no grievances, as it was evident that he was the focal point of the Lakers' development efforts. Coach D'Antoni had previously devised specific strategies to encourage him to shoot more. Yet Su Shu believed that his current abilities did not warrant a higher shooting frequency. He opined that increasing attempts at the cost of efficiency would not only be detrimental to the team, but would also hinder his personal growth, as the benefits derived from victories differ significantly from those of defeats. On January 23rd, the league unveiled the All-Star roster, but Su Shu paid it little mind, as it bore no relevance to him. After all, it was LeBron who ultimately secured the title of vote leader. On January 30th, the league announced the participants for the Rising Stars Challenge, along with its rules, which stipulated that the assistant coaches would select a total of 18 first- and second-year players. Team managers Grant Hill and Chris Webber conducted the draft on February 7th to finalize their selections. Although the event featured a mix of first- and second-year players, the disparity between the chosen individuals was stark. The first-year class paled in comparison to the 2012 cohort, resembling a contrast between jesters and princes. Among the first-year players, Su Shu, Michael Carter-Williams, and Victor Oladipo stood out, yet they lacked the extraordinary talent and pre-NBA recognition of their predecessors. The second-year class featured stars such as last year's #1 pick Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, and Bradley Beal. Currently, Anthony Davis is a highly touted figure in the league, akin to the league's darling, poised to be its future face. This season, he has stepped in as a Western Conference All-Star substitute to replace the injured Kobe Bryant, averaging 28 points and 10 rebounds per game with an impressive shooting percentage of 51.9. Last year's 6th overall pick, Lillard, has averaged 27 points and 5.6 assists with a remarkable postseason performance of 22.9 points and 6.5 assists. For a rookie to achieve such statistics in the playoffs is nothing short of extraordinary. This year, he has also been named a Western Conference All-Star substitute, solidifying his status as an emerging superstar. Bradley Beal, last year's 3rd overall pick, has averaged 18 points and 3 assists this season, demonstrating his potential as a future scoring juggernaut. Following the announcement of the first- and second-year rosters, no one, be they media or fans, anticipated the first-year team emerging victorious over the second-year squad. Chapter 67, a much-awaited upgrade as the All-Star game drew nearer. Su Shu's mindset began to shift. He grew increasingly anxious, and coupled with a decline in his physical stamina, his efficiency on the court plummeted, leading to a downturn in the team's performance. Before his injury, Su Shu averaged 13.84 attempts, yielding 16.5 points, 6.1 assists, and 3.5 rebounds with an overall shooting percentage of 46 and a three-point percentage of 39. However, upon his return, his average attempts surged to 18.5, resulting in 17.5 points, 6.6 assists, and 4.1 rebounds, with overall shooting percentages dropping to 41 and three-point shooting at 37. The Lakers' management expressed no discontent regarding Su Shu's decline in performance or the team's waning results. On the contrary, they welcomed the downturn, as it served their agenda. Were it not for concerns about public perception, they might have openly embraced a more lackluster approach. They perceived Su Shu's struggles as a temporary setback, hoping to leverage this period to negotiate more favorably with him and Pelinka. During this time, negotiations escalated, with his salary rising from $5 million to $7 million. Yet Pelinka and Su Shu remained non-committal, emphasizing that the primary focus should be on the games, with contract discussions reserved for the offseason, while promising to prioritize the Lakers under comparable conditions. Amid Su Shu's struggling performance, media reports surfaced indicating that several sports apparel companies had lowered their offers for him. However, both Su Shu and Pelinka refrained from commenting on these developments. Sports media and commentators unanimously agreed that Su Shu seemed to be hitting the rookie wall. Yet none doubted his ability to overcome it. It was merely a matter of time. Many believed that given his lack of experience in professional games and specialized training, he would need until the end of the season to surmount the rookie wall. On February 13th, the Lakers faced the Thunder at home, with Westbrook sidelined due to a right knee injury that required surgery in late December. Durant single-handedly bore the offensive burden, showcasing his versatility with drives, mid-range shots, and three-pointers, transforming into an offensive juggernaut. He finished the game with 43 points, 7 assists, and 12 rebounds on 14 of 33 shooting. Despite Durant's impressive tally, the struggle was evident, as the Lakers focused their defensive efforts on him, resulting in a decline in his efficiency. Renowned for a shooting percentage hovering around 50, Durant's performance in this match dipped to 41, illustrating the arduous nature of the contest. As the fourth quarter dwindled to 5 minutes remaining, Su Shu made a precise three-point shot following a well-executed screen. It was at this moment that he realized his growth point had reached 10,000, and the system panel indicated an upgrade in progress. Su Shu was overwhelmed with joy. His reckless endeavors had finally culminated in an upgrade before the All-Star game. As the match progressed, he became increasingly relaxed, scoring 6 points in the final 5 minutes. However, the Lakers ultimately succumbed to the Thunder by a narrow margin of 4 points. As soon as the final whistle blew, he did not linger. He jogged back to the locker room, swiftly entered the shower stall, locked the door, and then accessed the system. Yet, the system panel displayed nothing but the phrase system upgrading followed by an ellipsis, devoid of any further information. How tantalizingly frustrating. Is there no sense of public decency? In a state of frustration, Su Shu erupted in curses within the confines of the shower room. Su, why the rush? And why hide in the shower room upon arrival? Are you watching an adult film? Came the voice of Famel. You're the one watching adult films. A handsome guy like me has no need for such distractions. Su Shu retorted disdainfully. After tidying up, he chose not to join the others in their revelry and returned home instead. As he waited, time seemed to stretch endlessly for Su Shu, with nothing to divert his attention. At last, after a burst of light, the system upgrade was complete. Host: Su Shu, age 19, height 193 centimeters, weight 80 kilograms, wingspan 207 centimeters, physical attributes: speed 87, explosiveness 83, strength 74, jumping 80, stamina 80, injury resistance 73, offensive skills: mid-range shooting 64, three-point shooting 84, inside scoring 65, technical skills: dribbling 70, passing 67, rebounding 62, growth points 010, 0000, reward attribute points 30. Upon discovering that the next upgrade required a staggering 10,000 growth points, he nearly fainted. This system was truly merciless. However, after calculating, he realized that by averaging 25 in a single game, he could earn approximately 350 growth points. Achieving 25.5 would yield around 400 points. Thus, if he maintained an average of 25.5 over a season, he could upgrade in 3 seasons. With higher statistics, the upgrade could be attained even more swiftly. Considering this, it didn't seem too distant and was somewhat bearable. Thankfully, it wasn't the case that an initial upgrade required 10,000 growth points, or he would be at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, upon seeing that he had earned 30 attribute points, he felt a sense of satisfaction. To which attribute should these 30 points be allocated? The impact on his future career is substantial, for the next opportunity for advancement is still far off. As he gazes at his attribute values, he reflects deeply on various situations encountered during recent matches, descending into contemplation. Given his current technical abilities, he estimates that his 2K rating should hover around 70. Although he averages 16 points per game, significant flaws in his skills remain apparent. Similarly, the 76ers Macaw also achieves 16 points, yet his 2K rating stands at a mere 69, placing both players in the realm of underperformance. The fact that he and Macaw can average 16 points during their rookie season does not imply their abilities are genuinely commensurate. Their current statistics are primarily a result of being perceived as role players by opposing teams, which have not invested the effort to analyze their play and devise targeted defensive strategies. Come the next season, the attention they receive will be markedly different. And should they fail to elevate their game during their rookie year, they risk fading into obscurity. Macaw exemplifies this trajectory, having burst onto the scene only to gradually vanish from the league. I suppose I am akin to Curry in his early days, both of us residing in the realm of underachievement. Su Shu even found the time to engage in a bit of self-deprecation. When Curry first entered the league, his 2K rating stood at a mere 69, a clear indication of the skepticism surrounding his future. At that time, Curry's advantages and disadvantages were starkly apparent. His physical attributes were significantly lacking, with his only notable asset being his shooting prowess. For rookies, teams across the league placed a greater emphasis on athleticism and basketball intelligence. Chapter 68. Considerations on attribute points. After half a season of competition, Su Shu realized that his displayed abilities were quite comparable to his 2K rating. A singular attribute rating of 70 or above is the threshold for entering the league. Ratings from 70 to 75 signify a player who could be easily replaced. 75 to 80 indicates a typical backup level sufficient to maintain a foothold in the NBA. Ratings between 80 and 85 denote an average starting player. while those from 85 to 90 suggest potential all-star status. A rating exceeding 90 is undeniably all-star caliber, and only those at 95 or above can be considered superstars. Among the league's elite, one must possess a rating of 96 or 97. Contemplating this, he glanced at his attribute points and wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Had it not been for the presence of Coach D'Antoni with the Lakers, the team's plethora of injuries, and his status as a rookie overlooked by other teams, he would have had no chance of reaching his current heights. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in D'Antoni's remarkable ability to elevate point guards. A player with a 70 rating could be enhanced to 80 under his guidance. Therefore, it is undoubtedly true that if a point guard cannot thrive under D'Antoni's tutelage, their potential is likely limited. Su Shu has undertaken a thorough self-assessment regarding his position. Given his height and wingspan, he is capable of playing both the point guard and shooting guard roles. However, deep down, he harbors a greater affinity for the point guard position. In today's league, a point guard must possess the ability to create their own scoring opportunities, an area where he currently finds himself lacking. His scoring is predominantly reliant on shots taken after screens or from open positions, necessitating assistance from teammates. The presence of Gasol in the paint, whose influence is at the tail end of his prime yet still possesses significant playmaking capabilities, has afforded him numerous open looks. Since his return from injury, he has endeavored to enhance his proactive scoring abilities, yet his efficiency remains alarmingly low, bordering on subpar. This deficiency stems from his inability to shake off defenders, resulting in many of his shots being contested. While Curry's shooting prowess is unparalleled in history, it is noteworthy that numerous players in the NBA, such as Korver, Redick, and Novak, exceed him in three-point shooting accuracy during practice sessions. However, their performance in games pales in comparison to Curry's due to their lack of defensive separation, fundamentally a reflection of their ball handling skills. Consequently, he has augmented his ball handling attribute by 15 points, elevating it to 85. He aspires to maximize his three-point shooting capability, although practice accuracy does not equate to in-game performance. It at least opens up greater possibilities. To his dismay, upon reaching a score of 90 in this area, he found himself unable to progress further, as the system indicated insufficient level, leaving him baffled. He mused over the absurdity of such a restrictive system, especially when others seem to dominate the league effortlessly while he faces numerous limitations. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the situation, achieving a score of 90. Complemented by his height, wingspan, and an 85 in ball handling, suggests that his three-point shooting could elevate from elite to league-leading status, potentially rivaling that of Curry. As long as he continues to refine his synergy with the ball and develops his three-point shot off the dribble, he is confident he can surpass Curry. The thought of this prospect left him exhilarated. Having allocated 21 attribute points to these two skills, he found himself with a mere 9 points remaining. 30 points felt insufficient, and he wished for a more substantial allocation, lamenting that while others dominate the league upon entry, he is left yearning to reach the pinnacle. Faced with the decision of whether to invest the remaining points in strength, mid-range shooting, or to concentrate entirely on passing, he ultimately dismissed passing. He believes that passing ability is primarily a function of basketball IQ, with precision and power being skills that can be cultivated through practice. He resolved to defer further enhancements in that area until he could accumulate more attribute points. Although he has made quite a few mistakes recently, one must consider that he is a rookie, and such shortcomings are to be expected. Furthermore, his mid-range shooting, which should ideally be a reliable scoring option, currently seems to be lacking. At present, he relies solely on his three-point shooting as his means of scoring. This singular approach makes it exceedingly easy for defenders to anticipate his moves. However, one cannot overlook the fact that even a player of Dunker's caliber has abandoned mid-range shots in favor of three-pointers and drives to the basket, achieving remarkable success nonetheless. For a point guard, the ability to threaten from beyond the arc can instill a sense of trepidation in defenders. With his ball handling skills now rated at 85, the combination of his dribbling and driving capabilities could prove formidable. Once he refines his mid-range shooting, he may very well become a force to be reckoned with. Presently, regardless of whether he faces a physically dominant guard or a more technical one, he often finds himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength, albeit the degree of that disadvantage varies. This inherent weakness and power detracts from his defensive effectiveness, even with correct positioning and anticipation. A more forceful opponent can easily bulldoze through, resulting in a failed defense. While it is true that strength can be developed through training, such enhancement is a gradual journey. After careful consideration, he has allocated all of his remaining 9 attribute points to strength, raising it to 83. He believes that, even with this increase, he may still be perceived as somewhat weaker due to his weight. However, he feels confident that he will not be significantly outmatched in terms of strength. Coupled with his height of 193 centimeters and wingspan of 207 centimeters, his defensive prowess is poised to astonish. Though he cannot yet test his dribbling and shooting skills, he has conducted some strength experiments indoors and has noticed a considerable improvement. Reflecting on his still slender appearance, many might assume that his physicality is lacking. Yet, when they collide with him, their expressions will surely be comical as they realize the reality of his capabilities. They thought they could intimidate me with strength. But when the moment comes, Su Shu will surely leave them astonished. Having utilized all 30 attribute points, I licked my lips, swallowed, and sighed. It simply felt insufficient. Host, Su Shu. Age, 19. Height, 193 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Wingspan, 207 centimeters. Physical qualities: speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 83, vertical leap, 80, stamina, 80, injury resistance, 73. Offensive skills: mid-range shooting, 64, three-point shooting, 90, under-basket offense, 72. Technical skills: dribbling, 85, passing, 70, rebounding, 62. Growth points, 010, 0000. With the increase in strength, my under-basket offensive attribute surprisingly rose by 7 points. Observing the upgraded attributes, I felt a sense of satisfaction. Albeit not a 5-dimensional warrior, my dribbling capabilities, paired with a 3-point shooting proficiency of 90 and a newfound ability to finish under the basket, would undoubtedly elevate my personal offensive prowess. Coupled with my physical attributes and athleticism that rival others in my position, I firmly believe I will shine brilliantly in the league. Chapter 69, Underestimated. Particularly with the advent of the small ball era next year, my 3-point shooting ability will be a striking presence in the league. However, I have always harbored a curiosity regarding the absence of defensive capability in my attributes, which perplexed me. It seemed implausible that my defensive abilities could be rated as 0. Yet, as I delved deeper into the system, I began to surmise that defensive skills might correlate with basketball IQ. The nuances of defense, timing for steals, positioning, and anticipation are intangible, thus may not be represented as a distinct attribute. Perhaps, in the future, media outlets will provide an assessment of my defensive capabilities. This realization further illuminated the characteristics of the system. It solely enhances the host's tangible technical abilities, while aspects like basketball IQ, which cannot be concretely quantified, remain unaccounted for. In essence, a player lacking in basketball intelligence, even with access to this system, would not dominate the basketball realm. At best, they might scrape by. Indeed, if a fool were to suddenly wreak havoc on the court, would that not become the greatest unsolved mystery of the century? Yet he would not relax his demands upon himself, for with his current abilities, he could not yet dominate the league, wielding his prowess with invincibility. He needed to expedite his development, sculpting himself into a versatile athlete, a true polymath of the sport. With dreams of the future swirling in his mind, he slipped into slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Shu arose, eager to journey to New Orleans. He had scheduled an afternoon practice session to acclimate to his enhanced attributes. Initially, he wished for his parents to join him on his all-star adventure, to witness the Rising Stars Challenge and the main event firsthand, fulfilling a long-held desire of his father. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, this plan fell through. In this year's all-star game, Su Shu was the sole representative from the Lakers, devoid of teammates by his side. He had also hoped to have Song Yin accompany him, to alleviate the solitude of travel, yet she had departed with a colleague from the sports media team. Alas, such a handsome fellow as himself found no beautiful companion for the journey. Upon arriving in New Orleans, he checked into the hotel provided by the organizers, guided by the staff. Afterward, he sought out a nearby gymnasium, where he immersed himself in practice throughout the afternoon and evening. He discovered that his 3-point shooting had become increasingly accurate, feeling as though each shot he took was destined to find its mark. Most of his time was dedicated to mastering ball control. Possessing the ability was insufficient. He needed to learn how to maneuver past defenders, which necessitated mastering a repertoire of feints, footwork, and rhythm. However, without a trainer by his side, especially since the team's trainers were not accompanying him at this time, he could only practice by recalling the movements of his opponents. Lacking professional guidance, his efforts were less effective, yet he had no choice. The timing for his advancement was not fortuitous. It seemed he would need to enlist Palinka's help in securing a personal trainer. The next morning, during the Rising Stars Challenge practice, Su Shu arrived early to engage in solo training. After more than an hour, the managers, coaches, and players of both teams gradually arrived at the gymnasium. Alongside the players came an array of media, for the All-Star Weekend was a grand celebration for the fans. Su Shu also spotted Song Yin, and the two engaged in a brief conversation, partaking in a succinct interview with a certain sports media outlet. Although the first and second-year players do not boast numerous high-profile athletes, there are indeed some star players among them, whose behind-the-scenes moments are quite favored by fans. The head coach of Hill's team is Nate McMillan, an assistant coach for the Pacers, while Weber's team is led by Rex Kalamian, an assistant for the Thunder. A week prior, Grant Hill and Chris Webber had selected their desired players, and when the rosters were revealed, everyone believed that Chris Webber's team would undoubtedly prevail. Grant Hill's team comprises Brad Beal, Andre Drummond, Harrison Barnes, Su Shu, Terrence Jones, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jonas Valanciunas, Dion Waiters, and Pero Anti. Chris Webber's team includes Anthony Davis, Damian Lillard, Michael Carter-Williams, Tim Hardaway Jr., Trey Burke, Jared Sullinger, Mason Plumlee, Victor Oladipo, and Steven Adams. The most surprising, yet unsurprising, aspect of this year's Rookie Challenge was the omission of 2013's first overall pick, Anthony Bennett. He became the second first pick, following Kwame Brown, to be excluded from the Rookie Challenge. Thus, Kwame Brown no longer stands alone on this wall of shame. After a casual exchange of words among the general managers and head coaches of each team, the players were set free to engage in various activities. It is worth noting that this is merely a rookie showcase during All-Star Weekend, not a true competition. The showcase inherently involves a degree of theatrics, rendering the coaches largely ornamental, as the players take center stage with their individual performances. Su Shu was not well acquainted with the people inside. He had only encountered a few on the court as opponents, and there were no personal relationships between them. Thus, as soon as the gathering dispersed, he intended to find a half-court to practice alone. China's Su, the media is heralding you as the next rising star. Let us have a one-on-one. Just as he contemplated leaving, someone called out to him from behind. He turned, somewhat suspicious, to find it was Dion Waiters. Su Shu recognized Dion Waiters, for he had become remarkably famous over the past few months. As last year's fourth overall pick, he had been praised by numerous media outlets as the most promising rookie guard, aside from Anthony Davis. Furthermore, his rather self-centered and eccentric personality had led to considerable friction within the Cavaliers, particularly regarding his unrestricted shooting privileges over Kyrie Irving, with whom he had clashed physically during an internal meeting 2 months prior. Such incidents illustrated his contentious nature, branding him as a troublemaker. This season, Waiters averaged 15.9 points per game, a modest increase from the previous season's 14.6, prompting some media to pessimistically forecast his future, which deeply irked him. In contrast, this rookie, Su Shu, had seen his stock soar over the past 2 months, being lauded as a future star guard. Thus, in such a scenario, it was only natural for Waiters to seek to diminish Su Shu's burgeoning confidence, as many African-American players harbored a belief, deeply ingrained, that individuals of Asian descent lacked athletic prowess. Su Shu gazed into Dion Waiters' disdainful eyes and expression, realizing that he was indeed looked down upon by others. Meanwhile, none of the other players stepped in to mediate. After all, each player harbored a fierce competitive spirit. To earn their respect, one could only triumph over them on the field. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Let me use you as an example. It will be a perfect opportunity to observe the extent of my improvement after enhancing my attributes." Excellent. I was just hoping to seek advice from everyone. Chapter 70. A modest trial of skill. Su Shu's prompt agreement astonished the onlooking players, particularly given that Dion Waiters primarily excels as a shooting guard. Although he stands at a modest height of 191 centimeters, his robust physique weighs in at an impressive 95 kilograms, making him noticeably larger when positioned alongside Su Shu. In this one-on-one contest, Dion Waiters undoubtedly holds a significant advantage. All participants gathered on one half of the court, aside from Su Shu and Dion Waiters in the center. The rest formed a circle along the sidelines. This spectacle unfolded under the watchful eyes of the media present, igniting their excitement as they hastily set up cameras along the periphery. Among them were Song Yin and a representative from a certain sports outlet. Observing the contrasting figures of the two competitors, Song Yin felt a tinge of concern, harboring doubts about Su Shu's prospects for victory. In such a setting, would a defeat in the bullfight undermine his confidence? The challenge was set to a mere 3 shots. The eldest among the players, Lillard, stepped forward to establish this limit for the contest. As for the rules, they are straightforward in a bullfight among NBA players. The only stipulation is that one may only dribble the ball 3 times before taking a shot. This regulation demands a high level of precision. Players must execute their movements without unnecessary flair or excess. Just as in a genuine NBA match, any superfluous motion could squander a scoring opportunity, allowing defenders to swiftly position themselves or converge on the player. Thus, in the realm of the NBA, a lack of succinct, simple, and practical technical execution makes it exceedingly difficult to maintain a foothold. The dazzling dribbling often showcased by street ballers has no place in this context. Such bullfights are reserved for professional players. You may initiate the attack. Su Shu spoke little, merely nodding before stepping confidently into the arc just beyond the 3-point line. Dion Waiters, standing a pace behind, did not apply pressure, granting him ample space. Once prepared, they signaled to the ball handler, Lillard, indicating their readiness to commence. With a precise bounce pass, Lillard delivered the ball to Su Shu, who, upon receiving it, advanced a step beyond the 3-point line. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and, before Waiters could react, launched a clean 3-pointer. The score flashed 1-0. With a shooting attribute of 90, he was not to be trifled with. In a setting devoid of defenders and the weight of competition, his accuracy soared. Waiters, taken aback, could hardly comprehend what transpired as the ball swished through the net, leaving him visibly dismayed at his own lapse in vigilance. Su Shu's 3-pointer elicited astonishment from the onlookers, many of whom had faced him in previous encounters and recognized his sharpshooting prowess. Yet, this particular shot, its seamless execution from reception to pivot, followed by a swift release, was executed with an even greater velocity than they had previously witnessed. This demonstrated not only Su Shu's formidable 3-point shooting ability but also his burgeoning confidence. Waiters found it all too effortless, pondering whether he might provide a semblance of resistance. The surrounding players were equally bewildered, soon erupting into laughter, amused by what they perceived as Su Shu's audacious display of skill. Su Shu was being deliberately provocative, jesting as if to challenge me and hoping to make me appear foolish. Little did they know, I would not grant them any favor. Humph. That was merely a lapse in my concentration. I shall not afford you another opportunity in the next play, Vitus remarked, anger evident in his voice. Is that so? For the next play, I shall break through from the right side. Su Shu directly employed the tactics of those 2 historical tyrants. The arrogant Vitesse scoffed, ha ha ha. I find myself somewhat fond of Su, now that is a true man. As the second shot approached, Dion Vitesse, wary of the situation, resolutely pressed against his uncle from behind. Yet, this maneuver proved futile. Was not the intention merely to push him further from the basket? After all, his mid-range shots lacked precision. With the momentum provided by Dion Waiters, Su Shu advanced a step beyond the 3-point arc, receiving the basketball passed by Lillard as he faced Waiters head-on. In this moment, Waiters became resolute, denying his opponent an easy shot. As Su Shu bent down and executed a 3-threat move, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, producing a sharp squeak as his sneakers grazed the floor. In an instant, he surged past Vitesse on his right with remarkable speed. Vitesse's heart raced. He was taken aback by the swiftness and hurriedly slid to keep pace with Su Shu. However, following Su Shu's initial dribble, he suddenly performed a rapid stop and executed a behind-the-back dribble, shifting the ball to his left hand before darting to the left. Vitesse, too, quickly halted and shifted laterally, aiming to thwart Su Shu's advance from his right side. Yet, as Vitesse attempted to reposition himself, Su Shu seamlessly transitioned the ball behind his back to his right hand, then propelled himself forward with a decisive push. As Su Shu maneuvered the ball to his right hand, Vitesse felt a tightening in his chest, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. He attempted to shift to the right in a defensive stance, but his body lagged behind the command of his mind, causing him to stumble awkwardly and fall, helplessly watching as Su Shu effortlessly made the layup. The score was now 2-0. Wow, that was stunning. Su actually broke through from the right. Vitesse had suffered a significant embarrassment, his face burning with humiliation, yet he found an odd enjoyment in the spectacle of it all. The sidelines erupted with gasps of astonishment, laughter, and shouts of disbelief, with some players jumping up and down, hands on their heads, unable to comprehend the brilliance they had just witnessed. Journalists on the sidelines captured this exhilarating moment, their excitement palpable as they recorded Su Shu's spectacular basket, along with the astonished expressions of the players. Meanwhile, Song Yin and reporters from a certain sports outlet blushed with excitement, thrilled that Su Shu had managed to outmaneuver last year's 4th overall pick, even leaving him in his wake. This amusing tidbit would undoubtedly elevate Su Shu's popularity back home. In that moment, the once insouciant figure on the court transformed into someone radiating an undeniable brilliance, dazzling her eyes and penetrating her heart. On the other hand, Dion Waiters felt as though the jeers surrounding him were mocking his misfortune. His face oscillated between pale and flushed, fully aware of the gravity of his humiliation. "If you embarrass yourself one more time, you'll be bald," someone shouted, laughter erupting from the crowd. "Come on, Su, give him a buzz cut. You're not his match. Step aside and let me take over." The spectators reveled in the drama, with some eager to join in the fray. Meanwhile, players who had previously matched up against Su Shu were left in disbelief. What did I just witness? Vitesse actually fell. Since when did Su's ball-handling skills improve so dramatically? Trey Burke was momentarily stunned, if this wasn't merely a fluke, with Su Shu's newfound three-point prowess coupled with his enhanced ball-handling abilities. Encountering him again might spell disaster for him. The more he pondered, the darker his expression grew, questioning how this scoundrel could progress so rapidly. In the third play, Su Shu executed a mere feint, skillfully shifting Wittes's center of gravity, and then seamlessly launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, concluding his one-on-one duel with Wittes. This exemplifies the advantage of possessing a reliable shooting range, particularly when one's accuracy is exceptional. A single feint can render an opponent off balance. This is precisely why players like Curry and Clay often utilize a three-point shooting feint to elicit a leap from their defenders. Conversely, when Rondo possesses the ball beyond the three-point line, defenders can afford to give him a 2-meter cushion. Su Shu has developed a profound appreciation for the precision of his shooting ability and the intimidation it instills in his opponents during matches. The 3 recent shots against Waiters provided him with an initial insight into his current capabilities. This was merely a preliminary demonstration, as the level of Dion Waiters was not sufficiently challenging. Although he managed to outmaneuver Waiters, he felt that his execution of such moves lacked fluidity, and there remains room for improvement in his synergy with the ball. Chapter 71. Let me see if you are worthy of the term elite. Su Shu displayed an impressive performance by scoring 3 consecutive goals, leading his team to victory, while his opponent, Vitesse, was rendered entirely ineffective throughout the match. Prior to their one-on-one showdown, many speculated that he might face humiliation, given Vitesse's notorious reputation. However, the outcome of the game starkly contradicted their expectations, showcasing a fierce competition between players of disparate caliber. Aside from the interior players, few wing and guard athletes on the court could rival Vitesse's prowess. Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal were arguably the only ones capable of consistently outmatching Vitesse among the guards. Yet, both of them pondered internally that if they were in Su Shu's position, they too would struggle to conclude the contest so effortlessly. A collective gasp echoed through the arena as they witnessed the rapid development of this rookie. All participants in the league share a modicum of familiarity with one another. Yet no one had anticipated Su Shu's extraordinary capabilities. His performance today astonished everyone, igniting a fierce competitive spirit among these elite athletes rather than instilling fear or admiration. After Su Shu scored the final goal, he refrained from casting another glance at the dazed Dion Waiters. His heart swelled with ambition as he proclaimed, "My era has begun." One may choose to be modest in demeanor yet bold in action. Let you novices bear witness to my assent. He turned to the onlookers at the sidelines and declared, "It is a rare opportunity for us all to gather here. We are the elite of the 1st and 2nd years. Allow me to assess your prowess and determine whether you are worthy of the title elite." The impact of Su Shu's words was profound, imbued with an air of pride that bordered on arrogance, casting doubt upon the abilities of those present to stand alongside him. It was as if he nearly proclaimed that everyone in attendance was beneath him. The expressions on the faces of all the players shifted dramatically. No longer were they indifferent or wearing amused smiles, but rather their countenances were filled with indignation. Meanwhile, the journalists in attendance became animated, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood, acutely aware that they were on the brink of uncovering a sensational story. Initially, they had arrived at the preseason matchup featuring rookies, expecting little in terms of newsworthy content. Little did they know, a monumental revelation was unfolding before them. The Lakers' own Su was brazenly challenging all the 1st and 2nd-year players present, casting doubt on their prowess in a manner that was unmistakable. This story was colossal, destined to make headlines, particularly as they believed Su would face a humiliating defeat, especially given the presence of all-star guards on the court. Only the journalists hailing from China seemed to lack any sense of exhilaration. The audacity of Su Shu's challenge left them incredulous. Although he had recently triumphed over Dion Waiters, the court was still graced by all-star players. And a loss would be a monumental embarrassment, not only for him but for the media contingent from China, who might find themselves ridiculed by their peers. They could already sense the derisive glances from international colleagues directed at them. Upon hearing Su Shu's remarks, Song Yin nearly stumbled in disbelief. Good heavens! Are you aware of what you were saying? Young Tim Hardaway was the first to step forward, selected as the 24th pick by the New York Knicks this year. He had become a reliable rotation player, averaging 10 points per game. Yet, he felt that his potential surpassed this modest output, believing that he merely lacked opportunities in ball possession. Frustrated by Su Shu, an upstart in the realm of basketball, claiming such chances and now belittling him, Hardaway found it unbearable. Let me show you, China Su, winning against Waiters is nothing to boast about, he declared as he stepped onto the court. Per Waiters, nursing his wounds, felt another blow at Hardaway's remarks. Whether Su was indeed arrogant was uncertain, but one thing was clear, this was a basketball court, where merit was the sole currency, and mere words held no weight. Very well, let your skill speak for itself. I am eager to witness your true capabilities. Despite Hardaway's publicly listed height of 1.98 meters, standing beside Su Shu made him acutely aware that their heights appeared nearly indistinguishable. Su Shu did not position himself to receive the ball. Instead, he stepped directly beyond the three-point line to catch the basketball. Little Hardaway closely trailed him. Observing the confrontation between his teammate and Dion Waiters, he discerned that Su Shu possessed an unwavering confidence in his three-point shooting ability, complemented by remarkable accuracy. Determined not to concede any space for a three-point shot, he resolved to deny Su Shu any opportunity to score. Upon receiving the ball, Su Shu gradually turned around. Evading two attempts to steal by Tim Hardaway Jr. with a firm shoulder, he pushed aside Hardaway and finally faced him with the ball in hand. At this moment, he was a mere step away from the three-point line, bending slightly to observe the positioning of Tim Hardaway Jr. He executed two triple threat moves but failed to create any semblance of space, indicating that Hardaway's defense remained steadfast. With a sudden acceleration to the right, he could not shake off the defender, followed by a swift stop and a between-the-legs dribble, culminating in a prayer-like gesture. This time, he successfully altered the defensive focus of Tim Hardaway Jr. His three-point threat was undeniably potent, and as Hardaway shifted his weight upwards, Su Shu continued his drive to the right. After a third dribble, he had already surpassed Hardaway by half a body length. As he leapt for a layup, Tim Hardaway Jr. closely pursued him, also springing into the air, resulting in contact between their bodies. In Su Shu's pre-upgrade days, such contact might have compromised his balance, jeopardizing his scoring opportunity. In the game, such physical encounters might or might not draw a whistle, leaving it to chance, a situation heavily reliant on the referee's discretion. However, following his power upgrade, this confrontation did not destabilize him significantly. He remained well within control. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball kissed the backboard before finding its way through the hoop. Upon landing, he stumbled slightly but regained his balance, casting a glance at Tim Hardaway Jr. and remarking, "Hardaway, you were close to stopping me, just a tad short." Tim Hardaway Jr. felt a profound frustration, akin to being struck by a heavy blow to the chest. Rendered speechless as a defeated opponent. Next time, I will surely triumph over you, he thought. I'm up. Victor Oladipo stepped forward. Chapter 72, One-on-One Challenge now. The one-on-one had transformed from a personal duel into a series of alternating matchups, where possession changed hands, and the loser would step down for another to take the defensive role, an arrangement favored by NBA players. Faced with Oladipo, Su Shu was cautious. Among all the wing and guard players present, Oladipo and Harrison Barnes were the most formidable defenders. Oladipo possessed explosive athleticism, bringing vigor and aggression to both ends of the court, coupled with exceptional ball-handling skills and a remarkable wingspan that enhanced his defensive coverage. His prowess in assisting defense, rebounding, stealing, and blocking set him apart among guards, showcasing outstanding defensive potential. This was the label that defined Oladipo post-growth. However, Su Shu did not concern himself with how he played upon entering the league. Nonetheless, the very existence of such a label implied that he had been a competent defender since his college days, undoubtedly surpassing Tim Hardaway Jr. and Dion Waiters in defensive capability. Upon receiving the pass, Su Shu executed no superfluous movements. Ignoring Oladipo's defense amidst the astonished expressions of all present, He effortlessly stepped back and launched a three-pointer. The basketball traversed a magnificent arc, landing precisely within the hoop. The crowd gazed in silent disbelief at the ball that continuously bounced on the floor, marveling at the improbability of such a shot, which was at least a meter beyond the three-point line. Yet, this extraordinary step-back three-pointer swished through the net, leaving them astounded. It was not that they had never witnessed such range before. Even now, Stephen Curry occasionally attempts such shots. Furthermore, this season, James Harden frequently employs the step-back three, though his range does not extend as far. Was Su's three-pointer truly that accurate? The distance was remarkable, especially considering it was a step-back. How could one defend against it? Oladipo appeared utterly bewildered, as this shot surpassed his understanding of defensive tactics. Indeed, he was confounded, having never encountered such a step-back three-pointer before. As the ball swished through the net, a wave of frustration and defeat washed over him. He had been decisively bested by three opponents, each of whom had not even touched the ball. Su Shu's offensive prowess was unexpectedly formidable. After all, Dion Waiters, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Oladipo were considered among the stronger guards on the floor. Moreover, Hardaway and Oladipo ranked among the best defenders present. Silence enveloped the arena. Even the finest defenders could not thwart Su Shu's scoring. Who could possibly stop him now? Yet, they could not bring themselves to request Su Shu to switch positions and take on defensive responsibilities, for the unspoken rule of one-on-one play dictates that the victor retains possession. With Su Shu not missing any shots, they found themselves at a loss for excuses to assign him to defense. They had no choice but to bravely continue. For the embarrassment of being dominated by a single player would be magnified if the media were to report it. They were determined to bring Su Shu down, whatever the cost. The one-on-one battles continued, with Trey Burke, Mike Conley, Bradley Beal, and Damian Lillard all taking their turns, yet each fell short. None of them were elite defenders, particularly Beal and Lillard, whom Su Shu found far less pressuring than Oladipo and the others. Their defensive capabilities were decidedly average, if not subpar. After all the guards had taken their turns, the spectators exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. How could it be that he had effortlessly cleared such a challenge? Is there any justice left in the world? They felt an overwhelming sense of despair as they looked at Su Shu, standing confidently beyond the three-point line. Feeling the weight of insurmountable pressure, it seemed as though he was the formidable overlord standing before them, the players of two generations. Everyone experiences a sense of frustration, particularly individuals like Bill and Lillard. One is heralded as a future scoring prodigy, while the other has already earned the distinction of an all-star reserve. Yet, how is it that one seems to be overshadowed in offensive prowess by an uncle, who truly embodies the essence of a future scoring sensation, who rightfully claims the title of all-star? Among the players present, only those in the paint appeared unfazed. For them, the unfolding drama held little significance, as they indulged in the sweet, delightful spectacle. However, the moment they contemplated facing Su Shu in future contests, thoughts of defensive strategies overwhelmed them. The once delectable experience of witnessing the game lost its flavor almost instantaneously. Su Shu glanced around, a sense of triumph swelling within him. He chuckled softly, for they were all his defeated foes. Indeed, everyone present was beneath him. None could withstand his prowess. Su Shu's words left everyone gritting their teeth in frustration. Are these the words of a human? How audacious. Su, do not be so arrogant. If you possess the capability, try to defend against me, and witness my prowess in vanquishing you. Indeed, when it comes to offense, I shall not be inferior to you. If you dare, allow me to attack while you take up the defense. Su Shu's words ignited their fury. They could no longer concern themselves with dignity and openly challenged him to defend while they launched their assault. Only a fool would heed your call to defend. Alas, I was exhausted from the prolonged skirmish, my energy depleted. Next time, I shall stand guard against you, and you will come to understand the true essence of offense and defense intertwined. Su Shu's shameless remarks left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Are you the foolish one? Or are we the fools? And to mention excessive physical exertion, what an absurdity. How dare you, Su? Just admit your courage or lack thereof. Why the myriad of excuses? It was merely a few games, and yet you claim to be fatigued. Those who initially engaged in fierce one-on-one confrontations have now resorted to mere verbal sparring. Very well then, each of you, behaving like petulant children. Indeed, this evening, I shall treat everyone to dinner, as a gesture of goodwill. The transformation in Su Shu's demeanor is rather astonishing, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. What is this? Just moments ago, he was mocking and deriding us. And now he turns around to invite us to dinner. Am I mistaken? Even the reporters on the sidelines are taken aback. This sudden shift is quite excessive. Nonetheless, they are thoroughly satisfied with today's material, indeed, a sensational scoop. The domestic reporters present appear as if they have just won a 5 million jackpot, their faces flushed with excitement. The morale has soared as Su Shu single-handedly faced all the forwards and guards from the rookie challenge of the first and second years and emerged victorious. Such an extraordinary feat is bound to stir immense excitement among his compatriots. They can already envision the fervor that will arise back home when these videos and news reports circulate. What a wave of Su Shu mania it will ignite. In Song Yan's eyes, there are stars. She has been a basketball enthusiast since childhood. After all, how would someone studying financial management choose to become a sports journalist? Watching Su Shu banter with the players and then share camaraderie with them, she feels he is, in every aspect, simply the best. Chapter 73. A shift in mindset that evening. It was ultimately Su Shu who treated everyone to dinner, concluding all activities for the day with a lavish display of generosity. On the court, Su Shu exuded a brash demeanor, incessantly belittling his opponents with trash talk. Yet, off the court, he was affable and quickly forged camaraderie with them. For many athletes, the audacity displayed during the game is merely a facet of their profession. However, once the game concludes, the dynamics shift entirely. They dine together, revel in nightlife, and draw a clear line between competition and personal life. Thus, when NBA players exchange barbs and engage in physical pushes that may seem to verge on conflict, it might lead one to believe that their relationships are strained. Yet, in reality, they often convene at nightclubs post-game, a common occurrence among NBA players. Take LeBron James and Draymond Green, for instance. Their rivalry on the court is laden with animosity, filled with taunts and subtle manipulations. Nevertheless, off the court, they are quite amicable, with Draymond even playfully taking on a subordinate role, sidelining his erstwhile leader of a decade. While Su Shu was dining with elite players from the first and second years, the Lakers executed a trade before the deadline, sending Blake to the Golden State Warriors in exchange for Kent Bazemore and the future CBA star, Marshawn Brooks. By the time Su Shu learned of the trade, he had returned to the hotel. In truth, he had been privy to this transaction long before. Not from the current Lakers management, but from the events of a prior timeline. As a former member of the Kobe and Shaq era, he found it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind the Lakers' decision, particularly given that Bazemore and Brooks, based on their current performances, hardly equated to Blake. At that time, he too was part of the chorus criticizing the Lakers' management for their apparent blindness. However, now as a member of the Lakers himself, and sharing the same position as Blake, he felt an unexpected sense of joy. His elation was not rooted in Blake's departure granting him additional playing time. In reality, Blake's exit would have minimal impact on him, considering his current performance and age advantage. If the Lakers were to disregard his development, it would indeed reflect a lack of vision. The player most adversely affected was Farmar, as Blake's return would likely position him as the backup, relegating Farmar from second to third string, thereby diminishing his playing time. Su Shu's secret delight stemmed from Bazemore, who currently resembled a player on the brink of obsolescence within the league. This season, his playing time with the Warriors had been scant, and his true value had yet to be recognized. However, with the wisdom of experience, Su Shu foresaw Bazemore's trajectory following the conclusion of the season in the original timeline. The Lakers would not renew his contract. He would subsequently join the Hawks, where, through his tenacious defense and relentless effort, coupled with the surge in salary cap space in 2016, he would secure a lucrative $70 million contract. The principal reason for this windfall was his formidable defensive prowess. With his robust physique and remarkably long wingspan, he excelled in pressuring ball handlers and defending off-ball players, placing him among the elite defenders in the league. Su Shu possesses a profound confidence, believing that once the season concludes, the Lakers will undoubtedly retain him, a conviction stemming from his own prowess. At that juncture, he cannot bear to witness Kent Bazemore's departure from the Lakers, as he is undeniably a competent substitute for the venerable Kobe Bryant. As for the future CBA luminary, Marshawn Brooks, Su Shu harbors no excessive expectations, considering that with Brooks' current capabilities, both physical attributes and technical skills, it is exceedingly challenging for him to establish himself in the NBA. His brief tenure with the Grizzlies, during which he averaged 20 points per game, was primarily a result of the extensive honing he underwent during his years in the CBA. Nevertheless, even with such achievements, he was swiftly eliminated from the Grizzlies, subsequently returning to the CBA. Su Shu pondered deeply, and the more he contemplated, the more he found his ideas feasible. Unbeknownst to him, as his skills improved, so too did his confidence. The commanding presence he exhibited while mingling with the elite players from the first and second years was a testament to this newfound self-assurance. He no longer merely saw himself as a supporting player striving to make his mark in the NBA. His aspirations had broadened significantly. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. During an evening gathering with his teammates, the sports news broadcast featured footage of him dominating the first and second-year guards and forwards, capturing the attention of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. Chinese player Su Shu of the Los Angeles Lakers showcased his prowess during the pregame training for the Rookie Challenge, overpowering all first and second-year wing players. His rise was as meteoric as a rocket, making a dazzling impression at the All-Star training camp. On this day, the gaze of every NBA fan and player was fixed upon him, as his exceptional performance against the younger players was nothing short of spectacular for a rookie. Various slogans circulated across the internet, with commentators analyzing Su Shu's technical skills in the footage. He dominated all wing players during the training for the All-Star rookie match. From his performance in the first half of the season, both his strengths and weaknesses were evident. He possessed excellent court vision, played intelligently, and exhibited a degree of accuracy in his three-point shooting. However, his physicality in confrontations was lacking, and aside from his three-point shooting, he had few reliable scoring methods, coupled with some deficiencies in ball handling. Yet, upon viewing today's video, his ball handling skills and individual abilities had evidently progressed to a level comparable to any point guard in the league. His three-point shooting remained as precise as ever, with an extended range, and his physicality had shown significant improvement. The fact that he had elevated his abilities to such heights in just half a season indicated the high caliber of his training. Who could still assert that he would only break through the rookie wall by the end of the season? Furthermore, his capacity to learn was remarkable. If he maintained this trajectory of progress, he would undoubtedly emerge as one of the top 5 point guards in the league. Chapter 74. Are rookies this formidable? Fans back home, whether through certain sports platforms or news outlets, echoed a singular sentiment. Impressive. Indeed, little Su Shu has brought pride to our nation, dominating NBA players effortlessly. Our pride swells. Who dares claim that individuals of Asian descent cannot excel as guards? It is truly exhilarating to witness such dominance, showcasing undeniable strength. Little Su's pace of improvement is astonishing. Is the training standard of the NBA truly so vastly superior to that of our domestic programs? Why do our local players exhibit such sluggish progress? The flawed selection system nearly obscured the talents of young Su. Might there be many more players like him who remain undiscovered? Nevertheless, today's fans are exhilarated, akin to a festive celebration. This marks the first time since Yu Ming's retirement that such joy has been felt, perhaps even surpassing previous experiences. While some rejoice, others are left disheartened, unable to remain silent as they face criticism. When Kupchak first encountered the news, disbelief washed over him. When had Su developed to such an extent? Why had he been unaware? Just days ago, he had observed the game in person. He hastily reached out to D'Antoni, only to find him equally bewildered. This presents quite a dilemma. If Su continues to perform at this level, how will they negotiate his contract for the next season? Not to mention the looming concerns regarding LeBron and Anthony. Kupchak murmured to himself. Meanwhile, at home, the venerable Kobe felt both pride and pressure upon viewing the video. The young talent he had once mentored now displayed such formidable skills, leaving him to ponder if he could still hold his ground in a future challenge. In any case, all Lakers players who witnessed the video were collectively astounded, unable to process the revelation. Executives from Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Anta, upon watching the footage, were similarly electrified, issuing directives to reach out to Su's team and escalate their offers to secure his signing. Through it all, Su remained blissfully unaware. Even if he were to learn of it, he would simply dismiss it with a nonchalant remark, perceiving it as merely routine. On the following morning at 6 o'clock, he rose punctually and spent 2 hours honing his skills at the gym before returning to the hotel to freshen up. Subsequently, he joined the main group, led by the staff, to participate in community activities. As a novice, he moved like a marionette, obediently following instructions. During this time, he placed a call to Blake, expressing his sentiments of longing while wishing him success with his new team. He also obtained the phone numbers of Bazemore and Marzon Brooks from Kupchak, sending them a welcoming message. Bazemore and Brooks, aware of his rising prominence, promptly responded to his message. After all, it was common knowledge that he was a player of significant interest to the Lakers, and for those like them, who hovered on the fringes of being caught, it was wise not to offend a key figure in the team. At 8 o'clock on February 16th, American time, the All-Star Rookie Challenge commenced at the New Orleans Arena. The venue was packed, and the atmosphere was electric, with everyone treating this challenge as a festive celebration of basketball rather than a mere competitive event. The starting lineups for both teams had been voted in by fans. Team Hill comprised Su Shu, Bradley Beal, Andre Drummond, Harrison Barnes, and Terrence Jones. Team Weber featured Anthony Davis, Lillard, Tim Hardaway Jr., McCallum, and Jared Sullinger. At the live commentary booth, Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Helu were introducing the starting lineups to the fans. Now that we have presented the starting lineups, Mr. Zhang, what performance do you anticipate from Young Su tonight? There is hope for him to contend for the MVP title. The one-on-one training videos from yesterday showcased Su Shu's rapid progress. One could say he is accumulating strength for a significant breakthrough, given his displayed level of skill. If he performs consistently tonight, the possibility of securing the MVP title is substantial. I concur with Mr. Zhang's perspective. Although Team Weber appears stronger on paper with two All-Star players, Anthony Davis and Lillard, their playing time tonight is likely to be limited as they conserve energy for the main All-Star game. Thus, it is quite possible for Su Shu to claim the first MVP trophy for a player from our country in the NBA. The New Orleans Arena sparkled with stars tonight, with numerous All-Stars in attendance, including LeBron, Curry, Anthony, Durant, and George, surpassing the turnout of previous rookie challenges. This surge in interest was sparked by Su Shu's impressive performance against first- and second-year players, which was widely reported by sports media, prompting league superstars to come and witness him in action. When the first- and second-year rookies took the court, the crowd erupted in cheers, particularly when Su Shu made his entrance, receiving a reception that rivaled the homegrown Anthony Davis, for he was undoubtedly the most talked-about figure in recent days. Su, you were absolutely phenomenal yesterday, managing to outshine all of them. I still remember the last encounter with your Lakers when you were absent. I have yet to forget the sting of that last-second defeat, James jested. You will have your chance, James, but by then, I shall be even more formidable. They both erupted into laughter. As they exchanged a high-five, Curry remarked, your step-back three-pointer yesterday was stunning. We should have a competition sometime. Absolutely. Next time. Let us shoot from the logo. A single remark from Su Shu left Curry speechless. I have just begun to practice shooting from extreme distances. And you expect me to launch a shot from the logo? Is that truly necessary? Is it the case that even rookies exhibit such audacity? Chapter 75. A stunning revelation as the whistle blew. The 2014 NBA All-Star Rookie Challenge commenced. Drummond won the tip-off, and Su Shu, upon receiving the ball, gradually dribbled past half-court. This match was merely an exhibition, a spectacle for the fans, devoid of any defensive rigor. Upon reaching the logo, and to the astonishment of the entire arena, he leaped to take a shot. As the ball was released, Su Shu turned his back and began to retreat, raising both hands to signal a three-pointer. The swagger was undeniably remarkable. Curry, happily munching on popcorn, nearly spewed it out in disbelief. Did he really just shoot from there? Is that even a feasible position? This is an outrageous display. At the commentary booth, Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Heli nearly choked on their own saliva. My goodness. Although this is a showcase, that shot is simply too extravagant, launching from the logo no less. Just as Zhang Heli was about to assert that the shot lacked reason, the basketball swished through the net with precision. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement, particularly the fans. Such a distant shot would typically only be attempted under dire circumstances, yet here it was, executed in a formal match and successfully made. This was an extraordinary feat, to say the least. What did we just witness? Su Shu boldly attempted a three-pointer from the logo, not even waiting to see if it would go in before turning with both hands raised in a three-point gesture. Such confidence was remarkable. Fans watching the game domestically were equally astounded. Wow, he actually made a three-pointer from the logo. The king of the new era. Truly deserving of his reputation for dominating the first- and second-year guards and forwards just yesterday. Oh, my man looks so handsome. Our future children will undoubtedly inherit that charm. All the All-Star players present stood in awe, some with their heads in their hands, others exhibiting expressions of sheer disbelief, mouths agape. In that moment, they resembled actors more than athletes. Yet, despite the theatricality, a significant portion of their astonishment stemmed from a genuine belief that the shot was indeed excessively audacious. Particularly, the confidence displayed as he turned and raised his hands in celebration while retreating to the backcourt was an air they had rarely encountered. Su Shu raised his arms high, basking in the thunderous applause emanating from the entire arena. He relished this moment, feeling as though he were the sovereign of the court. The spectators along the sidelines, the commentators at the desk, and the all-star players nearby were all brimming with joy, yet a contingent of 9 players on the court cast resentful glances at Su Shu. How can you be so ostentatious? How are we supposed to play with you stealing the spotlight? Come on, consider our feelings. Lillard, as an all-star, felt overshadowed, and this discontent gnawed at him. As he advanced into the offensive zone, he refrained from attempting a three-pointer near the logo, not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of confidence. If he missed, especially after Su Shu's previous shot, he would be utterly embarrassed. While he lacked assurance at the logo, he felt more capable beyond the three-point line. Su Shu merely waved his hand in a symbolic gesture, not genuinely defending against him. With a swift motion, Lillard sank the shot, raising his hand in acknowledgement that he too was capable. The audience and fellow stars erupted in excitement, sensing a burgeoning rivalry. However, to their disappointment, Su Shu opted not to attack in the next possession. Instead, he crossed midcourt and executed an alley-oop for Drummond. The pass was slightly overthrown in both strength and height. Yet Drummond's athleticism proved formidable. He assessed the trajectory of the ball, summoned all his might, and leaped high, finally grasping the ball and forcefully slamming it through the hoop. The height and intensity of this dunk delivered a tremendous impact, sending a wave of exhilaration through the crowd once more. Su Shu took solace in the fact that his passing error transformed into a splendid alley-oop slam dunk. With commendable character and striking good looks, it was evident that fortune favored him in all endeavors. The game unfolded in the spirit of an exhibition match, with each player contributing to the spectacle. As long as they ventured beneath the basket, scoring was virtually assured, with only three-point attempts occasionally failing. After 5 minutes on the court, Anthony Davis and Damian Lillard exited the game, and it was unlikely they would return for the remainder of the first half. Save for a brief reappearance at the onset of the second half, marking the conclusion of this year's rookie challenge. Su Shu is not a ball hog. In the first quarter, he played for 7 minutes, attempting 4 shots, all of which were three-pointers. He made 3 out of 4, scoring 9 points along with 3 assists. One should not assume that taking 4 shots in 7 minutes equates to being a ball hog. This is not a genuine competition. Whether it is an all-star game or a rookie challenge, the number of attempts is often quite high. After he left the court, Little Hardaway and Dion Waiters began to engage in a playful competition, each trying to outdo the other with dunks and three-pointers. He found it somewhat tedious, as the game lacked any real difficulty or challenge. As the game approached its final 5 minutes, Hill's team led Weber's team by 5 points, 122 to 117. At this juncture, all players began to take the game seriously, and the intensity reached a competitive level as no one wished to face defeat. As Su Shu skillfully maneuvered past the halfway line, Kawhi closely pursued him, denying him the opportunity for a three-point shot. He gestured for Drummond to set a screen. Drummond complied, stepping up to provide the necessary block. After navigating the screen, Su Shu executed a feigned jump shot at the three-point line, causing the defending player to leap in anticipation. With a swift motion, he charged towards the basket. As the defensive player converged, Su Shu lofted the ball high into the air. Drummond, having rolled towards the basket post screen, soared upward, successfully completing a powerful dunk. Kawhi found himself under intense defensive pressure from Su Shu, whose approach was not one of passively awaiting the offensive player's move. Instead, he preferred to apply vigorous pressure before the offense could fully develop. However, he refrained from gambling on steals, choosing instead to utilize his long arms to consistently disrupt. Unable to focus on orchestrating the offense, Kawhi passed the ball to Hardaway, but under Barnes' defense, Hardaway's mid-range jumper fell short. Bill seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a fast break, while Su Shu sprinted ahead like the wind. Kawhi realized that the gap between them was widening. As Bill's pass soared through the air, Su Shu was already airborne, his remarkable leaping ability and wingspan poised to execute an alley-oop dunk. With a resounding thud, he concluded the offensive play with a thunderous dunk. This spectacular display elicited applause from all in attendance, as fans and players alike recognized that such feats were rare for him. Initially, they had assumed that, as an Asian player, his leaping ability might be limited. However, Su Shu's takeoff height clearly demonstrated that his athleticism was indeed above the league average. This dunk significantly influenced the course of the game, culminating in a 138-130 victory for Team Hill. Su Shu was awarded the MVP of the All-Star Rookie Challenge, a moment met with rapturous applause as it was a well-deserved accolade. With an impressive shooting performance of 10 out of 12 from three-point range, he scored 38 points and provided 12 assists, leading Team Hilton to triumph over Team Weber. Congratulations to Su Shu for securing the MVP title in the Rookie Challenge, marking him as the first player from our country to achieve this honor and the first to earn an MVP trophy in the NBA. Su Shu has concluded his inaugural All-Star journey. At the commentary desk, Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Healy shouted with fervor, their voices filled with emotion, as they bore witness to history and the rise of Su Shu. Chapter 76. The Might and Concerns of the Rockets. Su Shu concluded his inaugural All-Star journey, earning an MVP. Although it was not the main All-Star game, it was nonetheless his first trophy. Upon returning to the hotel, he took out his phone and found a plethora of congratulatory messages. After reading them, he replied to each one. He then called his parents, humbly accepting his father's critiques, followed by his mother offering her unwavering support over the phone. Listening to the admonishments from the other end, Su Shu felt a warmth in his heart and suddenly longed to see his parents. When he attempted to call his dorm mates, he found no one answered, likely because they were in class. During his time in America, he maintained regular contact with Li Fei and the others from the dorm, a connection that remained strong, which brought Su Shu a sense of comfort. Friendships forged in humble times are often the most cherished. The next day, he returned directly to Los Angeles, opting not to stay for the All-Star festivities. Upon his return, he granted himself a day of respite, refraining from setting any training tasks, marking the first time he allowed himself such a break since arriving in America. Even when he had sprained his ankle, he had continued his weight training daily. However, that evening, Pelinka approached him with the latest offers from Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and Anta, all reflecting varying degrees of increase, each hovering around an annual sum of approximately $2 million. Su Shu did not take the documents. Instead, he placed them on the desk and inquired, Pelinka, if I perform significantly better during the latter part of the season compared to the first half, do you truly believe that my contract would merely amount to $2 million? Upon hearing his words, Pelinka fell into contemplation, realizing that he had indeed been somewhat hasty. Given Su Shu's ability to dominate all the forwards and guards during training before the Rookie Challenge, how could his contract possibly be limited to $2 million if he continued to excel in the remaining matches? All right, I understand what must be done, Pelinka thought, feeling a rare flush of embarrassment for not having considered things as deeply as a rookie. By the way, Pelinka, could you assist me in finding a personal trainer? Certainly, you should have a personal trainer to aid in your development. I will take care of it, he replied. Pelinka, how much would it cost for a trainer who can accompany me 24 hours a day, available at a moment's notice, to help devise training plans, manage my diet, and oversee post-game recovery? I do not require the best, just someone competent. Pelinka was taken aback by Su Shu's request. You, a rookie earning less than $500,000 a year, wish to hire such a trainer? However, upon reflection, he realized that with a nod from him, Su Shu's annual income could exceed $10 million, making it manageable. Based on your requirements, if the trainer is not particularly renowned, your pre-tax salary should just suffice. What? That much? Then never mind. I cannot afford it. Pelinka gazed at the deflated Su Shu and smiled slightly. A trainer with so many demands will certainly be expensive. Nevertheless, it's all right. I will front the cost for you. You are currently in a phase of rapid improvement, and having a trainer will significantly benefit you. In truth, Pelinka's decision to lend him the money was a risk. No one could predict what uncertainties awaited a professional athlete, essentially making this an investment. On February 19th, the Lakers faced off against the Houston Rockets at home. Kobe, Nash, Gasol, and others were present to witness the game, and they even pulled Su Shu aside to impart some wisdom. The fifth princess broadcasted this match, as prior to Su Shu joining the Lakers. The Rockets were the favored team among Chinese fans due to Yao Ming, rather than the later Houston team. Now, with Su Shu's official rise within the Lakers, performing increasingly well, how could the fifth princess possibly resist broadcasting such a momentous game? The Rockets currently boast a record of 36 wins and 17 losses, positioning themselves fourth in the Western Conference. Despite this commendable standing, they have yet to meet the expectations of their fervent fans and discerning analysts. The Lakers, on the other hand, hold a record of 25 wins and 28 losses, placing them 11th in the West. The Timberwolves, with a record of 26 wins and 27 losses, occupy the 10th spot, while the Phoenix Suns, at 31 wins and 21 losses, sit 9th. The Mavericks, with a record of 32 wins and 21 losses, are 8th, and the Grizzlies, at 32 wins and 20 losses, are 7th. The Warriors, with a record of 33 wins and 19 losses, stand 6th. The Lakers find themselves just 7 victories shy of the 8th position and a mere 8 wins from 6th, theoretically retaining a chance to secure a playoff berth in the remaining games. This marks a significant improvement from their previous standing, where they languished second to last in the original timeline. The rise of Su Shu and a reduction in injuries have been pivotal in enhancing the Lakers' performance. In Su Shu's mind, the position of the Lakers emerged vividly, and with a determined grit, he resolved to assist the team in advancing to the playoffs to the best of his abilities. This season, James Harden has averaged 25 points, 1 assists, and 7 rebounds per game, leading many media outlets and fans to position him as the premier shooting guard in the league. However, the Houston Rockets currently sit 4th in the Western Conference, falling short of the lofty expectations set for them. It is noteworthy that the Rockets boast an incredibly talented roster, featuring the former league MVP, Dwight Howard. Although plagued by injuries, Howard has still managed to average 18 points and 2 rebounds per game, significantly impacting the defensive end. Additionally, the charismatic Chandler Parsons contributes 6 points, 4 assists, and 5 rebounds on average. The breakout star, Terrence Jones, is putting up 1 points and 9 rebounds per game. In the starting point guard position, Patrick Beverley has triumphed over Jeremy Lin, securing his role with averages of 2 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds. While his scoring and assists may not be impressive, his defensive tenacity is renowned throughout the league. On the bench, we find Jeremy Lin, who has made a name for himself with an average of 5 points and 1 assists, alongside formidable players such as Omer Asik and Modi Ajunas. Despite this well-rounded and capable lineup, the team's performance has been disappointing, only managing a 4th place standing in the West. Furthermore, it is well known that this luxurious Rockets team faced an early exit in the playoffs, with Harden underperforming, although Howard excelled. The Rockets were eliminated by the Trail Blazers, losing 4-2. The team's failure to meet expectations can be attributed to both head coach Kevin McHale and the players themselves. Tactically, McHale is not known for establishing a comprehensive system. Rather, he is more of a motivational coach. In the previous 2 seasons, the absence of a dominant inside presence forced him to rely heavily on Harden as the focal point of the team. The strategy was rather simplistic, revolving around player movement and ball rotation, leading to open 3-point opportunities. When the ball and players came to a halt, it indicated that Harden's defender had been mismatched, allowing him to take over with isolation plays. In recent years, fans have affectionately dubbed this approach the XJBD tactic, emphasizing player freedom on the court. However, with Howard's arrival this season, McHale has afforded him significant tactical importance, causing a rift between Harden and McHale that contrasts sharply with their previous synergy. It remains uncertain whether Harden's explosive individual statistics from last year have contributed to a decline in his defensive focus. McHale has publicly addressed this issue on multiple occasions, which has further strained their relationship. Chapter 77. The Rabid Dog. The Rockets' starting lineup consists of James Harden, Dwight Howard, Chandler Parsons, Terrence Jones, and Patrick Beverley. The Lakers' starting 5 includes Nash, Meeks, Wesley Johnson, Jordan Hill, and Chris Kaman, with Gasol and Sean Williams absent and Bazemore and Marshawn Brooks unable to play. The Lakers' bench is left with only Saker, Farmar, Nick Young, and Xavier Henry. Prior to the game, Nash did not make an effort to engage with Lin, nor did Lin seek him out, as they were not well acquainted. Instead, Nash spent more time conversing with Harden, who was present at the Rookie Challenge and had a vivid recollection of Nash's logo 3-pointer, which had astonished him at the time. Jenna was also in attendance, and Nash did not shy away from greeting her, a moment captured by photographers, reigniting the recent rumors surrounding them. Observing Nash and Jenna's camaraderie, Song Yin felt a sudden wave of displeasure. Humph, men are such creatures of desire, lacking discernment. What is it about height? Can a flat chest compete with mine? With the sound of a whistle, the match officially commenced, and Howard secured possession for the Rockets. During the Rockets' initial offensive play, Howard set a pick for Harden. However, the quality of the screen was subpar. Despite Mick's average defensive skills, he managed to navigate around it. If this had been a typical player, Mix would have retained his defensive position, but he was up against Harden, who surpassed him in height, wingspan, weight, and skill. Harden effortlessly drove to the basket and, with Kaman's assistance on defense, lofted the ball high. Howard soared like a superhero, slamming the ball into the hoop. 2-0. A splendid display, as Howard's role after the pick showcased his extraordinary athleticism. In the live broadcast, Yang Yi expressed his admiration. Indeed, this is what talent looks like. And Harden's passing was exquisite. The Rockets made a resounding statement with their first offensive play, demonstrating the formidable power of the league's premier center and an emerging top shooting guard. This also elucidates why, despite their problematic playing style and conflicts between players and coaches, they could still secure a top 4 position in the Western Conference. Howard has never been fond of pick-and-roll plays, a fact well known to all. However, to be fair, his effectiveness following a screen is truly among the elite in the league. He consistently capitalizes on opportunities to attack the rim, whether by instinct or sheer athleticism. His aversion to the pick-and-roll may stem from pride, as he perceives it to be menial labor, believing that as the league's foremost center, he should dominate in isolation. The Lakers remained unfazed. Kamon intended to pass the ball to Su Shu but quickly realized that Beverly had tightly marked him. So he promptly passed it to Mix on the other side. "You Chinese kid, you're quite the sensation right now. To me, it's all nonsense. You've never experienced true suffocating defense." Su Shu was left speechless as this mad dog launched an attack right from the beginning. "Aren't you exhausted?" As he moved forward, he pushed Beverly aside with his hand. "Beverly, do you realize you resemble a rabid dog at this moment?" Upon hearing Su Shu's words, Beverly was momentarily taken aback. "You're the mad dog here. Trash talk is one thing, but why resort to personal attacks? What happened to the code of sportsmanship?" At this time, Beverly had yet to attain the level of annoyance he would reach 2 years later, nor had he acquired the moniker of a mad dog. He had recently replaced Jeremy Lin as the starting player for the Rockets, a testament to his burgeoning talent. "You bully only those who are weak." "Oh, is that so? I shall show you that playing basketball does not equate to being dirty or tough." With that, he brushed aside Beverly's hand resting on his waist, then dashed to receive the ball that Mix had just failed to pass. At the moment of catching the ball, he was already a step beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, he leaped for a jump shot, disregarding Beverly's attempt to interfere, as the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. 2, 3. Beverly. This is what true toughness looks like. Your petty tricks won't amount to anything. And by the way, you're too short and too small. He then gestured with his thumb and index finger to indicate a diminutive size. One wonders if Korean fans would expose him for this gesture. At a height of just 185 meters, Beverly stood nearly 10 centimeters shorter than Su Shu, creating a stark contrast between their sizes when they stood side by side. Upon hearing Su Shu's taunt, Beverly felt as though he had taken 1,000 points of damage. "Damn it, you're the one who's small. Your whole family is small." As Su Shu sank the three-pointer, Kobe on the sidelines nodded and remarked to Gasol, "Su is improving rapidly. His competitiveness has also strengthened. Did you see how easily he pushed Beverly aside just now?" Gasol nodded in agreement. "I wonder what has gotten into this guy. He wasn't this impressive before the All-Star game. Now his shooting speed has noticeably increased." On the sidelines, D'Antoni also nodded in approval, increasingly fond of Su Shu. He believed that with 2 more years of development, Su Shu could become another Nash. As Su Shu made that three-pointer, the audience in the live stream of the Fifth Princess marveled at his prowess. Just days earlier, during the rookie showcase, it was evident that little Su possessed an unwavering confidence in his three-point shooting. His decisiveness in that shot could only be described as commendable. The Rockets' second offensive play granted Howard an opportunity to exploit his position in the low post. While the season come on may have aged, he still possesses height. And Howard's current explosiveness pales in comparison to his peak performance. Thus, when it came time for the final jump, he lacked the necessary elevation, causing his shot to strike the front rim. Fortunately, Jordan Hill secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Su Shu. Faced with Beverly's relentless pursuit, Su Shu executed a deft crossover dribble followed by a behind-the-back maneuver, effortlessly surpassing Beverly and crossing midcourt. As he approached within a meter of the three-point line, he sensed Beverly closely trailing him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He executed a sudden stop, gathering the ball with both hands before leaping for a long-range three-point shot. Beverly, intent on applying pressure, was caught off guard as Su Shu unleashed an abrupt stop-and-pop three-pointer, colliding with him in the process. The referee's whistle pierced the air just as Su Shu's shot left his fingertips, well before Beverly made contact. Losing his balance mid-air, he gracefully fell to the ground, employing a technique designed to protect himself. In basketball, falling is an art. It serves the purpose of self-preservation. Yet some players possess the uncanny ability to seemingly launch themselves 3 meters away without any apparent cause. As Su Shu watched the ball swish through the net, he sprang to his feet in exhilaration before his teammates could assist him, shouting triumphantly in Beverly's face and flexing his biceps as a declaration of his strength. See that? This is what playing is all about. At this moment, his teammates gathered around, playfully patting him on the back and head, indifferent to Beverly's frustrations. Words fail to capture the brilliance of Su Shu's two remarkable plays. Jenna was taken aback. After a brief hiatus from watching games, she was astonished by his newfound prowess. The crowd erupted in fervor. That 3-1 was not only cathartic, but also a tremendous morale booster. On the sidelines, D'Antoni could hardly contain his excitement, marveling at how rapidly his prot-G had improved. The sequence from backcourt to frontcourt, executed with a series of dribbles and a sudden jump shot, was nothing short of graceful. Kobe, too, felt a surge of urgency. He sensed that his young disciple was catching up, perhaps even beginning to surpass him. It seemed imperative that he return to training sooner rather than later. Regrettably, Su Shu's free throw did not find its mark. His shooting accuracy this season hovers around a disheartening 70. The inspiration for his abrupt halt in play was drawn from none other than the future mayor of New York City, Trae Young, a master of that particular craft. However, Su Shu had no intention of leaning towards a deceptive style of play. He believed that utilizing such tactics occasionally posed no issue. Yet he preferred to uphold the integrity of the game. As the Houston Rockets initiated their offense, Harden, confronted by Mix, executed a series of swift crossovers before forcefully driving to the basket. Despite the defensive assistance from Jordan Hill, he managed to score. The game proceeded with Beverly intensifying his defensive efforts against Su Shu, employing every trick in his repertoire, pushing, shoving, and colliding. For Beverly, as long as he avoided fouls, there were no limits to his approach. Meanwhile, Su Shu enhanced the team's offensive organization, with Wesley Johnson and Mix contributing three-pointers. The Lakers found success from beyond the arc, yet their interior was thoroughly dominated. The Rockets' inside game, featuring Terrence Jones and Dwight Howard, proved to be significantly destructive, as neither Kaman nor Jordan Hill could withstand their onslaught. Furthermore, the Rockets' Harden and Chandler Parsons consistently found their rhythm from the perimeter, tipping the balance of the game in Houston's favor. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 32-22. Remarkably, the rebounding statistics revealed a disparity of 18-5, with the Rockets claiming 8 offensive rebounds in the initial quarter alone, which yielded them 10 points. In contrast, the Lakers managed a mere single offensive rebound, signifying a complete domination of the paint during that period. In the first quarter, Howard amassed 8 points and 6 rebounds, while Harden contributed 7 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds, and Parsons added 9 points. For the Lakers, Su Shu shot 4 of 6, totaling 11 points and 2 assists, while Wesley Johnson recorded 4 points and 3 rebounds. Mix scored 3 points, and Nick Young also netted 3 points. D'Antoni shook his head, acknowledging the substantial gap in skill. Although Su Shu's early 2 3-pointers had indeed boosted morale, such spirit was rendered ineffective in the face of sheer talent. Su Shu also felt a tinge of fatigue. There was always someone who clung to him like an unwelcome piece of chewing gum, which was indeed quite bothersome. He felt somewhat helpless regarding the situation of the match. Silently observing the game unfolding on the court, he pondered how he could assist his team. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Glancing to the side, he saw Mikas, who gestured towards Kobe's direction. As Su Shu glanced over, he realized it was Kobe summoning him. How does one perceive the dynamics of the game? It is disheartening. We are all being suppressed by them. Kobe nodded and remarked at this juncture. It is quite challenging to expect others to step up and break the deadlock, as every position has been dominated by the Rockets. However, you do not share that limitation. You ought to intensify your offensive efforts, leveraging your strengths to dismantle the Rockets' stranglehold on us. Once you ignite that spark, you will invigorate your teammates. Upon returning to his position, Su Shu found himself reflecting on Kobe's words. At that moment, D'Antoni called a timeout. During the first 4 minutes of the second quarter, the Lakers struggled to stay afloat, relying on Nick Young's scoring, yet the Rockets surged with a brief 12-6 run during that span. The Rockets' three-point shooting was remarkably precise today, having made 9 out of 16 attempts thus far. Su, you will be up next. Enhance your individual offense. Shortly, we will alter our defensive strategy to a zone defense, aiming to stifle their three-point shooting while fortifying our interior defense. If necessary, do not hesitate to foul Howard. Anthony swiftly outlined the tactics. Mr. Young, the Lakers are in quite a predicament. How do you believe D'Antoni should adjust? There is little that can be adjusted. The Rockets are exerting comprehensive pressure, holding advantages at all positions except for point guard. Thus, Relying solely on Su Shu to turn the tide seems rather unrealistic. When the timeout concluded, D'Antoni deployed the Lakers' most formidable offensive lineup: Su Shu, Mix, Nick Young, Wesley Johnson, and Come On. He positioned Wesley Johnson at power forward, creating a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, Su Shu received it and gestured for spacing, a signal that surprised his teammates, as such a directive had never been seen before. Yet, they complied with Su Shu's instructions, spreading out towards the sidelines. What strategy is the Lakers employing? Could this be an isolation play for Su Shu? This unprecedented maneuver astonished the commentators in the broadcast booth as well. Su Shu gazed at Beverly before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a swift dribble between his legs, he executed a sudden change of direction and propelled himself forward, skillfully maneuvering past Beverly's left side. In that fleeting moment, he showcased the explosive power honed from his sprinting practice, manifesting it in full force. In an instant, he had positioned himself parallel to Beverly, who, taken aback, instinctively adhered to him, attempting to mitigate the acceleration of the breakthrough to grant his teammates time for timely defensive support. Yet, as Beverly's chest collided with Su Shu's arm, he was astonished to feel the strength surging from Su Shu, rendering him incapable of effectively thwarting the advance. Their physical contact was but a brief moment before Su Shu deftly surpassed Beverly's defense, just as Howard returned to the paint for reinforcement. In the instant Su Shu made a feint with the ball, he deceived Howard into jumping, then stepped forward and executed a reverse layup, skillfully finishing the play. The score was 44-30, and this exquisite basket elicited a round of applause from the fans. Kobe, seated on the bench, smiled and nodded, joining in the applause. What a splendid maneuver, an exquisite display of skill. Young Su executed the play with remarkable composure, far beyond that of a mere 19-year-old. Even after Beverly had made significant physical contact, Su's technical execution remained largely unaffected, a testament to his enhanced physical resilience. On the sidelines, loyal Lakers fan Jack Nicholson stood in excitement, shouting encouragement to Su. "Well done. Go for it. Take them down." Jenna watched Su Shu on the court, her eyes sparkling as memories of that wild night flooded back. He seemed even stronger now. His physique appeared increasingly robust, his recent movements exuding power. Whatever thoughts occupied Jenna's mind, her smile grew even sweeter. Chapter 79. Breaking through the surface. The Rockets were not swayed by Su Shu's recent basket. Harden once again broke through Mix's defense, driving towards the basket where he encountered Kamon's help defense. As Harden advanced, Su Shu sprinted from the opposite side towards the basket. When Kamon moved to assist, Harden delivered a bounce pass to the open Howard. As Howard received the ball, he envisioned how he would slam it home. Just as he caught it, he heard Beverly's voice behind him. "Watch out." In a flash, Su Shu intercepted the basketball from Howard's grasp, swiftly regaining control. He then dribbled the ball up the court and, before the Rockets' defense could establish itself, passed it to the open Nick Young. With precision, Nick Young launched the shot. 44-33. Young ignited the offense, as the Lakers surged with a quick 5-0 run after the timeout. However, McHale chose not to call a pause, believing that the Rockets could self-regulate given their on-court advantage. It seemed that shooting touch and mistakes were contagious. Harden's three-point attempt following a dribble behind his back clanged off the rim. After a fierce scramble beneath the basket, Wesley Johnson managed to knock the ball out, directing it towards the arc where Su Shu and Beverly stood. Su Shu, utilizing his height and wingspan, firmly subdued Beverly, maintaining control of the ball. As Su Shu secured possession of the basketball, the Rockets swiftly transitioned to defense, depriving the Lakers of the opportunity to execute a fast break. Su Shu called for a screen, and after the pick, he found himself face-to-face with Howard. Once again, he signaled for everyone to spread out. This time he aimed to exploit the mismatch. The Rockets' defenders did not follow the Lakers players all the way to the sidelines and corners, but rather positioned themselves within a manageable distance, striving to provide assistance to Su Shu while remaining capable of quick defensive recovery. Su Shu cast a glance at the positioning on the court, exhibiting no extraneous movements. With a decisive breakthrough to the right, he executed a sudden stop, followed swiftly by a retreat that positioned him beyond the three-point line. He then leapt for a jump shot. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Although Howard's defensive presence beneath the basket was formidable, his mobility had been significantly hampered by injury, rendering him incapable of keeping pace or imposing substantial disruption during Su Shu's three-point attempt. Even if he were at the peak of his agility, as a traditional center, his footwork would still falter against the nimble guards. This phenomenon elucidates the decline of conventional centers in the league following the emergence of the small ball era. Many traditional centers struggled to secure even a single position. The scoreboard flashed 44-36, igniting the crowd into a frenzy as fans rose to their feet, enthusiastically cheering and leaping in jubilation. An 8-0 run had narrowed the point differential to single digits, with each of those 3 baskets executed with precision and flair, leaving no room for the fans' excitement to wane. Mikhail could no longer remain seated and promptly called for a timeout. As Su Shu returned to the bench amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, he exchanged applause with the substitute players who awaited their return by the sidelines before settling beside Kobe. "Well done, kid. That's the way to do it." "You can see they're desperate now," Kobe remarked, genuinely impressed. In those recent exchanges, Su Shu had showcased his strengths to the fullest, effectively halting the Rockets with his singular prowess. It would be unjust to label Beverly's defense as inadequate. However, the accolades surrounding his defensive capabilities may be somewhat exaggerated. Much of his defense is predicated on his fearlessness in physical confrontations and a relentless spirit, which has propelled him to such elevated heights in public esteem. Yet, one cannot recall him successfully containing any all-star guards. Rather, he has caused injuries to quite a few. Teacher Yang, I recall you mentioned earlier that Lakers players could not overturn a situation solely based on a positional advantage, without discussing the match's outcome. Do you still uphold that sentiment based on the past 2 minutes? Teacher Yang, being a seasoned veteran, had long since developed an immunity to being confronted with contradictions. One could only conclude that young Su was extraordinarily formidable, nearly overwhelming Beverly. Yang Jian's mother criticized him nearby, questioning his moral boundaries. Upon resuming the game, Harden intensified his offensive efforts while simultaneously enhancing his defensive support for Su Shu, aiming to neutralize him swiftly. The Rockets broke their scoring drought. Under Harden's orchestration, their offense began to flourish. However, defensively, they struggled to contain Su Shu. He was in high spirits today, showcasing a formidable 3-point threat established earlier in the match. Skillfully blending drives with shooting, scoring from beyond the arc, and assisting teammates after penetrating the defense. The game flowed seamlessly, with the Rockets failing to extend their lead, while the Lakers found it challenging to close the gap, often trailing by just a single basket without the momentum to push through. In the final moments of the game, Su Shu scored a 3-pointer followed by a 2-pointer, bringing the deficit back to a mere 2 points. Yet, the Rockets' roster proved far superior to that of the Lakers. In a crucial moment, Parsons sank a 3-pointer, sealing the fate of the match. The final score stood at 128-124, with the Lakers succumbing to a 4-point defeat at home. Throughout the contest, Harden shot 8 for 19, amassing 29 points, 11 assists, and 6 rebounds. Howard contributed 19 points and 13 rebounds. Parsons hit 4 3-pointers for a total of 18 points. Beverly recorded 8 points, 2 assists, and 3 rebounds, while Lin Shiheo added 11 points and 4 assists. For the Lakers, Su Shu excelled with 12 successful shots out of 22 attempts, including 8 out of 14 from 3-point range, achieving 34 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. Chapter 80, The Scoundrel. Unwilling to take responsibility, the Lakers faced defeat against the Rockets at home. Yet the atmosphere among the fans was unexpectedly vibrant, devoid of disappointment or frustration typically associated with a loss. The exuberance stemmed from the stark contrast between the Rockets' star-studded lineup and the current Lakers team, which, despite their limitations, managed to contend until the very last moment. This was not due to subpar performances from Harden or Howard. They had performed up to expectations. Rather, it was the emergence of a player who exhibited star quality, both in his contributions on the court and his impressive statistics, making him the undeniable superstar of the evening. As Su Shu and Harden embraced, Harden whispered in his ear, "Su, well done. Join me at the nightclub tonight. I'll introduce you to some lovely ladies." Su Shu was taken aback, but in an instant, he comprehended the essence of the situation. Was this not the true nature of Dengue? Especially in a city like Los Angeles, when one comes here to compete, there is no reason to abstain from the nightlife. Harden, as you know, I was recently refused entry to a nightclub. Once I regain the freedom to enter such establishments, we shall form a group. He, for now, I can only wish you a delightful evening, but do not overexert yourself. They both erupted into hearty laughter, sharing a camaraderie understood only among men. However, the moment Su Shu embraced Howard, things took an interesting turn. Throughout the match, Su Shu had faced Howard numerous times, leaving him in quite a disarray. "You, my friend, have made me look foolish tonight. Once I recover from this injury, you shall not have such opportunities again, Howard chuckled. His laughter reminiscent not of a nearly 30-year-old man, but rather of a perpetually youthful boy, devoid of guile. Contrasting sharply with the grin he would wear in a few years. Su Shu smiled faintly and remarked, "He, if I can break through once, I can certainly do it a second time. Just you wait." Howard remained oblivious to the fact that the rise of the small ball era was nothing short of a nightmare for traditional centers like himself. And this season would mark the pinnacle of his career. When he shook hands with Jenna, he felt a tingling in his palm, instantly realizing the cause. And a warmth surged within him. After all, he was a normal man. "Remember to give me a call," he added, as the social niceties concluded. Su Shu was about to head back to the locker room when he was halted by Yang. There was no escaping the interview. "Hello, Su Shu. Please greet the domestic fans of Princess 5. "Hello to all the domestic fans. I am your Su Shu," he responded. Upon hearing this, Yang became visibly agitated, his facial muscles twitching. "What do you mean you're Su Shu? Can't you just say I'm Comrade Xiaosu? Are you unaware of your reputation back home? How do the domestic fans refer to you? You really don't know?" One could only imagine the expressions of the fans watching the live broadcast at that moment. Millions of viewers were tuned into Su Shu's interview, and upon hearing his words, all their expressions shifted dramatically. "Ugh, you shameless person. Why do I feel like Comrade Xiaosu is becoming increasingly annoying? His heart is so dark. Have the guts to not return to China. And let us see if we can't take you down." After completing the interview with Princess 5, it was now time for the interview with Song Yan. "Hello, Xiaosu. Are you satisfied with your performance in this match?" Su Shu sensed that Song Yan had emphasized certain words, leaving her puzzled. Was it intentional? How could she possibly be considered small? After all, she was mature and had her reasons for her actions. Perhaps one day, Su would understand why the flowers bloomed so vividly. Was she not satisfied? Song Yan was at a loss for words, nearly unsure how to proceed. How thick-skinned could one be? With a remarkable performance of 34 points and 9 assists, to claim mere satisfaction was almost unbearable. The gaze Song Yan directed at Su Shu was rife with sorrow and a hint of danger, prompting Su Shu to instinctively guard herself. After the interview concluded, they returned to the locker room, and after a refreshing shower, Su Shu accompanied D'Antoni to the post-game press conference. "Su, regarding your performance tonight, would you consider it an extraordinary display?" "Well, that seems somewhat unfriendly. I possess the capacity to deliver such a game, so I wouldn't label it as extraordinary. It was merely a fortunate outing." "Su, Beverly mentioned that he wouldn't allow you to score so many points next time. What are your thoughts?" "I'll just watch him." Haha. Just a jest. I think Beverly is merely a joke, a coward reluctant to face defeat." "And about your situation with Jenna?" "I shall reiterate, that is a private matter, and I will not disclose it to you. You mentioned that the Knicks were interested in signing you during the off-season. I hadn't heard anything about it. Currently, I am a Lakers player, and my sole focus is to perform well with the Lakers." He was indeed unaware of that news and had no desire to contemplate it at that moment. After the post-game press conference concluded, he headed straight home. On the way, he received a call from Jenna. "Have you left the arena?" "Just stepped out. What's up?" "What's the matter?" "I asked you to call me." "And you didn't, T? I had to take the initiative." Su Shu listened to the phone, filled with a profound sense of lament. He had indeed forgotten. How could that be? "I just stepped out due to some matters and was about to call you when your call came in." Sometimes, benevolent lies serve to maintain world peace, he mused, a quote from Su Shu. "All right, I forgive you. I shall await your return at home." With that, the call ended. Su Shu felt a sense of absurdity. Why must I always go to her house? Why can't she come to mine? It felt rather like being summoned to repair someone else's plumbing. Well, perhaps I am overthinking it. He is indeed the type who takes advantage of a situation while feigning innocence. After ending the call, he made his way to the destination, anticipating yet another joyous evening, albeit one filled with fatigue. However, this kind of exhaustion is relished by every man, especially when it arises from the conquest of another. The satisfaction derived from it is simply beyond description. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Su Shu rose punctually, undeterred by the previous day's exertions. As he remained committed to his training, just as he finished dressing and prepared to leave, Jenna, lying on the bed, suddenly inquired, "Su, we have been on 2 dates now. What exactly is our relationship?" Upon hearing this question, Su Shu felt somewhat perplexed, uncertain of how to respond. It was indeed a challenging conundrum. "Well, I believe we are undoubtedly friends. As for what our relationship may evolve into in the future, that remains to be seen through deeper understanding and exploration of one another," he articulated. Jenna, though a bit bewildered by his roundabout response, comprehended the essence of his words. The man before her with the physique reminiscent of a stud, was unwilling to take responsibility. Infuriated, Jenna hurled a pillow at him, seizing the opportunity. Su Shu discreetly slipped away. The world is indeed a beautiful and harmonious place. Chapter 81. Do you still have the energy for the next match? This morning, the television sports news prominently featured the Lakers' home game against the Rockets from the previous night. ESPN reported that the Lakers, plagued by injuries throughout the season and suffering the most significant personnel losses among all NBA teams, faced off against the fourth-seeded Rockets, who boasted stars such as James Harden and Dwight Howard. What was initially anticipated to be a lopsided massacre turned into a nail-biting contest, with the Rockets narrowly clinching victory by a mere 4 points. Both Harden and Howard delivered commendable performances. However, the spotlight of the evening was commandeered by the Lakers' all-star rookie, Su Shu, who amassed an impressive 34 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. Throughout the match, he skillfully toyed with Howard from beyond the arc, leading his team in a fierce battle against the Rockets until the final minute. Although the Lakers ultimately lost, Su Shu demonstrated that his emergence as a star in the league was no fleeting phenomenon. TNT highlighted that in last night's contest against the Rockets, rookie Su scored 34 points, recorded 9 assists, and grabbed 4 rebounds, shooting 8 out of 14 from three-point range while repeatedly outmaneuvering the 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Dwight Howard. Observing Howard's struggles in defending Su during screens raises concerns for the towering players in the league. Will more Giants find themselves subjected to similar humiliation? As various sports reports aired, Su Shu ascended to the trending topics in America when the league's big men witnessed the clips of Howard being outplayed. A collective anxiety gripped them. Would they also become mere background figures? Su Shu was unaware of these developments. When he arrived at the gym, he was 20 minutes late. But who could blame him when Jenna's home was somewhat distant? Inside the gym, training was already underway, and upon seeing the figure there, he was taken aback. Boss, what brings you here? Shouldn't you still be resting at home? The one training in the gym was none other than Kobe, accompanied by his personal trainer. Both Kobe and Nash had essentially recovered from their injuries and were in the rehabilitation phase. However, the Lakers had no intention of allowing them to return this season. As for Kobe, the management wished for him to rest adequately, considering the severity of his Achilles tendon rupture and the inadequacy of his recovery time. The reluctance to allow Nash to return stemmed from Su Shu's situation. Who would Nash replace? It would be better for him not to return at all. It's fine. I'm almost recovered. If I stay at home any longer, I'll become rusty. Kobe certainly wouldn't admit that yesterday's game had a profound impact on him, adding to his mounting pressure. As a fervent basketball enthusiast and a person with an obsessive dedication to training, he was unwilling to let his prodigy surpass him too quickly. Should that happen, he would need to train even harder. Kobe was notoriously hard on himself, and the same went for his teammates, especially considering that his idol was the notorious old-timer. That old-timer was known for mercilessly pushing his teammates to their limits while belittling them in the process, and Kobe had already toned it down. The reason why Saker and Su Shu received such special attention from Kobe was due to their remarkable diligence within the Lakers, particularly Su Shu, whose training volume was unmatched by anyone on the team. Su, you're trending. Su, you're trending? Before Farmar even entered the gym, his voice echoed within. Upon walking in and spotting Kobe, he felt a jolt of surprise. Why was the boss here too? As he greeted Kobe, he turned to Su Shu and remarked, "Kid, you're trending again, and it's not just one topic, but two." His words were laden with a hint of envy. Su Shu appears somewhat perplexed. While it is plausible for his performance yesterday to have garnered attention, it is rather curious that he has managed to trend on 2 different topics. Furthermore, why does Farmar's words seem so tinged with bitterness? Could it be envy over Su Shu's performance from the previous day? What have I trended for? He inquires. Take a look for yourself. As he speaks, he opens his phone to show him. Su Shu glanced at his phone, his face instantly lighting up with excitement. The first trending topic was his performance on the court yesterday, which was rather unremarkable. However, the second trending topic was far more intriguing. Lakers rising star Su from China spotted late at night entering socialite Jenner's home, yet failing to emerge. What on earth is this? How did I not notice the paparazzi last night? Alas, my reputation is in ruins. He could already envision the swarm of entertainment reporters descending upon him. The annoyance was just beginning. Following and covertly photographing him would be the least of his worries. Hastily, he searched for news updates on his phone. Is Su from China, whose competitive edge has yet to peak, now on the decline? The NBA's best defensive family intervenes. Is Su from China a fallen hope? Upon reading these headlines, Su Shu was left speechless, while his friend Famer, with his loose tongue, had already relayed the situation to Kobe. Su, I hope you prioritize your career? Exercise some restraint. Kobe's words weighed heavily on Su Shu, filling him with frustration. With no outlet for his vexation, he turned to Famer, who was sulking nearby, and his irritation flared. Famer, remember our agreement from a year ago? However, I feel there's no need to wait. Why not challenge each other now? Famer was taken aback by Su Shu's abrupt topic shift. When did we ever make such an agreement? I don't recall any such thing. Of course we did. It seems you have forgotten. Famer initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing Su Shu's audacity, his refusal transformed into agreement. A one-on-one it is. You think I'm afraid of you? Do you know who I am? After a brief warm-up, they commenced their showdown. 20 minutes later, Famer lay on the ground, dejected and drenched in sweat. He had been thoroughly outmatched. The score was 10-7, with Su Shu claiming victory. The rapid progress made by Su Shu struck him hard. He had assumed victory was within reach. Yet who would have guessed Su Shu had improved so significantly? Was this truly the same kid from 4 months ago? While Famer was grappling with his disappointment, Su Shu stood nearby, wearing a wicked grin, having just triumphed over Famer. His earlier frustration dissipated into a mix of clouds and sunshine. Famer, I told you frequenting nightclubs would have its consequences. You see the error of your ways now? You barely played before running out of energy. Perhaps your vitality is waning? Otherwise, I wouldn't have one. Hearing Su Shu's shameless remarks, Famer was left speechless. Was this guy just mocking him? As Lakers players began arriving at the arena, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, largely fueled by Su Shu, who became the target of playful banter. Su, did you enjoy yourself last night? Su, is your back holding up? Do you need to recuperate? Su, do you still have the energy for the next game? Su Shu experienced a blend of pain and pleasure. Men, after all, are often concerned with their image. When one acquires what others cannot attain, it brings a certain satisfaction. However, he meticulously noted down those who had mocked him. Humph, they tease me. Let them see how I retaliate. During the training period, he sought out each individual who had ridiculed him, challenging them one by one. Consequently, the training management found themselves surrounded by an increasing number of disgruntled individuals. Chapter 82. Su, let us unite against him. Su Shu encountered Song Yan, who remained silent yet wore a smile on her face. However, Su Shu sensed an inexplicable aura of hostility. Throughout the day's training, he made every effort to keep his distance from Song Yan, and when avoidance was impossible, he approached her with utmost caution. He finally met Besmore and Marzon Brooks, who had been traded to the team. Lacking any prior camaraderie, they exchanged mere pleasantries before immersing themselves in training. During the session, Su Shu observed Besmore and Brooks. Besmore's defensive skills were commendable, particularly when guarding Mix, using his height and wingspan to make Mix struggle significantly. What impressed Su Shu even more was Besmore's three-point shooting, which, while not as precise as Mix or Nick Young, still posed a viable threat during the game. Coupled with his defensive prowess, Besmore truly embodied the potential of a solid 3D player. As for Brooks, he possessed a variety of skills, yet none were executed particularly well. Furthermore, Su Shu noted the Lakers' rather peculiar roster, which leaned heavily towards wing and guard players. Following the release of Sean Williams, the number of interior players had dwindled significantly. On February 21st, the Lakers hosted the Boston Celtics in a match broadcast nationwide. This clash between two of the NBA's historical powerhouses, albeit now somewhat diminished, attracted a considerable fan base. The previous encounter between the two teams had erupted into numerous conflicts, making it a focal point of this game. Who doesn't relish a tale of revenge? The Celtics and Lakers have long been fierce rivals in the NBA. Moreover, during their last meeting at the North Shore Garden, the Lakers suffered injuries inflicted by Olynyk. Thus, when the Celtics entered the arena, they were met with a chorus of boos. Rajon Rondo wore a serious expression, devoid of any smile during warm-ups or while entering the court. His recent period had been quite bleak. Since his return, the team had managed a dismal record of 4 wins and 11 losses, an even poorer performance than before his comeback. As the Celtics' marquee player, he found himself under heavy scrutiny from the media. Additionally, his relationship with head coach Stevens had soured considerably, with their tactical philosophies being utterly incompatible. As Su Shu and Nick Young observed the Celtics players, their eyes were fixated on Olynyk, ignited with fervor. Su, let us take him down together. Damn it, just thinking about that elbow strike makes my head throb, one exclaimed. If he dares to resort to underhanded tactics, we shall certainly deal with him. This is our territory, how can we allow him to run rampant here? It's merely a fine of 25. 0-0-0 into 2-game suspension, which I can endure. Reflecting on the previous match, where he had been tripped and consequently faced a 2-game ban alongside the hefty fine, he felt a surge of resentment, conveniently forgetting that he had broken another player's nasal bone. In this game, we only need to play our usual style, fully exploiting our advantages. The chances of securing victory are considerable. Offensively, we shall adhere to our practiced strategies. Su, it is imperative that you unleash your prowess in driving and three-point shooting. The decision to attack or pass rests solely with you. Gasol must provide adequate support, and the others should be decisive in their shooting once they receive the ball. Our defense will primarily rely on zone coverage, which we have rehearsed extensively. During the game, D'Antoni will make the best tactical arrangements. In the TNT studio, the esteemed commentary team of A. Smith, O'Neal, and Barkley assembled. Over the past few days, the most talked about topic in the NBA was the Lakers' Chinese player, Su, not merely due to his rumored relationship with Jenner. His performance against the Rockets overshadowed those of James Harden and Dwight Howard. O'Neal, Barkley, do you think Su can replicate that level of performance in this game? One questioned. Come on, you know that basketball skills cannot be drastically improved overnight. We have broadcast his performances leading up to the All-Star game, and his strengths and weaknesses are well known. However, the level he exhibited during the All-Star game and the last match against the Rockets was exceptional, likely due to his peak condition. Players are like that. When in form, they can conquer any opponent. Yet, I am skeptical about his ability to shine brightly in this match. Such form is not sustainable. And he will be up against Rondo, whose defensive skills are among the finest for point guards. I doubt he will perform so well under Rondo's defense. In this game, I believe Su will struggle to reach 20 points and 5 assists. Barkley was the first to leap up and expound a plethora of opinions, all revolving around a singular theme: a lack of faith in Su's potential for a commendable performance. I beg to differ. Barkley's understanding of the game is rather limited, and he has fallen behind the times. From the All-Star game to the last match, I have scrutinized the game footage, and it is evident that Su's technical prowess has seen remarkable improvement. Thus, the abilities he showcases are not merely fleeting moments of brilliance or attributed to a temporary surge in form. They are, in fact, a true reflection of his genuine skill. I concede that Rondo's defense is commendable, yet it is crucial to recognize that Su plays with intelligence on the court, adept at leveraging his teammates to evade defenders. The effectiveness of his pick-and-roll with Gasol has been witnessed on numerous occasions, yielding excellent results, which means Rondo cannot possibly restrain Su's performance. In this game, I predict Su will achieve a remarkable stat line of 25 points and 8 rebounds. Shaquille O'Neal, you portly giant, who among us is not familiar with basketball? Who is lagging behind the times? Do you recall how I once bested you? O'Neal and Barkley, akin to two jesters, engaged in their customary banter during the live broadcast. Chapter 83. The outcome in this match. Stevens deployed a starting lineup where, apart from Rondo, who stands under 2 meters, the others, Brandon Bass, Jeff Green, Gerald Wallace, and Jared Sullinger, tower above that height. However, the tallest among them, Sullinger and Green, measure merely 206 centimeters, leaning towards the small ball philosophy reminiscent of Pat Riley. The Lakers also adjusted their starting lineup, with Jordan Hill replacing the waived Sean Williams. As the game commenced, Su did not entangle himself too much with Rondo on offense. He efficiently executed pick-and-rolls and combined drives with jump shots, bolstered by Gasol's playmaking capabilities, ensuring the Lakers' offense flowed smoothly. While the offensive execution was sound, the defense proved to be a significant liability. Jordan Hill's poor defensive awareness and positioning were thoroughly exploited by the Boston Celtics, allowing Jeff Green to easily penetrate Hill's defenses. This is precisely why D'Antoni has historically refrained from including Hill in the starting lineup. As a result, the on-court dynamics between the Lakers and the Celtics resembled a tug-of-war. Each team traded blows in an exciting clash, yet neither could establish a commanding lead. Nearly 4 minutes into the match, the score stood at 8-9, with the Lakers clinging to a 1-point advantage, prompting D'Antoni to call a timeout. This pause seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of D'Antoni's usual approach, driven by Hill's shortcomings. Hill, take a breather. Bazemore, you're in at the 3 spot, and Johnson, you shift to the 4. We need to accelerate our pace and execute the strategies we've practiced. D'Antoni has made adjustments to the lineup, as he could no longer tolerate the defensive performance of Jordan Hill. He transitioned to a configuration of 1 big and 4 small players, seeking to experiment with whether this arrangement could yield a more effective fast-paced game. This strategy, albeit risky, features only Wesley Johnson at 6 feet 9 inches and Pau Gasol at 7 feet 0 inches, with the other three players standing around 6 feet 7 inches. In contrast to the Celtics lineup, where only one player is under 6 feet 9 inches, this truly embodies a smaller team, which may suffer in terms of defense and rebounding. This was D'Antoni's last resort, given that the team's interior presence is limited to Pau Gasol, Carmelo Anthony, Jordan Hill, and Kelly. Jordan Hill's strengths and weaknesses are well known, making him unsuitable for a starting role, while the rookie Kelly has seen minimal playing time this season and possesses limited abilities. Moreover, these players do not align with D'Antoni's tactical philosophy, prompting him to position Wesley Johnson at the power forward spot to enhance the team's offensive and defensive tempo. This experiment stands as D'Antoni's boldest endeavor of the season. Furthermore, players like Bazemore, Wesley Johnson, and Pau Gasol possess commendable defensive skills, which is a significant reason D'Antoni is willing to take this risk. Su Shu observed the four players who took the court alongside him, and an unusual thought crossed his mind. Wow, this lineup epitomizes a three-point shooting ensemble. Without even mentioning himself, the three players, Mix, Wesley Johnson, and Bazemore, boast commendable three-point abilities. Meanwhile, Pau Gasol possesses a respectable mid-range shooting skill among towering players. Although he has yet to fully develop his three-point shot, he can occasionally make one. Let us observe how the Lakers will adjust following this timeout. On paper, the Lakers should have a significant advantage over the Celtics. Offensively, they face no issues, yet defensively, they encounter considerable challenges. Smith remarked in the broadcast booth. The lineup fielded by the Celtics bears a resemblance to the ideal configuration envisioned by Pat Riley, but in reality, it possesses no advantages, lacking both offensive and defensive capabilities. Their ability to contend with the Lakers is solely due to Jordan Hill's abysmal defense, Shaquille O'Neal stated bluntly. Indeed, Jordan Hill ought to be relegated to the bench. This time, Barkley finally refrained from clashing with O'Neal. Alas, Jordan Hill's defensive performance is simply appalling, as Jeff Green scored 3 for 3 against him. When the players took to the court, the trio in the broadcast room was left in stunned silence. This is rather extreme, isn't it? They could have at least put Kelly in. At least he has height. D'Antoni's strategy is audacious. He surprisingly substituted the 6 feet 4 inches Bazemore for Jordan Hill. The court now features a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, and this small configuration is exceedingly diminutive. Smith expressed his confusion. This season, the team that most favors a 1 big 4 small strategy is the Golden State Warriors, yet even their small lineup boasts a higher average height than this Lakers squad. O'Neal shared the same perplexity. Has D'Antoni completely abandoned defense? Is he opting to trade offensive blows with the Celtics? This too is a viable approach. O'Neal considered from another perspective. The game resumes with the Lakers in possession of the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Su Shu initiated the offensive maneuver for the Lakers, resulting in a scene rarely witnessed in contemporary basketball. Apart from Gasol, the remaining 4 Lakers players positioned themselves beyond the three-point arc, leaving the Celtics uncertain whether to extend their defense beyond the line, particularly concerning the 3 and 4 spots. As Jared Sullinger and Jeff Green hesitated, Su Shu deftly delivered the ball to Wesley Johnson stationed at a 35-degree angle on the left side. At that moment, the indecisive Jeff Green found himself just 2 steps inside the three-point line, presenting an expansive opportunity that Wesley Johnson could not afford to overlook, promptly launching the shot. The ball swished through the net at 8-12, an impressive play that Jeff Green failed to adequately defend against. However, this was not merely a lapse, rather. It stemmed from the Celtics' lack of a strategic defensive arrangement to counter the Lakers' lineup alteration, resulting in confusion among the defenders. While the TNT commentary team was still analyzing the play, the Celtics swiftly transitioned into their offensive strategy. Rondo once again passed the ball to Jeff Green, but this time he faced the defensively adept Wesley Johnson. Despite holding a 5-centimeter height advantage and not being particularly known for his offensive prowess, Jeff Green faltered on this attempt. After Su Shu secured the rebound, he immediately initiated a fast break. From an aerial perspective, one could observe Su Shu controlling the ball as he surged forward, with Bazemore, Mix, and Wesley Johnson forming a trio of arrows darting towards the front court. The Celtics' defensive formation had yet to be established, and Bazemore was already launching a shot from beyond the arc. With a resounding swish, the Staples Center erupted as 2 consecutive three-pointers were made, executed with precision and decisiveness, igniting a wave of excitement among the fans. Chapter 84. The unabashed Barkley. These 2 successful shots finally unsettled the previously composed Stevens, who leapt from the bench to vocally encourage his players on the court. The Celtics defenders were utterly unable to match the Lakers' pace as they executed their fast-paced strategy flawlessly. The players released their shots immediately upon receiving the ball, often finding themselves wide open. The impact of this substitution has been remarkable, Smith remarked. Conversely, the Celtics struggled to find open looks after several passes, as the Lakers players showcased a speed and rhythm that clearly outmatched their opponents. Their defensive positioning was solid, prioritizing perimeter shots over drives. Compared to the Celtics, the Lakers lineup indeed excelled defensively, with both Su Shu and Mix performing above the league's average standards. As the shot clock approached its limit, Rondo was forced to attempt a desperate jump shot from the three-point line. Su Shu, displaying a lack of concern, allowed Rondo to take the shot unchallenged, retreating 2 meters to prepare for a rebound. This gesture incited Rondo's indignation, as it conveyed a blatant disregard for his shooting ability. Resolutely, Rondo released the basketball, watching it arc through the air with a promising trajectory, internally urging it must go in. He had already resolved that upon scoring, he would have to confront Su Shu with some well-deserved words. Alas, with a thud, Rondo's aspirations were cruelly dashed as the ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high into the air. Gasol, having secured an advantageous position, effectively blocked Jared Sullinger, who stood no chance against the height disparity. Gasol claimed the rebound with ease. This time, the Celtics swiftly returned to defend, denying the Lakers any opportunity for a fast break. Su Shu, unhurried, gradually dribbled the ball into the front court. Following Stevens' adjustments from the sidelines, the Celtics defenders finally expanded their coverage, contesting at the three-point line. However, this left the interior of the Celtics' defense wide open. Su Shu was not foolish. He promptly called for a pick from Gasol. Rondo, however, did not retreat to navigate around the screen to confront Su Shu. He perceived Su Shu's three-point threat as significant, and with Sullinger's defensive delay, he believed he could wait for him to catch up before initiating a double team. Yet, both Rondo and Jared Sullinger underestimated Su Shu's speed. In a burst of acceleration, he bypassed Sullinger's defense. Ahead of him lay an unobstructed path, and while the other Celtics players attempted to return for support, they were too late. As Su Shu entered the key, he exerted force from his feet, leaping gracefully into the air to execute an elegant dunk, concluding the offensive play. The cheers of the fans, which had just subsided, once again reverberated throughout the Staples Center. What a splendid play! Su Shu displayed remarkable intelligence, opting not to relentlessly pursue a three-pointer, but instead capitalizing on the Celtics' expanded defense, which left the interior vulnerable, granting him the opportunity to penetrate the paint. O'Neal could not help but praise him. Sullinger's defense was utterly ineffective. He was easily surpassed with a mere acceleration. Barkley, of course, could not acknowledge Su Shu's offensive prowess and instead attributed the failure to Sullinger's defense. After the dunk, Su Shu did not return to defense but instead walked towards the Lakers bench, aware that a 9-0 scoring run would surely prompt Stevens to call a timeout. The Lakers had executed this brief surge superbly. Both their offense and defense were immaculate, leaving the Celtics utterly devoid of response. If a timeout was not called soon, the point differential would only widen. Indeed, before the ball could be inbound, Stevens called for a timeout. On the Celtics bench, he reiterated the necessity for rapid ball movement during offensive plays, emphasizing the importance of not holding onto the ball. The ball must move, and so must the players. If there is an open three-point shot, one must take it decisively. Adjustments were to be made on the defensive side against Su Shu. The more Stevens spoke, the darker Rondo's expression became. Was he not implicitly criticizing him? Was he his style of play organization rather than ball holding? Upon the resumption of the match, the Celtics' offense still struggled to find its rhythm. Given their current roster, even with Stevens' plethora of tactics, they could not produce anything spectacular. Although their first offensive possession upon returning saw the former star, Gerald Wallace, sink a mid-range jumper, it did not lead to sustained momentum, and their offensive efficiency remained low. Fortunately, the Celtics' average height was significantly greater than that of the Lakers, allowing them to secure numerous offensive rebounds. However, when the Lakers attacked, despite the defensive adjustments made against Su Shu, the execution fell short, rendering the adjustments ineffective. Additionally, when confronted with Su Shu and Gasol's pick and roll, the defense was resolute in switching assignments, with Rondo retreating to navigate around the screen and obstruct Su Shu's path to the basket. The idea was commendable. Yet reality proved harsh. Gasol delivered a crushing blow to the Celtics, receiving a pass from Su Shu. Whether at the free throw line for a jumper or deep in the paint, there was no one among the Celtics capable of matching him. Excellent play. Su Shu's drive attracted the Celtics' defensive attention, allowing him to pass the ball to the open Nick Young, who successfully converted a three-pointer. Oh my goodness. Salinger found himself in quite a predicament as Su's three-point shot shone through. Su possesses an astute understanding of playing small against larger opponents. Rondo was left 2 meters behind. Unpredictably, he missed again. The match continued at this frenetic pace of alternating offense and defense, yet Stevens' varied strategies failed to alter the disadvantage on the court. Just before the conclusion of the third quarter, Su's three-pointer extinguished any lingering suspense in the game. With a score of 80-102, the Lakers led the Celtics by 22 points at the end of the third quarter. The atmosphere in the arena was electric. This was the Lakers' first game of the season played with such exuberance, boasting such a commanding lead over their rivals. Lakers fans finally relished the thrill reminiscent of previous seasons' overwhelming victories. In the TNT broadcast booth, Barkley, I must say, your grasp of the game is questionable. It is no wonder you possess not a single championship ring. O'Neal directed his gaze at Barkley, mercilessly peeling away the most regrettable scar of his career. This time, Barkley had no retort, as he found himself confronted with undeniable evidence. Prior to the game, he proclaimed that Su's statistics would not exceed 20 points and 5 assists. Yet, as the third quarter concluded, Su's numbers gleamed strikingly. With 10 successful shots out of 18 attempts, 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and 2 out of 4 from the free throw line, he amassed an impressive 26 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals. However, Barkley, true to form, remained obstinate. While I concede that I underestimated Su, he still harbors numerous areas for improvement, such as his passing accuracy and tendency for turnovers. In this match, he indeed had several passes that lacked precision, causing teammates to readjust and consequently miss their shooting opportunities. Furthermore, his 4 turnovers serve as a reminder that we must acknowledge both his commendable performances and the existing flaws within his game. Smith and O'Neal looked at Barkley with disdain, astonished by the thickness of his skin. Chapter 85, I'm strong. No one can reduce me to a weakling in the fourth quarter. Bazemore and Nick Young led the bench players, engaging in a spirited contest with the Celtics. As the game reached the 6th minute, the point differential remained around 20, indicating that Su Shu would be clocking out after 3 quarters. Seated on the bench, Su Shu chatted amiably with Kobe, who was present to watch the game. He had accomplished his task for the day, free from any psychological burden. Celtics head coach Stevens stood at the sidelines, harboring no hopes of a comeback in this match. He turned a glance at the Lakers bench. His gaze fixed on the yellow-skinned player who was laughing and joking with his teammates, his eyes flickering with interest. This yellow-skinned player, a mere 19-year-old rookie, had single-handedly led the beleaguered Lakers, dominating the game with exceptional skill. How wonderful it would be if this player were to play under my guidance. Stevens mused for the second time upon seeing Su Shu. Suddenly, it struck him that Su Shu's contract with the Lakers was only for 1 year, meaning he would be an unrestricted free agent during the upcoming offseason. Why not entice the club to snatch him away? With this thought, a youthful smile spread across the overly young face of the coach. The fourth quarter concluded swiftly, with no unexpected occurrences. Even the notorious Olynyk refrained from taking any aggressive actions. The game ended with a resounding victory for the Lakers, defeating the Celtics by a significant margin of 116-100. Su Shu contributed a remarkable 26 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and 4 turnovers throughout the match. Gasol added 18 points and secured 11 rebounds, while Mixes scored 12 points. Nick Young tallied 20 points, Bazemore contributed 12 points, and Jordan Hill recorded 8 points alongside 8 rebounds. For the Celtics, Rondo managed to score 8 points with 8 assists and 7 rebounds, shooting 4 of 10 from the field. Gerald Green was impressive with 22 points and 7 rebounds, while Gerald Wallace contributed 12 points and 5 rebounds. Brandon Bass added 10 points and 8 rebounds, and Olynyk finished with 14 points and 7 rebounds. As the Celtics faced the Lakers on the road, I noticed an intriguing statistic in the data column. The rebounding comparison between the Celtics and the Lakers stood at 52-41, with the Celtics claiming 11 more rebounds. O'Neal and Barkley, how do you explain the Lakers' victory over the Celtics by a margin of 16 points despite being out-rebounded by 11? Smith remarked. The answer is quite simple. The Lakers' offensive efficiency surpasses that of the Celtics. Allow me to present a crucial comparison of statistics. The Lakers attempted 35 three-pointers, successfully making 17, whereas the Celtics attempted 27 and managed only 10. Just in terms of three-pointers alone, the Lakers outscored the Celtics by 21 points. I believe this is a significant factor in the Lakers' decisive victory over the Celtics. At this moment, Barkley ceased his antics, revealing his professional insight and sharp perception. Indeed, I concur with Barkley's assessment. The Lakers triumphed largely due to their three-point shooting. Moreover, during the course of the game, I observed an interesting point. The standout contributor to the Lakers' victory was undeniably Su, a sentiment likely shared by all. Regardless of whether it is from beyond the arc or through his penetrating drives, Su has inflicted considerable damage upon the Celtics' defense. Nevertheless, we must not overlook the fact that when the Lakers deploy a lineup of 1 big and 4 smalls, each of those smaller players possesses the ability to shoot from three-point range. This substantially expands the defensive coverage for the Celtics, leaving the paint vulnerable. Furthermore, the threat of their three-point shooting compels the Celtics to be less resolute when double-teaming or providing help against Su's drives. Therefore, throughout the course of the game, I believe the Lakers' utilization of space has been exceptional, affording them ample room to maneuver. The Lakers' performance in this match evokes memories of the fast-paced, high-scoring Phoenix Suns teams of yore, characterized by fluid offense and seamless gameplay, an aesthetic I truly appreciate. Shaquille O'Neal's remarks painted a vivid picture for Charles Barkley, A. Smith, and the viewers, prompting them to reminisce about the Lakers' offensive displays during the game. A collective shiver ran through everyone. Indeed, who could resist the allure of such a contest? The enthusiasm of the fans was palpable, as evidenced by their spontaneous standing ovations and jubilant celebrations following each remarkable three-pointer. Such games are undeniably captivating. However, it is worth noting that the roster of that bygone Suns team was significantly more formidable than the current Lakers lineup. Yet, they too fell short of ultimate success. What might the achievements of this Lakers team be, even with the return of Kobe and Nash? A. Smith candidly posed this question, leading to a lively exchange of perspectives between O'Neal and Barkley as they engaged in spirited debate during the broadcast. Su Shu has emerged as the brightest star of this match. As soon as the game concluded, he became the darling of all the media present, deftly brushing aside various inquiries regarding his performance on the court with laughter. However, when a reporter posed the question, Su, prior to the match, someone spotted you spending the night at Jenner's home. Many believe that this would render you a mere shadow of your former self, significantly diminishing your game performance. What do you have to say about this? Upon hearing this, Su Shu felt a surge of indignation directed at the reporter, whether he chose to refute or not. The implication was that he would be tacitly admitting to an affair with Jenner, a matter he had never openly addressed before. How intolerable. Ashidao indeed. It is his family that should be considered as such. How could a robust individual like myself be associated with such a term? This is an insult that demands a rebuttal. Whether I am indeed a shadow or not is irrelevant. What matters is that we won this match, and my performance speaks for itself. Allow me to reiterate, I am indeed formidable, and no one can reduce me to a mere shadow. With that, he strode back to the locker room, no longer pondering how the media would interpret his words. Chapter 86. The wool pulled from the sheep. Song Yin watched Su Shu's retreating figure, feeling a mixture of anger, jealousy, and amusement. Her anger stemmed from the revelation in his words that he indeed had some connection with Jenner, although he did not explicitly acknowledge their relationship. It was enough to provoke her jealousy. The amusement arose from Su Shu's evident displeasure, as she could sense his frustration. She was well aware of his temperament. Being labeled a shadow was something he could hardly endure. In his everyday life, he often boasted about being a man's man, showcasing a childlike side to his personality. At times, Song Yin felt that Su Shu was a dichotomy, mature and composed on the court, yet possessing the potential to be quite amusing off it. Domestically, Su Shu was indisputably the center of attention across major news portals and forums. While Comrade Xiao Su is impressive, he clocked out after 3 quarters, yet still managed to score 26 points and provide 8 assists. Indeed, averaging 31 points and 8 assists over the past 2 games is an astonishing rate of improvement. If he maintains this trajectory, he will undoubtedly make it to the All-Star game next year, potentially surpassing the achievements of Yao Ming. Hold your horses. Yao Ming's accomplishments are not something Comrade Xiao Su can surpass so swiftly. Are you foolish? Did you not hear me say that if he maintains his current scoring and assisting averages without significant regression, he could indeed eclipse Yao Ming's achievements? Fans naturally divided into 2 camps, fervently debating in the forums. The previously heated arguments between the 2 factions came to an abrupt halt upon the sight of a particular post. I am a brother, classmate, and roommate of Su Shu. I am now auctioning off the clothes and socks worn by Su Shu. First come, first served. with limited quantities available. Interested parties may contact me privately. What on earth is this? Who is this rogue? Can someone be so brazen in their deceit? A multitude of individuals inundated the comment section, hurling insults at the original poster. Yet, there were indeed some who believed the vitriol, particularly among the female admirers. Many vocally condemned the poster while discreetly messaging him in private. Within a certain dormitory at Shanghai Sports University, Li Fei sat before his computer, typing away vigorously. Beside him, the more reserved Huang Zhong nervously inquired, "Old Li, this doesn't seem right. Not only do we lack old Su's clothes and socks, but even if we did, is it truly appropriate to sell them?" Indeed, Lin Hai chimed in. If old Su were to find out, how scornful he would be towards us. Li Fei turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at the pair. What could possibly go awry? You two are simply too timid. Do you not believe that? Given old Su's character, he would absolutely demand a share if he discovered our little venture. Furthermore, who says we lack his clothes and socks? Have you forgotten how many pairs of socks he borrowed from us, or how many sets of jerseys he donned? Were they not once his? You two dullards, sigh. It seems I am the astute one here, truly a savvy businessman. If you two are unwilling, I shall indulge myself alone. Huang Zhong and Lin Hai listened to Li Fei's words, their expressions darkening. This maneuver was indeed audacious. While it was true that Su Shu had once worn their socks, that was a long time ago, likely discarded or washed countless times since. Could that still be considered? Li Fei paid no heed to the two befuddled individuals, cheerfully engaging with those who had lost their faith. Meanwhile, far away in Los Angeles, Su Shu had just emerged from the shower in the home team's locker room, towel-drying his hair while humming a tune. Suddenly, he inexplicably sneezed several times in quick succession. Is someone cursing me? Or perhaps someone is thinking of me. With a handsome fellow like me, it must be the latter. Su Shu, in a moment of narcissistic self-comfort, remained oblivious to the fact that someone far away in the east was thinking of him, not out of affection, but rather with the intent to exploit him. After a victorious match, he emerged from a refreshing shower with a buoyant mood, only for it to be swiftly dampened by the conversation of his teammates. Su, we've arranged to hit the nightclub shortly. We understand you can't join Kelly, so we've decided to invite two lovely ladies to accompany us tonight. Ensuring you can partake in the festivities vicariously through us, Nick Young remarked cheerfully while spritzing himself with cologne. Good grief, a pack of beasts, Su Shu retorted, feeling unfairly targeted for his inability to enter the club. Is it necessary to flaunt your exploits in front of me, teasing me like this? He pointed at his smirking teammates, teeth clenched in frustration. Just wait, I'll challenge each of you to a duel tomorrow and for the next month. I shall relentlessly torment you to quell my resentment. Famer, Mix, and Nick Young stood aghast, taken aback by the swift arrival of retribution. While losing a duel might be bearable, losing to Su Shu was a different matter entirely. Following a win, he would always deliver scathing taunts. What a bunch of amateurs. I'm merely a rookie who has been in the league for a few months, yet I've bested you. Perhaps your nights in the club have left you lacking vitality? Shall I provide you with some traditional Chinese remedies to bolster your strength? His biting words left them both astounded and humiliated, wishing they could vanish into thin air. In essence, losing to Su Shu was not just a defeat. It was an affront that made one want to retaliate violently. The jovial atmosphere was shattered by his remarks, leaving his teammates visibly unsettled. Exchanging glances, one of them dashed to the locker room to retrieve a basketball shoe, while the others began to approach Su Shu with deliberate intent. As Su Shu noticed their movements, his eyes widened, and he recalled the phrase "pride comes before a fall." He contemplated retreating to the shower once more, but it was already too late. The scene of Nate Robinson dunking over Shaquille O'Neal replayed itself in the Lakers' locker room. As the group left, Su Shu's voice echoed within, laced with indignation. You rascals. Just wait. I want to let you off the hook. And you, witnessing your teammates being bullied yet doing nothing, even becoming accomplices. How despicable. I must seek the captain's aid to address this injustice. Chapter 87. Controversy. On February 25th, the Lakers hosted the Nets at home, marking the conclusion of their trio of post-All-Star Game home matches. The Nets, who ranked fourth in the Eastern Conference last season, underwent significant roster changes this year. Notably, the arrivals of Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett, both dismissed by the Celtics, have transformed the Nets into a veritable retirement haven for aging stars. The roster features 36-year-old Jason Terry, 36-year-old Paul Pierce, 37-year-old Kevin Garnett, 32-year-old former Hawks king Joe Johnson, and 32-year-old Andrei Kirilenko, affectionately known as AK-47. Whether it's these seasoned veterans or the 29-year-old Darren Williams, often referred to as little fatty, all have surpassed their prime years. Last season, Williams managed to average 18, 9 points and 7 assists, but this season, his numbers have dwindled to 14, 3 points and 1 assists. Paul Pierce averaged 18, 6 points, 8 assists, and 3 rebounds last season, while this season he has seen a decline to 13, 5 points, 4 assists, and 6 rebounds. Kevin Garnett averaged 14, 8 points, 3 assists, and 8 rebounds last season, yet this season, plagued by injuries, he averages merely 8 points, 5 assists, and 6 rebounds. Furthermore, the Nets have become the team with the highest luxury tax in the league this season, currently holding a record of 25 wins and 28 losses. Still within playoff contention. Astonishingly, they are liable for a staggering $57 million in luxury tax, knowing that the salary cap for the season is only $58.5 million. In contrast, the second highest luxury tax team, the New York Knicks, has only paid $36.3 million. Joe Johnson, averaging 15 points, commands an annual salary of $21.47 million. While Darren Williams earns $18.47 million, Paul Pierce $15.33 million, and Kevin Garnett $12.44 million. The exorbitant salaries elucidate the rationale behind such a high luxury tax, making the Nets owners seem somewhat of a financial fool. Riding the wave of confidence from their previous victory against the Celtics, the Lakers players entered the game with high spirits. However, the contest did not unfold as they had envisioned. Darren Williams broke through Su's defense, driving past Gasol for a layup, drawing a foul, and converting the free throw. Su responded with a step-back three-pointer, putting the Lakers ahead by 1 point. In a display of skill, Paul Pierce leveraged his height advantage over Bazemore to execute a smooth turnaround jumper, reclaiming the lead for the Nets. Su secured a rebound and initiated a fast break, delivering a splendid pass to Nick Young in the right corner, who unleashed a wide-open three-pointer that swished through the net. Once again, Darren Williams utilized his robust physique to execute a simple hesitation move, evading Su's defense and concluding the offensive sequence with a delicate floater. With a three-point attempt disrupted by Plumlee, Su's shot fell short. However, Pau Gasol seized the offensive rebound and effortlessly executed a putback, extending the lead to 3 points. Oh my, Paul Pierce, with a contested 3 over Bazemore, has succeeded. This marks his third three-pointer of the match, shooting 3 for 6 from beyond the arc truly. He is the truth, for even in his twilight years, he commands respect. The contest between the Lakers and the Nets has been fiercely competitive, with neither team managing to establish a lead greater than 10 points, as the lead has changed hands 8 times. The Nets' ability to contend so fiercely with the surging Lakers can be attributed to the remarkable performances of Darren Williams and the venerable Pierce. Thus far, Williams has made 7 of 14 field goals and converted 8 of 10 free throws, amassing 25 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds. Meanwhile, the esteemed Pierce has contributed 20 points, along with 4 assists and 5 rebounds. Su Shu truly finds himself at a loss against Darren Williams. Not only is Williams exceptionally strong in physique, but his technical prowess is equally formidable, particularly his ability to change direction, which renders defense against him exceedingly challenging. Moreover, in this match, Williams demonstrated an outstanding performance, especially when penetrating the paint, whether scoring himself or drawing fouls, showcasing the caliber of a once-elite point guard in the league. Paul Pierce, in a rather straightforward manner, utilized his considerable physique and height to dominate Kent Bazemore, executing a simple post move, followed by a pivot and jump shot, an effortless display. The Lakers found it challenging to contain both players, yet their own offense was vibrant, particularly their three-point shooting, which maintained an impressive accuracy of around 40%. As the game concluded, the score stood at 102-106, with the Lakers narrowly triumphing over the Brooklyn Nets. In this match, Darren Williams showcased a return to form, shooting 9 of 16 from the field and 11 of 13 from the free throw line, amassing 30 points, along with 7 assists and 5 rebounds. Paul Pierce recorded 25 points, 4 assists, and 7 rebounds, shooting 9 of 17 overall and 4 of 7 from beyond the arc. For the Lakers, Su Shu achieved 22 points and 9 assists, shooting 8 of 18 from the field, with a three-point accuracy of 33, 4 of 12. Pau Gasol also contributed significantly with 22 points, 4 assists, and 11 rebounds, shooting 8 of 12 and 6 of 7 from the free throw line. Nick Young performed admirably, scoring 19 points on 7 of 13 shooting. including 2 of 5 from three-point range. Bazemore, Nick Young, Jordan Hill, and others also reached double figures. Following the All-Star break, the Lakers experienced a commendable stretch with 2 victories and 1 loss, elevating their record to 27 wins and 29 losses, surpassing the 3-game losing streak of the Timberwolves and climbing to the 10th position in the Western Conference. The next day, the Lakers headed to Indiana to face the Eastern Conference leaders, the Pacers, who boasted a record of 42 wins and 13 losses, firmly ahead of the Heat's trio with a record of 40 wins and 15 losses. On this day, the league announced the Players of the Week for both conferences, inciting considerable discussion. The Eastern Conference Player of the Week was Paul George of the Indiana Pacers, who led his team to 3 victories without a loss, averaging 27, 5 points, 1 assists, and 5 rebounds. The announcement for the Western Conference Player of the Week stirred up controversy, as it was awarded to Su Shu of the Lakers, who also led his team to 2 wins and 1 loss, averaging 27, 3 points and 6 assists, with an overall shooting percentage of 51.7 and a 3-point shooting percentage of 45.7. While such statistics typically would not warrant dispute, the media in Oklahoma City expressed dissent. They argued that Kevin Durant, who led the Thunder to 3 victories without a loss and averaged 30 points, 4 assists, and 8 rebounds, deserved the accolade more. The media contended that Durant's superior performance should have earned him the honor, questioning whether the league's decision was a concession to the Chinese market. Chapter 88. Sowing discord with the Oklahoma media voicing their opinions. Durant's fans joined in the condemnation of the league's decision. A particularly popular tweet from a fan gained traction, garnering numerous likes and comments. The announcement of the Western Conference Player of the Week awarded to the Lakers' Chinese player, Su Shu, puzzled many. The fan expressed their confusion regarding the league's decision, noting Durant's superior individual statistics and team success, questioning whether this was a compromise made by the league for the Chinese market. Is this still the NBA league that we adore? This tweet has garnered an abundance of likes and comments from fervent Durant fans. Meanwhile, the owner of Twitter and the fans below are engaged in lively discussions. Within a luxurious villa in Oklahoma, a man, exuding the essence of a foreman through his attire, is fervently typing on his phone, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Compared to Durant, Su Shu's fanbase is merely a drop in the ocean. Thus this tweet rapidly gained traction across the internet. Upon disembarking from the plane, Su Shu learned of his selection as the Western Conference Player of the Week from the previous week, a distinction that brought him great joy. This accolade serves as a recognition of his performance on the court over the past week. Though it may not be deemed a prestigious honor, it holds significant importance for a player. To be awarded Player of the Week, not only must the team's performance be commendable, but individual statistics must also be strikingly impressive. Thus, those who receive this honor are typically the leaders or, at the very least, the second most pivotal players on their teams. Only with a certain level of ball control can one amass noteworthy statistics. On the bus to the hotel, his teammates showered him with congratulations, unanimously insisting that Su Shu must treat them to a meal, to which the humble player could only agree with a tearful acquiescence. How utterly shameless! Just as the jovial atmosphere enveloped them, a startled exclamation from Famer drew everyone's attention towards him. With a look of indignation, an awakened Famer directed his gaze at Su Shu and exclaimed, "Su, look at this tweet. Durant has even liked it." Su Shu, filled with curiosity, took the phone to glance at the trending tweet. After perusing its contents, he returned the device to Famer, who subsequently shared it with others. Such tweets hardly elicited any concern from him. After all, who among the populace lacked a few fans? Naturally, one's admirers would gravitate towards their favorite stars, and there was little to debate about that. However, it was noteworthy that Durant had liked this particular tweet. Reflecting on Durant's character, Su Shu found it somewhat understandable. But wait, understandable? Suddenly, Su Shu recalled Durant's eccentric behaviors and realized that the account behind the tweet seemed familiar. Su Shu sat in a seat, deep in contemplation. He logged into his Twitter account and scrolled through, yet he had never encountered this particular account before. Where had he seen it? Ah, of course. This was the very Twitter alias that had been revealed in the previous life of Durant. When the realization dawned upon him, he found himself both amused and exasperated. For it turned out that even back then, Durant had already been like this. Su Shu contemplated for a moment before locating the tweet and commenting, "I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. Durant currently holds the top position on the MVP leaderboard, and I believe he deserves to secure the award in its entirety for it to be justified. Furthermore, should he clinch this season's MVP, He will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the league. I wonder if you share my sentiments. I have often witnessed you engaging in discussions with others, where you have asserted that Durant is indeed the finest player in the league at present. What kind of individual would possess such unwavering confidence in their idol, if not a devoted fan? Hence, I trust you would not oppose my viewpoint. Su Shu, with a flourish of his pen, penned a paragraph that filled his heart with uncontainable joy. Let us see how you respond to this, he mused. In truth, Su Shu was entirely unaware if that alternate account had engaged in discussions with others regarding who was superior, Durant or James. However, he felt no need to investigate. The omnipotent netizens would undoubtedly take the initiative. He believed that Durant, during the 2013 to 2014 season, would never dare to assert his superiority over James. Yet he could not help but feel compelled to provoke a reaction since Durant had taken the first shot. He harbored no concerns about the scrutiny from online commentators. After all, given Durant's track record, even if he had not conversed with anyone about being better than James, it was certain that this alternate account had been endlessly extolling Durant's virtues. When the internet sleuths uncovered this, it would matter little whether he had made such claims. As Su Shu indulged in fantasies about how Durant might react to his comment, Famara was engrossed in perusing the exchanges between Su Shu's fans and Durant's supporters. Upon encountering Su Shu's comment, he was utterly taken aback. After a long pause, he turned to Su Shu and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Su, you're incredible." You certainly left him no room for dignity. Su Shu's comment ostensibly praises Durant, yet it is steeped in sarcasm. What is this notion of face? How much does face weigh? Furthermore, I merely concur with his perspective and genuinely believe that Durant has indeed been remarkable this season. Is there any fault in that? Your mind seems to be clouded with sordid thoughts. How dark must your heart be to perceive it in such a manner? Su Shu cast a disdainful glance at Famara, his words laced with righteous indignation. Famara, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, lamented to himself, "Alas, I still lack the audacity I require." Soon enough, Su Shu's remarks were pinned by fans, sparking a lively discussion. The Chinese lad possesses a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that he cannot rival Durant's prowess. Indeed, one must commend his insight. Our Durant's capabilities far surpass his, as he has demonstrated this season, exhibiting strength that is second to none. The fans of Durant, displaying a hint of rationality, refrained from naming names directly, for the disparity between their fanbase and that of the targeted individual would be as pronounced as the difference between Su Shu supporters and Durant's. Observing the comments, Su Shu's smile radiated brighter than ever, reflecting the absurdity of a nation where many gullibly believe that drinking disinfectant could yield sanitizing effects. However, a fair number of fans discerned his malicious intent. This Chinese lad is exceedingly cunning, attempting to incite discord between Durant and James. Indeed, while his words may appear flattering, he is, in essence, mocking our Durant. I must take to his Twitter and berate him. Consequently, many rushed to his Twitter, leaving derogatory comments. Yet, such vitriol was inconsequential to him. Whether one insulted him or a multitude, it mattered not. A single addition or subtraction made no difference. Chapter 89. The alternate account incident within a luxurious mansion in Oklahoma. Durant, exuding the demeanor of a contractor, perused Su Shu's comments and the ensuing fan discussions, his already dark expression deepening. He contemplated retorting, yet he had been the first to like the post. What could he possibly say at this juncture? Humph. My primary account is unavailable. Must I not resort to my alternate account? I shall create another one and see if I can silence you. Durant feverishly manipulated his phone, intent on crafting a response. Later that evening, as Durant prepared to retire for the night, he received a call from his agent. "Durant, you might want to check online. There are rumors circulating that you are using an alternate account to attack other players. I will forward that tweet to you shortly." Without waiting for Durant's response, the agent hung up. Durant, perplexed, wondered, what on earth is happening? Today has been quite eventful. Soon, he received a tweet from his agent, one that had been posted an hour prior, garnering an impressive number of retweets and an abundance of comments. After observing the incident involving Durant and the Chinese user Su, my curiosity was piqued by Su's remarks, prompting me to delve into the historical statements of that Twitter account and discover some peculiarities. Back in the 2012 season, during the MVP voting, Kevin Durant lost to LeBron James, tragically missing out on his inaugural MVP trophy. On the very evening that the MVP was announced, this Twitter account liked a tweet that questioned the standards of the MVP voting, engaging in a heated exchange with fans of James in the comments. The account asserted that Durant's performance that year, in terms of both achievements and statistics, surpassed that of LeBron James, and that his improvement compared to the previous season was even more significant. Thus, it concluded that Durant's prowess should be deemed superior to that of James, suggesting that his failure to secure the MVP award stemmed from the league's favoritism towards other players. Moreover, throughout the last season, the account consistently expressed opinions that, I believe, even the most devoted fans would not match in their unwavering elevation of Durant. Regardless of right or wrong, it maintained that Durant was blameless. This led me to a bold conjecture. Could this account be Durant's own alternate persona, or perhaps that of a close friend or relative? After Durant read the tweet, a cold sweat broke out on him. He pondered whether his actions were so conspicuous. It seemed he would need to adopt a more discreet approach for a while. Subsequently, he took to his primary account to assert, the speculation circulating online regarding my use of an alternate account to disparage other players and elevate myself is merely an attempt to ride the coattails of trending topics. I have only one Twitter account, which is this one. There is no alternate account to speak of. Now, everyone can disperse and get some rest. The following morning, when Su awoke, he was informed by Famer of the entire situation, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serves you right for relishing the use of an alternate account to confront others and inflate your own standing. You've been caught red-handed. Throughout the day, his spirits remained exceptionally high. However, this buoyancy vanished abruptly following the commencement of the game between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Indiana Pacers. Confronted by the top-seeded Pacers, the Lakers roster exhibited advantages solely at the shooting guard position with Su Shu, while their small forward and power forward were thoroughly overwhelmed. And the battle at the center position between Pau Gasol and Roy Hibbert was fiercely contested. To exacerbate matters, midway through the second quarter, Nick Young sustained an injury, significantly diminishing the Lakers' offensive potency. Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a substantial defeat on the road, concluding the game with a score of 98-112 against the Pacers. In this match, 7 players from the Pacers scored in double figures, with an additional 2 tallying 9 points. Paul George led the Pacers with an impressive 20 points, alongside 6 rebounds and 7 assists. For the Lakers, Su Shu recorded 22 points, 6 assists, and 4 rebounds. Bazemore contributed 16 points. Mix added 10 points. Wesley Johnson scored 11 points, and Pau Gasol amassed 13 points and 9 rebounds. Despite the seemingly commendable statistics, their shooting percentages were dismal, as none of the players, aside from Pau Gasol, surpassed a 45 shooting rate. Following the conclusion of the game, the Lakers embarked on a night journey to Memphis, preparing for a back-to-back matchup against the Grizzlies the next day. The Memphis Grizzlies currently hold the 7th position in the Western Conference, with a record of 34 wins and 24 losses. The gap between them and the Lakers stands at 7 victories, theoretically providing the Lakers with a chance to catch up, thus rendering this game pivotal for them. The Grizzlies, with their signature black and white bear duo, adhere to their traditional style of play, maximizing their defensive prowess by minimizing the number of possessions, decelerating the offensive tempo, and relying on their formidable inside presence to dismantle opponents. While this Grizzlies team may lack championship caliber, no team in the Western playoffs is eager to confront them. After all, even if one triumphs over the Grizzlies, the arduous nature of the series will undoubtedly exact a toll, leaving one to ponder the extent of their fighting spirit in the subsequent round. Coach D'Antoni continues to deploy a lineup comprising 1 big and 4 smaller players, a strategy he currently finds highly satisfactory. Upon securing a rebound, they must accelerate their pace, capitalizing on their speed and three-point shooting advantages. Should fast breaks prove elusive and the game devolve into a half-court battle, whoever Randolph is defending must seek a screen from Su, facilitating mismatches. The game commenced swiftly, with the Gasol brothers facing off in the tip-off, where Mark emerged victorious over Pau. During the Lakers' initial offensive possession, Su opted against a pick-and-roll, aiming to gauge the Grizzlies' defensive discipline. He signaled a tactical gesture to his teammates. Then he observed the remarkable defensive discipline of the Grizzlies. Despite relentless movement, no player could find an open position, as there was always someone from the Grizzlies ready to provide timely support. In the final 8 seconds, Wesley Johnson set a screen, and as Randolph hesitated whether to switch out to the three-point line, Su Shu seized the opportunity. With the screen in place and Conley unable to close in, Su Shu released his three-pointer. 3 o'clock. David Yerger, noticing Randolph's indecision that granted Su Shu such a wide-open shot, shouted from the sidelines, "Randolph, defend him. Do not allow him the opportunity to shoot a 3. It is better to concede to Gasol." The Grizzlies' offensive style left Su Shu feeling quite out of sorts. It was the slowest-paced team he had ever encountered. As the shot clock dwindled, Conley passed the ball to Randolph. And Wesley Johnson's defense against Randolph resembled a primary school student attempting to guard a high schooler. He was simply overmatched. With a swift turn, Randolph entered the paint and effortlessly scored off the glass. 3-2. Chapter 90. Pursuing high salaries. From the second offensive play onward, if a fast break failed to materialize, Su Shu resolutely sought out Randolph. With Wesley Johnson setting a screen, Su Shu disregarded Randolph and made a smooth jump shot from beyond the arc utilizing the screen. He penetrated into the paint, a moment that tested his offensive skills and passing abilities. The ball was passed out to Bazemore, who executed a beautiful three-pointer. Once again, Su Shu drew a foul from Randolph. This contact was significant. Although Randolph's movement was minimal, Su's expression revealed considerable pain. Fortunately, he managed to rise, seemingly unscathed. The Grizzlies began to double-team Su Shu, but he skillfully executed a fake before quickly stepping back to launch another three-pointer, which found its mark. His drive to the basket forced Randolph into a foul, marking Randolph's third infraction just 4 minutes into the second quarter. Trouble was brewing for the Grizzlies. However, Su Shu also fell hard this time. His drives were resolute, and despite not appearing particularly muscular, he faced the physicality of both Randolph and Gasol without fear, displaying remarkable courage that stirred my blood with excitement. The match proceeded with a relentless rhythm. The Lakers, confronted with the Grizzlies' interior offensive strategies, were compelled to tighten their defense in the paint, thus swallowing the bitter pill of relinquishing perimeter defense. Fortunately, the Grizzlies possessed few adept three-point shooters, and their shooting accuracy from beyond the arc was notably poor in this game. Offensively, Su Shu masterfully executed his signature tactic of exploiting mismatches against the formidable duo. His success rate against Randolph was remarkably high, leaving the latter in a state of disarray. It was only in encounters with Marc Gasol that his effectiveness diminished, as Gasol's agility surpassed that of Randolph. The offensive approach can essentially be distilled into two methods: three-point shooting and driving to the basket. However, due to the formidable threat posed by his three-point shooting, Su Shu's combination of shooting and driving appeared exceptionally sharp, culminating in yet another personal masterpiece. The Lakers concluded the game with an impressive 15 successful three-pointers out of 28 attempts, while the Grizzlies managed only 4 out of 15. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Memphis Grizzlies with a score of 108-100. Su Shu limped off the court, having just participated in an intensely competitive match where he hardly felt any pain. It appears that in the dying moments of the fourth quarter, his fatigue caused him to slightly twist his ankle upon landing. Noticing his uneven gait, Coach D'Antoni promptly instructed the team physician to take him for a checkup. Su Shu's significance to the Lakers is irreplaceable. Should he sustain further injury, D'Antoni would be utterly despondent. In this game, Su Shu recorded an impressive 26 points, 12 assists, 4 rebounds, and 5 turnovers. Although the turnover count was relatively high, it did not overshadow his contributions, as his relentless drives dismantled the Grizzlies' defensive setup. When the injury report confirmed a minor sprain, D'Antoni finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a slight twist, unrelated to any serious ligaments, and a brief respite would suffice for his return. On February 28th, the Lakers faced the Kings at home. Notably, Cousins was sidelined due to suspension. Despite this, the Kings managed to challenge the Lakers, who were without Su Shu, until the final minute, with the game concluding at 122-126 in a contest devoid of defense. The Lakers' record now stood at 30 wins and 30 losses, achieving a 50-win rate. On March 3rd, Su Shu made his comeback as the Lakers faced the third-seeded Trail Blazers on the road, pulling off a surprising victory with a score of 107-104. The team, featuring Su Shu, Pau Gasol, Jody Meeks, Wesley Johnson, and Kent Bazemore in a small ball lineup, demonstrated remarkable cohesion. In such a configuration, Su Shu found ample opportunity to showcase his skills, increasingly excelling in his choices between drives, passing, and shooting. Throughout March, the Lakers achieved a commendable record of 9 wins and 5 losses across 14 games, bringing their overall record to 39 wins and 35 losses. They positioned themselves at 11th in the Western Conference, trailing the 9th-place Suns and the 10th-place Mavericks by just 1 and 2 victories, respectively. While the Lakers executives and fans expressed satisfaction with this performance, a sense of pessimism lingered regarding the team's playoff prospects among even the most devoted supporters. This was largely due to the daunting schedule ahead, as the Lakers faced the toughest remaining slate in the league. Out of the 8 remaining games, 6 opponents were playoff contenders, including formidable teams like the Spurs, Rockets, Clippers, and Warriors, while the Mavericks and Suns, currently in 8th and 9th place, respectively, had a comparatively easier path ahead, facing only 2 playoff-bound teams among their remaining opponents. Throughout the month of March, Su Shu averaged an impressive 24.1 points, 7.6 assists, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.6 turnovers per game. Despite his remarkable performance, he was unable to secure a single Player of the Week award, largely overshadowed by the extraordinary prowess of Kevin Durant. To date, Durant boasts an average of 32.2 points, 5.4 assists, and 7.5 rebounds, solidifying his position as the leading scorer and a frontrunner for the Most Valuable Player award in the regular season. A miracle did not transpire, as on April 16th, the Lakers suffered a surprising defeat against the league-leading Spurs, falling 113-100. This loss ultimately sealed their fate, preventing them from qualifying for the playoffs. The Lakers concluded the season with a record of 46 wins and 36 losses, placing them 9th in the Western Conference. Intriguingly, had they been in the Eastern Conference, this record would have secured them the 5th spot, leaving Su Shu with an indescribable sense of bitterness upon learning this outcome. During the 2013-2014 season, Su Shu participated in 57 games, averaging 31 minutes on the court and achieving 22 points, 5.8 assists, 3.9 rebounds, and 3.4 turnovers per game. Such a performance is exceptional among any rookie class in any season. However, the Lakers executives and their counterparts across the league are not fixated on the averages from this season alone. Rather, they scrutinize his statistics following the All-Star break. His post-All-Star averages stand at 24.3 points, 7.8 assists, 4.2 rebounds, and 3.6 turnovers, with an overall shooting percentage of 48.2 and a three-point shooting percentage of 46, including an average of 3.8 three-pointers per game. These figures can be likened to those of Stephen Curry from the Golden State Warriors, albeit with some discrepancies in the defensive intensity faced by both players. It is essential to recognize that a stellar performance in a rookie's inaugural season does not guarantee similar success in the subsequent season. Countless rookies have dazzled in their debut seasons, only to falter when defenses are strategically tailored to counter their skills, resulting in many being rendered as one-hit wonders, with their rookie season representing the pinnacle of their careers. Take, for instance, the 2009 Rookie of the Year, Tyreke Evans, who posted impressive statistics that rivaled those of LeBron James. Yet that season marked the apex of his professional journey. Thus, the data from a rookie season serves merely as a reference for teams assessing the potential of the emerging talent. As the season drew to a close, A. Smith revealed a noteworthy piece of news regarding Su Shu, a comment from a high-ranking executive of a certain team. It appears that many executives across the league hold a keen interest in Su Shu, with rumors suggesting that some aim to lure him away during the offseason with a maximum salary offer. While there are inherent risks, they are deemed minimal, as his floor is expected to reach all-star caliber. His transformation during the season has astonished the management of various teams. Moreover, reports from the Lakers indicate that Su Shu has been the most diligent and dedicated in training throughout the season, practically training every day. On the court, he not only displays high basketball intelligence but also embodies an indomitable spirit and an insatiable thirst for victory, attributes that do not go unnoticed by general managers across the league. With so many favorable factors at play, there is a prevailing sense of optimism regarding Su Shu's potential to evolve into an all-star caliber player. Chapter 91. The Optimal Choice. A. Smith's words were akin to unsealing Pandora's box, unleashing a torrent of news regarding Su Shu. According to credible sources, the Celtics are keen on pursuing Su Shu, who will be a free agent this year from the Lakers with a maximum salary offer. Internal reports from the Knicks indicate their interest in the Lakers' Su Shu. Having missed out on Curry in 2009, they are determined not to overlook Su Shu this time, aiming to forge a triumvirate with him, Anthony, and Stoudemire. Cuban has also expressed considerable interest in the Lakers' Su Shu. In summary, the circulating information suggests that at least half of the teams are intrigued by Su Shu, with several willing to extend maximum salary contracts. The conclusion of the regular season heralds the beginning of a holiday for players who did not qualify for the playoffs, while for the executives of various teams, it marks the onset of a bustling period. The upcoming draft lottery in 2014, trials for prospective draftees, and the draft itself will soon become focal points of each club's agenda, as the draft significantly influences the future of NBA teams. Securing a cornerstone player could guarantee a team's success for the next decade or even 15 years. Another crucial aspect is the re-signing of current players. And the Lakers find themselves under immense pressure, with the renewal of Su Shu's contract being their foremost concern. Although Kobe will also be entering free agency, the Lakers are not particularly worried about his departure. In contrast, Su Shu's situation is different, having spent only a year with the Lakers. He has yet to form a deep attachment, making it plausible that he might suddenly accept an offer from another team, which would leave the Lakers at a significant disadvantage and render them the subject of ridicule across the league. Moreover, the Lakers executives are acutely aware that securing Su Shu with a maximum salary is certainly within the capabilities of other teams, although the free market has not yet opened and, per league regulations, other teams are prohibited from engaging with Su Shu. It is an undeniable reality that covert recruitment is virtually unavoidable. Luring Su Shu away could not only bolster another team's strength, but potentially yield a foundational player while simultaneously undermining the Lakers' prowess. Truly a win-win scenario. 3 days after the conclusion of the regular season, the Los Angeles Lakers and Mike D'Antoni jointly announced that he would no longer coach the team in the upcoming season. This news has sparked considerable discussion among Lakers fans. This season, with the rise of Su Shu, D'Antoni successfully steered the Lakers into contention for a playoff berth, leading fans to appreciate his coaching prowess. In response to D'Antoni's departure, Su Shu remained remarkably composed, as this outcome had been anticipated. Rob Pelinka has been exceedingly busy these past few days, addressing not only contract renewal discussions with the Lakers, but also engaging with various sponsors. Despite having his own team, he has taken a hands-on approach regarding Su Shu's situation. Currently, the Lakers have presented an offer of $70 million over 5 years. From the Celtics, I have received word that they are willing to extend a maximum 4-year contract worth $67.8 million. The Knicks have also expressed willingness to offer the same 4-year, $67.8 million maximum deal. Among these 3 teams, the conditions proposed are the most sincere, while we have excluded the others. At this point, Pelinka smiled as he took a sip of water, his face radiating satisfaction. It is hard not to feel pleased. Initially, he entered the realm of sports management with a mindset akin to a blind box, unexpectedly becoming Su Shu's agent. Given Su Shu's displayed capabilities at the time, Pelinka never anticipated that he would secure such a lucrative contract so swiftly. He was primarily drawn to the substantial market potential behind Su Shu. Although the final contract for agency fees stands at a mere 4 and commercial contracts yield only 15, excluding the Chinese market. What began as a modest agency agreement has evolved in value, now perceived by Pelinka as nearly on par with Kobe Bryant's worth. Thanks to Kobe's connections, Pelinka manages several prominent players, yet who would ever turn down additional financial gain? Su Shu fell into silence for a moment before speaking. Your management team should conduct an analysis and share with me which team would be more suitable for my talents. Pelinka adjusted his previously relaxed posture, cleared his throat, and picked up a document, stating, "Indeed, we have conducted an analysis. In terms of market presence, the Knicks and the Lakers undoubtedly surpass the Celtics, offering greater advantages in commercial development. Now, let us discuss the current state of these 3 teams. The Knicks' 2 marquee players, Anthony and Stoudemire, will become free agents this summer. However, based on our team's analysis and the salary cap situations of various teams, it is highly probable that both will remain with the Knicks. If you were to join the Knicks, your role would primarily be to support Carmelo Anthony. Given his current form and age, it is unlikely that you would become the team's focal point in the short term. As for the Celtics, they are in the midst of a rebuilding phase. They have assured us that if you were to join them, they would construct the team around you, which reflects their sincere intentions. Lastly, we have the Lakers. After this season, only Kobe and Nash have guaranteed contracts. All other players are either unrestricted free agents or have non-guaranteed contracts. Jim Buss and Kupchak have pledged to build the team around you and Kobe, signing players to complement both your and Kobe's attributes. Moreover, considering Kobe's age, he is likely to retire by the 2015 to 2016 season. Given your personal rapport, you two would undoubtedly synergize well on the court. Thus, taking into account the current state of the teams, we believe that the environments of both the Celtics and the Lakers would be more fitting for you. However, when factoring in market and commercial considerations, despite the Lakers potentially offering a lower salary than the Celtics, our recommendation is to remain with the Lakers. Pelinka concluded, looking toward the contemplative Su Shu, awaiting his final decision. Chapter 92. Sister, you should resign. I am, in principle, inclined to stay with the Lakers. Since there is still time, you may negotiate further with them regarding the sneaker endorsement contracts. Very well. Thus far, among all sneaker brands, the highest offer comes from unveileda, amounting to 30 million over 5 years. Under Armour has proposed 20 million over 5 years. Adidas offers 14 million over 3 years. Nike's offer stands at 18 million for 5 years, while AI has presented a 20 million deal for 5 years. The consensus from the management team leans towards AI or Under Armour. Upon hearing this, Su Shu inquired with a hint of amusement, "What do you mean? Isn't unveileda offering a higher price?" Pelinka took a moment to organize his thoughts before responding. The NBA operates as a commercial league, and the two principal sponsorship brands within this league are Nike and Adidas. AI, in particular, is a subsidiary of Nike. Therefore, the influence of these two brands on the league is immensely significant, especially that of Nike, considering the trajectory of your future development. I believe AI is indeed the most suitable choice for you. Pelinka's words were already quite subtle. He was not a fool and grasped the underlying meaning. Coupled with Curry's experiences in the league before his time travel, he understood that Pelinka was correct. Su Shu felt overwhelmed, torn between two contrasting paths. On one hand, there existed a realm where he could receive comprehensive assistance for his career, where perhaps with merely 80 effort, he could reap rewards of 90 or even 100. On the other hand, he faced the allure of monetary satisfaction, yet this route offered no support within the league and might even lead to suppression. Striving with 100 effort might yield only 70 to 80 in returns, and the obstacles to success were daunting. Why is Curry the sole superstar in the league without a cylindrical figure? Why did he fail to secure the MVP for 15 years? Why was he fouled out in the 2016 finals? This was the finals, and he is the only player of his caliber in history to be ejected from such a crucial match. Be it conspiracy theories or not, had he not garnered such immense popularity and achieved remarkable records, he would not have faced such severe suppression. Su Shu yearned to choose AI. Yet deep within him lingered a trace of patriotic sentiment, accompanied by a hint of defiance. If Curry could, under such circumstances, reaffirm his prowess and seize his 4th championship, then why should he, a man endowed with a system, be incapable of doing the same? I opt for unveileda, though it necessitates additional investment, perhaps even equity and dividends. While I may choose based on my sense of national pride, you must also provide adequate conditions. Upon hearing Su Shu's preference for unveileda, Pelinka's expression shifted slightly. A selection of unveileda would signify a significant loss for him, as unveileda is a domestic Chinese company, and the contract he signed with Su Shu explicitly excluded the Chinese market. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Shu continued, "Pelinka, rest assured. The endorsement contract for the sneakers will still be managed by your team. I will send a domestic team to assist you in your endeavors." Upon hearing this, Pelinka smiled, for it indicated that a commission of at least $400,000 was securely on its way to his wallet. Very well. I will expedite the final negotiations with unveileda. Once their business was concluded, the two settled onto the sofa, their demeanor shifting to a relaxed and informal discussion about the NBA and the players who would soon enter the free agency market, as well as those embroiled in unsavory dealings with their teams. "Pelinka, please book me a flight back home. I need to return for about half a month. And the private trainer you've been searching for over the past 2 months should be ready by then. If not, it will affect my summer training, and I shall deduct your pay." The mere mention of the private trainer ignited frustration within him. Pelinka had yet to secure one for him after 2 months of searching, either claiming this candidate was unwilling to serve as a personal trainer or that the other was not up to standard. "No problem. When you return, the personal trainer will definitely be in place and will not hinder your training." The following evening at 7 o'clock, at Su Shu's residence, Song Yin entered, grumbling while bringing in the dishes. "You little rascal, you said you needed me for something, and is that something merely to have me come over and play servant? I've been slaving away in the kitchen while you lounge in the living room watching television. Doesn't your conscience ache?" Of course, Su Shu, sprawled on the sofa, felt no pangs of conscience. "Oh, sis, I just wanted you to prepare a meal for me. It's been ages since I've savored your cooking. I've been craving it terribly." Upon hearing his nonchalant remark, Song Yin could not help but smile. After all, no one could be displeased when their culinary skills were acknowledged. "Come on, sis, let us toast to you. I appreciate you. Hiki, I borrowed this wine from the boss's cellar." Song Yin was speechless, pondering how shameless he must be to invite someone over for dinner while pilfering bottles of wine from another's home for the occasion. However, she was aware of whom Su Shu referred to as the boss. The wine was likely exquisite. After indulging in a bit of food and sharing a few drinks, Su Shu suddenly proposed, Sis, why don't you resign and become my agent? Coughing violently after sipping her drink, Song Yin was momentarily taken aback by his words. After a while, she finally regained her composure and shot him a fierce glare. Are you mocking me? You well know that I lack experience in this realm. And I am aware of how harmoniously you collaborate with Palinka, making a change in agents improbable. Oh, dear sister, I did not articulate myself clearly. I wish to enlist you as my domestic agent. When I signed with Palinka, I specifically excluded the Chinese region. I am fully cognizant of my commercial value in China, given my current popularity. It would be unthinkable to relinquish such a substantial opportunity entirely to him. Upon hearing his explanation, a flicker of intrigue stirred within Song Yin, seemingly a feasible proposition. Yet, the thought of her inexperience caused her to hesitate again. The prospect of causing any detriment to Su Shu due to her shortcomings was something she could not bear. Their relationship was one of close friendship, tinged with a hint of ambiguity, and she certainly did not wish for such matters to jeopardize their bond. You little rascal. I fear I may not be up to the task. You know as well as I do that I lack experience in this field. And I dread the possibility of failing. Perhaps you should seek someone else. What do you mean you can't handle it? I recall you mentioning that your university major was not in media, but rather something related to management. Besides, experience can always be acquired. Palinka will be traveling to China next week to negotiate with Anta, and during that time, you can join his team and observe and learn. Moreover, I'm not boasting. Given my current popularity and future prospects, managing me is not a task you can accomplish alone. You will need to assemble a management team. Chapter 93. Returning home as Song Yin processed his audacious comment, she prepared to retort, only to be struck momentarily silent. Over the past few months, she had witnessed Su Shu's diligence and progress, alongside the myriad rumors circulating about him in the media. She understood that Su Shu was not merely boasting. Su Shu observed her standing there in a daze, mistakenly believing she was still hesitating. He inquired once more, Sister, what is your current salary? I surmise that, even when all benefits are combined, your annual income surely falls short of 500,000. However, if you were to become my agent, do you realize the magnitude of your potential earnings? Allow me to illustrate. Palinka earns a minimum of $4 million from my sneaker endorsement commissions alone. Given your current salary, how many years would it take for you to amass $4 million? Su Shu began to brazenly entice with the lure of profit. Upon hearing his words, Song Yin felt a surge of shock, not so much at the substantial commission Palinka was set to receive, but rather at the staggering magnitude of Su Shu's sneaker endorsement contract. She was aware of the commission that Su Shu's agent would garner, so Palinka's high earnings did not surprise her. However, she was utterly intrigued by the value of Su Shu's sneaker endorsement. You rascal. Just how lucrative is your sneaker endorsement deal? Has it surpassed $5 million? Song Yin inquired eagerly. As a rookie player of Asian descent, it was astonishing that his sneaker endorsement contract could exceed $5 million. Such figures were exceedingly rare within the entire NBA. Moreover, the size of a sneaker endorsement contract signifies the recognition of a player's potential and marketability by these capitalists who would never engage in unprofitable ventures. Su Shu smiled faintly, remaining silent as she lifted her wine glass and leisurely took a generous sip. Only then did she speak. Meeting Song Yan's piercing gaze, how highly do you think of yourself, demanding $5 million? What worth is a mere signature to me? The exact figure remains undetermined. Yet it will undoubtedly exceed $5 million. When the time comes, you shall witness the negotiations firsthand. Upon hearing her initial words, Song Yin nearly splashed the red wine in his direction, exasperated by his arrogance, unaware of the impending consequences. However, her subsequent statement brought a sense of calm over him. He leaned back in his chair, wine glass in hand, his gaze unfocused as he fixated on the dishes before him, lost in contemplation. Su Shu did not rush her, nor did he disturb her. He dined and drank slowly by himself, yet there was an unusual ambience in the air. After a considerable time, Song Yin lifted her gaze towards Su Shu and said, All right, I will do it, you little rascal. From now on, I shall follow you and share in your meals. Su Shu finally received the answer he had longed for. With a beaming smile, he turned to Song Yin and said, Welcome, sister, to the team. After clinking glasses with her, he added, Now, sister, call me boss. You can no longer refer to me as that little rascal. You must recognize who your superior is. Humph. Su Shu became spirited and self-satisfied. Song Yin, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, looked at Su Shu and said, All right, boss, I understand. I know whose bread I am buttering. How about I serve you during your bath later? As she spoke, her smile remained directed at Su Shu, yet her hand discreetly wielded a fruit knife, silently gesturing. Upon observing her gestures and the smile adorning his face, Su Shu felt a peculiar chill in a certain part of her being. He, dear sister, what are you insinuating? Do you truly believe I am the kind of person who indulges in unspoken rules? My integrity is beyond reproach. Integrity beyond reproach? I beg to differ. For I recall certain individuals who frequently loiter in others' homes, leaving without a trace of accountability. Su Shu fell silent, discerning the displeasure in Song Yan's tone. Was it merely because he had visited Jinna's luxurious mansion a few times over the past couple of months? Could he really be blamed for that? Every time Jinna returned to Los Angeles after work, she sought him out to soothe her weary soul. As a modern gentleman, was it wrong for him to offer assistance? After all, he did not charge a fee. Sister, this is unjust. We both seek our own needs. We are equal in this arrangement. What responsibility or lack thereof is there to speak of? Moreover, neither of us owes the other anything. Well, perhaps I do suffer a loss, as I often deplete my energy and nutrients. Alas, I am selflessly sacrificing for another. My moral character is truly commendable. Song Yin stared, dumbfounded, at the man before her, whose incessant chatter made it seem as though he were the one suffering a great injustice. She felt as if she no longer understood the world around her. You little rascal. Unable to tolerate his shameless words any longer, Song Yin abruptly stood and rushed over, grasping his neck and shaking him playfully. Before they knew it, they found themselves on the sofa, their movements laden with ambiguity. Compared to Jenna, this was a whole new level of intensity. A thought flitted through Su Shu's mind after they had declared a truce. To all the listeners, do not misconstrue this. This was not a battle of any sort. Merely playful banter, during which they had only measured certain aspects of their relationship. The following day, Song Yin and Su Shu quietly boarded their flight back home. Although the atmosphere the previous night had been charged with tension, they ultimately refrained from taking that final step. Song Yin could not accept Su Shu's approach to emotional matters, while Su Shu was indifferent about crossing that threshold in their relationship, enjoying the current dynamic between them since he was still young. He was confident that Palinka would maximize their interest regarding contract renewals and negotiations in the United States, while Su Shu was en route back to his homeland. The roster for the men's basketball team participating in the Asian Cup was announced, and to his surprise, his name was absent. This sparked considerable uproar among fans, who voiced their discontent. However, the authorities quickly provided an explanation. After an extensive season, Su Shu needed ample rest during the off-season, lest he follow in the footsteps of the legendary Yao Ming. This reasoning quelled the fans' unrest, as Yao Ming's early retirement remained a deep-seated sorrow for them. As Su Shu disembarked from the plane and set foot on the motherland's soil, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Everything felt so familiar at that moment. He cast aside the vanity he had felt on the flight, where he had garnered the admiration of the flight attendants, who discreetly offered him their contact information. Taking a deep breath, he marveled. The taste of home is truly delightful. Beside him, Song Yin witnessed this scene, her nose tingling and eyes stinging, nearly brought to tears. Indeed, the boy before her was not yet 20. It is this very big boy who has carved out his own niche in the beautiful land across the ocean. It is this very big boy, through his relentless effort and perseverance, who has emerged as a dazzling superstar in the NBA league. It is this very big boy who has become the object of fierce competition among numerous NBA teams. It is this very big boy who has become the sought-after ambassador for the world's largest sneaker brands. Song Yin once again glimpsed the lesser-known facets of Su Shu, discovering that beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor lies a heart of remarkable sensitivity and depth. Chapter 94, Sister Bow and Brother Cannon. As Su Shu and Song Yin disembarked from the plane and ventured a short distance, he noticed a group of 4 individuals ahead, among whom stood a tall woman. From behind, her figure was undeniably impeccable, and judging by the ensemble and demeanor of the quartet, she appeared to be a celebrity. Her physique was truly remarkable. Su Shu's whispered words were unexpectedly overheard by Song Yin. Following Su Shu's gaze, he instantly grasped the meaning behind his utterance. Lecher. Sister, that isn't called being a lecher. It is merely an appreciation for beauty, a sentiment shared by all. Humph, that's a feeble defense. In the airport security chief's office, the chief received a report from a duty officer via the intercom. Chief, there seems to be an anomaly at the arrival gate. The chief, somewhat taken aback, quickly deduced it was likely just fans of Bo Jia coming to greet her. Given her soaring popularity, It was plausible that more individuals had been arranged to welcome her. With so much money spent on welcoming at the airport, they could have donated that to impoverished children instead. They only bring us trouble, the chief grumbled inwardly, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Just handle it according to our usual protocol. Do I really need to manage this personally? Chief, I understand we should follow the usual protocol. But this time it's different. You should come see for yourself. There are too many people. Those with money have nowhere else to spend it, so they've brought along a crowd. Frustrated by the chief's misplaced ire, the security personnel began to voice their grievances. Upon hearing that there were too many attendees, the security chief finally paid heed. There was no denying that the airport's passenger flow was immense, and any negative incident could lead to significant repercussions. All right, I understand. I'll head over now. Without further delay, he made his way to the arrival gate. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the overwhelming scene. It appeared there were nearly 1,000 people present. As he surveyed the crowd, he noted something peculiar. Typically, the fans awaiting celebrities were predominantly young females, yet this time, the majority were men, with only a handful of women scattered among them. Most strikingly, a group of journalists equipped with cameras stood at the forefront. What is going on here? This atmosphere resembles that of when Kobe arrives. He had received no prior notification of Kobe's arrival. Contemplating the situation, he summoned additional security personnel to maintain order while approaching a journalist. Excuse me, who are you all waiting for? Is it Bojia? The reporter, adorned with a badge from a sports network, looked at the security chief with surprise before responding. No, Bojia is coming out shortly. But we are here to welcome Su Shu. You mean to say you're not aware? Hearing that name, the chief found it vaguely familiar but could not place it at first. Who is Su Shu? Are you serious? You don't know Su Shu? The Su Shu from the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers? He is currently the most popular basketball star in the country. Upon hearing the reference to the Lakers, the security chief immediately recognized who it was. He realized that the situation had escalated and, without further delay, promptly reported to the airport authorities. At the forefront of the arrival hall, there were a few dozen individuals who appeared somewhat out of place, as they were all young girls. Xiaolon. What is going on? When did our idol acquire such a multitude of fans to greet her at the airport? This is astonishing. Indeed, it's remarkable. Truly worthy of being my idol, captivating both genders effortlessly. At that moment, a tall figure donned in a sun hat and sunglasses, obscuring her features, was accompanied by a small assistant and two individuals who resembled bodyguards. Her figure was striking, with long legs and an exaggerated bust, effortlessly attracting the attention of numerous onlookers without revealing her true appearance. Boss, everything is arranged here. Fans will be waiting at the arrival area for you to sign some autographs and take a few photos, the assistant informed. The fiery diva nodded in acknowledgement. As they turned the corner and approached the arrival area, the stunning woman gasped at the throng of people before her, then turned to her assistant and inquired, "What is happening? Why are there so many people? And there are even reporters? I thought only a few would show up." The assistant, equally bewildered, speculated that given the boss's current popularity, these individuals must have come spontaneously to welcome her. After all, the majority of the crowd outside was male, and the boss's appeal to young men was second to none in the country. What about the reporters? There are usually a few lurking around the airport, but not in such numbers, she pondered aloud. Boss, I'm not sure. Perhaps they are just here voluntarily. It's a good sign, the assistant replied. Without pausing, they proceeded directly to the arrival area. At that moment, the security chief finally spotted the diva emerging. Although most of these people were not there specifically for her, he could not afford to be careless and quickly notified the security personnel to be on high alert. Bojia, you're so fabulous. I adore you. Bojia, I love you. As the female figure appeared at the arrival area, the few dozen individuals at the front erupted in cheers, drawing the attention of the thousands outside. Upon recognizing her as a renowned domestic star, the crowd stirred slightly but did not react with the same fervor. Only a handful rushed forward. Among the throng of over 1,000, only the frontmost few shouted passionately, while the rest merely observed without taking any action. Even the dozen or so reporters with cameras failed to approach Bojia for an interview. This bizarre scene caused the smile on Bojia's face to falter. What is going on? Aren't they here to greet me? Why is everyone just standing there, merely watching, rather than displaying the typical enthusiasm of fans? However, she has weathered many storms and did not let these unforeseen circumstances disrupt her composure. In an instant, she regained her smile and began signing autographs for the fans present. Not far behind her, Su Shu and Song Yin also approached, making their appearance before the eyes of the thousands gathered. Su Shu and Song Yan, upon witnessing the throngs of people at the arrival terminal, remained unperturbed, presuming they had gathered to welcome a prominent female celebrity. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered who this illustrious figure could be, given the immense popularity surrounding her. "Ah, it's Brother Cannon. I see Brother Cannon." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of enthusiasm, with shouts reverberating like a tidal wave. The bewildered female celebrity questioned, "Brother Cannon? Who is that? Which star possesses such a moniker and commands such fervent admiration?" Meanwhile, the surrounding travelers were equally astonished, as such a spectacle was a rare occurrence. Many hastily retrieved their mobile phones, directing them towards the arrival area. The head of security was equally taken aback, remarking on the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd. Su Shu and Song Yan were equally perplexed. "Big Cannon brother? Who is that?" However, upon seeing the support signs raised by the fans, he realized that Big Cannon brother was, in fact, a reference to him. At that moment, one question consumed his thoughts. When did he acquire such a nickname? Chapter 95. The airport jam. Upon discovering that Big Cannon brother referred to Su Shu, Song Yan found it amusing, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Yet, she couldn't help but ponder whether this was a rather fitting description. Was it possible that this scoundrel had been caught in a compromising situation? "Sister, are they calling for me?" Su Shu remained skeptical. "I believe they are. Did you not see that they are all looking at you? Moreover, many of them are wearing your jersey. But how did they know I was returning today?" "Don't ask me. I have no idea." With no satisfactory answer, Su Shu could only muster the courage to approach the arrivals area. As he drew nearer to the entrance, the crowd of fans became increasingly agitated, pressing forward. The security captain, startled by the movement of the throng, thought to himself, "Goodness, if a stampede occurs, I will be in serious trouble." He quickly instructed his team, "Form a human barrier." While directing his team, he shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, please remain calm and do not push forward to avoid a stampede." Despite the human wall and the captain's urgent pleas, the crowd continued to surge forward, even pushing aside a female celebrity and her entourage. The celebrity, Sister Bo, shielded by her bodyguards and assistant, looked on in astonishment. "Who is that?" The assistant, typically indifferent to sports, did not recognize Su Shu, but one of the bodyguards, being a fan, was aware of who he was. If not for his duty, he would have eagerly joined the throng of fans. With a hint of excitement in his voice, he exclaimed, "Boss, that's Su Shu, an NBA player from the Lakers. His popularity in China is unparalleled, even surpassing that of Big Yao. He is currently a rising star in the United States." The bodyguard succinctly relayed Su Shu's background, and upon hearing it, Sister Bo turned her gaze towards him. Her eyes lit up. He was quite handsome, and his height was not as exaggerated as Big Yao's, making him more relatable to the average person. The reporters nearest to Su Shu had their cameras almost pressed against his face. Exasperated, Su Shu could only take a step back, raising his hand to signal the fans and reporters to temper their excitement. "Hello everyone, I am Su Shu. Are you here to welcome me?" he inquired. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. "Then why do you call me Big Cannon brother?" "Because you are incredible, explosive, and remarkably talented. Not to mention that you managed to attract a star from America." A booming voice from the crowd elicited laughter throughout, and the atmosphere erupted in mirth. Sweat beaded on Su Shu's forehead. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Song Yan and the actress Bo Jia were equally astonished. So, this is how the nickname Big Cannon originated. Bo Jia was even more shocked. This fellow actually managed to woo a star from America? Isn't it typically foreigners who pursue Chinese female celebrities? When did the tables turn, allowing a Chinese man to court an American actress? It dawned on her once more why there were so many fans present at the airport to greet him. With Su Shu's calming presence, the crowd of fans finally ceased their relentless advance, though the surrounding onlookers, armed with their smartphones, disrupted the normal order at the arrival area. "Xiao Su, are you back to participate in the national basketball team's training camp?" "Xiao Su, what plans do you have during the off-season? Will you be hosting a training camp in the country?" "Xiao Su, we heard you are set to play for the Celtics next season. Is that true?" "Xiao Su, rumors have it that you've secured a sneaker endorsement deal with AI, worth $5 million. Is this accurate?" A barrage of questions overwhelmed Su Shu, leaving him uncertain about which to address first. At that moment, airport officials arrived and, after discussing with Su Shu, agreed to clear an area to host a fan meeting. Initially, Song Yan had reservations about allowing Su Shu to hold the fan event, but upon witnessing his resolute stance, she refrained from voicing any further objections. After explaining the situation to the fans, Su Shu followed the airport staff to a lounge for some rest, while the fans were guided towards the parking lot. News of Su Shu being welcomed at the airport by fans and the impromptu fan meeting quickly spread online. Within half an hour, it surged to the top of Weibo's trending list. Sports media with offices in Shanghai wasted no time in dispatching their teams. Videos and photographs from the scene began to appear across major news portals and forums. I can't believe Big Cannon has returned to the country. How did I not know? You must not have logged into the Big Cannon forum. Someone posted yesterday that they spotted him at the airport, prompting fans to check flight information and rush over. Well, Big Cannon's popularity is immense. Of course, just look at all he accomplished in America, not to mention his stellar performance post-All-Star game. He delivered All-Star caliber statistics and led his team to commendable results. If he weren't in the Western Conference, such a record would easily place him among the top 4 in the East. Most importantly, he is an American star. And without any sense of responsibility, truly a role model for us all. Half an hour later, the cleared area at the airport was teeming with fans. As a makeshift platform was hastily erected, Su Shu also requested the airport staff to assist in purchasing bottled water to be made available at the venue for the fans, especially given the scorching sun overhead. Su Shu followed the staff to the venue, and upon ascending the small platform, he grasped the microphone and proclaimed, "Brothers, I am Su Shu. I sincerely thank you for coming to welcome me. Thank you." The words shouted by Su Shu instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene. "Cannon brother! Cannon brother! Cannon brother!" The cries and cheers persisted for quite some time before gradually subsiding. Under the guidance of Song Yan, the guest host, this hastily convened fan meeting commenced. Su Shu primarily shared amusing anecdotes from his life in America, as well as some delightful moments from the stadium with his fans. After an hour, this hastily organized fan meeting came to a close, during which he responded to a few questions posed by the journalists present, though he refrained from providing direct answers. Chapter 96. The formal signing of the Shu endorsement contract. When Su Shu knocked on his front door and saw his mother open it, his eyes welled with emotion, nearly spilling over with tears. "Mom, I'm home." Su Shu embraced his mother tightly and spoke. Su's mother could sense the emotions swirling within him, gently patting his back. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she choked out, "It's just good to have you back. Just good to have you back. You've grown stronger." The atmosphere created by the mother and son made Su's father, who sat in the living room, feel a sting in his eyes. However, being a man, he restrained his tears from falling. "Look at how grown up you are. You were only gone for a few months. What is so remarkable about that? What time is it now? It's more than an hour late. Your mother prepared the meal long ago, and it's gone cold." Su Fu asserted the authority of the head of the family and reprimanded the two. However, Su Mu and Su Shu were entirely unfazed, well aware of their standing within the household. Nevertheless, they exchanged smiles and entered the home. This meal was the most delectable Su Shu had enjoyed in the past 6 months. Song Yan's culinary skills paled in comparison to those of his mother. Song Yan retorted, "How ironic, for you did not voice such sentiments before. Mother, your cooking is exquisite. It has been half a year since I savored such delightful dishes." Su Shu spoke indistinctly while eating. Su Mu gazed at Su Shu, who was devouring his meal with fervor, her heart aching for him. What torment must he have endured? It was Su Fu, however, who truly understood the intricacies of the situation. As a basketball enthusiast, he was well aware that professional athletes would never indulge in such gluttony. "You rascal, do you think you could eat like this every day?" he chided. Su Shu remained silent, but his reticence did not go unnoticed. Others were ready to speak on his behalf. "You stubborn old man, your son has finally returned home, and what do? Revolt against him? What do you mean by that?" he retorted. "Do you have a legitimate complaint? Seeing your son eat like this, don't you feel any compassion? Yet here you are, babbling on and on." Su's father attempted to resist, yet he was swiftly subdued, leaving him to silently partake in his meal. Meanwhile, Su Shu could not contain his amusement, for it seemed that his father's status within the family remained unaltered, a perpetual state of hopelessness. After finishing their meal, Su Shu made no effort to clear the table, not out of a lack of diligence, but rather because his mother disapproved. Instead, she prepared a platter of fruit and urged him into the living room. Su Shu reclined comfortably on the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs in a manner that disregarded any semblance of decorum. For 2 consecutive days, he remained sequestered at home, while his parents took a brief respite from work to accompany him, engaging in an endless exchange of conversation. His father exhibited a particular fascination with the NBA, relentlessly probing for juicy tidbits and gossip. Meanwhile, his parents were far more intrigued by his romantic entanglements. When they inquired about his relationship with Jenna, Su Shu found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate even a single response. Su Shu has found comfort. Yet the domestic media has become like ants on a hot stove, frantically searching for him in hopes of conducting a feature interview. However, no one possesses specific information about him, rendering them unable to establish contact. His apparent agent, Palinka, rebuffs any inquiries made. Simultaneously, images of Su Shu being besieged at the airport have ignited discussions among domestic fans, with everyone expressing a singular sentiment. Su Shu's popularity is extraordinary. These images and videos have also reached the United States, where Palinka, upon viewing them, is struck by both admiration and excitement. He marvels at Su Shu's immense popularity domestically, while feeling exhilarated that this popularity will provide him with greater leverage in upcoming negotiations, enabling him to secure more benefits for Su Shu. Su Shu was also aware of the reasons behind his exclusion from the men's basketball roster. He smirked, remarking that he was almost convinced by their explanation. Had it not been for Palinka informing him of the communication outcomes, he might have actually believed them. On the fourth day of Su Shu's return to the country, Palinka and his team arrived in China by plane. They were greeted by Song Yan, who had resigned the day after returning home to officially become Su Shu's agent in the domestic market. Of course, her commission as an agent was not as substantial as Palinka's. Personal feelings are one thing, yet in the realm of business, both parties maintained a clear distinction. The following day, Su Shu, Palinka, Song Yan, and others finally convened for negotiations with the senior executives of The. During these discussions, Su Shu played a secondary role, with Palinka taking the lead. After 3 days of negotiations, Su Shu ultimately affixed his signature to the endorsement contract. The endorsement fee, along with profit sharing, was initially not included. However, the spontaneous reception of thousands of fans at the airport solidified The's determination to invest significantly in bringing Su Shu onto their team. Su, we will hold a press conference and a signing ceremony tomorrow. Is everything all right on your end? No problem, he replied. Once Su Shu, Palinka, Song Yan, and others got into the car, Song Yan could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. This contract is sure to astonish everyone." Su Shu and Palinka exchanged a knowing smile. It was merely a trivial affair. Su Shu and The have reached an agreement. Shortly after signing, The's official website announced the signing of a sneaker endorsement contract with the renowned NBA star and Chinese player, Su Shu, with a signing ceremony set to take place at a hotel tomorrow. The news has caused quite a stir domestically, as The has surprisingly emerged victorious in the competition against Adidas and Nike. Everyone is curious about the terms offered to Su Shu that led him to reject both Adidas and Nike. The media frenzy has ensued, with reporters making incessant calls, eager to uncover the details of the contract. However, The has managed to maintain a commendable level of secrecy, and no information has been leaked thus far. All relevant media outlets have converged on the city, for such significant news cannot be overlooked. In a private room at a restaurant near the sports venue, as Li Fei, Lin Hai, and Huang Zhong pushed open the door, Li Fei's boisterous voice resonated. Old Su, you rascal. You actually remembered us. You've got a good heart, otherwise I would have certainly exposed your embarrassing dormitory stories online. However, upon seeing Song Yan beside Su Shu, he immediately swallowed his words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Hee. It's just a habit of mine. This must be your sister-in-law, right? I'm Li Fei, the head of Su's dormitory. Upon hearing Li Fei refer to her as sister-in-law, Song Yan felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, yet she refrained from offering an explanation, maintaining her composure and smiling as she greeted the three men with a nod. The decorum was impeccably observed. Meanwhile, Li Fei and his companions were somewhat awestruck by Song Yan's appearance and presence, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension in the room. Su Shu remained silent, observing the scene with a quiet amusement. Ha. Old Li, look at your disheveled state. Were you not boasting before us about your charm with the ladies? How is it that now, in the presence of beauty, your words falter? As he spoke, the atmosphere in the private room gradually lightened, reminiscent of the camaraderie they once shared in their dormitory. This gathering was initiated by Su Shu, who was keen to preserve the bond of friendship among his classmates. Chapter 97. The astonishing endorsement fee for sneakers. Old Li, I have heard that you possess a knack for business, selling socks and jerseys under my name, and astonishingly, you managed to sell a pair of socks for 20. As the drinks flowed, Su Shu, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Li Fei and inquired. He. Old Su, I'm not merely riding on your coattails. I genuinely have the socks and jerseys you wore. Am I not correct? Nonsense. I distinctly remember taking mine home. At this moment, the most honest among them, Huang Zhong, interjected, Old Su, have you forgotten? You borrowed several pairs of my socks and wore them without washing, leaving them under the bed. Indeed, how many times have you donned my jersey? Su Shu listened in astonishment to the excuses of those around her, speechless as she pointed at the three, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Song Yin stood beside her, stifling laughter. All right, you may be justified. But shouldn't I be entitled to a share as well? Su Shu uttered a remark that left Song Yin utterly astounded. Isn't this a bit shameless? Are you not aware of your own worth? How can you still have the audacity to demand a share? The private room was filled with laughter and merriment, evoking a moment of nostalgia for the exuberance of youth. In a conference hall of a five-star hotel, various media representatives had gathered, their cameras poised and ready. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the parties involved, eager to unveil the answers they most desired. The endorsement fee for the sneakers serves as a barometer of this athlete's current popularity and prowess. Given the disparity between Anta and Nike Adidas, curiosity abounded regarding the price Anta was willing to pay to secure Su Shu's endorsement. When Su Shu, Palinka, Song Yin, and executives from Anta entered the conference hall, thunderous applause erupted. We are thrilled to announce that Anta Group has reached a 5-year endorsement contract with Mr. Su, valued at $40 million, during which we will create a signature shoe for him. Upon the revelation of such a staggering endorsement figure, discussions and gasps filled the room, as no one in the NBA, except for the elite superstars, could command such an impressive sum. Under the guidance of the host, Su Shu and the Anta executives ceremoniously signed a document, each holding their respective copies aloft for the assembled media to capture. Following standard procedures, they fielded questions from reporters, attended a banquet, and upon completion of all formalities, Su Shu felt more fatigued than he would after an intense game on the court. Before long, news of this press conference spread, even garnering attention from American sports media. He received a flurry of envious messages and calls from teammates. Song Yin, the domestic agent, found her phone inundated with calls, all from major television networks extending invitations for appearances. After inquiring about his preferences, she declined all offers on his behalf. In order to avoid complications, Su Shu swiftly took his parents to Sanya, where they rented a villa by the beach, and the world seemed to quieten. However, this is a society steeped in social intricacies. When the local television station managed to contact Su's father through connections, Su Shu found himself unable to decline. He carved out some time to record a program at the station, where, to his surprise, he encountered the celebrity Bo Jie from the airport. Upon spotting Su Shu, Bo Jie's eyes lit up, and throughout the recording, she made a point of seeking him out, both intentionally and inadvertently. Men can be rather foolish. Despite knowing the potential consequences, when faced with a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, the principles one sets for oneself often unwittingly diminish. After the program concluded, they exchanged WeChat and phone numbers. As they shook hands to bid farewell, Bo Jie remarked, I will be attending the Lakers opening game. Do remember to reserve tickets for me. Su Shu felt a tingling sensation in his palm and smiled faintly. No problem. I'll reserve a good spot for you. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Su Shu was preparing to return to the United States for training, fully aware of the origins of his newfound fortune. Before heading back, he instructed Song Yin to register an investment company under his mother's name, which would be managed by her. Having accrued substantial wealth, Su Shu had no intention of allowing his money to languish in a bank account, merely accruing interest. Although in his previous life he was merely a physical education teacher with little exposure to the business realm, the incessant media coverage had certainly kept him informed of which industries and companies were poised for profitability. Even a pig positioned at the right angle could soar. Song Yin did not need to possess extensive investment acumen. She merely had to follow his directives. On May 2nd, after concluding all matters domestically, he flew back to the United States. A multitude of tasks awaited him there, not solely his training, but also the discussions regarding his contract renewal with the Lakers, which could no longer be postponed. Palinka personally greeted him at the airport. During their drive, Palinka remarked, Su, if you wish to remain with the Lakers, you must make a decisive commitment. This will facilitate our maneuvers in the draft and free agency. Negotiate with the Lakers. I intend to stay with the team, but I prefer not to sign a 4-year contract. Discuss a 2-1 deal with them, with the final year being a player option. Su Shu's words astonished Pelinka. In the NBA, players typically sign long-term contracts, never short ones, yet here was Su Shu opting for a shorter agreement. Was he biding his time for the substantial salary cap increase that would follow the new television broadcasting contract in 2016? Indeed. He expressed confidence in elevating his performance over the next 2 years. Faced with such self-assurance, what could Pelinka possibly say? The following day, Pelinka and Su Shu met with Jim Buss and Kupchak to discuss the matter of Su Shu's new contract. When Pelinka proposed a 2-1 deal, Jim Buss and Kupchak expressed their dissatisfaction, believing the term to be excessively brief. However, after persistent insistence from both Su Shu and Pelinka, they begrudgingly acquiesced. The agreement consisted of a fully guaranteed 3-year contract worth $45 million, with the final year featuring a player option, and stipulated that the club must pay half of the salary before the onset of training camp. The club also committed to building the team around both him and Kobe, with a primary focus on Su Shu. Given Kobe's advancing age, he would still be the team's leader for the next 2 seasons. But the roster decisions would increasingly favor Su Shu. To further demonstrate their commitment, the club invited him to participate in the draft lottery on May 21st, offering him some advice in the process. However, Su Shu declined the invitation, unwilling to engage in a task that bore little reward. The Lakers displayed remarkable generosity in this regard, not because the executives were excessively indulgent towards Su Shu, but rather because they had already resolved to build the team around him. Symbolically seeking his opinion on rookie selections is standard practice across all NBA teams. For instance, with Kobe, the team would not hire a coach without his consent. Typically, executives would hesitate to make such decisions independently, as the impact of a discord between coach and star player could be profoundly detrimental to the team, making it a gamble no one was willing to take. Chapter 98. The Herd of Gasol by the Lakers host. Su Shu age, 19 height, 193 centimeters weight, 81 kilograms wingspan, 207 centimeters physical attributes, speed, 87, explosiveness, 83, strength, 83, vertical leap, 80, stamina, 80, injury resistance, 78 offensive skills, mid-range, 64, 58, 3-point, 90, 83, inside scoring, 74 technical skills, ball handling, 85, passing, 70, rebounding, 65 growth points, 14, 358, 100, 000. Su Shu gazed at his attributes, feeling a sense of satisfaction. His weight and core strength had increased, and his resilience against injuries had also improved. Moreover, the growth points had surged. Prior to the All-Star break, he had astonishingly amassed 14, 358 growth points in fewer than 30 games, averaging over 500 points per match. If he could maintain his current form, he would be poised for another upgrade in 2 seasons. The mere thought of the impact he could make in the league, considering he had only played 3 seasons, filled him with exhilaration. Su Shu finally met his private training room. "Hello, Martin. I wish us a fruitful collaboration." Martin gazed at the vibrant man before him, reflecting on the fact that the season had only recently concluded, yet he was already immersed in training once again. One could not help but wonder, who else could achieve success if not someone like him? "Hello, boss. I will give my utmost effort." Their hands clasped together. Years later, as Martin, now one of the foremost trainers in the industry, reflected during a media interview, he recalled that moment with nostalgia. "When I received the invitation from Pelinka to become Su's personal trainer, I merely thought it was an ordinary job. Little did I know that this role would allow me to witness the journey of a defensive deity rising to dominance in the entire league. It taught me that success is a harmonious amalgamation of talent and diligence." After their handshake and embrace, Martin did not immediately thrust Su Shu into rigorous training. Instead, he retrieved a laptop and played a compilation of Su's performances from the previous season. "Look, Su, this movement during your drive is superfluous, which hampers the speed of your first step. And here, your initial crossover has already shifted the defender's balance, allowing for a breakthrough, yet your execution remains overly complicated, making the penetration less fluid. Furthermore, your shooting technique is quite amateurish. Such a motion simply cannot yield a high success rate." Upon concluding the video, Su Shu gained a clear understanding of his deficiencies and the directions for improvement, while Martin's professional capabilities earned his initial recognition. Su Shu immersed himself in rigorous training. This summer, he not only focused on refining certain technical details but also prioritized gaining weight. Initially, his goal was to increase his muscle mass by 5 kilograms. But he faced staunch opposition from Martin. "Su, I understand your eagerness to build muscle, but I must inform you that this summer, you can only gain a maximum of 3 kilograms. Why? Su asked, perplexed. My current weight is only 81 kilograms. I need to gain at least 5 more to better prepare for next season's competitions. I am aware of your concerns. Indeed, your weight puts you at a disadvantage in the league. However, some things cannot be rushed, especially gaining over 10 kilograms in a short period, which poses significant risks for you. I have reviewed your training data. In the past 6 months, you have already gained 6 kilograms. I am quite curious as to why your rapid weight gain has not affected your shooting touch. Yet, that is beside the point. If you were to gain an additional 5 kilograms this summer, I can assure you that your appearances next season would not exceed 60 games. Rapid weight gain leads to a mismatch between your physical capabilities and your technical movements, which is why, despite playing 66 games last season, your average playing time was only 30 minutes, and you managed to participate in merely 57 games. This is the side effect of rapid weight gain. Fortunately, you did not start the season on the court, where the risk of injury would have been even greater. This off-season, I will emphasize enhancing your core strength and physical resilience. I do not wish for you to become fragile due to hasty muscle gain. He accepted Martin's advice, which is why many basketball players appear so lean, not because they cannot gain weight, but because their bodies cannot support excessive mass without incurring significant injury risks. Every day, Su Shu spent at least 8 hours in the training facility, benefiting from Martin's scientific approach and assistance in strength training. This enabled him to maintain excellent physical condition and fully engage in his training. For the first time, he truly appreciated the advantages that a personal trainer could offer. As Su Shu trains vigorously, drenched in sweat, the NBA playoffs unfold with fervor, progressing in a manner reminiscent of his previous life, leaving him little inclination to watch the games. Speculation about his destination for the upcoming season circulates in the media, with various reports emerging, some claiming he has reached a contract extension with the Lakers, while others suggest he has agreed to join the Celtics. On May 21st, the NBA lottery took place as scheduled. The Cavaliers, with a mere 1.7 chance, secured the first overall pick, marking an extraordinary stroke of luck with 3 top picks in 4 years. The Bucks claimed the second pick, the 76ers the third, followed by the Magic at 4th, the Jazz 5th, the Celtics 6th, the Kings 7th, the Suns 8th, the Hornets 9th, the 76ers again at 10th, the Nuggets 11th, the Magic 12th, the Timberwolves 13th, and the Lakers rounding out the lottery at 14th. Upon the announcement of the lottery results, some teams rejoiced while others lamented. Naturally, Su Shu paid attention to this lottery, as it pertains to his future. Following the results, teams hurriedly commenced workouts for the rookies. The Lakers management found themselves exceedingly busy, having confirmed Su Shu's contract extension. Their dreams of acquiring LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony faded, given the constraints of their salary cap. With Kobe Bryant remaining with the Lakers, the possibility of either player joining seemed implausible, relegating their hopes to mere fantasy. Before Pau Gasol returned to Spain, the Lakers held discussions with him. But the outcome was less than favorable, as Gasol expressed a desire to part ways with the team. This predicament was of the Lakers' own making. Over the years, he had repeatedly been at the center of trade rumors, and had it not been for the league's intervention, he would have long ago switched teams with Chris Paul. After enduring repeated disappointments from the Lakers, even Gasol's typically amiable demeanor was strained. Yet, he still hesitated to make a definitive decision. Contemplating Su Shu's remarkable emergence this season and the potential return of a well-rested Kobe next season, which fueled his belief in the Lakers' chance to contend for the championship once more, this was the reason he had not completely severed ties. Chapter 99, Rookie Workouts. In light of Gasol's stance, the Lakers executives found themselves at a standstill, awaiting his return from Spain to attempt to persuade him to stay. At Su Shu's suggestion, the Lakers also initiated contract extension negotiations with Kent Bazemore, ultimately reaching an agreement for a fully guaranteed 4-year contract worth $10 million, with the final year being a player option. Meanwhile, negotiations for other players were progressing systematically, though these were not the Lakers' primary focus. The Lakers management concentrated most of their attention on workouts for the rookie prospects. This draft class, hailed by the media as a momentous year, exhibited a stark division between the strong and the weak. Andrew Wiggins, Jabari Parker, Joel Embiid, Aaron Gordon, Julius Randle, and Zach LaVine were all considered assured lottery picks. Wiggins' position as the first overall pick was nearly secured, with Parker, Embiid, Gordon, and Randle all vying for the second and third spots. With Su Shu and Kobe bolstering the Lakers' backcourt, their frontcourt remained alarmingly fragile. Even if Gasol were to stay, the interior depth would still be a significant concern. Chris Common was certainly not returning, and the remaining rookie Kelly displayed only mediocre skills, while Jordan Hill's evident strengths and weaknesses rendered him unreliable. And his contract was also expiring. Thus, the Lakers aimed to select a frontcourt player in the upcoming draft. Early in the morning, Su Shu arrived at the Lakers training facility. Not for practice, but to observe a series of tryouts. The Lakers were set to evaluate a group of rookies, and last night, Kupchak had personally called them, urging him to come and witness the proceedings. Upon his arrival at the arena, he found several rookies already warming up, among whom were some familiar faces, including Kobe. "Hey, you're here too. Didn't he take your wife out for a vacation?" Su Shu greeted. "Let us not talk about me. You've returned, and didn't he bother to see me? I heard you've already begun training. Is that true?" Kobe replied. "Indeed. There are numerous aspects I need to improve upon, so I must dedicate more time to training. All right, I'll start my training in a few days as well. Let us train together this summer." Hearing Kobe's words, Su Shu smiled. He relished the opportunity to train alongside Kobe, as it allowed him to engage in one-on-one battles. Although he had often been on the receiving end of the punishment in the past, he was now uncertain who would prevail. Regardless of whether he dominated Kobe or vice versa, he consistently gleaned valuable insights from their encounters, particularly in enhancing his most deficient skill, defense. Kobe's illustrious career boasted 12 selections to the all-defensive teams, with 9 of those being first-team honors, a level of defensive prowess rarely seen in NBA history. With such a mentor, Su Shu firmly believed in his potential for growth. The two found a spot to sit and turned their attention to the rookies commencing their tryouts. Among those auditioning were Julius Randle, Nurkic, Clint Capella, along with several others whose names eluded Su Shu. Su Shu focused primarily on Randle, Nurkic, and Capella, each possessing their distinctive attributes. He was acutely aware of their future trajectories, which diminished his interest in these young talents. "Boss, please speak to Gasol and persuade him to stay. Next season, we can showcase our prowess to the teams in the league." He was well aware that after Gasol departed from the Lakers, he made an immediate impact by securing a spot in the All-Star game. Even at the venerable age of 34 or 35, with the Spurs willing to offer him a substantial annual salary of $15 million. This was not solely attributable to his skill, it was also a consequence of the imminent rise of the small ball era, for which Gasol's attributes were particularly well suited, rendering him highly sought after. "Once he returns, I shall make another attempt. You should reach out to him as well." "All right, I understand. I will ensure he remains with the Lakers, come what may." As the two conversed, Kupchak approached, seating himself beside Kobe and inquired, "Kobe, what are your thoughts on these rookies?" After a moment of contemplation, Kobe replied, "Randle speaks for himself. He is brimming with energy and is guaranteed to be a top 5 pick, out of our reach. Nurkic possesses refined skills and is worthy of development. Capella exhibits remarkable athleticism. I reviewed his game footage last night. Although he lacks defensive awareness, with proper coaching, his athleticism could elevate him to a starting-level big man." In just a few sentences, Kobe provided his assessments, leaving Su Shu, who sat nearby, in admiration of his insight. It was no wonder he hosted a basketball analysis show after retirement. Any player he analyzed during that year's playoffs would undoubtedly falter in the subsequent game, with the exception of Kawhi Leonard. That year unveiled Kobe's sharp eye for talent, which also translated into substantial gains in the investment market. Kupchak remained silent for a moment before turning to Su Shu. "Su, what is your perspective? Which rookie do you believe would be suitable for both of you?" "I concur with the boss's assessment. Randle is not a feasible option unless you pursue a trade upwards, or if the general managers of the top 13 teams are utterly oblivious. Nurkic is indeed worth nurturing. But I believe the future of basketball will lean towards the small ball trend, as evidenced by the increasing number of three-point attempts by teams this year. Currently, his footwork and defensive capabilities are relatively weak. With the presence of our star player and myself, if Gasol can remain, it is unnecessary for our starting center to possess exceptional offensive skills. Conversely, I believe Capella aligns most closely with the evolving trends of basketball and would synergize well with our star player, myself, and Gasol. His foot speed is commendable. His athleticism is impressive, and his ability to leap again quickly is notable. With the guidance of an adept defensive coach, he will develop excellent scoring opportunities and strong support defense capabilities. Based on the development of several individuals from his previous life, Su Shu eloquently articulated a plethora of insights. His assertions were well-founded, capturing the earnest attention of both Kobe and Kupchak, who occasionally cast glances in his direction. Despite his youth, this lad possesses a distinctive perspective, truly exemplifying exceptional basketball intelligence. After considering the opinions of the team's two principal players, Kupchak nodded thoughtfully, refraining from making a definitive choice. For it was still early in the process, and they were merely conducting trials with a select group of players, making it impossible to reach a conclusive decision. The entire rookie trial proceeded remarkably smoothly, with no emerging standout daring to challenge Kobe or Su Shu to a one-on-one duel. After agreeing on a training date, Su Shu and Kobe parted ways. Chapter 100, Predictions for the Finals Against the Tide. In truth, among the 2014 rookies, there lurked a formidable boss, the quintessence of human talent. The illustrious Nikola Jokic, who would later secure the regular season MVP award for 2 consecutive years. However, Su Shu refrained from recommending Jokic to the Lakers executives. Not out of fear that Jokic might usurp his core position upon maturing, but because, in 2014, he felt it would be utterly embarrassing to suggest Jokic to a team fortunate enough to acquire a lottery pick. Jokic had only just begun professional basketball training the previous year, although he exhibited rapid progress, remarkable basketball IQ, and a strong sense of teamwork and professionalism. He was still riddled with shortcomings, his natural talent was mediocre, his vertical leap could be exaggeratedly likened to the height of a matchbox, and his movement speed was notably sluggish. Furthermore, as an inside player, he lacked sufficient strength. In fact, none of these concerns were paramount. Most crucially, he was still a chubby young man at that time. The Nuggets selected him in the second round, but Jokic did not enter the NBA that year. Instead, he remained in Europe to shed some weight. The Lakers, armed with only one first-round pick, were unlikely to waste their lottery opportunity on a seemingly unremarkable rookie with no apparent ceiling. What team would dare to use a lottery pick on Jokic? It would take the sun rising in the West or a time-traveling owner for that to happen. This year's second-round prospects have been deemed lackluster, yet in hindsight, they may well be regarded as golden second-round picks, as players like Grant, Harris, Clarkson, and Dinwiddie would later make significant names for themselves. If circumstances remained unchanged, the Lakers would likely purchase a second-round pick to secure Clarkson. He would also consider advising the Lakers executives to acquire another second-round pick to bring Grant on board as well. In the forthcoming small ball era, Grant would be capable of playing both small forward and power forward, boasting commendable defensive skills and impressive offensive capabilities. As one who could average over 20 points per game certainly could not be overlooked. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned, knowing that Grant still had a few years before he would truly shine. By then, he could easily lure him over. Su Shu was already contemplating how to find support for his future endeavors. In the training facility, as Su Shu once again faced Kobe's post-up moves. After a couple of fakes, Kobe found space for his shot and executed a bank shot from a 45-degree angle, concluding a week's worth of daily one-on-one battles between the two. Where were you yesterday? Your stamina today is not as good as yesterday's. Otherwise, you should have been able to contest that shot, Kobe remarked, looking quizzically at Su Shu, who lay sprawled on the floor. Nothing much. Just didn't sleep well last night. I respect my elders and the young, Su Shu replied. Upon hearing this, Kobe felt an urge to scoff at him. Over the past week, it seemed he had one more often. Where did Su Shu find the audacity to speak of respect? Once you've rested up, let us have another match and see how this old man takes you down, he challenged. Upon hearing Kobe express his desire to continue playing, Su Shu promptly shook his head and replied, my friend, today you have indeed outdone yourself. Let us engage in a fierce battle of 500 rounds once I have regained my strength tomorrow. He jested, pondering whether he would even have the energy to return home afterward, a valid concern. It was all Jenna's fault. She had lamented that he hadn't sought her counsel on life's aspirations for over a month, yet last night they had engaged in a profound discussion that lasted until 3 in the morning, leaving him fatigued today. Alas, no wonder he was the best defensive player. He resolved that next time, he must enhance his physical prowess, aspiring to engage in such philosophical dialogues until dawn while still retaining his vigor. Meanwhile, as Su Shu trained alongside Kobe, the Lakers continued their trials for rookies without pause. The salary cap for the upcoming season was exceedingly tight. Kobe's contract renewal was projected to exceed $20 million, complemented by Su Shu's $15 million and Nash's $9.7 million. These 3 players alone would consume a staggering $45 million. Should they renew Gasol's contract, it would likely range from $7 to $9 million. With the salary cap set at $63 million, less than $1 million would remain, necessitating that they select talent through the draft as judiciously as possible. The focus of their trial shifted towards shooting guard and small forward positions. They planned to select a point guard in the second round, ensuring a robust backcourt with Su Shu, Nash, and a promising rookie. The chances of retaining this season's starting shooting guard mix appeared slim. Yet with Kobe's return and Bazemore on the roster, they could seek another player in the free market to fill the gap. In the forward positions, should a suitable candidate arise, they were open to investing in a second-round pick. During this period, Su Shu and Kobe attended the trials, with Kobe expressing a favorable impression of Clarkson. Seizing the moment, Su Shu recommended both Dinwiddie and Grant to the Lakers executives, with particular emphasis on Grant, whose potential garnered significant attention from the organization. The Lakers had tentatively reached a renewal agreement with Wesley Johnson, yet discussions with Nick Young had proven unsatisfactory, as Young insisted on a mid-level contract with a discrepancy of $2 million between the parties, making his retention unlikely. Grant's performance during the trials was commendable. Despite his shooting deficiencies, his physical attributes and defensive capabilities were solid, with an abundance of offensive talent already within the Lakers roster. A player who could fulfill the role of a blue-collar worker, tackling the arduous tasks, would indeed be worthy of a second-round selection. Su Shu and Kobe merely offered their opinions, subsequently returning to their training without further engagement. The 2014 NBA Finals unfolded between the venerable Spurs and the Heat. Prior to the commencement of the finals, a reporter visited the training facility to interview Kobe, inquiring about his predictions for the championship. To his surprise, Su Shu was also present. During the interview, he prompted both athletes to forecast the outcome of the finals. Kobe anticipated a grueling 7-game series, ultimately predicting that the Heat would emerge victorious as champions. This forecast aligned with the prevailing sentiment, as few believed the aging Spurs could overcome the formidable trio of the Heat. Duncan, now past his prime, was no longer the dominant force he once was. Parker and Ginobili, based on their performances in the regular season, appeared to be gradually declining from their peaks. Moreover, there was scant expectation for the 22-year-old Leonard, who averaged merely 12 points in the regular season, to deliver an exceptional display, especially against the prime version of LeBron James. However, when asked about his prediction, Su Shu provided a contrasting perspective. On paper, the Heat's trio indeed seemed more poised for a championship than the Spurs, especially considering that last year, the Spurs, though younger, had failed to surmount the Heat's formidable presence. With another year added to their age, many deemed it even less likely this time around. Yet, Su Shu held a different view. He believed this Spurs team exemplified the zenith of team basketball. Although no single player was a standout offensive force, their defensive prowess left a lasting impression. Particularly, Leonard's defense posed a significant threat to James in the finals, and Su Shu perceived him as the pivotal figure in determining whether the Spurs could clinch the championship. As for the Heat,